behind the 10-mile point. Well, the observer height is 8 foot. And so if you were just talking geometrically, the curvature of the Earth would start blocking things at about 3.5 miles away. But I mean, that horizon's, what is it, 10, 15, 20 miles away? So the horizon, whatever it
distant
is,
miles.
is not a
I'll
not
have to
the
change that to
geometric.
kilometers.
I mean, times it by 1.6. So platform habitat is
10 miles, right?
16 kilometers. Yeah.
Yeah, 16. Okay.
I mean, but as I was saying, like where I live, the air is so clear and clean. I can go down to the beach. I can see a beach 20 kilometers away from my beach. I can pan my telescope along the coastline and I can see the horizon beyond 40 kilometers. You know, from 1.5 meters off the surface of the water. And on a really nice day, it's not particularly distorted.
Your points are good. All of them are good, I agree. But you also don't agree with Google Earth then?
How much do you know about how maps are constructed? I mean, just because they've taken data and forced it to conform around some 3D sphere, it doesn't mean that reality is that sphere. Mathematically, you can translate data into any shape you like. You can take all the data that's in Google Earth and make it conform to the surface of a pyramid, if you like. The way the data is acquired, though, assumes a horizontal plane. Mean sea level is a horizontal plane. It's all built with angles, measurements of angles. Angles are all made out of straight lines. That's the thing. Test what you can test. Don't trust us. Go and check for yourself and really contemplate what stories they're telling you. Because all of us here are in the same position as you, to a greater or lesser degree. Maybe we're slightly more interested in the topic beforehand. But we used to all believe. We just blindly accepted what we were told about all this stuff. At a certain point, some doubts crept in and we went and checked. And we found just holes in the story. Just hole after hole. Like, none of it holds up under scrutiny. I think he's wandered away from the microphone for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well done.
Yeah, he said he got a call. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. Maybe En Passant was listening to that.
We have some interesting observations along the Mediterranean south coast of France, if you might be more interested in those, en passant. Some observations are made with infrared cameras, which minimize any claimed effects of atmospheric effects. using infrared cameras, you should be more able to see directly the geometry that they claim, but it turns out you just can see even further. Turns out atmospheric effects tend to limit how far we can see rather than extending it.
What it mainly comes down to is people are upset that we don't accept on blind trust institutional claims that are devoid of any verifiable evidence. You know, why should we accept claims from institutions that run contrary to what is absolutely scientifically testable? For example, the ever-expanding outer space vacuum being a place where gas condenses under a pressure of gravity. And it's not the only thing that runs contrary to what we can produce on an evidentiary basis on Earth, but it's quite a leading example.
Cosmology is religion.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wouldn't you say that you have an ethical duty to not accept baseless claims that you can't verify, that nobody can actually verify? Wouldn't you say you have an ethical duty to not propagate baseless claims and pretend that you have firsthand knowledge or that you have some kind of collectivized knowledge?
Only if you value truth.
Yeah.
You trying to say something, Adem?
He said it earlier, he values majority. It doesn't matter what the truth is. As long as 51% think something, that's where his worldview and his values are, his value-based judgment.
49% of the population must justify its existence.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. I mean, maybe he grows up in a caste system or something where that kind of thing is allowed. I don't know.
If you got 1.5 billion people to get along with, maybe maybe it's just practical.
Yeah. Or seemingly practical, but detrimental ultimately.
Everyone agrees that we don't need a functioning rubbish system here, so we'll just throw our trash on the floor. Everyone agrees.
Take dumps
that's
on the
fine.
beach.
Peeing in the deep end.
Miles and miles of men taking dumps on the beach. At what point does the man disappear due to the curvature of the earth?
Or the
You
curvature
can
of
no
his
longer
poop.
see rows and rows of men taking dumps on the beach. You think I'm joking too? I'm not exaggerating.
I
That's
think
called good morning
Does
in
the
India.
curve does the curve
God.
block the smell at least?
gravity holds all the smells to the ground. None of the gases escape the area. They're nicely contained.
Because of gravity. Gravity.
I mean, there's got to be pretty heavy gases.
So if you put some SF6 gas into a fish tank with no lid, how long until it's completely gone from the fish tank? Just say in a still room with no breezes. Pretty short time, isn't it?
Yeah, those demonstrations don't usually last more than about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So gravity can't hold one bit of the heavier SF6 gas down in the tank.
I mean,
Keep it there.
they find a certain parts per million 40,000 feet above our head. So some of it just gets everywhere. Those infrared photos, long distance photos, I don't see how you can look at those and have it, you know, even a minimal understanding of the claims of the globe and just go, hang on a minute, this does not add up.
Yeah.
The contradictory claims of refraction are just so blatant that they've just baffled everyone with bullshit.
Hello there.
Has someone fallen asleep on the mic?
Yeah, that sounds like snoring.
Yeah. Midnight Glober.
Sounded like sleep apnea.
Hello, DJ.
What's up, Jason?
I'm fine.
Good. Good to hear that.
Why did I get muted in the chat earlier?
Because you were just being confrontational with Professor Triangle, and also you were just posting AI copy paste, right? We would
Okay,
like you
so
to use your own words
no.
as much as possible.
Could you please tell me where this rule is written? I did
I
not
just
know
told you
this.
the rule. Yeah, it's my
I
rule.
you told me right now, so please unmute
Yeah, I
me,
just
and if I next time doing that, you have the right to do that.
Yeah, dude,
yeah,
it
Alright?
says
sure.
right
But
there, if you're intellectually honest and want to have a serious conversation, you're welcome to stay. It says right there in the rules.
Yeah, I did have a
Spamming, copy pasting Chat GPT is neither electionally dishonest or someone who wants to be here. That's just
yeah,
disrespectful.
okay,
Doing something like that is, you can try. If you don't believe me, just go. We have it posted in the rules already. But if you don't believe it, just go to any other
okay, I
forum,
got
go
you,
to any
man.
other
I
topic,
got you,
just
man.
spam
Okay,
Chat
okay,
GPT messages and see what they think.
I got you. Okay,
and just
okay,
consistently
DJ.
asking people how old they are as well. All right, don't do that. Passive aggressive. Okay, so you're being unmuted. Okay, so here's your
Yeah,
chance.
yeah, sure. Okay,
All right, done.
uh,
It's
DJ,
finished. Okay, you're
the
unmuted.
things that you told me yesterday, I did ponder on that, and I do respect your view of all you believe. But I have I thought for a long time yesterday, the conversation that we and conclusion that I came to was that no, I would still believe the Earth is a globe, uh, just because I don't find any. Because I think laser experiment that you showed me.
Yeah, we've heard this shit
Did
before. Can you tell us a single flat Earth argument
could
you
we
heard
please?
yesterday?
Hey,
Can you,
let me finish.
Jason? Can you tell us? You said
Why are you
none of
not
the
letting me
arguments were.
finish, bro?
Jason, slow down,
I
Jason.
was not finished.
You,
Okay,
yeah,
I was
well,
not
this
finished.
is a shtick. This isn't the
Okay, bro, I'm
Jason
not finished.
show. This isn't the Jason show. Okay, Jason.
I was
Really
not even
simple.
finished, and you started
Okay, I'm going
checking.
to count to 3, then you're going to be muted again. Okay, so this is very simple. You said that you're still a globe earther because none of the flat Earth arguments were convincing, right?
I want to talk to DJ, not to you. We were having
Okay,
a
well,
No, that's not how it works, man.
That shit's funny
We're
as
gonna try this
fuck.
again. It isn't the Jason show, okay? You said none of the arguments were convincing. We're trying to find out why not. So I'm gonna ask you, what was the most? Can you just say a single flat Earth argument? The best one, the worst one, anyone? Give us a single argument that we made in the last 2 days. By the way, it's been 2 days you've been here.
Just show us you're listening.
Yeah, we want to make sure you're actually paying attention, and you're not just in here playing a game.
Moonlighting on the side.
Yeah. So I was saying,
You're gonna
the
go
living
back on mute,
experiment.
dude. Answer my question.
In the side chat, he said, "Yeah, laser experiment wasn't convincing. Could you please tell me how the scientists catered interior mirage?"
Yeah, that's my question. I was not even
How
finished telling
they
you.
how
Can
they
you give me
accounted
any
for?
details about what the laser
Yeah, they
experiment was?
count how
Because
they
we
count
did
it
this.
for. So I'm here
I
to learn.
remember talking to you about it, and you couldn't tell me anything that was wrong with it.
Okay, so Indio, let me tell you, we were discussing something yesterday. Maybe you were
2
not
days
here.
ago.
Yeah, no, I was here yesterday. So
Yeah, I
you
know
might
that. But
know
you talked to me 2 days
what
ago.
we were talking. We have a context in our mind. We both have a context. I'm just here to learn. So please let me
Now
talk
we're trying
to
to
this
figure out what
guy
you
or
learned.
just answer my question.
Okay, Jason. Well, I'm trying to know if we are doing a good job, so I need to know what you actually learned.
I learned a lot of
This is
things.
a test. You
I'm
know
not.
how, like, when you go to school, the teacher
No,
teaches you
I'm not
things, and then they test you
giving
to see if you actually
any.
learned anything. So this is the test part.
Yeah, ask me any questions about your
Okay, well, how
everything.
long
Okay,
was the laser test that you're referring to? How long was it?
I'll tell you what I learned yesterday.
How
Okay,
long was it?
I don't know how long. I'll tell you what I
Seems
How
taught
like a
high was
yesterday.
pretty
it?
basic
What
path.
lake was it at? What color was the laser? What do you know anything about it?
Okay, I just
Just
learned
tell me
yesterday.
one detail, brother. I'm giving you an out.
Why? Please answer my
You
question.
don't
I
need to
don't know
say
anything
fucking
about that.
blue. You could just say blue laser, dude. You could just say anything.
No,
One detail.
I don't know. I don't know what. It
Y-
was green, I guess. Green
So
laser.
if you weren't paying attention, how could it ever be convincing?
No, we did not discuss the
How could we
green
convince you when
laser
you're
yesterday
got
in
your
detail. We were
thumbs in
discussing
your
some of the
ears,
things.
Jason?
Hey,
Jason, how
don't
can we
shout,
convince you
bro.
when you got your fingers in your ears?
Don't shout, bro. We were discussing something else yesterday. So if somebody
You
Well, I
can
just
just
brought
answer
up
wanted
my
to
question.
lasers.
demonstrate that the purpose of this exercise was to demonstrate that you're disingenuous.
Okay, yesterday DJ explained me interior mirage when I showed him picture of.
Nobody knows what causes inferior mirages, dude.
Okay, let me finish, bro. You are so annoying. Let me finish. Okay, so when I sent a picture of electricity grids, he explained me that was just due to interior mirage. Okay, now I had a question. I was thinking about it, and then I had a question in my mind. Um,
Oh yeah, he
how
posted
scientists accounted?
Pontchartrain. Yeah, he posted the Pontchartrain
Oh
thing.
my god.
Yeah. So
How do we
he
know it's
explained me very well. Yo, please don't
It's actually a
interrupt, man.
temperature inversion,
Don't
and
interrupt
there's an
and let me
inferior
finish. You
mirage
are
on
so
it.
annoying. Just
Hold on,
okay.
hold
So
on, hold on.
he explained
Hold
me
on
very
one
well
second,
how
dude.
interior mirage
Hold
changes.
on, dude. I want
So
to ask
I had
DJ a question, not you.
hey, don't
DJ.
shout, okay? And
Dude, motherfucker, shut up. God damn. What the fuck, bro? So DJ, did you show him like the zoom in on the end towers that show it's an inferior mirage? Because
Oh yeah,
I'll post it.
yeah, man. Yeah. I showed multiple examples, and then we showed the bridge example, and then the side-by-side comparison, and then we showed the same thing happening over a flat floor by Skyfree, and a whole bunch of stuff. Everything, yeah.
Okay.
And then we showed what
Yeah,
it's like on different days when you don't have that
he
happening.
Are you
he
disputing
explained me
whether
very
there's an
well.
inferior mirage there, Jason?
Hey, let me finish, bro. Okay, he explained me what
How
inferior
come you can't answer
mirage
a
is.
simple yes or no question? Are you disputing whether there was an inferior mirage?
Yeah, tell me how they counted it. I'm not saying it was inferior
Because you can
mirage.
see it.
Okay, tell me what was like. How did they count interior mirage in that experiment?
You can see it.
No, I can't see it.
Okay, I'll show you.
Is it can't or won't?
You know, I think in his head he's gone back to the laser test and he's talking about that now. Is that right, Jason?
No, I'm saying you explained me how interior mirage works yesterday. So I
It's
had a
called an
question in
I
my
have to
mind.
explain
inferior.
how it works. It's a
Yeah,
inferior
interior.
mirage
Sorry,
is a
no interior.
qualitative. Listen, it's a
Stop!
qualitative description.
Please don't.
It's a qualitative description. It's just what it looks like. So an inferior mirage, right, means that there's a reflection, a double image where one is under the other and the bottoms touch. A superior mirage is one where there's a double image where the tops are touching. Okay? It's merely a qualitative description. It says
Okay.
nothing about what's
Yeah.
causing it.
Hey, again, let me finish. I'm just
Okay, now
asking.
look
What
in the
the-
side
I
chat. Are you disputing whether it's an inferior mirage?
Yeah, I know it is an inferior mirage. I'm not saying it's not an inferior mirage.
You know it is or you know it isn't?
I'm saying the picture Indio sent me, the chat, is inferior mirage.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I also have the
I'm
weather
agree-
from that day, by the way.
So I'm
The weather
agreeing to you.
data.
Why are you getting so triggered and why are you so
No,
so annoying? First of all,
because
tell me that.
I don't
I'm
want you
just
wasting
asking
our
what
time,
like
buddy.
how are we sure that the laser test did not bend?
Because that condition that would cause it to bend that much does not exist on Earth.
Okay, so you could have said me that in the very
You would need
first
a
place, and
70-degree temperature
you were
gradient.
being personal and no way, man.
Jason, you
And
would
the
need a
picture you sent me,
70-degree temperature gradient in 5 meters.
okay,
Have you ever seen a 70-degree difference between the water and air temperature?
okay, tell me. I want to make
But we
my
know,
own,
but Jason,
comprehend
and
my.
you're asking me the same question you asked me before. You didn't listen to the answer. We know that condition did not exist, okay, because they took 2 meteorological stations that measured the temperature, pressure, humidity, and they had them at both endpoints, and they measured what the meteorological condition was that day, okay. So they know there wasn't a 70-degree temperature gradient.
Okay, I have understood what you are saying. You're saying that laser could
And
not
then they did
bend
it 3
just
weeks
because.
later, which you also know.
I know it was same and it was not the conditions that could bend the laser. Now I'm okay. I have understood. So next thing I have to ask you is, okay, I'm just trying to comprehend. I can't place Antarctica like in
Dude,
my
look at your
mind.
own mind. Look at yourself, dude. Take a look in the mirror for a second and how hard you're just trying to stay on the ball. You're just struggling. Anything we give you, you're just like, oh my God, I have to be able to explain that away to save the ball when you don't know anything either about the ball or flat earth, dude. You're not approaching
No,
this
I'm trying to be.
you're not approaching this from the position that you don't actually know anything. You're approaching it like, I know it's a ball and I'm going to look everywhere possible for information to support that. And any information
No,
that
I'm
does not
approaching it
support it,
at a.
I'm going to
I'm
look for
approaching it.
any excuse how it's false.
I'm approaching it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not. I'm approaching it as if I don't know how Earth looks. Okay, so I'm just
Okay,
trying to
then where did you come up
comprehend
with this
how.
refraction idea?
Because we discussed inferior mirage yesterday, so I had this question.
This is the day before, though, you talked to me. You brought it up that day, too.
So you were not there yesterday, so
The day before yesterday, we
no,
talked
you were
about the
not.
laser and you brought it up to me, too, then.
You were not there
That day.
yesterday. We discussed
The
inferior
day
Mirage in
before
very details,
yesterday,
and
you were
he
here.
shared me a very good resource of Oxford,
Jason,
and I did.
Jason. See, this is more mental gymnastics. The day before yesterday. Not yesterday,
Oh,
the day before that day.
I don't
2 days ago,
think I.
you talked to me
Did,
about the laser test.
okay, I'm saying yesterday.
You
Let's
brought up
count from
refraction
yesterday
that
because
day.
yesterday
Why?
was a reset. Okay, the day before yesterday, I was.
You talked to
Let's.
me.
Yeah, but let's see.
Yeah.
Let's
And you brought
account
up
what we
refraction that day.
talked yesterday.
It's like you're not listening, dude. It's weird, really weird. So, you brought up refraction 2 days ago when I brought up the laser test. I'm asking you why you brought it up if you
Yeah,
don't know anything and you're just here to learn.
I know about reflection,
Oh,
bending of
really?
light.
It's not the
Yeah.
bending of light, dude. Who told you that?
Okay, reflection is
It's the
changing.
deflection of the direction that light
Hey, let me
travels
finish,
in.
bro.
It's not bending.
Changing of direction of light. Just
Yeah, that's right.
changing
Angle
of
of
direction of
incidence.
light just because
It's not.
it enters a different medium.
It's not a
That is
curve,
reflection.
though, is it?
No, it's not a curve.
Okay, so not bending then.
Yeah, not bending.
Yeah. So now that you've agreed that the laser tests
Yeah.
don't demonstrate any bending lasers, what do you think about the laser tests now?
Yeah, so he has answered me that that was not possible. So I
So
think
do the laser tests demonstrate that the surface is
yeah, it does.
flat?
It does demonstrate
Okay.
that
So
if
if
there
this
was
if
curve,
this
it should have been
yeah,
where it should be 120 meters high.
yeah.
It was not.
So if the surface isn't curved and it's just flat, what does that mean?
Hmm?
If there's no measurable curvature to the surface, can it be a sphere?
No.
So it's flat then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I just mispronounced interior
So
as interior, so stop trolling
Oh, he
me for no
mispronounced
reason.
curvy as flat. Got it.
so if the laser doesn't detect any curvature, does it really matter what the layout of the continents are? Will the layout of the continents
Yeah.
somehow prove that there's curvature? Will the position
Yeah.
of Antarctica
Yeah.
prove
Yeah.
that the surface curves? Or is
Okay,
this
I don't
just
know if it proves or not. I'm just trying to comprehend how flat Earth
how would that
looks
prove
like.
that? I mean, if the lasers prove that it's flat, how would the position of
Mhm.
Antarctica prove it's curved?
Yeah, I'll lay his argument out
That's not true.
for
Okay.
him. Just really quickly, one
That's not-
second, Jason. So this is his argument, right? So he says that because it takes a certain amount of time on a plane to get from Australia to Antarctica and from Chile to Antarctica and from South Africa to Antarctica, that could only work on a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, can you show that? How it can only work on the globe?
But
Give
the
us
laser proved it's
mathematical-
flat. So
Well, I mean, can you give us like the mathematical proof or evidence or whatever it is you think?
he thinks we believe in
Don't
the
have any-
AE map. He thinks we believe that's the literal
Oh,
layout
God.
of the
So-
continents. He thinks
What
we
is
believe in
A?
ice
What is
walls.
AE map? I don't know
ac-
what is AE map.
The azimuthal
Okay.
equidistance map that makes
Yeah,
Antarctica.
Can you show us the map? Can you show us the map? This is impossible on a flat Earth on the one you have in your mind that you're making this prediction based on.
I saw it yesterday. Okay, it's not strawmanning you, not a strawman. So like
Okay,
get triggered,
you're
but this is
making-
what I found from the internet. This is
Okay.
Okay,
people
so
think how.
hang on. Do you know what a straw man is? Because if you've gone
Yeah.
somewhere else to get what you think we believe, and now you're telling us what we believe, that is the literal definition of a straw man. We do not
Hey,
believe
you
that
did
the
not
map
listen
you're
to me.
referring
I was
to.
saying,
We
I
don't
was
believe the
saying-
map you're referring to is the literal
Yeah, so I
layout
said
of the
might
surface.
not be correct. I did say that this is the one I thought you believe.
Yeah,
You
well,
were
we
told the
don't.
other day when you presented
That
it
person
that's not
DJ
the
told me
case.
yesterday this is not the one. I have this picture in my mind of the map.
Yeah.
Correct me correct my comprehension of this.
Well,
I know this is not what you believe. Please take me what you believe to. What image do you have of your map?
We
And how do
don't.
you comprehend
how would I
Antarctica?
have
Think
an
of what you
image
see
of
when
the
you go to the
entirety?
image I have of the Earth. Is think of what you see when you go to the beach and look out
Hey,
across
Indio,
the
I'm
water.
talking to that person, okay?
That's the
So
image I have of the Earth.
I'm talking to him. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. Endless.
It's open panel,
Hell,
bro.
wait.
It's an open panel.
I mean, it's
Bro.
the
No, I
same
don't want to
answer.
talk to India. I don't want to talk
We
to India,
don't
okay?
think. Listen, we don't
Doesn't
think we're
matter.
gonna go far away from the
No,
Earth
no,
and look
bro.
at
You
it
were
like it's a
so
little ball
you
floating in
were.
space or a little flat
Hey,
disk or
hey,
any of
shut
those
up,
things.
Indio. I'm just not talking to you. I don't want.
I
I'm
don't.
not comfortable talking.
You're gonna get the same answer from me, man.
You can get the
It's
same
an open.
result
It's an
too.
open panel,
Jeez.
bro. Come on. Hey, so Jason, Jason, once I became a flat earther, I became unemployed. You know why? Because it only works on a globe.
Fucking shit, dude.
Wow.
That came out of
Food
nowhere.
stamps only work on a globe too. Fuck.
Right.
That's why. I mean, that's why they were canceling food stamps because Trump became a flat earther.
Right. It only works on a globe.
So, Jason, we're gonna try this again. It's very simple. Okay. When you say this can't happen on the flat Earth, you're making a prediction. Okay. What is your prediction based on? That's what we want to know. And when we think about the Earth, we don't think about leaving the Earth to go to Never Never Land and take a look at it as if you're far, far away. Okay, that's how you think about it. You think that you can leave the Earth and astral project into freaking outer space.
Mhm.
You're unmuted, Jason. How come you think about the Earth that way?
I was giving you the silent treatment, India.
You notice how like
No, I thought
oh,
I'm standing. I'm okay. Yeah. What question? Sorry, I was a little bit.
we do not think that you can leave the Earth and look back at it. Okay, so
Yeah.
asking us what the Earth looks like from space makes no
Globe.
sense to us.
But the laser test
Globe.
proves that the surface doesn't curve, Jason, like you agreed.
Okay.
So if the surface
okay,
doesn't curve, how could it be a globe?
then
Do you
it's
see
not
the
a globe. Then it must be flat. Hey.
well, yeah.
Yeah. So tell me how to comprehend Antarctica in my mind.
Why
How
do
do
you
you
need to
justify that?
comprehend Antarctica?
How do you comprehend it?
Okay,
Are
I've
you
shared
going
the
there,
map.
bro? Are you going there?
Yeah.
You're going there.
No, I'm not going there.
Okay, then freaking you're. How do I comprehend the Marianas Trench? Imagine whatever the fuck you want, bro.
No way. See, I've
Nothing
shared
you
some map.
listen. You can imagine anything, and nothing you imagine will actually be wrong because you're never gonna go verify that your imagination is correct. You're imagining stuff. You're stuck in imagination land. Okay.
What to
Imagine
do?
what
We
the Earth
humans
looks like
do
from
imagine
far
things.
away. Imagine what the Antarctica looks like. Imagine this and imagine that. We're not into imagining.
You can transform
We
the
are into
data that
disproving
makes
everything.
you can transform the data that makes that map that you think we believe in. You can transform it into all sorts of shapes. There's all sorts of
Yeah.
projections of the data. But the map ain't the territory.
Yeah, but I'm trying to become a flat
Yeah,
earther,
no,
but I
we
can't.
would all like to
I
know
can't.
exactly how the continents are laid out too. All of us
Yeah, so
would
tell
like
me
that
that.
question answered.
Just
Yeah.
suppose I'm a flat earther, okay? Just suppose. Tell me how do you
Everyone's a
say
flat
that?
earther, buddy. There's only one Earth,
You
and it's
don't
flat.
think correctly to be a flat earther. You rely on authorities to tell you what reality is. You're even asking us to convince you. What you should be saying is, how can I test it myself? That's what you should be saying.
Have you seen a solar eclipse?
Oh my
my
Jesus fucking Christ.
God.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen a
if-
solar eclipse. Why?
Okay, I'll share something. Like you're saying, solar eclipse would look like this. Am I wrong? Am I right or
Oh no,
wrong?
he's broken.
Yeah.
He broke. Who said the
Lights
Earth
in the sky
causes?
proof globe.
First of all, that would be a lunar eclipse, genius. Okay.
There's only one reality, Jason. The things you
Yeah.
see and experience, they all occur on a flat Earth. So the things you see out in the sky, you're observing them from a flat Earth.
Hmm.
That's
Not
just-
according to NASA.
The wheels in his head are spinning overtime right now.
Reality isn't going to change when you finally wake up to the fact that you're on a flat Earth. You'll still be
So-
where you are. Nothing's going to change about reality. Only your mind will change.
Okay.
Down is literally still up and down, brother. Big surprise.
Yeah, but like I
Well,
can't.
he currently
If
thinks
I
I'm
tell a
upside down in
If I tell
Australia.
a friend,
Yeah,
okay,
dude.
if I
That's the
tell my
most
friend, like,
unfortunate part is you got to take on this idea that you think upside down people actually exist. It's crazy.
I tell my friend that Earth is flat, he's going to. How do you? What is the shape of it?
Dude,
So what is the
you
shape?
prove, how do you prove other directions other than up and down? Prove it.
I don't have any.
Show us
And
exactly. You can't prove any other direction other than up and down, right?
I can't prove.
You have to
that
go
it-
to
Can you prove up
NASA.
and down as well?
Excuse me?
No,
Yeah,
I
you
can't.
can drop
There's
something.
no up and down on a ball. That's silly.
Yeah. What is up and down?
Uh-huh.
Take something and drop it down.
What happens if I
Okay,
drop a
I'm saying
balloon?
if
Dropping
if I
Filled
stuff
with helium.
down. Hey guys, dropping stuff down only works on a flat Earth. There's no down on a ball.
You have in and out on a ball.
Bingo. Exactly.
Burgers
Where's that
everywhere.
magic? That magic
Okay,
center. Prove
what
the
about
center
what
that
about
proves it.
moon? Is it flat or not?
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Right, Jason, did the lasers prove that the surface of the Earth was flat?
Yes, it does prove that.
Okay, just so we're clear. So what
Yeah.
was your question about the moon?
Like, what do you believe moon is? What shape does moon have?
I mean, it appears
I
to be a
believe it-
disk to me. I mean, I only ever see it doesn't change other than the phases.
Okay, guys. Sun is a big disk that is always looking towards us.
Yeah.
And moon is also looking towards us.
I mean,
Why
you
can't
could
you
talk
see
about
the edge of
made out
the?
of?
you could
Yes.
talk about libration, and
Yeah.
you could make inferences about some shape. But to me, the moon is just
So,
another light in the sky.
So
do you think
according
it's
to you,
do you think
Earth
it's a
is
rock?
also like this.
Do you think the
Why
moon
do
is a
you think
rock?
a disk is more stable structure than a sphere?
A sphere is the best structure in the
Hold
entire
on a
world.
second. Hold on a second. You think the guy that just asked that, you think that the moon is a structure?
What do you think? It's a floating fish?
No,
You think
no,
it's a-
I'm
you think it's a
asking-
floating
I
rock?
I'd really like to walk out the idea that you think that the moon is actually has some kind of mass to it. It has a structure or some kind of ability to attract
Do you have a mass?
stuff.
Do you
I
have?
don't
Hey.
know. Does it according to you? You're the one stating it.
How?
What's your
I
proof?
mean, in that
Prove
way,
it.
nothing have mass, right? If you don't believe in mass itself.
Prove that the moon has mass. Prove that the
Mass-
moon is anything
mass
more than
hysteria,
just a
never.
light up there.
Mass
I mean, moon,
hysteria.
if moon didn't have a mass, it wouldn't stick around. It would just leave.
Oh my, you're really bricked. Eh?
Like a fart. It would just go away like a fart.
Yup, exactly like that.
Or how about this, bro? How about this? What about a flashlight? When you shine a flashlight on a wall, does that beam of light have mass to it? And if it doesn't, will it just go
definitely
away?
does. Flatter day, it definitely
Do
does.
you have a
brother.
proof it don't? Maybe it does.
Yeah, I shared a map of our solar system.
Actually,
That's
light
the-
does have mass.
Does it really? Mass hysteria.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Nah, light have mass.
Or how about
Prove it.
Massachusetts? It has
It doesn't have mass.
Massachusetts.
It has momentum. It's the difference.
Massachusetts.
Does the moon have inertia?
What is inertia?
What is mass?
Hey, you tell me.
Hey.
I know what it is. You tell me.
Oh, you know what inertia is.
understand
Why
It's
would you
just
ask?
funny. No one else does.
Yeah.
Do you believe in Newton's 3 laws?
How old are you, people? Flat earthers.
Uh,
Do you know a child has more intellect than
You
you
were
people?
told not to keep on asking
I don't
people's
think
Look at
age
age,
has a second
Jason.
mind.
where he asks people
Jason,
how
I don't agree
old
with
they
that.
are. What is wrong with
Age
him?
has nothing to do with it.
Looks for a date, dude.
The most
You
stupid
trying to
thing
hook
I've
up
ever
with one of the
heard.
dudes
Earth
in
is
here?
flat.
I'm a
Go
Sagittarius,
swing
You
bro.
that way,
answer me.
bro.
Yeah, but
Nah,
Jason,
dude,
the
we're all
laser
we're all taken.
proved the surface doesn't curve. So how could?
Yeah, it does prove. It does prove. But tell me how.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what shape do you have of Earth in your mind?
Dude, he's
Flat
Like you are
isn't a
trying to
shape, my
me,
friend.
dude.
Mean sea
Okay, so
level is a horizontal plane.
okay, so
Jason,
it looks
what's
like
the
a
shape of
right?
a rock? I
It
want
goes
the shape of
it
a
goes
rock
up and
right now,
down.
or rocks don't exist.
Indio, how old are you?
You're trying to get banned
Thank
out of
you.
this freaking channel,
Yeah,
aren't
he
you?
is. Just
I'll just do it now.
just
Why
mute
even waste
him.
time anymore? It was
Yeah,
nice
Indio,
knowing
do
you,
you
dude.
Indio, do
You're
you
gonna
like
be
long
begging
walks
to
on the
come
beach?
back here.
Hey, I have
Actually,
a
I'm not gonna
point
be that.
on
I'm
that
gonna just
flat moon
mute you.
thing.
I'll just mute him. I changed my mind.
Flat moons.
Yeah, if moon is flat, then why do we have that 15-day cycle where
Who's
the,
Who
who's
said the
claiming
moon
the
is
the
moon is
flat?
shadow on
flat?
it shifts? No, you guys said it is a disk, right?
Dude,
No,
I said the
no.
moon is a circle. I
Can you
didn't
po-
say it was
can
flat,
you,
you dumb ass.
Yeah, can you
What
screenshot
is a
where
circle
someone
then?
said the moon was a disc in the chat? Just screenshot it and post it where someone said that.
No, maybe you said maybe it is.
It looks like a circle when it's full.
Looks like a disc. Looks like does not mean is, right? In this,
I mean,
even if you look in
circle.
hey,
Okay,
hey,
circle is just a view, right? Yeah, you
bro, let
continue.
me
You continue.
finish my
Sorry,
fucking sentence.
sorry.
Yeah, so even in the academic literature, they refer to it as disk of the moon and disk of the sun because that's what it looks like. Doesn't mean they think it
Okay.
is. It just means that's what it looks like.
Now we are using 3 words here: sphere, disk, and circle. Now,
Yeah.
circle is a view. Now, both disk and sphere look like a circle when you look at it, them both
Yeah,
from one side.
Circle is-
congratulations.
Circle
Circle
is
is
Yeah,
a
we know.
view? A circle is a view. Sounds like you're in
Circle is a
circular
shape.
reasoning right now. Oh my. You're really lost,
Nah, I mean,
brother.
if you're
Words
calling
mean
it
stuff, you
circle,
know?
it either can
Words
be a
mean
disk.
stuff.
We're not saying the
Does-
moon is a disk. We're saying it looks like a disk.
Just looking at things in the sky, what does that prove? What can you, beyond what they look like, what can you prove?
Railroad tracks look like two lines that come together and meet at the end. That doesn't mean they're not parallel.
They look like
This is what you
a
guys
ladder.
do. You guys can't understand. You can't understand like how we see is a little bit different than how it is. Supposedly how it is.
They think cosmology is science. They're very confused. Cosmology is religion, my friend.
Oh yeah,
This-
then in that way, everything you believe in is a religion.
No,
anyway.
not
Wait.
everything. Why are you
thought
making such
science made-
declarative statements?
I thought science made cosmology. You're telling me science is not creation? Oh my.
I had coffee this
Yeah,
morning.
science is
that a
not
religious statement?
Cosmology.
I think cosmology learn about people, right?
What?
Cosmology. Astronomy. The looking up at the sky and declaring what things are without any adherence to the scientific method. The entire field
Science
of
is a-
cosmology cannot be scientific. They can't use the scientific method. They have no ability to manipulate the claimed causes of their claimed effects. It's just pointing and declaring. The entire field starts with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. But as Jason agreed to earlier, the lasers prove the surface doesn't curve. So if the base assumption for their entire belief in cosmology has been disproven. So once you've done that, you've knocked the foundations out from underneath them. The whole thing falls apart. The cosmic distance ladder is broken.
Yeah, so Baba Yaga has decided he wants to post in the chat and say flat Earth is stupidity. It might be, but that still doesn't prove a globe.
Right?
We could be the dumbest, retarded people on Earth, and that still doesn't
Can you
prove a globe.
prove a flat Earth?
Yeah,
What?
actually, I was just gonna about to
Guys,
Indio, if I may
simple
ask him.
questions, guys.
What?
Simple
Yeah, my
questions.
question to you is, how do you explain the pressure that we observe at sea level? 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. How do you explain that, spheroid guy? Because the thing about it
How
is,
do
you
you
can't
explain that?
weasel your. No, I don't. Right? You're the one with it. We have the observation, so you can explain how we have that
No.
observation.
At this point, we
You
have
can't
changed
weasel
the
your.
conversation. I'm saying you need to
We're
tell me
still
why
no.
is
See,
it
we're still
flat.
talking about a sphere versus
I don't care.
flat.
Remove the sphere.
You can
Why?
explain
It's a
how
fucking
we
spiral.
have.
I don't care.
Why do we
You
need to
care,
answer
otherwise you wouldn't.
why
You tell me,
again?
why do you believe it's flat?
No, we don't
'Cause
believe. You believe.
Because we measured the surface.
No, I don't believe anything
It doesn't
anymore. Okay,
curve.
I'm a blank slate. Now tell me, why is it flat?
It looks
It's
flat.
Science
slave?
proves that, bro. Science proves that, bro. That.
Science doesn't prove things. So anyway, so let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
We're gonna start from the beginning. You don't know anything. You were just born. You're the only person on Earth. What do you see?
Yeah.
A flat-looking Earth, right?
I see the sky because I can't sit yet.
I see the sky. Were you born with a neck problem? You have some congenital disease where you can only look up?
Probably. Okay, yeah, I can see a ground and a sky.
Yeah,
and the sky.
and it
Okay.
looks flat, right?
And you can see the
pretty
apparent
flat.
position where the sky meets the Earth as well.
And that's also flat.
Horizontal. Horizon.
Okay, everything looks
Are
flat.
any of the things we just described to
Rectangle,
you
bro.
about?
Rectangle.
Hold on. Is there any of the things we just described to you a belief?
I don't get your question. What?
Yeah, you do. You said flat Earth is a belief.
Correct.
I just described to you how we observe a flat Earth. That's not a belief. No one has to believe that. You can just go outside and look.
No, it
Now,
depends. If I
let's say
was
now-
born at
now we're
the
gonna
peak
go
of a
from Earth
mountain,
as a
I won't see
globe.
a flat thing.
You think you can
No,
see?
no. Tell me that. If I was born at the peak of a mountain, I won't see a flat surface.
Holy smokes! What happens when you look at the horizon,
Okay.
dude?
Yeah, you're gonna
You're
see a
standing on
bumpy
top of that
flat
mountain.
surface.
Can someone
You're
post
standing-
the
Yeah, no,
the
I'm gonna see a
360
lot of
pan from
mountains. I'm
the
gonna see up
Himalayas?
and down.
Have you
everywhere.
seen?
You're gonna see a bumpy flat surface. What if you're born on an island? What are you gonna see?
I'm gonna see. Oh, okay.
What
Someone
is most of the surface of the Earth covered in? Water?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be pretty flat. Okay.
So whatever the water is doing, the Earth is, right?
Kind of. Yeah.
Kind of. So 70%. Fucking people,
Kind of.
dude. The mental
Words mean
gymnastics
stuff.
and dishonesty you guys do.
No, I mean,
It's fucking
No.
crazy to me.
I
Anyway,
know, dude.
no, it's like saying that something is too big that I don't care to even imagine about
No,
it.
you don't
so
care.
like, okay, problem is Earth. Like
Yeah, you don't
you
care.
can
But
see a
you've been in here
football.
talking
You can
about
see the curve.
the infinite void of space and the moon and the distance to the sun. But now talking about seeing stuff from the beach is too big to contemplate.
Well, that's the question, right? If you go from the beach up to this mountaintop he's talking about he's born on, the question is, does the horizon line change at all as you gain altitude or elevation going higher and higher up? Does the horizon line change?
Not in my experience.
Well, let him answer the question, brother.
Actually, it does, but all of it is water, so you won't see a difference.
What?
So wait a minute. You're telling me that
From the
water
top of
seeks its level
Everest?
continuously. You're telling me that water seeks its level continuously, but the higher up I go, you're telling me that the water is going to start to curve. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm.
okay, how do you know that?
When have you ever experienced this?
See, this is where it comes into beliefs. You believe that will happen. No,
I sit on
hold
my
on.
ass in my room
Oh,
every
you
day.
just admitted he's never experienced it.
Look,
Yeah, I haven't
this is where
experienced
we come into belief. You believe that will happen, but you have no evidence it actually will happen.
I mean, it would if the Earth was a sphere, but it isn't, so it doesn't.
See how easy that was? Super freaking simple. If you start from first principles, you can't even construct a globe from your empirical evidence that you have, your personal experience of the world. You have to imagine it in your head or accept someone else's imagination. But you can travel all around the earth, fly in a plane, fly in a balloon, look around. You're never going to see the earth as a globe. You're never going to experience the earth as a globe. You're never going to experience it spinning. All that is a mental construct.
Can I throw a random guess? Like, okay, do you believe in
I
money
know it
other
hurts,
than cash?
dude. It cuts deep.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
What
because
did you ask
money in
me?
your bank account, you
Dude.
can't really see that, right?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Jesus
Do you believe I
fucking-
just
you
said
said
that
money-
to you? Do you believe I
money in
just
my
told you
bank
to shut the
account-
fuck up?
No, it's just it's
money in my
just
bank
a
account
digital
isn't the natural world.
representation.
No, if you
We're
don't
talking
believe in
about
things that you
observations
can't
of the
touch,
natural world. My bank account is not the natural world, bro.
okay, let
How do
me
you
think
guys?
of
So
something
you're
else then.
still doing it. So things like bank accounts and accounting, freaking
Okay, yeah, that
values
things we
on a
made.
piece
Okay, I
of
agree.
paper. Those things are abstract quantities. This is how far gone you are. You think the natural
Okay, yeah,
world
that
and
is
abstract
artificial. Okay,
quantities
I'm
have
wrong
the
for that.
same
Sorry.
quality to them. Okay, they don't. One is in your head, the other is in the world, right? But you're so messed up along with everybody else that you think your imaginations are real.
Mhm.
Does the United States bomb people?
I mean, have you seen it happening?
Does the United States bomb people? Yes or no?
I don't know. I haven't seen it happen.
No, it doesn't. Okay, because the United this is to illustrate a point. The United States is an abstract thing, right? Bunch of people got together, they wrote down some words on a piece of paper and said, "Hey, we're going to make up this legal entity called the United States." It doesn't exist in nature. You can't stick it in a jar or measure it with a freaking ruler. Okay, it doesn't actually exist. So when you say
Who
the
said
United States
Earth
did
doesn't
something, you're
spin?
anthropomorphizing the United States. So you're taking an abstract concept like the globe and saying it's physically real. You don't have any evidence it's physically real because when you go into nature, you can't find it. Which is why we're here, because we looked. We can't find this globe they're talking about. Hey, man, there's this globe, man. Earth's the globe. Okay, let's go out and find it. Can't find it.
Is Australia real?
Oh my
We can find
God.
Australia.
It better be real. We got
Have
people
you
that
been there?
live there. Oh my.
Is the
Have you
cheese
been
from
there?
California real? Is
So
California
here we
cheese
go to
real?
the brain in the jar. So is anything real, dude? Let's just go right to it,
I mean,
dude.
if
Like
you're
it's kind of
saying everything
so
that
no,
you
I
believe
just
is real is something that you have experienced, right?
no. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm
Hmm.
saying is they make claims and we go test them and they don't exist in nature.
So your whole belief is denial, right?
I don't have a belief. I already illustrated that. There's nothing to deny. So if there's a claim and then there's evidence and I reject the evidence, that would be denialism. But there's actually no evidence out there in the world. There's only claims after claims after claims. Claims are not evidence of the claim. The evidence is the evidence.
Oh man, you would hate chemistry then.
What does that even mean? Can I verify the claims of chemistry by doing
70%
the
chemistry
Listen to
is
me, listen to me. Can I verify the claims of chemistry by doing the chemistry?
90% of the time you fail while verifying in
That's
chemistry.
fucking great, dude. Can I verify the claims of chemistry by doing the chemistry?
If you're only looking for 10%, then yes, 10% of the time you
What
can
does that
verify it.
mean? So I can find 10%? And you out. Let's go out into nature and find 10% curvature. Where's that?
Yes, 10% of the time you can find a curvature as well on Earth.
Oh, really? Where?
Yes. There are a lot of places
Where?
where you can see
A lot of
good enough
give me
curvature.
one so I can go there and check for myself.
Just one.
His voice sounds like AI.
Don't care, dude.
Mine?
No, that
Who
another
cares
guy.
what he thinks about your voice, dude? Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has when they all stink.
Right?
I'm waiting. I want to book my trip, man. I got freaking Expedia pulled up right now.
.com.
Okay.
Crickets,
So
bro.
you done
Crickets.
making shit up? Okay. You have
No, I'm
no
trying to find
evidence the
something.
Earth is a globe. Okay. No one you know does. No one they know does.
I'm Googling
That's the
shit.
thing. Well, where can I go to experience this curve of the Earth?
The top of Everest, apparently.
No, even there you won't be able to see a good curve though. That's the
But yeah,
Weren't
point.
you
you
can see
just
shit from
saying
above the
the
horizon.
opposite like 5 minutes ago?
I mean, you
Probably.
can see a curve, but you can always
No,
deny it because it's
you
so thin.
can't. You literally can't. It doesn't work within the model, mathematically, the claims within the model. And you can go look at 360 panoramas taken from the top of Everest. The horizon is flat. It's just a straight, flat line around you. Horizontal, like always. Like every single time you'll see a horizon. They don't curve. It's like even built into the language. Horizon, horizontal.
Literally. Airplane, sea level, you know? Why are they called car dealerships if they don't sell boats?
What?
Why are they called car dealerships if they don't sell boats on the lot?
Oh wow.
Why is it called a relationship if it happens on land?
I know, huh?
Because it's
Fucking
same size.
landlubbers. You be walking the plank. Shiver me timbers.
How do you text mute DJ? Is DJ in here? Who knows how to text mute? Text mute this doofus.
Yeah, only thing I
Okay,
want to
thanks.
ask is
I
like
thought.
the word you use is flat earther, right? So there is a flat in there. Where did this flat come from? Because
The
all you
water.
see is flat. Okay, got it.
Well, I mean,
So
can you tell us? So the top of the water in a bathtub is flat. In a swimming pool, it's flat. In a lake, in a pond, it's flat. In a lake, it's flat. In the sea, it's flat. Like when does it start to curve?
Do you believe
it's
in
okay if
satellites?
it's flat.
Bro, do you
When
believe
does
in
the water
satellites?
curve, right? So we have but the oceans of the world are just basically one world ocean, all connected, right? So when does that water curve into a ball? What size?
Or where?
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Walter.
Yep.
Can you stop posting dead memes? They're old and boring, bro.
Yeah, my
You're
bad.
posting a meme that's literally originated on our Discord in 2017. So come on, bro. Get with the times.
Do you believe in satellites? What government plans?
Believe? Should I believe in them?
Yeah.
I mean that's
Why?
on you.
Well, hold on. Don't interrupt. Why should I believe in them?
You don't believe in that?
Why should I believe in them?
I'm asking to you. Don't ask
I'm
me
asking you. Why should I believe in them? You said I should believe in them. I'm asking you why.
because it's science.
Because
But
Zodiac
man,
sign?
even I don't agree with that. Gee,
because science.
that was so dumb. Okay.
Satellites is science.
Oh.
Oh God.
Ryan.
But Earth was a sphere before satellites.
What about, do you believe in undersea cable, bro? Do you believe in undersea cable?
No, you don't.
99% of the internet goes through undersea cables.
They're just hanging on that 1% in the sky, though. You know what I mean?
Now, Walter, if I
Yep.
ask you, what evidence do you have that there's satellites orbiting the Earth in outer space? And when I say evidence, I mean data, as in, you collected the data on how fast they're going, how far they are, their trajectory. If I asked you, where do you have that data to verify that those things are where they claim to be doing the things they claim to be doing? Could you provide that data?
Or an actual
But I
picture of
believe,
one.
Okay,
I
you are
believe
saying
in
that
that
the
data.
government is using our money to make those satellites, and
Oh, people will never
they're
do
What's
doing
that.
the
the wrong
question?
Walter,
use
yes,
wrong
people will do
research.
that, Walter.
Just let me
In
complete,
fact,
bro. Don't interrupt.
no,
Come
that's
on.
because you
people.
don't know a lot about history. So in the
Okay, come on.
1940s, well, listen, in the 1930s, the United States paid people to make roads that literally went to nowhere.
Are you in 90s right now? Are
It's
you?
a
Your
work
point,
program,
you
Indio.
don't
Just keeping
understand.
people employed.
It's called a
People will
government
You
make
believe in
work
history?
program so that people stay employed and they don't start stabbing each other.
And you're thinking it's happening all in right now also.
I know
Same
for a
thing is
fact.
happening.
It's easy to prove. So check this out. So if I took all the space stuff and I put it all together and we made a balance sheet, and then on one side of the ledger we write how much has been spent, and then on the other side I write how much has been made. Are we in the black or in the red? Have we made a profit yet?
And what's the
Super heavy in
final
the black.
conclusion?
Did you repeat? Dude, listen to what I said. Are you not listening? Have
I'm
we
listening.
made any
Go ahead.
money off of space yet?
Not only money, India. What is the all benefit of that?
Yeah, the benefit, dude. What are we getting from it?
So you haven't. So you don't
Why
believe
are
in
you
black
asking me
holes
a
also?
question? I just asked you a question.
Because
No.
you
I
also
mean,
asked
money
me
is a
the same
different
question,
topic
bro.
then.
Come on.
I asked you a question, bro. You said
Question
people
for
didn't do
question.
this thing.
Because you're not
Well,
giving the answer. That's why question for question.
I'm giving you the answer. You're just not trying to listen. Okay?
I'm
You're trying
listening,
to.
bro. Come on.
They're already losing money, even if you believe in it. Don't you get it? You said, why would they do this stuff and just spend this money? They're already doing it.
No,
They're not
actually,
making any money off of space.
70 million
you're
a day.
you're
70
becoming
million
too
a day.
cool. I'm asking very kind manner. Now you're acting like
They're
And
not.
thing like
Look,
that and becoming
bro.
cool. Not cool, you
Okay,
know.
really simple. Okay,
Yeah,
even
say it
if
simple.
listen careful, dude. Stop interrupting me, Walter. Really simple. You thought you would come in with some stupid sociological argument and it would do something. Even if everything is true, satellites, all that shit, they're still losing money anyway. You said it can't be
Indio.
true that it's all fake because they'd be losing money. They are losing money either way.
India,
Flat
why
Earth,
are you
globe Earth,
using money?
fake
You said
satellite,
it's
real
artificial.
satellite, they're losing money.
Why are you using money as in your talk in your conversation? You said it's artificial. We made it, right?
Listen, you don't get it. Why are you guys
Come
so
on,
fucking
bro.
slow?
I know, dude.
Okay, first of all, money is not made and destroyed. It's just a way to move things around.
yeah, people will never lie because
Thanks,
of money. And
economist. Fuck, we got a regular Adam Smith in here. So, bro, do you get it? That we, regardless of whether
And yeah,
you
by the
think
way, why is
satellites
money
are
not
fake
made?
or
SpaceX is
real,
making so much money.
no, they're not.
Shit.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are. Ask Elon Musk.
Okay,
You think they are not?
what's their what is the product that they're selling?
They are not selling anything. They are making so much money
What's
from
in
government.
space that they're going to get?
The US government is funding them so much. So it is an income for them.
Okay, is the U.S. government losing money?
No, because they get that from you
No.
if you are earning.
What do they get? They get something that
Taxes.
generates revenue to make up for their costs. What do they get?
They inflate
When I
everything.
say
purpose of
losing
government is
money,
not
I'm
taxes.
talking about
make
the
money.
totality.
Is it important to
You
make
understand
sense
the
in that
money's
manner?
being spent, but there's no way to recover the money with anything profitable. Okay, you can send all
No,
the
I
junk
think
to
we
That's
are
not the
space
getting
you
point of a
economical
want.
government,
now.
Indio. That's not the point of a government. What are you talking about?
Okay, we are getting into an economic discussion now. I don't think we should
It's
do
not
that.
really an economic discussion. This is basic fucking accounting. Okay, they've spent what $10 trillion on going to space, and they've made no money from it. I'm talking about the
That's not
government.
true
Take
either.
all the governments of the world, right? And you made a balance sheet, the ledger. What are our outlays? What's our income, right? There's no income. The income fucking part of the ledger is empty. They've
So is
never
it
pulled back
important to
anything
make
from
money?
space that they've made money from,
Is it
right? They haven't gone
important to make
mined the
money?
fucking moon. They didn't bring back fucking unobtainium from the surface of the sun, right? They're not making any money. That's how you make
So
money, right?
Does
You
the
all
go
is
get some
taken
does
fucking
the
resource
CDC
and
make
add
code.
value
money?
to it by manipulating it in
Does the
some way.
It's fucking the
does the
code
post
on
office
top
make
of
money?
it.
Like, why are you flying this for straight, like holding NASA to
No,
this
the
high
post
bar?
office
That
loses money.
exactly,
They go-
it's not the purpose of a government agency to make
Yeah.
money. I don't understand why that you're shaking your fist
India,
at
yeah.
this.
Money is not
Look,
the goal. Issue is money is just a
he
way
mentioned
of
SpaceX,
getting
bro.
to your goals. When you get
But if
money, what do you use it for?
But
Tell me one thing.
look at this example for the money. You gave me 20 millions to build satellites. I built satellites for 1 million. I put in the pocket 19 millions, but I say to you that I spent all 20 millions for building the satellites. Do you understand how you accumulate the money? I show you the story, but I take the money. All that money, what I show you the movie that I was in the space and I said I spent 1 trillion, but I spent for that movie only 2 million. I put in the pocket other money. That's how it's working.
Tell me you know nothing about DFARS without telling me you know nothing about DFARS. Like, Jesus Christ, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Are you
What
talking
the
to me?
fuck, bro? What did you say that?
Okay, I have a point
Like,
about that.
Jesus.
If you're saying they don't make any income, right? So you make an income. What do you use it for? To buy a new house, to go to experience new
Smoke
things,
crack, dude. That's what I do
go
with
on
it.
trips, right?
Jesus Christ.
Smoke crack, whatever.
Don't have
So
answer, bro. Don't have answer.
so is NASA and SpaceX is also they are removing the middle ground, the middle issue of money. They are removing that. They're directly experiencing new planets. They're directly looking at new stars out there and learning about them. They are getting to the end goal without money.
Bro, it's
Yeah, that's
called
cool.
end
If your way
discovery.
of learning about the world is money to go
Okay,
to other countries,
so
they are
first of
looking
all,
at other stars without
Yeah.
using money.
I get all that, but your argument from the first go is sociological. Why would human beings do this and that and the other thing? Well, based upon the sociology of human beings that I've observed, and it has been historically recorded for forever, is that human
Wow.
beings don't do shit for free. Okay,
Is it?
so
Is it?
even Isabel and Fernandez were trying to make money off of Columbus's back. They weren't trying to explore the world, right? They were trying to make money. The people that discovered things in the past, their benefactors were trying to make money, right? So they aren't just doing something. They wanted to bring back tobacco or fucking whatever natural resource was somewhere else. Now, space seems to be a fucking outlier of human activity where they have no way they're actually going to make money from space, but they're going to dump an infinite amount of resources into it.
You just proved my
This makes
point.
no sense, bro.
Space is beyond the point of money. They don't really give a
Okay,
fuck
so
about
this
money.
is the one human thing that we do, which is done purely for idealistic reasons.
Sun is not going to send you money, man. They're
So we're
not going
going to
to
space
the
for
sun is not going to
ideology.
throw
That's what
dollars
you're
at you.
saying. We're
Are you
going to
human?
space for ideology.
Public
Are you human?
broadcasting, public food banks, like
All
this
that
is
shit works
just what happens.
without satellites. All that shit works without satellites.
No, I'm just saying this is all of things that when the government gets involved, that's not the point. Like, you put money into it for the sake of the value provided. Basic
that?
What's the
R&D,
value?
scientific
What's the value
discovery,
provided?
My
job
point.
creation.
What? Name one. Name
Listen,
one.
Exactly.
listen, guys.
So that's
Name
my
one
point. That was
scientific
Josh
discovery.
agrees with me. Job creation, make work.
I
It's
just asked.
it is a
Hey,
work
bro.
Roads
program.
to
Come
nowhere.
on.
Yeah.
Come on. Listen,
Oh,
listen.
Lordy.
I just
But
asked
Josh, I
about
agree
the
with you. The
fact
government
that
should do those things. I agree with you completely. Though I wish they
Yeah.
would fucking make high-speed rails instead of spaceships.
Yeah, well, that's no. We're you know, big car and NIMBYs and lawfare. You know,
Well, make
says that
high-speed
that's not going to
cars
happen.
then. I don't know, dude. Fucking dude, make smaller fucking rails.
Okay.
Well, you know what I mean? Maybe they should make like rails or fucking multiple rail fucking where the public transport was like a little car. I mean, what they do is regards to public transportation, well, met modes of transportation, the car, it's like the number one cause of premature death. Like
They should just bring
I
back
don't
the
know, something
airships,
like
dude.
10 times more people die a year than died in 9/11, and they spent $3 trillion to stop people from dying from that shit. It doesn't make sense what they do, dude. They just fucking, it's just a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
One thing's
repeal
consistent is chemtrails.
You sound like a
See,
stupid guy.
Josh, me and you share a lot of political views, but you think it can be fixed. I don't.
I think it
I
is
mean,
fake.
I'm altruistic, and then I, you know, drive into the office and collect my Bezos bucks every day. So there's, you know, I have my own, you know, line as far as like, you know, I'll get mine versus, you know, sacrificing my own quality of life for the greater good.
Well, you got a family, so you got to think about that. I know you have a wife. That counts as a family.
Oh no, I got a kiddo too. He's just started walking. No, I mean, I don't know, man. The
You're
whole,
doomed.
you know, yeah.
No, so the walking isn't the problem. The problem is when they can just get their hand up over the countertop and they're just grabbing at anything that they can't see.
Yeah. We'll get there eventually. But no, I don't know, man. Basic R&D, tech funding, like it is economically profitable. Not you're not deriving profit from the outlay of expenditures, but you are deriving economic activity from the infusion of capital into these areas, right? NASA has an entire technology transfer program. You know, there's been studies that show that for every dollar that was spent on the Apollo program, $7 was created in the economy, in the areas that were manufacturing.
It's very
It's
self-serving.
congressional
we got
research
Velcro
service.
and MRI.
Well, I mean, no, that's not that's not what we say. You can't think of the government as you would think of like your household budget. They want economic activity. They don't fucking care what it is. It doesn't matter to them. They just want the churn, right? The money churn to pass hands and whatever activity it is. That's how they profit is money passing hands.
Yeah, exactly.
But not too. Yeah, no, agreed.
I mean, I think that used to be true. I think at this point, it's all just debt.
Well, all that money transfer stuff got pushed into financial instruments and shit. So now it's 80% circle jerking, paper pushing.
Yeah, velocity of money used to matter, but now they just print as much as they want.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry, that'll
They
be
don't need
over
to have
soon
an income.
when they go digital. No more
Oh,
printing
wow.
pretty soon.
They'll just print
no
another.
fiat currency has lasted, so I mean, this isn't
Wow.
a shock to anybody. Well, not me at least.
You imagine increasing numbers on a display is harder than printing actual real paper?
They don't actually print money. They sell assets and create debt.
Yeah, they create more fake assets. That's how they create more money.
Not printing cash. The Fed.
Ah, exactly. I mean, printing is just a word. They don't actually print paper. There's not enough paper on this planet.
This planet.
Look, U.S. government
How many
bonds
trees are you going to cut?
They are still paper. You can get the paper equivalent of it. It doesn't have to be electronic.
Yeah.
Right, but there's not $300 trillion out there.
And there's a question on whether
form.
any electronic thing is enforceable like the paper, because the court system, there's certain stipulations on like verifying the authenticity of the debt, the paper, piece of paper, right? So it's a process. Is this the right seal? Is this the actual signature? Those things. You can't do that with an electronic credit. So the rules, like there's hard set rules that have been around since the 1400s for negotiable instruments, bonds, debentures, certificates, so we know how to treat them. When someone says, "Yes, I have a U.S. certificate," well, do you really, or do you just got an entry in some electronic ledger for some holding company, which has to pay you under contract, which is completely different than holding the paper debt in your hand. So the law of contract is going to apply to that, where the law about bonds is not, or certificates is not going to be actually applied. So your security is actually not what you think it is. This is a problem people have not really thought about, that the system.
You're getting,
So,
you're getting awful close
That's
to
are only
stopping
as good.
citizen there.
Guts don't matter unless you can enforce them, and how you enforce them matters.
So does
Everybody
Black
ran to the
Lives.
court and had to enforce I want my money from the United States government, the government bonds. Okay, you got the bonds? No, I don't have the actual bond. My broker has my freaking serial number for the bond. But there's no physical bond anywhere. So how, and then that brokerage won't pay you out. So what do you have to do to the brokerage? Can you seal them under action on a bond, or do you sue them on an action on a contract, their brokerage contract? Well, I guarantee the brokerage contract is way more favorable to them than if they actually had to deliver the fucking bond.
Yeah, it all works on trust.
I'm just saying is when you deal with real things, physical objects in the world, the laws about them are different than the ones where you deal with electronic promises that aren't even promises. Credit accounts, basically. Because that's all they are, is you're just dealing with someone says, "Hey, you have a credit account with us."
Who were the secured creditors?
Yeah, completely different thing, dude. And within the legal system, and that's where it matters, like how you gonna enforce the shit. Because if you can't enforce it, that you don't. What do they say? Those who cannot enforce their rights have none.
Kind of.
We live in a
What do you mean,
society,
kind of?
man.
You can't enforce your rights,
Yeah, I
dude.
mean,
You
that
don't
is
have any.
true.
Because the rubber has to meet the road somewhere.
The end of a barrel of a gun.
Yeah, that's where can you convince the people with the guns to get your shit, basically.
Yeah. This cozy Western society we live in is a lot of it's just an illusion. It'll fall apart very quickly.
I mean, where isn't it?
Or you have some empathy and trust other people, and maybe we can fix this.
I mean,
you studied
maybe
much history?
we'll go back to the moon.
we're gonna seize the means of production, Josh.
No, you just you put a dampener on the top, and you put an accelerator on the bottom, and you do some nice progressive tax curves, and
What happens at the end of the empire?
acquire the industries. You acquire the industries that have inelastic demand.
What happens at the
And then
end
you
of the
flatten the
empire?
curve, huh? Flatten
Yeah,
the curve, bro.
Yeah, but the problem with that thesis, Josh, is that at this stage, all the real assets, not the paper assets, the real physical property that is needed, industrial metals and energy resources, all that's been pretty much monopolized. You would have to, with that group of people that have the real assets, they can just destroy everybody else. I mean, the only people.
I mean,
As far as
it's a
industrial production, like that, if that goes away, then all the other shit goes away. I mean, we could frickin' limp along on frickin' even the farmland has been monopolized. So what are you gonna do? Like cap the top to what, dude? It's like they own everything. How are you gonna even restrict them? Because they can just say, if you
you
do
get
that,
rid
we'll
of
just cut you off.
you get rid of capital gains tax exemptions. You increase the progressive tax brackets back to what they were in the 40s and 50s. Like
just tweak at the edges incessantly and hope it never collapses.
Oh, I don't give a fuck
You're
about
very
that.
ambitious.
Pay your fair
Yeah,
share. Get the fuck out.
But
share.
Josh, I hear you. Those are great ideas, but the assets weren't monopolized as much back then. The actual raw materials. It was a lot more evenly distributed. Right now,
Brick and
there's
mortar,
one
right?
steel company in America. They can
Living in
just say,
another
"Fuck
gilded
y'all.
age.
We're gonna dynamite our fucking factory if you pass this law." And that's every right to dynamite their fucking steel production. You know how long it takes to make a fucking steel mill? That's a decade lost. You know what I mean? Like this isn't a simple. If it was a simple problem, it would have been solved. It's a complex problem. That's why I have no hope.
They've been pushing the exact opposite direction for decades. We're all just-in-time production and
Yeah.
Just-in-time production.
Just in
1,000-mile-long
time production in China, not in America.
1,000-mile-long trade line, like supply lines. It's so fragile.
I guess this is what we all can agree on. Huh? We found a common ground. Wow.
We're all fucked.
Yeah, get a government
Well,
sub.
hey, we're all
We've
on the
gotten
same
out of
level.
doing this before. We can do it again. You just need some politicians with some actual fucking balls to do shit.
Yeah, we
Some
gotta. I
spherical
mean,
balls.
how did we get out of it last time? I mean, we've never gotten out of it. I don't know what you're talking about. We just changed the freaking captain of the Titanic.
We've oscillated
I mean,
from economic collapse
trust
to
busting?
world war and back again, non-stop.
Yeah.
for-
Oh yeah. Yeah, the shit gets too crazy. So you gotta, it's like the natural burning of the underbrush in a forest, right?
Order out of
Things
chaos.
get worse sometimes.
Things have never been so
That's the beef,
interconnected.
Josh. That's the beef. We don't let fucking the underbrush burn, man.
We don't. You're right. The bailouts, the satiating the folks that have capital to keep things from actually to
Why
keep
was
the
that
average
done?
quality of life up.
Have you ever thought why that was done? Is because it's a frickin' evil circle jerk between Wall Street, CIA, fucking and if you doubt me, there's huge ties between Wall Street and CIA. So Wall Street, CIA, and then Congress and freaking the executive branch and all that, they're all intermingled in this incestuous freaking relationship between all of them.
And everything they do it falls in place with certain like dates for like their quote unquote religious purposes, or it's the ceremonies that they do. It's all numbers, dude.
That's thing. Yeah, numerology and is honestly just like schizophrenia with extra data. Just at least from my perspective.
So the zodiac's not for millionaires; it's for billionaires, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, Josh, this is what I think about numerology and all that shit is it's real because there's people that believe it's real and will act upon it. That makes it real. Because they're doing things in the real world based upon however they perceive some numerological nonsense to be.
Yeah, but
It
it's
does
not
matter, dude.
ontologically real,
If you
Indio.
trade, if you knew that like 80% of the stock market believed in numerology and that they were all going to sell if a certain numerological event happened, and then that event happened, would you act it? So that's making it in the real world, right? Even though it's not actually real. Like, can they act upon this delusion? You could trade on the delusion even though you don't believe in the numerology.
Cause a flash crash with a tweet.
I know. There's a fat finger $100 billion fucking transfer. You fat fingered it.
Hey,
No
if you
one's
think about
fingers
it, though,
that fat, bro.
one thing that we do know for certain is that they do go and set up shop in certain places on certain times and certain events. Like, for instance, 9/11. They do all kinds of events on 9/11, right? So, I mean, I don't think they're just doing this for like aesthetic purposes. With the shit that they do has an actual purpose. You know what I mean? I think maybe certain things unlock or lock up like on the like the metaphysical plane on certain dates at certain times, and they have all that down, and that's the whole reason to think we live on a globe. We don't know when our time to shine is, bro. You know what I mean? They want to take away our time to shine. We all have an inheritance that we're just neglecting because for lack of just knowing how to use it properly. You know?
And I feel like that's leaning too heavily on an external locus of control and saying that your life is the way it is because of some outside force, not because of things that you've done.
No, what I'm saying is I'm encouraging you guys to look into this, so possibly maybe you might find some insight and you know what I mean, and be able to take advantage of it. You know, that's all I'm saying. Take it as you will.
Well, I mean, Josh, see, that's the crux of the problem, right? Say you have a gambler. When he picks the right numbers, it was him. But when he picks the wrong numbers, it was the freaking rigged lottery. Understand? Like, there's some level of you're going to take credit for the wins and the losses are somebody's fault. So there's a little
No, I know it's a
what do you call it?
mix.
Irresponsibility there. But the numerology is the same thing, right? So it's just really a confirmation bias. But like Flat Nasty was saying, these things, these false flags and stuff, they are done around certain times. And it's not because it's because the people that believe in numerology think it makes it work. Not because
Yep,
it actually
exactly.
does, but they believe it to be so. It only matters what they believe. So Freemasons are all like into the 33 shit. The 33 isn't what makes it work, but they believe it. So the shit they do, because they're competent evildoers, they do
Yep.
things and those things work, but they attribute it to the fucking signs and symbols. They don't attribute it to their own doing, right?
It would also
Okay,
be a
about
method for
gambling.
them to collude without having to actually talk to each other. If they have agreements about particular days, then they have
Exactly. Yep.
foreknowledge of the behavior of the other people with all the money.
Yep.
If you've got enough money to
That's a
move
Exactly.
the
freaking point,
market, then
bro.
you control the market.
Do you think casinos should be legal? I mean, don't you think they should be legal?
Should be
Illegal?
or should not?
Pretty much libertarian on most stuff. Retards
I mean,
want to waste
government
their
keep them
money.
around because they get taxes out of them.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
what do the normal citizen benefit from it? Like the gambler loses it all in the end.
Entertainment
And the
I
one,
look at
you can do
casinos as
that with fake
prison,
money
bro.
as well, right?
I don't know. I'm not
I
a
mean, you can
gambler.
just get into a casino. They give you a fake ticket for like, let's say $1 off, and that number says like 1 million, and then you can just play with it if you just want to play. Why put real money into it?
I think it feels different for people who gamble. My issue with places like that is that it's a nexus for money laundering and other organized crime. That would be my main problem with it.
No, the whole
I think
idea of casino is
my
fucking evil.
problem with those places is how much LED lights and EMF you're exposed to inside those places.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
always
that's the
keep
one
it
thing
bright,
I don't
so you
like
never
is
know the
them
time.
using
Don't wanna-
psychological tricks and tactics to keep people in there.
Yep,
That's what I
all the
don't like.
time.
I think they should just be, if you're gonna have casinos, they should just be freaking straight up. These are gamble machines, not like dim lights and then bringing you free drinks and then the doors never lock and then like, keeping the freaking things that hit the most at the end and just all
Right.
those psychological tricks. I don't think they should be doing those. I think that's
Predatory
unfair.
applied psychology is.
Yeah, and everybody should have to
But I mean,
have to go in with a fucking calculator and a chart with the fucking actual odds of you winning on it. If people got like a chart with the actual odds of winning, they'd freaking turn around and walk out the door.
not sure that's entirely true. I mean, for some people maybe, but I don't know. It's predatory.
I think the
But
odds
like,
of
I
winning
don't
the
want to
average
outlaw
casino
things.
game is 1 in 12.
I think
most people really grasp the odds, even if you told them.
I think casinos are designed just like sports arenas to and they probably even have machines inside the casinos that can actually what do you call it, store our energy. You know what I mean? So people's emotions
harvesting
are
loosh?
gnarly. Yeah, they're harvesting the emotions like a sports arena, bro, because they know they pull on their heartstrings and they just, you know what I mean? People get so
But
hypnotized by those slot machines, you know what I mean? It's just like
that
it's
is
like
a
worse than dope, dude.
that is a framework you can view the world through, and I don't completely disagree with it. But people want money. People think they can get money. People are stupid. They lose their money. I don't know if you
Yeah,
really
and
need
that's
to
what
have a more
casino used
complicated
against them.
analysis than that.
That
Well, it's crazy.
vulnerability is exactly what casino uses.
Simply
They
do
put
not
the
go
truth
into
right in
them.
your face, bro.
Yeah, but
Right
it's
in your
very
face,
easy.
there's a pyramid with an eyeball on the dollar bill. They have the Masonic symbol right there on the bill. I mean, they're showing you, you know?
It's super easy not to go into the casino.
Yeah,
Just
we agree. I mean,
exercise a
it's
little bit of
easy.
free will. It's very simple not to smoke the cigarettes.
No,
Simply don't.
okay, we agree. But what do you think about casinos marketing themselves?
I don't care.
They throw themselves up in front of your face all the time.
And
I don't think McDonald's is any better, honestly.
And that makes you
medical
think about
system,
them for
advertising.
5 seconds in a day.
Yeah, but I don't. It never
I mean,
crosses
at
my
least for
mind
5
at all.
seconds when you look at it, right?
I can solve the casino problem at the door. First of all, you say, hey, you need to be shown to be competent before you enter this casino. Okay. And you tell them the odds of winning the combined odds are 1 in 12. So here is a 12 cylinder revolver. There's bullets in every chamber except for one. Spin it and fire.
Would you do that?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Would you put the same sort of sign on a car? This is your odds of dying every time you get in this device.
I mean, I think people don't realize how bad the odds are. Now, some games aren't
People
too
don't
bad.
comprehend
Like blackjack is all right, but
abilities at all.
All I
Yeah,
play is
they
poker whenever I
also
go.
land money for gambling, but they never land infinite. Because if they do that, they will always lose.
And there certainly are people who manage to profit from the system if they know the odds and they play it to the right degree.
I mean, if you can borrow infinite money, you can always win. But you can't do that, right?
Flatter
There's
the
a
Discord.
there's a billionaire in the state where I live who's made his
one
money
moment. What's up, Banana?
gambling.
Oh, Banana left. Never mind.
Hey, but think about this though.
I
If you had
mean,
infinite
even a
money,
billion can go to
every time
zero real quick.
what if every time you sat down at the poker table, you got the winning hand every single time you had the nuts? Eventually, it would get where nobody would even want to play with you, and it wouldn't even be fun. You'd be trying to lose just for a little entertainment. You know what I mean?
The casino will just ban you, man, if you're winning that much.
I'm just saying though, joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people are wired to fall into these traps. It sucks. But as I said before, I'm mostly libertarian on this sort of thing. I don't. People need to exercise free will and discernment. You're going to be surrounded by demons of all sorts. Just learn to tell the difference and simply do not participate.
Would you consider yourself like me a flatarian or no?
I mean, as a flatarian.
I'm a born again flat earther.
I mean, I understand the geometry.
I'm washed in the level blood. You know what I mean?
Yes. I don't know if I take it that seriously at this point.
It's the only thing I take serious, bro. It's literally the most important thing. It's the foundation of everything.
It just is, right? And once you know it, you know it. And I don't know. I used to care about it a lot more. Now I have
really
other things. concern myself with, like the difference between lawful and legal. That's a good concept to get your mind around.
Yeah. I think that the more you understand about the flat Earth, it eventually all roads lead to Rome. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Because it's our history,
Once,
dude. Like flat Earth is our history, and our history's been rewritten. We're like hostages of wisdom. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, that doesn't directly relate to how horizontal the surface is. I mean, scientism.
Everything's related to it because everything is on this plane that we live on. Everything's on the ground. You know?
Okay. Why?
It's like the
Is there so
chessboard,
much
basically. Like
effort?
you could have all the chess pieces, but without the chessboard, it's just you just can't. It won't work. You know what I mean?
It's yeah. I think there's more fundamental things than the arrangement of the surface.
Well, you think
It
about it.
opens your mind to other things.
Everything that's ever built in this world is all based upon elevation of sea level.
Yeah,
And
no,
so I mean, like, it is kind of
I get what
important.
reality is. I
Yeah.
understand the construct that we're living inside of. I get that.
Yeah.
I mean, once you know it, doesn't inspire a lot of strong emotions for me anymore. I'm just very comfortable with my understanding of what reality is.
Yeah. That's cool.
When I first, accepted it, I went a little bit crazy for a while. Really
Me
threw me.
too.
Really,
Me too, bro.
it knocks having
I went
a
flat smacking every
worldview.
single person I could find, bro.
Yeah,
As soon as I found out, the first thing I did was I called my dad, I called my aunt, and like I'm thinking in my mind like they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, thanks for telling us," but nope.
No.
I pretty much isolated myself from my family.
I didn't, but I could definitely see it as that. Like, I was somewhat choosy about who I talked to about it.
I was like a shotgun effect, bro.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of like flat Earth hats, like in old English letters, and like just wore flat Earth shirts. Went around just talking to people about it.
Yeah, I was into all
Yeah,
sorts
and
of alternative ideas about conspiracies and things for a long time. I've worked my way through all the standard ones, and I've been trying for years to get people to pay attention to what really happened on 9/11, yada yada yada. What went on with the financial crisis of 2008, yada yada yada. And people, on the whole, just can't, won't deal with it. And at a certain point, came to realize it's not a kindness to try to wake people up. So I don't try to preach to people about any of this stuff anymore. Any of these topics, not just flat Earth, but any of it. I'll have interesting conversations with people who are open to it, but yeah, that's where it ends.
I guess I just like being rejected by people. I love being rejected, bro. You know what I mean? I'm a glutton for punishment, so that's why I flat smack every chance I get.
Yeah, people won't deal with the easier ones. Flat Earth is too hard for most.
Yeah.
It's
I'd be breaking out with like the double blindfolded Fulcrum's pendulum, Cavendish, Michelson Morley experiment.
Yeah. I mean, as you say, it's more holes than model at this point. Like, it's not just wrong, it's a complete inversion of the truth. And that is hard to
Hey,
come
what
to
do you
terms
think?
with.
What do you think about TFE, bro?
It's not an experiment. It wasn't
No,
final.
I mean, do you think they went there or no?
Yeah. Like their observations were basically what I expected. Just
What does that mean? I always hear people say that. They say something and then they say what I expected or something.
well, based on I've spent a significant amount of time at many
Well,
different latitudes. Like I'm currently at 40
What
degrees
is
south.
for
I've lived near the Tropic of Cancer. I've lived in Europe, and I've observed how the patterns of the sun change over the course of a year, the sunset and sunrise times. So
where with
it
you?
was quite a long time ago that I gave up. Like
Nah, mute up, dude.
the whole idea that there's an ice wall and Antarctica is yada, all that stuff. It doesn't. That didn't make any sense to me very early on in my flat Earth sort of thinking. So it makes if there's a 24-hour sun in the Arctic Circle, I have zero problem with there being one in the Antarctic Circle, and it just lines up with how the lengths of days change depending on how far you are from the equator. I mean, I don't know why there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun if you go far enough
I'm just
south.
not. I don't even think the sun is even really even that big of a point really. And it's like the sun's kind of a moot point actually. The way I
Well,
look at it.
you can use the sun to navigate the surface with.
Well, but just hear me out real quick. So like the whole thing is like if they didn't go there, then it's the sun is a moot point just like everything else because all you're seeing is like a Amazon 360 studio behind them, right? So like either A they went to a studio or B they went to Antarctica. I mean, or you could say C, maybe they went to some other place there was snow. And I mean, they weren't in a studio. Maybe they really were outside, although you couldn't see their breath or anything. But
So we have a lot of Antarctic research leaves from the city I live in. Like there's an Antarctic ship here docked quite often, and the university I went to, you can do an Antarctic course. So a lot of the scientists down there come from here. People, I don't know, the scale of that sort of deception.
I don't know. I can't verify any of that. All I'm saying is that like there's too many anomalies and these people, everything I saw in their stories, for me to think that they really went to Antarctica.
Yes, I don't know. But regardless, broadly, that's what I expect you would see if you did happen to be on that.
But I mean,
in that
what if they
position
did?
at that time
If
of
they
year.
didn't go there? If they didn't go there, though,
Do you think
then
anybody goes to Antarctica?
no. But not just anybody.
Do you think
Brings
there's
footage
thousands
of a
of people
24
down
hour
there at any
sun.
one time or not?
All I'm talking about is the footage brought back that we have access to.
Right. I mean,
Footage
there's
from
other
down there,
footage
24
from
hour
other
sun.
people who go down there.
I've looked and I haven't been able to find any other footage.
Of people being in Antarctica or of a 24-hour
No, the
sun?
24-hour sun. 24-hour sun.
Now, there's other footage before they even went there. There was other
Yeah.
footage.
There's a lot.
I
Have
never
a look
seen
around
them.
on. You can. There's a bunch on like what's that higher end photography
Okay, if there was a bunch
Like,
already on there before that of the uninterrupted 24-hour footage of the sun, then why wouldn't they just go with the like? Why would they make such a big deal out of it and make it so much on the news and everything that flat earthers went down to Antarctica?
why did
Like,
Netflix do that documentary with Jaren? If
and then
so,
coincidentally another one with Jaren too.
right, yeah. So this topic, we know it's flat. There's some amount of effort being maintained to convince people it's a globe. If there's any sort of force maintaining this narrative, then the opposing narrative is going to be controlled in some manner. You're going to keep people, you're going to keep the animals in the pen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like with generational war, psychological operations, nudge departments. There's a whole bunch of applied psychology going on the entire population of the world constantly.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of how I view it. Jaren is he's either a retard, a useful idiot, some I don't know.
All of the above.
Yeah.
And then some.
Exactly. So
he's a paid actor, bro.
it's a show.
Does
You are
Neil?
watching a show.
I have a question. Does Neil Armstrong lied?
Oh my god.
About
Does Neil
what?
Armstrong lied?
Did he
About
lie?
What are you saying?
Does Neil Armstrong lied and Buzz Aldrin? They did they lied?
I don't know,
I
bro.
mean, they made the claim about being in an endless vacuum, and so that's
Yeah,
not
most
true.
people
Yeah, that's my
saying
last
they
question
were
as well.
lying. They was not there. Is that correct?
I don't know what most people say, bro. I don't know.
Do you think they said I was on the moon?
It doesn't matter what I think about that. Do you have any proof?
No, I said they said they said they was on the moon.
Okay, all right.
I don't particularly think it's
Okay,
a place you can go to, but maybe it is. I don't know. I do know that it's not an endless vacuum above us. The distance to that thing, if it is an object that could be stood upon, I don't know. Who knows?
But do you believe them? That's my question.
No, I have
It
no
doesn't
reason
matter
to
what we
believe them.
believe. What we believe doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Okay. Why we should believe some random people who said I was in some place?
I mean, there's a little bit of a difference between claiming you went to Antarctica and claiming you went to the moon.
Because you can make a better video that you was on Antarctica than on the moon.
No, because with a certain amount of money,
I don't
or
know.
if you choose a certain sort of career, you can go to a place called Antarctica. Whether or not that's an
And
island.
then you will go on the place where nobody was recorded ever in history life. But you will go on correct place to record that what will happen.
There's lots of people who go to Antarctica. What do you mean?
No, I'm saying you will go to that place to observe one phenomena, what will happen in that day, but never ever and nobody recorded in history of human life, but you will go exactly on that position where is that happening.
What are you referring to?
I'm afraid that in the last 70 years, nobody recorded 24-hour sun, but 2024 or 24, we could do that on specific location, specific day.
I mean, there are other videos of people observing the sun above the horizon at certain times of the year.
I know that there is no 24-hour sun in last 80 years video. And now there is no video, but I will go to Antarctica to make that video what doesn't exist. Do you understand?
I know. That is kind of weird, huh?
If a lot of people can go to moon just like Antarctica, we will start believing in it as
Oh
well.
my god.
Will I suddenly start
No,
believing that gas doesn't obey natural law?
Guys, like What is the point of this discussion that the Earth doesn't spin?
What?
But
Yeah, what is the point? We know the
brother, it
tides
is
exist.
Discord.
Yeah.
There's no
We
point
know
here.
tides. We know high tides, low tides exist because Earth spins. Like
Is
it
it
is
is
a
it that
proven
That's not the
is
fact.
it that
claim. High
when you say
tides
low
aren't.
tides and high tides, is that explanation of the curve?
It is a factor that you can prove
Is
the rotation of
it
Earth. If
changing a level of tides only changing the levels, or is it that the curve?
listen, my brother. Do you know how the tides are formed and deform?
Yeah,
How
they're
high and low?
changing the levels. So, they're changing the levels. That means, can I answer to you
You
what
know
are the
why?
tides?
Why?
Can I answer to you
Because
what are the tides? They are
so,
changing the level of the sea.
brother. The
Yeah,
change in the
brother.
level,
What tides are? Can you tell me what
the
tides are?
change in the level of sea
Yeah.
by the gravitational effect of moon.
Why isn't
Yeah.
there any tides in
Yeah,
lakes?
yeah. Which lake
Like in
have a tide,
like in
brother?
Lake Superior. Why is there no tide in Lake Superior?
Bro, lakes are still water. Like there is
Yes.
water that
So
is,
that's special water that's not affected by the moon?
brother. It is like fixed. Like how can you like? The point is pretty
What?
irrelevant, dude. Like
Why
if you
isn't
see
there
the
an
exact
effect
water,
from the moon on the level
yeah.
of the water
Wait,
in lakes?
have you seen the exact water representation of Earth?
You were
Huh?
talking about tides, right? And you're
Yeah.
claiming that the moon is responsible for the tides. And I'm asking you why there are no tides in the large bodies of water called lakes, like Lake Superior.
Wait. Let me get you back onto you with some proofs.
Proofs of tides in Lake Superior?
Okay, I have one last question before I leave.
Yeah.
If you, not you,
Okay.
endless.
Okay.
So, if we believe that some random wealthy people came up with the idea from NASA that the Earth is round, which we don't agree on. Okay, you say
They
you don't
didn't.
agree.
NASA
So
didn't come up with the idea. You think
no,
the
I'm just
sphere
saying
Earth was invented in the 60s?
why did NASA choose to say that it is fair instead of flat? What do they gain out of it?
Well, for one thing, NASA is an organization. But I'll tell you an anecdote, like from an interview question I heard. So a lady who worked in ground control, she stated that the simulations we run of the missions are so good, we can't tell the difference between the simulated mission and the real mission. So what percentage of the people at NASA even have to know?
Here's another thing. All right. You asked, what do they have to gain? NASA was strictly created for to secure the sky and declare space dominance. That was
I mean, but they
Genesis of
can
NASA was
get
as a
space
psychological
dominance
operation.
from flat Earth as well, right?
So endless. Yeah, the tides exist in the lakes, but it is pretty small that it is
Yeah, they're
irrespectively.
caused by differentials in air pressure.
No. You can
There's
just
no
search it
relationship
over. You can just
between the
search it
movements,
over.
the levels of water in large bodies of fresh water. There's no correlation with the position of the moon.
Listen.
here. I'll give you. Okay,
According to
the
the
moon causes
natural,
tides. I'll give you the moon causes tides. How does that prove the
yeah.
Earth is a ball?
Because there is a high tide and there is a low tide.
Yeah, how does that prove that
You're
the
describing
Earth is a ball?
reality. We're asking you
Yeah.
about the story. You've been told a story about the cause. We all observe the changes in the water level.
Yeah.
I'll give you gravity. How does that make the Earth a ball?
So if no, I didn't say Earth was a ball. I just said Earth spins. There says Earth doesn't spin
Okay, so then how do you know it's spinning? Because the sky
because
moves.
the moon pulls the water up and down, and we can feel that.
So the
Tides are
moon
caused by air
moves.
pressure.
You're confusing two
Who the
concepts
hell
there.
said
So the
tides
moon
are
moves.
caused by air pressure?
Therapist, tides would work on a flat Earth as well. If that's
Yeah,
a point, then I mean,
but the Earth
you don't
spins
really
now.
prove anything with that.
There's if
I
How
mean,
do
a
you know the
flat
if
Earth's
Earth can
spinning?
also spin.
there's
The
no
point
evidence
is
that the
the
ground
point of
is
this event is
spinning.
like Earth doesn't spin. I'm just basically saying the
It's-
Earth
the,
spins.
the sky moves.
Yeah.
If
How can you say the sky moves? Now
why would
prove me that.
I don't
You see
need
the
to
sky
give you
moving,
a
right?
reason or a
Yeah, you see
mechanism.
the water moving too, but that does if that doesn't
Yeah, I see
prove the Earth
I see
move.
the water moving, but that doesn't mean the Earth is spinning.
We don't see
Yeah,
any of the
so yeah,
necessary
if you see the sky
consequences.
moving, that doesn't mean the sky moves.
No.
Maybe we are moving beside it.
No, it's exactly what it
Tides can
means. The
form
sky's
because
moving.
of earthquakes
No.
under the water
It
as well,
means
right?
what you said is true in your perspective, but when I say that same thing in my perspective, it goes wrong. How?
You have no test
Making
proving
a
the Earth
leap.
is in motion.
You have no chance
There's
proving that the sky is in motion.
I
I
observe
mean, we
it.
can all observe the sky in motion.
Yeah, everything is relative to you.
Right. We don't
Okay,
see
great.
any.
When have you ever left the Earth to see the Earth
you was
moving?
a cloud? What if you was a cloud? You would be static, and the Earth will move.
We don't see any of the
When do you
necessary
see clouds
consequences.
static? Holy shit.
Hey, sheepdog, can you hear endless?
We
Yeah.
don't see any of the necessary consequences of a rotating Earth. If
So
the Earth was
what is the
rotating,
consequences?
it would be
What are
rotating
the
underneath airplanes and helicopters and hot air balloons.
brother? Like when you drive a car on the road, your car pushes the road, okay, and then it moves.
Do you understand the concept of Coriolis drift?
Yeah, the Coriolis forces.
If you're
that was caused
observing
as the hurricanes
okay,
and the
you know,
cyclones.
like a merry-go-round. Have you heard of a merry-go-round? You sit on the horse, goes round in a circle. A
Yeah.
rotating disc. Right.
Yeah.
So when you're
I have
observing
one on
things
merry-go-round.
from a rotating reference frame, it affects how you perceive objects that are not in the rotating reference frame. If you're on a merry-go-round and someone throws a ball from one side over to the other side from the non-rotating area,
I have
the ball will travel in a straight line, right? But for you on the merry-go-round, it'll look like it takes a curved path. And it's a necessary consequence of observing things from something that's rotating. Okay, so your claim is that the surface of the Earth is rotating.
No.
But when you look up in the sky at things moving around, going in straight lines, they don't appear to take curved paths. They just go in straight lines.
Okay.
Also,
No, but some things
if the
go-
ground was physically rotating, it would
Yeah.
impact how we traveled.
It
Plane
does.
flying with the rotation
impact how we
or
travel.
against the rotation, it would take different amounts of times for them to get from one place to another. None of this happens. Planes don't fly off in curved directions. We don't move underneath hovering helicopters. Hot air balloons don't
The
just
point
curve
is that
away.
the point is that do you breathe air?
Sorry.
Do you breathe air?
Yeah, we're all breathing air. Pressurized gases. We're all breathing them.
Yeah. Okay. You breathe oxygen, and like your heart just senses oxygen and it just takes it in. And like when you breathe air, do you know the air exists?
He might be. You guys might have broke this one. He sounds a little bit on the mentally disturbed side.
I mean, man, just read his name.
We understand gases.
Yeah,
Got
so
no problem with the existence of gases.
basically, if somebody some days just wake up and say gases were like a basic construct that was made by the people, Like they doesn't exist. You can breathe without them.
What's your point?
That's what you said. Like, because the flat Earth society
No.
has been formed after they proved that Earth was round. Before that, there was no flat Earth people.
What?
Yeah.
You
I mean,
think
they probably were, man. They probably were.
No, like from the
all
like
ancient
the
religions,
yeah.
cosmology is
See,
based on
yeah,
horizontal
yeah.
planes?
Wait. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
The
Like
belief in a
basically,
spherical Earth is not very old.
belief in spherical Earth is like pretty old.
Really?
Yeah, it is
Purpose.
pretty old. It is
Yeah,
pretty
every
old.
single flat Earth is the original, right? Every single ancient culture believed the Earth was
No,
flat and
no,
contained
no,
and
my
non.
brother. No,
Yes,
no, my
Yes,
yes.
brother.
Look in the
actually.
Yes.
side chat. Hold on, don't
Listen,
overtalk me,
listen,
bro.
listen. You
No,
are
you
just taking.
listen. Shush, bro. You're talking out of your ass right now. You need to get back in line. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you. Right, just stop interrupting. Okay, you need to get educated on this. Okay, because you can look this up yourself right now. There's an entire image of depictions there in the side chat. You can go and double check those in your own time if you want to double check that they all did know that the Earth was a flat stationary plane.
Brother, can I see something?
Are you looking in the side chat right now?
Did you acknowledge
Yeah,
what I just said?
I acknowledge what you have said, but the point is that when you go for the Indian part is pretty much wrong, which I can basically say because I live in the place. You don't.
Indian, the ancient
Yeah, the
Hindu
ancient Indian, like
conception
that.
of
Yeah,
reality.
the,
You think it's a
because
sphere?
yeah, because in ancient Indian texts, which I have read personally, and which is like the manuscripts and all, the Earth has always been depicted as a ball.
No, that's not true.
No,
Yeah,
not true.
it is
It was
true.
only. It
Like,
was only. No, that was only by later,
Uh,
right? Much more recent people have described it as a globe.
no,
The ancient
brother. Like,
text. Yeah,
no,
look
that is
up.
not
Go
true.
type.
how old you
Type into.
wanna?
No,
How old you
DJ,
wanna?
I am also from India.
It
That
doesn't.
round thing is
Yeah, I
true.
know. I've
It used to
spoken. I've
exist
spoken.
before NASA.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
thing
But
So
used
that
to
doesn't
exist
before
before
justify
that,
NASA and English.
lot.
Like before the
Haribish,
people were used to talk.
even back then, a lot of people used to believe that Earth was flat as well. While in India, we also used to believe that Earth was is fair. These two communities have always existed. Flat Earth is not a new community; it has existed for years.
No. Yeah, but they are basically portraying me that the Earth was flat in India too. In the portraits,
okay,
like
so
the
when I
given
go to
figures.
Google, I type in ancient Hindu depiction of flat Earth. Every single one shows a flat Earth depiction. Every single one. Not one
You
of them shows. And then I
just
can go
I
tell
to
mean,
that
any
Google
you've
search
AI.
is
seen.
Hold
biased,
on.
right?
Hold on.
Listen,
Then I
my
can go
brother.
to any. No. You listen to me, bro.
Okay.
Right. So any of the old texts describe it at the way that the depictions are showing it here. You can go and look this up yourself. You can even look it up on Wikipedia. You could go to any AI and ask any AI as well. It's all going to give the same answer as I'm giving you now. According to the mainstream, right, the ancient Hindus believed that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane within an enclosed system, just like every single other ancient culture. Okay, it wasn't until much later in history, or much more recently in history, that people thought it was a globe, the actual Earth.
So, brother, can I say you something? First of all, the word Hindu was a pretty much modernized word which Westerns gave them. If you're gonna go for the true meaning, you have to search for this Sanatan. Sanatan, right? The Sanatan depiction of Earth. You will get all the internal layers, how Earth is made, to the diameter of moon, to the diameter of sun, the distance from Earth to the sun was given there before
Okay, so
any of the
post the
theories were formed.
depiction. Post us a link to the depiction, okay, and the time period that it was from.
Okay, so what you have sent me is like Vedic Hindu cosmology. First of all, Hindu is a westernized term. You have to go for Sanatani. Like, just search this.
What's the spelling?
Yeah, I'm sending it. This is the true religion which has been practiced in India from last as much as long the India exists. The people
And
live
even
in
I
India.
don't know this one.
Yeah, Sanatani. That's the true word you use for the Hindu people. That's the race. The Hindu is a westernized term,
Oh, it means the
which
same
is like
thing then.
it doesn't mean the same thing because Sanatani is
Well, it
pretty
says many
vast.
traditional. Yeah, so how come? All right, so I just typed it in, right? I'm looking it up now. I'm not saying you're wrong. Many traditional Sanatani, right? And then it's got in brackets Hindu.
Yeah. Basically, that's the modernized because the most like Sanatan because the Sanatan contains many other religions too, but the most amount of them is from this community is the modernized westernizedly called Hindus.
Yeah. So even ChatGPT says, right, it's starting from around 500 BCE onward, Indian astronomers clearly described the Earth as a sphere. Starting from 500 BCE onward, right? So that's I'm talking about the ancient cultures. All of the ancient cultures depicted a flat, stationary Earth. That's a fact. You can look it up yourself.
Okay, so when I look up, as you have said me, I have looked up. There is a line. While many ancient cultures believe in a flat earth, Sanatan Dharma's text reveals that it's spherical in nature much earlier.
And
I've
so
just simply searched on
you're
Google.
one exception. So there's two
I'm not
exceptions.
exception. I can just share my screen if I had poems. Ancient Dharma, ancient Sanatan Dharma, conceptualized as the Earth a round spherical planet, Bhugol, which I had explained before, with advanced geographical and astronomical knowledge as reflected in the text and the monuments, like the Ban Satam at Somnath. So, if you know about the Somnath temple, which is pretty old, like it is older than what they say Hindu religion is, and it was made from a single rock at that time.
Okay.
A single
Oh,
rock,
so
and
you've
you can
got
just search it up.
but there's one ancient culture who decided it was a sphere earlier on. What does this
Yeah,
It
prove?
is
how
the
did they
largest. It
how
is
did
the
they how
largest
did they
community on India.
how did they know it's a sphere? That's where you're going to run into problems. How did they know it's a sphere? What did they do to test
They
that it's
have
spherical?
they have mathematically proven it. They have mathematical
How?
equations. If you
Okay,
look
so
Did
at
they
it.
measure
how
the
did
Earth though?
yeah, how did they
Yeah,
match the
they
math to
did.
make
They
sure it
did.
measures reality? Okay, what did
They
they do?
have.
What did they do?
Guide us through it. Guide us through it.
Okay,
What was step 1? And who was it? Who was it and what was step 1 of the process?
okay, so I have to dig a bit deep for that, but I will get it to you for within a minute. Let me just get you the
Mhm.
proper
You
facts
do
so that
that.
I won't.
Till then, I have other question.
Yeah, you can
Uh,
ask.
yeah, Endless. Do you believe in jet lag?
Jet lag.
So hold on a second just
Yeah.
before we go to the jet lag thing. Okay.
Hmm.
The final answer, right, after like so I put it into ChatGPT, okay, which is just going to give me the mainstream response.
Okay.
Okay, and it said it wasn't until 500 BCE onward. Okay, and then I said someone is telling me they were claiming it much earlier, right? And it said that's not correct. There's no evidence that early Sanatanis Vedic era explicitly thought the Earth is a globe. The first clear scientific, unambiguous statements of a spherical Earth appear in the classical astronomical text starting around 500 CE with A.R. Bhatta. If you want, I can give you direct Sanskrit verses that explicitly call Earth a sphere and explain why earlier texts don't. I'm not
It
saying this
might be.
is,
I don't know much about Indian
yeah,
history.
look, yeah, I don't either, but this is just what the mainstream's saying. That's all. I'm just parroting the mainstream right now. But it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Like the guy's thing was like flat Earth didn't exist until the Flat Earth Society,
No,
right?
that is
Whereas
not
all the
true. I also agree.
yeah, all the
Mm.
ancient cultures knew it was flat. It wasn't
Flat Earth
you know,
used to
and
be the main belief most people had before NASA's or big mainly it
well,
was
no,
NASA that
it
said
was
that
well
it is round.
before,
I mean, in the
well before
West, you can
NASA.
talk about Galileo and things that were happening in like the 16th century and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay,
they also
okay.
existed.
Widespread acceptance of the idea
So
maybe started with
can you explain me something on your topic? Like At the poles of Earth, there is like 6 month day and 6 months night. If the Earth is flat and the sun revolves around the Earth daily, rotates around the Earth daily, how does that 6 months occur?
How is that an issue for being on a horizontal plane?
That's a pretty big issue. You have a single sun which rotates around it
Yeah,
daily
No,
for
but
24
how?
hours. So
Why?
there,
Why
there would be
specifically?
well,
He
specific
just
because it
gave
is
he just gave the answer himself. He said the sun moves around. How does the sun move around? You're a
like
weirdo.
if the sun moves around it daily, how can
It's
a
not
place?
if, it's not if, dude. It's not if the sun moves because you can just go look at it move. So the sun moves. Now what?
And his question is that, like, let's say you are in US and you see the sun comes up the horizon and goes down the horizon. But if you are standing in Antarctica, it just stays up there, completely revolving in a circle, but
That's not
always
true.
above the horizon.
No, it's not true.
And that, okay.
And I can see how it could be an issue for someone who believes the azimuthal equidistant map is a literal depiction of the Earth. I don't believe that. I don't think at
These
this point
guys
I'm not
now
sure who
think that
does.
these guys now think that the sun never sets in Antarctica for some reason, but yet it's all ice covered. They're just I don't get it.
Or
We
what
never said
about
never.
when they
We
walk
said in 6
in the
months.
snow? They don't leave any footprints when they walk in the snow, or have any breath coming out
Well,
of their mouth when they talk.
so there is a problem with that, Flat Nasty. I've been in dry locations where it's freezing cold, and you're not going to get the breadth of your air shown. And
Actually, why
if it's not
Antarctica? You
snowing,
can go to
if
Alaska
it
as well.
hold on, bro, hold on. If there's no snow but it's really cold, it's just going to be frozen. That's not snow. That's ice on the ground. All right,
Antarctica's claimed to
just
be a desert.
giving you the heads up on that. As far as who was it, Professor Triangle goes, you're correct. In up in the north, when the sun goes around for 24 hours, shit melts and it gets real nice outside. In the south, when the sun goes around for 24 hours, all of a sudden nothing can melt. So there's a problem there.
So
I mean, that ice is too
the,
thick, man.
brother, can I? The shit is happening in the south too. Like the Antarctican glaciers are melting.
Yeah, they do.
They do melt, brother. They
You say
break and
the
they.
glaciers?
So
How come
The
the sea
glaciers?
level doesn't rise? How come the sea
there is a
level is
Sea
person.
never
level does
rising?
rise.
Since if
Sea
all
level
this
does
Yeah,
rise.
ice is melting, why doesn't the sea level
yeah,
rise?
yeah. So
I
there
mean,
is a
sea level
person.
rises, man.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
sea
I've
level
lived on the
always
Hey,
coast
rises.
my entire life. The water doesn't come up any higher now than it did when I was a kid.
So
did you say the
there
ice is
Florida is
melting?
going underwater.
Even
Ice
ice
is
Florida is going
melting?
underwater every year.
even with
What is
ice melting, it's not going
what's
to
going
raise
No,
sea
you
underwater?
level.
ISIS.
because
You can prove this by
ISIS?
getting a
can
cup of water. You can
excuse
prove
me,
this by
guys.
getting a cup of water, and you can fill that cup of water before you put water in it. Put ice all the way to the top, and then fill it up with water. And I promise you, when the ice all melts, it will not overflow the cup.
The
So,
It
claim
will.
is to
wait.
do
So,
with
It
ice
will.
that's
eh,
on the
It
on
will.
land,
It
what's
not in the
will.
water
what's
yet.
You haven't
melting?
tried it,
Okay.
I guess.
What's melting? The
Ice has
ISS?
okay.
ISIS?
Ice has higher density than water. So when the water will melt, the density will be low. So that won't.
You are wrong, man. You said
So
opposite. Ice
yeah,
have
yeah.
less density
Opposite,
than water.
opposite. Yeah. Ice.
Opposite, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look, let's get it back to a topic, a better topic.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right. All right.
one of
Hold on.
your
Hold on. I'm
guys
going to pick the
came.
topic. I'm going to pick the topic. Okay. The surface of the water, right? We can all agree that most of the known area of the Earth is covered in water. Okay. And there is no evidence that that water is curving over distance. If the Earth's a globe, we can calculate that over a certain distance, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature. When we go out and actually test for that in reality, which has been done many thousands of times now, every single time there's zero curvature detected, and quite often many hundreds of feet of curvature missing, right? When you're talking 15, 20-mile observations, there's zero curvature, whereas on a globe, there would have to be hundreds of feet of curvature. when we go looking to the globe side for evidence that there is actually curvature, they aren't able to provide any. Okay, so this is what I want to ask you guys. If the surface of the Earth, right, being the water that I'm talking about primarily here, if the surface of water isn't curving, whatever's going on in the sky doesn't really matter. It's happening above a flat plane. Do you have any evidence that the prerequisite for the Earth being a globe, which is the curving water, exists?
That's a pretty interesting thing.
Well, this is the crux of the argument, really, because if you want to have a globe, then the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. Okay, but I can show you observations over, say, a 20-mile lake where there's zero curvature at all, and there would have to be over 200 foot of curvature, or nearly 300 foot of curvature over that distance. So we have that's kind of you know, one of my main arguments against the globe, right? The water is not curving over distance. It would have to if the Earth's a globe. It can't not, right? The horizon would have to be at a certain distance, and things behind the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon.
So, can I ask you something about that?
Yeah.
Like, if everything is in a plain path, you wanna say, like, everything is on a straight line, why can't we see endlessly then? If nothing is stopping us?
This is the
Because
same discussion.
Yeah, because
yeah,
if
look,
nothing is
just really
stopping our
quickly,
view, why can't we
just really
see the
quick
end?
answer. The air is not perfectly transparent. Okay, it's only semi-transparent because we have gases and dust and pollution and fog and all kinds of things, right? So different
Well,
days have different visibility, but the maximum visibility through the medium of air in optimal conditions is about 200 miles.
why is that just
Something
200?
like that.
Like, so if we are like just seeing why it just ends abruptly at one point. Like, if you're seeing something, it just ends abruptly at a point. Like, if you go
It
on a
doesn't end
coastline slope,
abruptly. It doesn't end abruptly. Think about this, right? Say you're standing on top of a tall mountain and you're looking out over mountains in the distance, right? Each mountain that's further away gets less and less visible. It becomes more opaque over distance. Now, you could just look up the weather report and say, what's the maximum visibility in any location you want to ask it, right? And it's going to tell you the average visibility for that location. So in optimal conditions, technically, it's about 200 miles or 300 kilometers. But most of the time, it's like 15 miles or 20 miles or something like that, depending on where you live. Right now, for me, it's 16 miles. Okay, that's the maximum, 16 kilometers, which is just 10 miles. And I'm in the country. So
well,
that's the reason, that's one of the reasons that you can't see forever.
The
so
issue for the globe, right, is if the reason we couldn't see large distances was because of the curvature of the Earth, that would happen very close to you.
so
We can
my
see
question.
a lot further than that.
So can I say something?
Is it in regards to how far we can see?
Yeah, like if you have, like he has said, that the 16 mile is the radius which he can see the thing. Like if it is
No,
in the
you can
pure
see up
horizon,
to
like
200 miles under
16
certain
miles.
circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah. Like if he's giving an example and he can see up to 16 in his location. So what, like the Earth's curvature, like what they give us, it's like around a mile and 1.6 mile. It just bends 0.8 inches, 8 inches around a
Yeah,
mile.
yeah. But it doesn't just bend 8 inches each mile, right? It's 8 inches per mile squared. That means that over 10
So
miles, hold on, let me finish really quickly. Over 10 miles, there would be 66 foot of curvature,
yeah,
of drop.
yeah. So
Over 20 miles, there would be, hold on, just please, just hold your thoughts, right? And just wait till I finish my point. So over 20 miles, there would be 266 foot of curvature on a globe. It would have to be there. Now, I want to show you an observation showing you that it's not there. Right now, you can go ahead and ask your question.
So the Great Golden Bridge, if you know that.
What
Yeah.
bridge?
Golden Gateway Bridge.
So
California.
so the height of the tops of the bridge is actually wider than the bottoms. And you
That's
can
based
measure
on a
that.
model. It's based on a model, right? It's just based on a model. No one's actually measured that, right? So you're not. If I said prove that,
Be the first
you're
one
not
to
going to be
measure
able.
that then. Be the first one to measure that then.
No, I don't need to, right? Because we've done
That's
thousands of
my point.
observations. Okay, so the bridge that you're talking about, I think it's actually a different bridge, but anyway, it would just be the tiniest
It's the
amount.
Verrazano's bridge,
I
Verrazano's
will go
Narrows
back in a
bridge.
sec.
Yeah. Hold on a second, right? So it's like 2 inches or less than an inch or something like that of
I think he's
curvature, right?
left.
The tiniest little amount.
He
He's
just left.
Oh well, that's fine.
And still, bridge is man-made. So I don't know why we are having a discussion about that.
Yeah. So,
The
look, just have a look, Jeff. Sorry, unless
I was just going to say the differences in this, in how parallel the towers of the bridge is smaller than the expansion of the material over a given day. Like the variation in that distance is tiny. Like on a hot day, the difference will be more than it's not proof of anything. And then you see photos of these bridges where there'll be a subtle curve to the bridge, and then underneath the water will be perfectly flat. So
exactly, yep.
It's
So yeah, let's look. Jeff, can you see what I posted in the side chat?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so look, there should be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. 293 foot. That's like a giant skyscraper building. Okay, so basically, if there was a 30-story skyscraper on the other side of the lake, you would only just see the top story popping out over the horizon. Okay, but we don't see any obstruction at all, or any sign of that horizon that would have to be there at 2.7 miles. It's not there. So he did this observation during the day, he did it again during the night, and then they shot lasers across the surface from both sides, and were able to see the laser beam on the other side.
2.7 miles, how much should there be? What did he say?
So the horizon should be at 2.7 miles. Okay, so based off the height of the observer, it will determine how far away the horizon would be on the globe. So from the 5-foot observation height, that means that the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away.
Okay, yeah, you sent that
And then,
photo. Okay.
yeah. So think about this. The Titanic, the boat that sunk, the Titanic. Okay, so if the Titanic was 175 foot tall, okay, so if the Titanic was where the cameraman is, okay, on one side of the lake, if it tried to sail across to the other side of the lake and we were watching it, after 2.7 miles, the bottom would start to disappear over the curvature of the Earth. And then once it got to 10 miles, the bottom 66 feet would be missing of the Titanic. And then by the time it got to the other side of the lake, the whole Titanic would be hidden behind the horizon. You wouldn't be able to see it at all. But when we look at these long distance observations, that curvature isn't there. It doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm going to show you a close up of what it looks like on the other side of the lake. All right, so this is the shoreline that he's zooming into, 21 miles away. Okay, and then here's a screenshot from the zoom footage, just to show you it. This is what it looks like from 21 miles away. And then he did it again at nighttime, like I mentioned. So this is what it looks like at nighttime. Okay, we don't see any obstruction. We can see the shoreline. We can see the big white tower. We can see the bottom of the big white tower. And then they shot these high-powered lasers across the lake after that. Okay, and they were able to observe each other's lasers from the other side.
Send me the link of this video. Also, I'm not sure about the numbers actually.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. You can check the numbers.
Anyways, I
Right.
think we
There
were
you
having
go.
a discussion about why the sun rotates. Yeah, I mean, it stays above the horizon for 24 hours in Antarctica.
What's
Did we
the
come to a
sun?
conclusion of that?
No. Yeah, look, this is the thing, right? None of us can check exactly how the sky works. Could be something far beyond our comprehension, right? You're not able to check how the sky works. Like, what is the sun, right? Is the sun that we see an apparent sun? Is there something beyond our comprehension that's going on with the sky that we don't know about? Who knows, right?
I mean,
Can you hear me?
there could be.
Yeah. So like we don't know exactly how the sky works, right? It goes in cycles. We see the lights in the sky. Planet, stars, sun, right? They move in cycles like a big clock in the sky, and they always repeat the same cycles. But when we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. That's what we can actually
Yeah,
empirically
but you
validate.
believe there's only one sun, right?
Yeah, I think that there's only one sun, but I have no idea what it is. Like, how far away is it? Like, exactly how does the sun work and what is the sun? That's a huge mystery. It could be something far beyond our comprehension, because the way you're probably thinking of it is like a little ball of plasma gas floating above the surface of the flat Earth. Okay, we don't know exactly what's
Okay,
going on with the
so
sun. It could be
it
something
has
more
some
complex
properties.
than that. Okay.
Mhm. So, okay, it is one sun, have properties of its own, but those properties are looking different from one place on the same flat Earth and on the other place. Why is that? Like, is there a difference in these two places on the same Earth if it is flat?
Well, yeah, like the way we view the celestials is unique to each individual person. The way you see the stars, the way you see the position of the sun, the position of everything, right? It's observer dependent.
So, if you go to
That's
Antarctica, you
even the
will
way
still
it's.
see how you see it, right?
Yeah, but exactly what we're looking at and how does that mechanism work, right? And how does that work in relation to your personal perspective, your personal.
So, guys, I have a bit of a question.
Oh, he came back.
Okay. Yeah. So, if NASA have enough funds to go and search outside or create conspiracies, what are stopping you guys for go and search it on your own?
Searching where?
Like about the sun, just send a spaceship outside the Earth, like
Oh,
above,
well,
directly above.
You're going to give us
yeah,
a few
so
$100 billion, are you?
Who's giving NASA? There might be some billionaires that
Raise
are
a
flat
GoFundMe.
earthers.
dude, this is the
Yeah, there is a
thing, right?
GoFundMe too.
Why would we
Yeah, so
need
there's
to?
something.
We can just measure the surface. We
Yeah,
have
there's also
access to the
something called the
surface.
Like you just said,
something.
nah, you don't know how sun works, so just go up there and find it.
No one.
Yeah,
Google
right.
NASA's budget.
Who's stopping you from making it? Like a
Yeah,
small
they
satellite
okay.
can
Google
cost
Hold on
Indian
a
Space
second.
Program's budget.
Suggest
Yeah,
to us
so
how we would go
dude,
about testing what the sun is. Give us a viable plan for doing that.
yeah.
You know, the India's first missile, like the first satellite, was assembled on a cycle. It was so cheap.
Yeah, you think it went
So
to the sun,
it's
did it?
not it's not the matter of fact you guys don't have the budget. It's the matter of fact you guys just have ideas, not the initiatives.
No. This is the fact, right? There's something called the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents, right, which the countries signed, and it prevents anyone
So
from
why can't you sacrifice
Hold on,
yourself
bro, you got a
for your
problem
beauty?
with interrupting people, right?
Yeah,
No matter how many times I correct you on this behavior,
sorry.
you just keep doing it. Like I'm gonna have to start muting you if you interrupt me one more time. I'm just gonna mute you until I finish talking, and then take you off mute. I shouldn't have to do that. I haven't had to do that once with Jeff. Okay, so there's something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, it prevents people from being legally allowed to launch their own things into space or to be able to film above a certain height without strict permits. Okay, so that's why nobody's ever privately launched their own satellite into space or sent their own rocket into space. Okay, so even with people that have those permissions, only the NASA Apollo astronauts are the ones that have left low Earth orbit. They say that now we can't even leave low Earth orbit because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Okay, so nobody has been above low Earth orbit in over 50 years. And obviously NASA faked the moon missions, right? But that doesn't really matter in this context right now because nobody's going up there to test the freaking sun. That wasn't what the Globe Earth did either. They didn't go to the sun to check how it works. Yeah.
So, go check the moon then. That's not hot ball of fire.
Okay, so
I
when
mean,
NASA was interviewed recently about how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, you know what NASA said? NASA said we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back. Right? NASA gets like $80 million a day. But you
brother,
expect us to go to the
okay,
moon
listen,
when
listen,
NASA
listen.
says that they can't even go back to the moon?
Okay,
And
so my
India
point is
faked the
that
moon. Should we produce some fake CGI like India?
okay. Like if you're saying India faked the moon and all that stuff, which is, I probably agree with that. They might have faked it. We have a fake prime minister at this point. So yeah, why can't you just come in India and do that? Because it would be cheaper and resourceful.
We don't need to.
We don't need
We
to.
can just measure the surface. We've
Okay,
measured the
then measure
surface.
it.
It does not curve.
Then measure it. Then measure it.
We did. It's flat.
How? When? When did you personally put a ruler on the earth and measure it?
Well, I
You're
an
just sent
idiot.
something in the chat.
You're an
You can
idiot,
check that.
dummy. Dum-dum. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
There's a video as well.
There's thousands of videos
If
of people doing
I
all
haven't
sorts of
if
different
verified
things.
it,
NASA
but
can fake the video, like low budget people can fake it too.
Yeah, what I personally did is I took my telescope down to the beach.
Yeah.
And I knew
Yeah.
the distances to various islands from where I was.
Yeah.
I compared what I could see with the claims, the geometric claims of the globe Earth. I could see a horizon 40 kilometers away behind an island.
Okay.
Whereas I shouldn't have been able to see more than a few kilometers away.
Okay.
Yeah. Seeing 10 times further than any geometric claim, right? No
What is
curve.
this?
You can do this too. Take your telescope or your binoculars or your 100x zoom phone camera. Go have a look around for yourself. You won't find any
Okay.
curve. Just wander down to the nearest lake or beach and just check it out. See what you can see.
Okay. What is this? This guy just sent the DJ guy.
That's the Bolivian salt flats. It's
Okay.
a giant section of the earth where when it rains, it fills up a very small layer of water above the surface and it's completely flat for a huge distance. Whereas on a globe, there would have to be a giant amount of curvature over
So
that distance.
basically, when you say about that, I remember there was an experiment back in the days when they sent a ship to check. When they sent a ship from a port to check how long it disappears, and it like the mirror images, like you know about the refraction.
Yeah, sure.
The things are like sometimes it appears above than what it is. So it was
Sometimes it
pretty
also
much visible
appears,
a
yeah,
lot.
sometimes
Yeah,
not just above, bro, sometimes below where it should
yeah.
as well.
Sometimes, on certain days, you have perfectly clear, undistorted, in sharp views from massive distances. You can also use infrared photography. Oh, he's gone.
DJ, just the truth guy have sent a video. That one I have watched as well.
Yeah, so in this video, we see a boat that's sailing out where we have an inferior mirage. Okay, so if you look carefully at the boat, right, you'll actually see a gap between where the bottom of the boat meets with the horizon, proving without a doubt that it's just an inferior mirage taking place. I have screenshots of it, which I'll just try to find quickly, or I can scroll through the video. And then I can show you a small scale example of the exact same thing where we have a small boat, right, like a toy boat on a flat surface, and we have the exact same thing, right? It looks like the whole bottom of the boat disappears, but really it's just an inferior mirage taking place. So have a look. You got to look closely at these claimed videos.
What is
Yeah.
inferior mirage?
Inferior mirage, right? It's the opposite of a superior mirage. What, according to the mainstream, what it is when you have a warmer layer of air lower. Okay, so it happens quite commonly on a hot surface, right? So if you're looking down a road and the sun heats up the concrete of the road, okay, and then there's a warmer layer of air above the warmer surface, right? So it can happen over water as well. If you have warmer air, just a layer of warmer air, so you have warmer air or warmer water creating a layer of warmer air above cooler air with cooler air above it, okay, it can cause inferior mirage, right, or sinking. Okay, so it can look like something's hidden behind the horizon, but in fact it's geometrically unobstructed. And then you'll get, when you have an inferior mirage, you'll get a mirroring effect as well. It's called total internal reflection. So that's something that is always accompanying an inferior mirage. Yeah. Okay, so have a look at what Stark just posted. That's a perfect example of an inferior mirage, right? Obviously, this guy's legs aren't missing. Right, this is the same kind of thing you're looking
I
at.
think
But
there's a curve
over
as well on the road in this one.
Any significantly flat surface at oblique enough angles, like if you're very close, so it's very shallow angles, it turns into a mirror. Surface of water does it, roads do it. Whenever you're driving down a highway, there'll be times when if you're at the right angle, the surface will just appear to be a mirror.
All right, so I'm going to show you an example on a smaller scale, and I'll give you a few citations as well. So just a second. All right, so first here's some citations. Okay, so sinking, Oxford. This is the first one in the citation list that I just posted. Okay, Oxford reference, sinking. Okay, so it's a refraction so sinking is like a form of inferior mirage, according to the mainstream. Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then underneath that, we have Andrew Thomas Young, who's a subject matter expert in optics. Okay, so this is from Optics of the Atmosphere. Okay, it says an atmospheric refraction can bend light in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and there's some more citations and information there about that. Okay, so this is a mainstream claim that this happens. Okay, that's what we're seeing in that observation that you showed in the video, where it looks like the little sailboat is missing, the bottom of it's missing. Now I'm going to show you the same thing on a small scale on a flat surface. So I'll just try to find that video quickly. Does that make sense? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I don't think the water was that hot that day.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. It just has to be a slight difference in temperature. So when you get down low to the surface, just a slight difference in temperature vertically can cause pretty drastic effects in the distance, right? Because we're looking over quite a long distance.
But mostly I've seen mirage happening when there's good amount of heat.
Yeah, that's when you're going to get the full-blown inferior mirage, like that guy walking down the road there. So just give me a second. I'll find this one with the boat.
A lot of that is just turbulence, like heat, shimmer. You get that effect on like the hood of your car or near a bonfire or It just causes turbulence in the air itself.
You can have it really cold outside and have the heat cranking in your house. Open your front door and look out your front door, and you'll see the turbulence in the air.
Yeah, that I've seen.
I'm just going to
It has
upload
the
this smaller scale demonstration.
In reality, it has the effect of limiting how far you can see, not increasing how far you can see. It's a distortion. But, I mean, we have observations on days that are pin sharp. There's very little of this sort of distortion going on.
Yeah, I agree. This can bias the observation. I agree. The last topic was like, why is there a jet lag though?
Because you've spent hours in a really uncomfortable place with low air pressure. You're tired. You're stressed out. And you've not had good sleep. You'll get jet lag by pulling an all-nighter. You stay awake for 24 hours and see how you feel.
No, but the jet lag is opposite depending on either if you go east or west.
I mean, I've never personally experienced that much of a difference. There is an effect from the changing of your sunrise and sunset times. You get habituated to going to bed at a certain time. We're impacted by how much light is in the environment. When you shift from one place to another, your body's rhythms get very skewed. I've not found it to be very much difference whether or not I fly east or fly west. In my experience, that doesn't seem to make that much difference to me. It's about how dislocated from previous time I am and how difficult of a flight it is. Like, I've had 44-hour transits and that just wrecks you. But if you go a little bit slower and give your body some more, like, if you fly, take multiple stops and have a day's rest in between, it's nowhere near as difficult. So, yeah.
You live in the US, right?
No, I'm Australian.
I'll give you this, okay? How about this for an example? I've traveled from New York to Los Angeles by both air and by driving. I didn't get jet lag when I drove. I stopped every little bit. When it got dark out, I got a hotel. I slept. I got up the next day and I continued on my way. By the time I was in
No,
California,
that is
I was
not big
fresh.
enough of a distance.
What are you talking about? It's like 2,000 miles.
No, 2000 is not enough though. Like,
Okay, well, when I went from Kentucky to Iraq, I didn't get jet lagged either.
oh,
Yeah, I didn't
How
get any
much is
jet
that?
lag from going to Australia to Poland.
There's a lot of things you can do to mitigate it. I found noise cancelling headphones help a lot. Blocking out all that noise gives your brain a bit of a rest.
I think what you said
drinking
before
plenty of
makes
water.
what you said just before, Endless, makes the most sense. Rather than it being specifically jet lag, it's just your body clock being messed up, right? I had crazy jet lag recently because for a long time I was going to bed at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And then recently we switched our body clock around and started going to bed at about 10 p.m. and waking up at 4 a.m. And I had horrible jet lag for about 5 days. The exact same feeling as jet lag, just from screwing up that body clock.
Yeah, if you want to
Hey,
experience
just
jet lag,
quickly-
just do a 24-hour. just stay awake for an entire night.
Just quickly, because the video finally finished uploading, right? Just in relation to the boat appearing to disappear bottom up in the video that you posted, or that guy posted in the side chat. So have a look at 7 minutes after the hour. We have the exact same kind of boat, right? It's a sailboat, a small sailboat. This is just a small model version, and we can see that it's placed on a flat surface. Okay, but it's a hot flat surface, and as he puts the camera closer to the ground, you'll see that the exact same thing happens that you see in that video. The whole bottom of the boat is missing. Okay, now if you imagine that the background was blue sky and the surface of the ground was also blue water, it will look identical to what you see in that video. Okay, so it's not actually being obstructed, it's just a miraging effect that you're seeing here, a mirroring effect. It's the total internal reflection. If you took away the heat from the hot surface, this wouldn't be happening.
Speaking of jet lag, I'm going to go to bed. 3 in the morning. Yes.
Oh, really? Damn. 5 p.m. here.
Right.
Oh, catch you later, Endless. Good stuff, man.
Yes. Good night. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Endless.
Nice to meet you too.
You only just met Endless Sheepdog for the first time?
Yeah, it was my first time meeting him.
Oh, really? Must be those time zones.
Is he one of those late nighter people from the American time? So he's only on when I'm not on.
Yeah, so Jeff, if you're still listening, right? Nobody ever in the past, right? They didn't just go out one day and decide to start conducting different types of measurements on the Earth, and then they said, "Oh, wow, we've actually measured the Earth for the first time in thousands of years, and it's not actually flat, guys. It's actually curving at a specific rate, and we think it could be a globe. And here's our tests, right? And here's our results. And you guys can go and confirm this by repeating the tests." No one ever did that throughout all of history. That's not how the globe was. That's not how it came to be. No one ever measured any curvature. Does anyone here think that somebody in history has gone out and actually validated that there is curvature over the surface of the Earth?
Well, I did validate once. I went to the beach and I saw a whole bunch of curvature. Of course, I wasn't looking at the horizon.
Hell yeah.
Come on, DJ. We've known it's been a sphere for thousands of years. but we didn't develop high altitude balloons until 1931.
Eratosthenes. Isn't it funny that when you type in who like actually measured the curvature of the Earth, it just comes up with Eratosthenes. They don't even have someone that actually has like something written down that can be validated. It's just kind of like this mythical character, Eratosthenes, that never like never wrote anything down that we can confirm or even existed that we can confirm. And that's all they got.
Yep, and even Cleomedes, who wrote up about Eratosthenes, no idea when he was born, when he died.
Oh wow!
Somewhere within a 400-year range, this man lived.
Like I've always said, if anybody in modern times had ever gotten the actual globe measurement correct, that person would be famous. When people cover things, their name's attached to it for an eternity. It's like Newton and gravity, right? Not that he discovered gravity. The things
Still
that he
waiting.
did, claiming that he tested for gravity, his name's attached to it forever.
I'm still
Galileo.
waiting for someone to win that Nobel Prize in physics for their proof of gravity.
But no, if you could just prove the flat Earth, you could win a Nobel Prize.
Like the Nobel Committee would ever do that.
What is there? Is there really a prize for that?
For what? There's a prize in physics for physics.
Yeah, send the link. Post in the chat.
I think there's 9 variations of Nobel.
Have you guys seen the video where the pyramids were made up of bricks?
No.
There's a video that pyramids were made up of bricks with mortar smeared over them.
What's it made out of? Oh, drywall.
Mm.
Drywall and rebar.
I mean, I don't know. Yo, what's up with the Flat Earth Wiki? I used to be able to see it said observation section, the whole website, that was gonna work.
You have to put it into the Wayback Machine. It's free if you use the Wayback Machine, but in order to keep it up, you gotta pay for it.
Yeah, and to that point, we do have I guess, an updated version of that, a little bit more modernized.
Yeah.
Some of the material is available on it, but not everything. I'll put it in the chat if you want to take a look at it. It's a bit of an easier read, in my opinion, but I'm biased because I made it. So, but you might like it.
Who made it?
Myself.
If anyone has any questions, just open your mic and let us know.
Why do Globers keep failing physics?
Who here is a globe earther?
Hmm.
Mm.
Maybe Momo, maybe Mag, Freddy Froghammer, perhaps. Jeff is a globe earther for now. Oh, no, Freddy Froghammer's flat as hell, he says. Sorry, buddy.
So, does anybody know what Witsit came up with when he went to Antarctica? What was the result?
He made a time lapse of the 24-hour sun.
Mhm.
He said, this is what he said, right? He's like, yeah, I went to an icy place that was allegedly Antarctica, and I witnessed a 24-hour sun in the sky. But that
Mhm.
doesn't change the fact that the Earth is a flat plane.
I don't.
It mostly it took a dump on the AE map, like people that were sort of claiming that AE map with the little sun and moon that circle around, and that you can't possibly have a 24-hour sun in the south, and those people kind of got shat on, which is good because that needed to be shat on basically. Even though there's still many millions of flat earthers just pushing that AE map regardless, still to this day. I think the vast majority of flat earthers, they're just kind of like the TikTok style flat earthers. They claim that there's a big ice wall that surrounds the earth, and then there's lands beyond the ice wall, and there's portals in the ice wall, and blah blah blah.
Can we see like what it could potentially be?
Yeah, it could potentially be a bunch of things, but to make definitive claims about exactly how it's laid out in the South, it should just be very, very clearly stated as speculation. But a lot of the same people that I'm talking about with the the ice wall that surrounds the AE map, right? They just think that the AE map is like the actual flat Earth map, with no evidence to support that, and then a whole bunch of arguments that that are very, very difficult to explain if that was the actual layout of the South. And also just like the origin of the AE map, like it's just a globe projection, polar projection based off the celestial sphere.
Bro, I just want to see what it could potentially look like. I don't care if you want to send me 20 different things. I just want to see what it could possibly be.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Well, what could possibly be the Earth?
Like the
It's
Earth,
flat.
yeah.
Yeah, it's flat and
All right, but
stationary. That's crazy, isn't it?
See, what happened
like,
was
we
the
can't get a
globe got
model. Why
taken
not?
away. The globe got taken away. You had this God's eye view of Earth, and now you have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's frustrating because you thought you knew more than you did. It was a humbling experience for us all, right? We thought we knew so much, but we realized we didn't know as much as we thought.
We have northeast, south, and west. Or do we? What the fuck is that?
Well, north is just a cardinal direction where, if you're using a compass, it's pointing towards a magnetized area, or if you're looking in the sky, you're looking at Polaris. East and west just go around that northern spot, and then south is away from north. Like, I don't know, right?
So
So
there's
north is
a.
really the only true direction.
Okay. So there's some type of magnetic field north that we don't know what it is.
Well, there's a ton of anomalies when it comes to the magnetic field. They say, it's moving, it's constantly shifting, and then you look at the magnetic field lines, and they're all kind of all over the place, like bending and warping, and then they say there's two magnetic south poles on the map, all sorts of interesting things that they can't really explain very well definitively.
off the west coast of Australia, there's a part in the ocean that if you have a compass, it points to that instead of north.
Oh.
Call that magnetic declination.
Oh yeah, AV. Nice, man. That's the one that I wanted. I'm gonna save that.
And in the South, you need a special compass to make it work there.
Got vintage bait asking questions, huh?
Had a couple.
Yep. Are you new to the topic? It sounds like you just heard about it not too long ago, or maybe you have never really had a chat with people that talk
Nah,
about flat
that
Earth.
makes sense. AV.
Yeah.
Up.
Yes.
I don't know if I ever talked to you before. You're new.
Well, new to you, but I've been here for a while.
Oh, he's so new, bro.
Yeah, I'm new. I'm a newbie.
Well, it said June 2025. Oh, that's this server. Okay.
I mean, is today the day that you started challenging it, or were you always trying to figure out why flat earthers are saying what they're saying? Then you came in here and just like maybe started challenging yourself. Like, what's your
No, I'm
position right now?
just happy you guys are hosting events. Like, I'm glad to be able to join. Listen, I'm a flat earther.
Really? Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Welcome to the fray, as it were. It's not easy being this on this side of the fence, man. People are gonna come at you if you declare it in any way. I mean, I'm not sure if you're gonna do it where the people around you, your social groups, but if you do it in any way on social media, you definitely will. People will come against you. So, like, this group has been like a place for people to actually discuss this topic without it going to a place where the normies have control. Like, if you go to a normie platform where they have the mute button, you wouldn't be able to challenge them. That seems to be the issue. In all of their platforms, they say that they have a fair and balanced like platform to discuss, taboo topics. But when you talk about flat Earth, they shut you down, or they'll constrict the conversation to what they want, and they won't allow you to like hold them accountable for what they say. That's the most important part about this. If people aren't held to account, then we won't know if they can actually prove what they're saying. I don't know if you know what I mean. Like, whoever's platform is that they have, and they're saying, "Hey, this is a fair, balanced platform. Come over here. We'll debate flat Earth." The moment you go over there, they don't like what you're saying. They won't. They don't have to answer or be held accountable to answer what you're asking. And in here, we take everything that we say to a logical conclusion. It's vastly different from every other platform out there. That's why we need a space like this. They call those other spaces fair and balanced, but that's a lie. It's not. They'll take it to a certain level, and then they'll try to make it to where the platform is okay. Well, you speak for 10 minutes, and then you got the flat earther speaking for 10 minutes, and that's fair. It's not. A conversation between two people who disagree should be held where both
Bro,
people are
can we
held
get
into account. So,
can we get Owen Benjamin in here?
dude, I wish. But there's people that actually follow his social media. I think he's a bit too popular to kind of like, you know how it is with those types. They'll feel like, well, where am I going? Where you invited me to? why would I be incentivized to go there? I mean, you guys gonna pay me for my time? Because they are doing things with their social media accounts, and they have their own thing going. So to downgrade would be they'd probably have to do it for a friend, maybe if a friend asked them. I wouldn't know if they're doing it just pro bono. But outside of that, I mean, we have people that I consider legends in this chat, in this particular chat. So probably names you've never heard of.
I know these guys, yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, well. Yeah, if you've heard any one of us challenge the academics, then that means something. So a lot of people say, well, why don't you take it to academia, challenge those guys? We have been. It's just that the type of rejection that they give us whenever we start bringing things up is the same type of rejection that, even though they say all you guys have to do is publish a paper and submit it, that's not, I don't think people understand the bigger picture here. You're taking this information to an organized club. The club will reject anything it doesn't deem necessary to be looked at in the first place. So that's why a lot of people think that, well, it's peer reviewed. Science works as like they're open to hear new ideas. No, they're not. Not the type of academic circles that people are actually held to a high account. No, those guys aren't. It's a social club, and you're not invited.
Yeah,
And if
anything
they
that makes
want,
them look stupid will be blocked.
Yeah, of course. If it's not according to a specific narrative that they're already spinning, then they're not going to entertain it. I mean, climate change and all that stuff. You know what I mean? People debate on that because it's within a certain parameter. Flat Earth is destroying every single parameter they have. So they can't bring it into the same playing field as somebody debating climate change, or debating Bigfoot or whatever. It's not the same. You'd have to change your worldview entirely as to what you think the cosmos are and such. That's why we're asking people to kind of engage with the topic, because wherever you go, the truth goes with you. I mean, it would be nice to have Owen Benjamin or what's his face on Joe Rogan's podcast, Eddie Bravo.
All right, well,
We'd love to have those guys on,
definitely.
but
I mean,
yeah, they've only heard of flat Earth from like the bigger established, like followed persons. Like you got
I mean, I don't know if
Flat Earth
I don't know if
Dave and
Owen
such.
Benjamin would even know about like Discord.
24/7. Oh yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if he knows about Discord in general. Like, bro, he has like
Maybe not.
100 views here and there. He's not
Well, he's
popular,
got.
like, because he's so banned.
What platform is he on anyway? Like, does anybody know what platform he's actually
X.
on? He's on X.
Any X.
Is that his main platform?
X and Instagram.
His own website. Like, he only has like 100 likes here and there. He's not making money from social media.
Yeah.
And he's banned everywhere. So, I mean, he's got us. Like, we agree with the shit he says.
Of course.
He probably doesn't know we exist.
Yeah, well, yeah. And the type of circles that he lives in is mainly like people that follow him. He might get suggestions from people that follow him, but he doesn't necessarily check in on those suggestions. It'd have to be something that comes as a unified voice. Like a group of people are coming at him and like, dude, go check out 24/7. Go check out 24/7. Like, and then after they start pestering him enough, he'd probably like, okay, like what the hell is this 24/7 shit? Like, and he'll go come by and check us out. Other than that, if it's just like one or two people on there, just like, you know what I mean? It needs to be a constant bother to these social media types. I mean, wouldn't
Yeah.
you, if you were doing your own thing,
I mean, I guess
if
if that's the
somebody's
only
one or two
way,
people
then
suggested it, well,
okay.
yeah, one or two people suggested it, you wouldn't just bother to go check. But if a whole bunch of people were like, dude, you need to check out 24/7, and everybody's like
Yeah.
pestering him, then he would be like, oh, okay, like all of my following is asking me to do something. Like,
Yeah.
he you know,
It's not just that. He also, you got to think about it. How does he usually do his videos? He's usually out on the farm and then he just like posts up a video real quick, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's a busy dude, man. Like he knows about
Yep.
Discord. Like I know a few people that talk to him like frequently, not regularly, but frequently. And you know, he's just a busy dude. He don't have time for that. Like Dave Weiss, he barely learned about X, and the only reason why he got involved with X was because he could just put it was something that would grow his name even more, or at least grow the message that he's trying to put out even more. Like AB said, like they're looking to grow the message or grow their brand.
Yeah, I think it's more of the brand, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, even though he's been shut down from platforms, it's like, what the reason why he was shut down? Does anybody know the actual reason? Is it just because of flat Earth? Or I don't think that's it.
I don't think that's it. I think it like he's made some
It was like COVID or something. He was like,
was that he made some other references about like I don't know how else to put it, like some racial references that shut him down before too.
that's another thing. 24/7 guards its platform so that it doesn't tip the hand on like what we can and cannot say. Having people on our forum and saying risque things, dude, that's another, like, we guard our platform. It doesn't matter who they are, the entity, it doesn't matter. If you start saying risque things on our platform and we know that we're guarding YouTube and all the other places we're on, we're not going to allow it. Like, doesn't matter who you are, Owen Benjamin, Eddie Bravo, whoever. If you're tipping the hand on like what we do here, you will be removed, dude. Like
Yeah, you had to put a leash on him.
well, that's the thing. That's how precious it is to us, dude. We've been doing this for years and we're damn good at it. So we're not going to let even, popular persons come in here and have their way with the platform. We'll allow them to come here, and that would be great if we can find common ground, but it's not their platform, it's ours. It was curated by all the people in here who care about this topic every single day they come in here. So I don't know. It does mean something to us in here. We've had our differences. We've seen past those of us who stuck around, seen past our differences and like worked them out. And then you have like I don't know, people that have like matured into this topic, have saw the reason why we keep coming back. It's not just for the funsies, dude. We're on a mission. And to some effect, we're hanging out with each other. It is kind of fun to hang out with
Like, that's
people of
good to
like mind,
hear.
but
That's what I'm trying to hear. That's what I
yeah.
want to hear.
Well, I mean, dude, I'm going to tell you like this. I've met the smartest people in this room that I've known on the 24/7 team. And I say team because it's the people who have actually really care about the brand 24/7. I've seen them they want more. It doesn't it doesn't matter the speaker. If the content of the message isn't like up to snuff, that will get scrutinized. Like arguments. Let's talk about like arguments. There's a lot of arguments that are really bad that are out there on social media about flat Earth. And a lot of new flat earthers don't know the difference. But when they come in here and they bring those arguments, they start to find out how bad they are because we don't allow those arguments to proceed in this room. Especially the esoteric type of flat earthers. Sorry, sheepdog. But especially the esoteric types. Like once they start, going forward with those ideas and then telling somebody who's new to the topic that wants to learn about flat Earth, these esoteric, ideas, we quickly shut them down. Like there's no way that you can give somebody a foundational truth with this idea of like what's beyond the ice wall, and that sort of thing. Or what kind of Earth do you think that you live on then?
Yeah, I
Give me a
thought it was
cosmological. Go ahead.
till today I thought it was the disc with the ice wall.
Well, that and many others, right? Because let me tell you,
Sure.
that's just scratching the surface. There's so many bad arguments that flat earthers out there have, and they're carrying them. But I'm glad you made it here. I don't know how you found us, but
The moon
whatever
math.
way that is,
AV, you given
must
me
be.
the test before, bro. Chill. You need to remember
Yeah.
me.
So you.
Well, I probably changed my name. My name used to be Amazon, so
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, like, dude, I've seen so many faces,
yeah.
so to speak, voices, I should say. But that's the thing, dude. Like we just want this message to be heard by people who can carry the message forward. Like whether it's a prolific type or whether it's just a normie person, like it doesn't really matter. And yeah, we'd love to be more popular, of course. Who wouldn't, man? But we're gonna do it the right way. And what does that mean?
Mhm.
we're not gonna sacrifice the integrity of this platform just to placate to a bigger audience. Like for what? Like, oh, let's get in bed with Sungenis or whatever because we want a bigger platform. Like, and then compromise our standards of what we've been curating for years. Why?
Yeah, good point.
Also, it's all for continuity and cohesiveness as well.
Yep.
Let's not forget that, and the occasional repeating of this standard, which is what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah. Well, Jen's been.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You're cutting in and out. That's why I interrupted. Sorry, Jen. It was like you're lagging or something. I didn't mean to. Yeah, hopefully everything's going well in your neck of the woods, Jen. I heard there was a volcano that was erupting. I just wanted to mention that to you. I don't know if you guys are doing okay over there, but hopefully everything's all right.
Yeah, we're fine, man. Nowhere near me at all. Thank you.
Okay.
That's something I've never heard Glovers, any Glover. Hey, I heard there's some bad stuff going on in your area, man. To any flat earther, I've heard some bad stuff going on in your area. I hope you're okay. I've never heard of Glovers do that for a flat earther.
Yeah, it's
Never.
The objective of why people are on here. It's not to help their fellow man. It seems like it's just to get a W for the day. Yeah, end of the day, man. Like we even tell people who are globe minded, hopefully you don't think that you're lower than anybody else. Like, oh, I'm too stupid. I'm not a scientist. And I honestly, I hate when people say that about the topic when they come in here. They they castrate themselves, dude. As if they're not enough to understand information. Yet it's kind of odd because they say those words and they're in here defending the globe. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you defend it if you say at the very point that you're telling us that you're not a scientist? How does that even, how do you make sense of that? You're not a scientist and you can't understand it, yet you're in here defending it vehemently, like as if it were an actual truth. So
Hey, I'm not a gynecologist, but I'll take a look.
Really? Bit savage, bro. Yeah, I mean, well, what do you guys think? I mean, we revised much of the arguments that we've had in here, so hopefully you guys that have joined us late, you can appreciate that we don't just let any argument fly by. We're going to check it ourselves to see if it's something we can be appropriately teaching people about the nature of our Earth. There's a lot, man. There's a lot to review. But does anybody in here have any questions about the topic of the shape of the Earth? One of the things I brought up before was I think the reason why we talk about flat Earth and even has that name is because it's provocative and people believe it's a globe. But if it wasn't for that, it would just be Earth. it wouldn't have flat in front of it. But the false dichotomy that we have to talk about flat and globe is the reason why people have this idea that there's two types of Earths that we can speak of. There's the one that's the one I know of, which is globe, and then there's the one you guys talk of, which is flat Earth. No, it's just Earth. That's all that's ever been. There's no two types of Earth. There's just one, the one we all live on and experience.
Cracks me up when people hear it for the first time. If the Earth is flat,
Yeah,
like, no.
they always come out the gate with that, don't they? It's like, if the Earth is flat, how does this work? And it's like, dude, it's not if it is. We live on the same Earth. It's not a different Earth. You've been programmed to believe it's a globe, is why you're asking that way.
Another one that I consider more stupid when they ask, and they feel that they were cornered, and they ask, so what would I benefit if I know if the Earth is flat or globe? At that moment, they feel that they were cornered, and they start asking that stupid question.
The one that always cracks me up is the ones who come in here and they're, it doesn't matter to me anyway. They're indifferent. I don't care if it's flat or
Yeah,
globe.
but then you ask them, what do you think it is? Oh, it's a globe. Why do you care if you don't believe it?
Yeah.
Or why do you believe it if you don't care?
No, like I like Indio's perspective. He's not in here right now. He was, but his perspective is like, okay, well, let's say if you don't care, right? You don't care either way. Go tell all your friends and family that you're a flat earther. If you don't care. Because you don't care anyway, right? But see how that goes over well with her. It's not going to go over well, dude. They're not going to be like, oh, okay, you say you're a flat earther? No. They're going to fight you tooth and nail, dude. They're going to probably chastise you for saying it.
Or why would they lie? Well, what would be a good enough reason for someone to lie to you?
And it never satisfies them anyway. Even if you give them the answer, well, we're doing it for, look at all the billions of dollars they've spent over the years, like millions of dollars a day. Like, even if you give them that answer and they can actually look at, the agency's finances, some sort of paper trail, it still would not satisfy them. They'll be like, it's not that much money. When you think about it, it's not really that much. Oh, it's so good. But if you're a flat earther, what are the planets? Like the planets.
So we're the
What are
only
they?
flat planet?
Is the sun flat too? Is the moon flat? What are the
That's
planets?
why I'll give it to them. I'll give them all of it except for the heliocentric paradigm. The Earth has gravity. Things fall. Okay, cool. Who measured the curve? Where's the curve? What do
Yeah, you want to go for the main source that you don't care about the other stuff. You give them everything. You'll hand them everything except for the curve.
Were you in here a couple days? Was it like 2 or 3 days ago? I think we were talking to a guy, and he said boats go over the curve. I said, how far away is the curve? Why does that matter?
Yeah, dude, they always say that.
I know
They always say that.
But we had one of those. Like, he would not let it go, and he just refused to give any numerical value to the curve of the Earth.
And the thing that they stop on is like, well, I see it. It's on every video. Every video is showing it. Look, I got a video right here. And they're confident, like, dude, I need the data that supports the observation, which is from the observer to the ship. I want to know how much drop there would be if we're going to calculate this or measure it out. We have to know some information like that. Well, but I see it. Look, it's right there. And they always do that. They don't hear what you're saying. They don't listen to the numeric value from where they're standing on the beach to the ship. would be something that is known so that they can get a distance that would be drop over that distance. If it was curving, measurable. There's
Oh yeah,
nothing
you
that
could
they
use
can
a
give in that
basketball
way.
reference. You could use a basketball reference, and then like, oh yeah, we can calculate the curve of the basketball because we know the radius of the basketball or the diameter of the basketball. Like they can give
No.
you all these numbers. Then when you expand it out to a globe, what do you mean?
No numbers. No numbers because we see it. Look, there it is. The ship disappears from the bottom up. Okay. How do you know that's curvature? Well, I see it. That's how I know. Well, you don't need to measure it. I mean, people that have a conclusion about something have data that supports that. They'd be able to tell you. This is how much it curves from where you're standing to the ship. Well, I see it though. And it just always, it's like on repeat. And it's the only thing we're fighting for 30 minutes to an hour, maybe until they finally realize, well, I don't have that information. Okay, so that means you don't know. A lot of people think they're open-minded too, right? I'm open-minded. No, you're not. It would be evident quickly if you were open-minded. You would entertain ideas without having to fight them as if you were fighting against some sort of like, personal religious attack or something.
I want you to convince me. How can I
That's
convince
another
you
one.
if you're not going to look?
Yeah. I need you to convince me. Okay. Let's just say that I don't know if the earth is a globe. Now convince me that the earth is flat. That one right there, I know is always disingenuous. They're not doing it genuinely. They're not really saying it because they want to know, that they're wrong. They're just saying it. Like, I mean, we can go through it. It's not a problem.
I got a meme for it. AV, check this meme out.
Evidence globe lover. Chasing them.
Convince me.
Yeah, they don't. I don't know, do we have anybody in here right now that wants to have a conversation about this? Challenge your worldview, guys. If you open up your mic, we can challenge your worldview or perhaps find out if you actually know or maybe just believe that the earth is a globe. It'd be a great conversation, I guarantee it. If you're not afraid. I mean, if you're afraid, that's fine. You can stay on mute and maybe think about it like this. You're behind the mute button right now, right? Your own mute button. You could open it up and have a conversation. Maybe you might know something new that you didn't know before. Or you can hold on to your long-held beliefs of the earth being a globe. But I guarantee you, my friends, it's not a globe. Period. 100% is not. But I feel like if somebody does want to open up their mic, they're going to, well, what are the planets? Once it usually happens, dude, when I put out this challenge. Well, what are the planets? Like, what are they? Not what you've been told. That's for sure.
And then you tell them lights in the sky, and they're like, "What?"
But on this hand, we have an explanation. There's the explanation. Duh.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm gonna head off to work, AV. You have a good day.
See ya, sheepdog. Have a good day at work. All right. Welcome to the panel. Who am I speaking to? Hello? You said hello. You can say hello again.
Hello. Are you talking to me?
Somebody said hello. Is that you? Did you say
Yeah,
hello?
I think that was me. I was just checking my microphone. Am I audible now?
You are audible. Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. So, what are we talking about today?
It's always been the context of whether the Earth is what you think it is, being that it's a globe, or perhaps it's not that. Well, there seems to be an event. I don't know, DJ, is the event the Earth doesn't spin? I'll go with the event if you was lured in from that.
It is a sprint, and I just came in. So, what discussion are we? Have we
What
reached
is the
any?
Earth? What is the Earth striker? Striker, sorry.
What is the Earth?
Yes.
I think Earth is a planet, just spinning around the sun
Okay.
in a certain path, and just a planet.
Would you be surprised to know that it isn't any of those things?
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's completely nonsense that we are talking about this because, you know,
Why? Well, think about it like this. Don't you think that science is built on people challenging the narrative? Answer that one, Steiker.
I don't think that
Is it,
that one is true, but because
no, no, no,
science
no,
has
no, no.
proof
That's
for everything.
yeah. You know what I'm saying is the foundation of scientific endeavor. Do you think it's because people challenge the narrative, or they go with the status quo? What do you think it is?
I think that every conclusion that science ever made is from the lot of experiences, lot of experiments.
That's
So
great. No, what I'm asking though is something different. The challenge for science. Do you think if somebody has a different idea than another person who's studies science, do you think it's okay for them to challenge the other person? Or no, it's not okay. We have to go along with whatever's being said.
yeah, no, yes, they have the right to challenge because everyone
Mm.
has the right to freedom, you know. So
But
you
that's what
can.
we're doing in here, right?
Oh, okay. I got
We're challenging the narrative, right? You might think it's science. I say it's not, but that's still neither here nor there. The thing is, we're challenging a specific type of narrative that like right now, they think the Earth is a globe. So that's what we're doing, right? So it's okay to do this. This place that you've just entered, this room, is a place where we do this all the time. We get somebody to be able to challenge not only the narrative, but their own ideas of what they think the Earth is. So
Wow.
it's
It's really
interesting, right?
surprised. It is interesting, yeah,
Okay.
to talk about this topic, but it's really strange that a lot of people are here that maybe think otherwise than Earth is a globe.
But that's okay, Steiker. That's okay.
Of
Because
course, that's
as you believe things in your life, other people believe other things, and we can live together, right? But here's the thing. If somebody challenges you on this specific topic, and the only thing you have to respond is, I can't believe people are talking about this in 2025, then that's not engaging in a civil discussion. And all we're asking for is your best effort to maybe prop up the understanding that you think you live on a globe the best way you can. Okay? The
yeah, I
best way
come
you can.
where you come from. So let's hear it what you have to say and about
Okay.
Earth is a globe.
So, first of all, when I asked you what the Earth is, you said it's a planet and it's orbiting the sun, in a solar system. I mean, you were saying things like something like this, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I'll
Of the
start with the
climate.
very first. Sorry? Someone say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to myself. I thought I still had myself on mute. My bad.
No, you're okay. Okay, so people say that the Earth is a planet, right? Like what you mentioned. Okay. How do you know that it's a planet, Steiker?
You know, all of us don't have to go there by themselves to be sure that we are on a planet or not, because
Well, yeah, no. I mean, that's great, Steiker. I don't. Okay, for the sake of this conversation, just if you may, just answer the question that I ask you. This is intellectual honesty from your part, and the audience will know that you're answering honestly from your part. Please don't divert to make another comment about something else. Okay, so just if you will, challenge yourself and answer my question. How do you know the Earth is a planet?
Okay, okay. I know Earth is a planet because I wake up every day and the sun rises from the east and sun, you know, departs from the west. How is that happening? Because Earth is spinning, you know. So that's my belief. That's a proof, and everyone on science and everyone I have every time I had been teaching in school, taught in school that Earth is a globe. So I believe them. So that is the way
Okay.
I believe that Earth is a planet.
So the sun moving across the sky, and you
Exactly.
think that the Earth is spinning, right?
Yes, that is my
And
only experience of proof. If you
okay, well, you said the only experience of proof.
yeah, my
Is that what
own
you said?
experience. I'm talking about my own experience
Okay.
because I have not been to the outer space to verify that Earth is a planet or not.
Oh, okay. So you didn't verify if it's a planet or not. But because of the things that people have told you, seeing the sun move across the sky, experiencing day and night, you're putting together in your head that it's a planet based on this, right?
Yeah, that one and another thing that everything that has been happening around us, like how the plane moves from one country to another. You know, they use the certain way around the globe. I just checked it on
Okay.
the flight radar. So that
Yeah,
way,
that's fine. Okay, so I'll try to condense it so it won't get too far into the people are going to get lost of what you're saying. So you're basically telling me the sun moves across the sky. That's one way you think of the Earth as a globe, right? Moves east to west from horizon to horizon, and the way that planes fly. The way that planes fly is another way you can think of the Earth as a globe, right?
yes, that is
We need to define these
Which
terms, right?
hold on.
Like,
Let the
don't we?
let the gentleman hold on. Let the gentleman
Okay.
let him. He's got to process it in his own mind, in his own way, and I'm allowing him to. So,
I get it.
Psyker,
My
I'm
bad.
gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you. Is there any other evidence you want to put forward? Because I'm gonna put it all together for you, and I'll allow you to tell me in your own words. Is there any other evidence you want to add? So we got the sun moves across the sky from east to west, from horizon to horizon, and the planes the way they fly. We'll go into each topic if you like, but this gives you the understanding that the Earth is a globe. But you said, well, important thing, right? That you can't take a rocket to go up and verify for yourself. So you don't really know. You just have an assumption because of the things they told you that are happening that you're looking at on Earth.
yes, yes, that is true. But just like I said, I have never tried to convince and verify by myself. So I believed what I learned. So that's it. And for the real verification that Earth is really a planet or not, that's I have not done. So that is the thing. That is the only two thing that that comes up in my mind as a proof.
Okay. All right. Well, if you if you don't want to add anything, that's fine. Maybe you'll think of something later. But let's look at the first one. The sun moves across the sky from east to west, horizon to horizon. Now, they tell you that you're on a planet that's spinning, correct? It's what the mainstream narrative is.
Yeah, you're
Psyker?
right. Yeah, they actually told us, they taught us that Earth is spinning around the sun, and that is the reason that sun comes up from the east, horizon to horizon, just like you said. So
Mhm.
that is my kind of own experience that telling
Okay.
me that sun is Earth is planet. That's it.
Right. Yeah. But here's the important information for you. There's no way to make a distinction whether the idea that the earth is in motion or the sky is in motion, meaning the sun, moon, and stars. You see those things moving across the sky, but there's no way to determine whether the thing you're on is spinning or those things are moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are right on that.
Okay. And that's just going to give you an idea like where we're coming from, the reason why we're challenging the narrative, right? So
Okay.
that's just a way to think about that. So I'll move to the other one. I'll kind of keep it brief so that you can see where our perspective is. And so we're going to move to flights now. So in what way do flights, an airplane, how it flies, or maybe how they do their navigation or anything, what way do we know that we're on a globe based on what you might think?
Okay. So I check this. I check a flight history on the flight radar, and it shows me on
Mhm.
which route the plane moved from one country to another. So if Earth is not a globe and not a round, and it's kind of like a flat, it would be like straight. You know what I mean? But it is
I know
not.
what you
If you
mean.
see the history, yeah. If you see the history in the flight, they're just a line, and it's like a curved way. They make a curved way to move from one airport to another. So from
Okay.
that perspective, I can assume, yeah, just the assumption that Earth
Well,
is a
let's put
globe.
it. Let's bring something to light here. What are
Uh-huh.
you looking at when what are you looking at when you say it takes a curved path? What are you looking at? Can you give us an idea?
You just go to flight radar and do you try flight radar 24?
I think I know the website. There's many people here who can go there right now. Is Flight Radar is a website? Yes. Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
exactly. Website. It's a free
Okay.
website. Anyone can go
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. What are they staring at when you go to Flight Radar? What are we looking at? That's. I mean, what's showing? What are we staring at that shows that the flights are taking a curved path? What are we staring at?
I'll just send you a screenshot. Or just give me a minute.
That'd be great. I know everybody's. There's some people might want. They're chomping at the bit. We go through this a lot, man, with people. So I think what's useful is that the gentleman can actually produce the information from his own vantage point, his perspective. It helps him understand what he knows and what he doesn't know. So he can. I don't have to decide for him. He can decide for himself. Just trust the process, my
Exactly.
friends.
Exactly, bro. Nobody decide what other things. They just decide
That's
on their
correct.
own. We can just give a
That's
suggestion or
correct.
advice, outer information only.
Yes, it's actually the perfect situation. Sorry to interrupt.
Yep. Because we're okay. On the one hand, we're being told the Earth is something, but it's someone telling you or information you're receiving. And you can't like what we're doing right now. You and I, we're able to say I disagree with that or I don't think that's correct. When you're giving information about what the Earth is, you're not given that opportunity. Which is why that when you first came in here, I said it's important for us to have this discussion because we have a platform now that we can discuss these things. Whereas, everywhere that you can go, if you mention flat Earth, it will get shut down in a heartbeat. Nobody would want to, won't want to listen to you. And
Yeah,
if
it is
there's
just
any, go ahead.
it is just you just said that we have now platform. Yeah, you are right. We have now platform to raise our questions, but I think it is for the more obvious kind of discussion, like more related practical discussion than this
That's
one
fine. I
about
mean,
flat Earth.
that's your opinion, but all right, let's see. Did you find the image so we can continue our?
Wait, did he find a picture of the Earth?
No, I think what he's going to produce right now is radar.com. If you're following the conversation, he gave two evidences as what he assumes why he would assume the Earth is a globe. The first one is, the sun moving east to west on horizon to horizon, and the other is this one, which would be flights and the way they operate. And he's using radar.com. And I was asking for what is he looking at that gives him that flight paths are in a curved path. So I think he was going to post a image. Not sure he's actually got the screenshot or not, but waiting on that. if it's gonna take a while, Steiker, maybe we can ask someone else if they want to come in and
Sure,
ask
yeah.
questions.
Okay, let someone else come in. I don't know why my app, but I'm experiencing some lag in my computer. I'm not trying, not getting an update on the flight.
Okay. Tell me the logic behind why you say that this is going to help you understand, at least assume that the Earth is a globe. Why use this for what?
I use that.
Mhm.
Okay, so what is happening that I'm working in this logistic area, so I have to track a lot of flights every day. So that might be the main reason that thing that came up in my mind.
Oh, it's a part of your
Uh,
job. What you
mhm.
do?
It's
Okay.
I move cargo from one country to another, so it is my job to track the cargo, where it is,
Oh,
and
okay. So legit,
that's
you're
why
in logistics. That's
yeah,
all right.
logistics.
Okay. So the map that you use for this, it's a map
Exactly.
projection, right? It's a
Yeah,
map projection.
kind of map
Okay.
map projections, and in flight radar 24, and you can show where that flight went, and eventually, if you go to history, you can view the what path the flight take to reach its destination.
So you would have a bit of understanding of a flight actually leaving a port and going to another port, right?
Yeah, a bit of understanding, not much in detail, but
Okay.
kind of some small.
Do planes fly in a straight path? Or do
Exactly,
they fly?
that's
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying. They do not fly in straight path.
Okay.
If the Earth is really flat, it should have been flying in straight path. Isn't that right?
No.
No, why not?
Mm-mm. Planes fly in corridors. I'm pretty sure if you're in logistics, you'd already know this answer. But planes
Corridors?
don't fly. They don't. Okay. Straight line travel is a myth. I'm just going to tell you right now, it's a myth.
Why is that myth? Why is that myth? Just
No,
explain.
any kind of proposal for straight line travel is a myth, and the reason being, it's the type of navigational systems that people use. So let's say you use a compass or whatever type of navigational system. That system is built on something that it references, right? It's referencing something. So the compass references the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah, magnetic field lines. That's what the compass is pointing north to. It's not pointing north to a static position. You know what is a static position?
Static position, a position that doesn't move or something like that.
That's correct. That's correct. That's a static. It's not static. North is not static. The magnetic field lines are fluctuating. So they are not someplace that they're always going to be forever. They move.
So you mean like North Pole and South Pole, they move?
Yes. Well, I didn't say South Pole. I'm just saying north because that's what the compass is based on. Magnetic north.
That's a new one for me. I didn't know that.
Okay. Well,
Can you explain a bit further? How does it
Sure.
move? Yeah.
Well, the fluctuation of the magnetic field lines have been established because of the fact that the compass doesn't necessarily, it's not a static position. So when a magnetic north is said to be in a certain location and then it moves, so it's not going to be where it was, and it's on the move. So what I'd like for you to do is when you have off time and we're not here, you can start looking for magnetic field lines. You can start looking for magnetic north. Does it move? And you're going to find that that's true. It does. So
Okay, so how is that
case, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. And I was just asking, how is that connected with the flight and not moving straight
Okay, so the flight is referencing the navigational systems that it uses, right?
Uh-huh.
So that system references the other thing, which would be like a compass that it gives it directional heading. So the directional heading, not just a compass either. There's other means of systems that they use, but that's partly the reason why people know which direction they're going cardinally. So the cardinal directions are based on these magnetic field lines. So they're following the north magnetic field line. That's going to give them a heading. So a straight line, the idea of it, you're thinking you're traveling in a straight line when the compass is adjusting that flight path along its route. So its route, where it's going, it's going to be adjusted from the travel from the navigational system. It's a bit confusing if you start. It's like a layered answer. It's layered because you think that you're traveling in a straight line. It's not so. That's a myth. People don't travel in straight lines. They use a navigational system that they follow. That system is actually referencing something else, like the compass. If you say, well, I follow the compass, okay, what is the compass referencing? Well, the compass is referencing the magnetic field lines of the Earth, which are in fluctuation, and they're not static, and they're not the way you might think they are. Do just a little bit of research on this, you'll find out for yourself. So straight line travel is a myth. It's not true. No one ever knows if they're actually going in a straight direct line unless it's a short distance. And that's even difficult. But yeah, short distances, you can tell straight lines are, in the close proximity, you can get a straight line. Long distance travel, however, it's going to make things a little bit more different because you're extrapolating what a straight line would look over a large distance, and there's not enough room to actually visualize or actually compare that
Exactly.
straight path.
There is not enough room. That's why we have maps, That's why
Well,
we
maps
have
are,
GPS.
yeah,
And GPS
but
shows
maps,
we
yeah,
are
maps are not.
going,
Yeah,
yeah.
hold on, brother. Hold on. Maps are only given to you as a projection of what people think the Earth is. It's not exactly what the Earth is. Now, I'll give you an example. There's many different types of maps. Okay, so many different types of maps. There's hundreds of maps. So you could type into Google right now and say, how many maps of the Earth are there? Currently, right now, anybody listening to me can do this. How many maps of the Earth are there? You're going to find out there's hundreds of maps, and each one has a very different purpose. Now, the continent sizes are distorted, the orientation of the continents are distorted. Nothing seems to line up exactly the way you might think on the flight paths on the map that you use for the flight paths that have a parabolic arc in them. So that doesn't mean necessarily that the Earth is a globe. It just means that the map you're using is distorting the path so to makes it look like it's doing a parabolic arc.
That's a pretty specific detail you just mentioned there. I just searched it on
Mm-hmm.
the Google and it says political maps, physical maps, thematic maps. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a version of the map. Actual things do not move, right? You're just adding the layers in the map and adding different kind of indication of how like for the terrain maps you just add terrain, which terrain it belongs to, which country.
No, I meant the yeah,
It doesn't move.
there's three main types of maps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're looking up right now? The three main types?
Yeah.
Cylindrical, I think azimuthal, and then there's the other one.
Types
Yeah.
of map. It shows political, physical, and thematic. Thematic, that is only that focus on the
Well, no,
popularity.
that's within the type of that's the type of map. The
Exactly
the
what
ones
you
that I'm
talked about
yeah,
earlier.
but the ones I'm talking about are going to show you what it looks like on a 3D surface or a 2D surface. It just depends. The 3D surface is like the Web Mercator projection that Google Earth uses, and I believe that's the one that you might be using for your logistics, if I'm not mistaken. That might be the one you're using for your logistics. But either way, what I'm trying to elucidate here is that with all these maps, there's only one that's been chosen to represent the travel distance for the use case. The use case would be for the type of logistics that you're utilizing it for. I don't know if it's ship or airplane. I'm not really sure what you're doing it for. But if it's for ship, travel, then yeah, it would be used. So the idea that you have that the Earth is a globe is based on a projection, a map projection. But not necessarily does it mean that the Earth is what the map is projecting. Because it doesn't have to have this parabolic arc in the way that you envision it. Like, well, I'm looking at a flat map, so in order for this to make any sense, it had to be on a globe. Do you understand? Like that to you makes sense in your mind, but in no way is it representing the actual Earth. That's the most important part about this. The maps themselves. Say again.
Yeah, continue.
Go
I'm
ahead.
listening.
I'm counting what?
Continue. I'm listening, brother. I'm listening.
Oh, there is on the map themselves. It says that also. Do not take this as it's the terrain. It's not. It doesn't represent the terrain. It's not a one for one. Maps aren't. They're not used for that purpose. They have a specific purpose, like what you're using them for. Yeah, logistics. But it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily representing the Earth as is. That's false. So you don't have, even though you might assume, well, the Earth is a globe, you can think that, but you have to be able to prove it, and the map doesn't help you prove the Earth being a globe. Is what a point I'm trying to make.
Are you saying the Earth is not spinning?
Yeah, go ahead. What'd you say?
So, did you say that Earth is not spinning?
No, not that it's not spinning. I'm having a conversation with Steiker 44477. He has two evidence, or at least assumptions, that the Earth is a globe based on the sun moving east to west from horizon to horizon, and the path that I think a boat or a plane takes over a distance, and that means that he sees it, or he's assuming that it's a globe based on these two things. But he admitted at the very beginning he's never been on a rocket to verify for himself that the Earth is an actual globe. So he said it straight out. Which is I mean, that's fine. And most people think like this, but Pema, I think you've seen the event, the Earth doesn't spin. Is that what you're requesting you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth does not spin. So would you say that it does spin?
Yeah, but scientifically, so they prove that Earth is spin, right?
Okay. How did they do that?
So they before they hypnothesis, they have a lot of hypnothesis that there is that they go on the rocket and they see everything, and then they told us that Earth is spin and not sun and moon.
Yeah, but well, how did they prove it on the ground? How can you prove it that the Earth is spinning? What can we observe? What can we test that we know that the Earth is spinning?
But I believe, because I can't prove, because I'm not able to go on a rocket or something like that, but I can't prove it. But they prove it, because not only one person, they prove it all over the world. Like most people, they verified it. So
I will
we
think
have
about
to
it.
believe it.
No, we don't. We can challenge. You can challenge. I can challenge anything that someone says. Anybody can do this, right? Your mind is your own. You don't have to believe everything that they say. Anyone says, not just they.
Yeah.
Anyone. So if they're telling you that the Earth is spinning, you have your own mind. You can challenge this. You can say, how?
Yeah.
Show me a. You can, whoever your teacher, maybe just a person, whoever it is, they're saying the Earth is spinning. You're like, okay, show me a method so I can know for myself the Earth is spinning. What is my observation? What do I need to look at? What is the method I need to test?
Yeah. But because I think it makes sense, no, when you think about the Earth is spinning or something like that, when you think about it by thinking logically and scientifically, everything, it makes sense.
No.
So like,
No, it only makes sense. Listen, You can say, you can think of the Earth that's spinning because you look at the sun, moon, and stars, and they're moving in the sky, right? You see
Yeah,
those things moving in the sky.
yeah.
So you can think about it like the Earth is moving, but they didn't prove it. It's not conclusive that the Earth is spinning.
But
It
you
can
know,
be
you
it can be assumed. It can be assumed that it's spinning because you see those things moving in the sky. That's the only thing you can do.
but what you have to think is, if Earth doesn't spin, then why sun, moon, and there we? So no, there is a lot of America and Asia and a lot of countries. There is Earth. There is east, west, north. When sun, when Earth is spinning, that times the suns and moons, their timing is different because Earth is spin.
No. The sun is moving around the Earth that we live on. It is moving
Oh, yeah,
everywhere.
yeah,
So
yeah. I know that.
imagine this. Imagine the Earth not moving and it's just a horizontal plane, just a flat Earth, right? The sun moves
Yeah,
across the top. So if I can give you an example so you can put in your mind. So think about your kitchen table, right? You have a table where you put your food on. Okay. That table, you can put a flashlight above that table and you can move that light around in a circle. Just for it doesn't I'm not saying the sun's path is like this, but what I'm telling you so that your mind can envision what I'm saying. So
yeah,
the light can move across the surface, a flat surface, moving in a different location as it moves across the table. Just like
yeah.
a flashlight or any other kind of light.
I think how do you know that?
Well, there's no way to detect that the Earth is in motion. There's no way that anybody's ever detected that our Earth is moving. There's no detection for this. None. Zero. The only thing we observe is that the sun, moon, and stars are in motion.
But there is no one scientist who are saying that sun moon is spinning. Do you get what I mean? There is no scientifically proof that sun moon is going around the world.
Yeah, there's no proof.
Yeah, there's no evidence though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the only thing that we can test and verify are things that are objective. Now, it's not objective that the Earth is moving because it cannot be tested. We do not observe the Earth in motion, nor can we verify that it is in motion by any detector.
So what your point is, you won't believe anything unless you see by yourself, right?
Not really. I'll put it this way. If something can be tested by anybody, not just me, right? So I'm not putting myself only as the limit, but if somebody can test this, and there's a method to test, and they can prove it, that the earth is in motion, I will grant it. But it cannot be tested because it is not in motion. And there's no way to determine whether or not the sun is moving or the earth is moving from a vantage point of being on the earth. You can only know right now that you are not moving because you
Yeah,
see the sun move across your sky from east to west.
yeah.
So we don't have to believe in anything. So if there is evidence, however, that, like as you say, other people have tested and verified, I want this. I want to know where you got this information that they've tested, they verify, and they know that the sun is still and the earth is moving.
Yeah, there are a lot of information that you can get on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you
you
looked
can
at
search.
this?
Yeah, I have looked it before when I was, I think, before 3 years ago. So yeah, they have verified it. So by themselves, it's not only one person. There's a lot of people who verified it.
What
So
did they do?
then, sorry.
What did they do?
Yeah, they go on rocket and but still even they don't go. They sent rocket away from the earth and looked every circle of our earth, and they know, wow, it's not flat, it's round, and they know earth is spin, so not sun and moon. So they know everything and they prove it.
But do you just believe this or do you know this?
Yeah, yeah. Now, yeah, I know that. Now you're talking like a believing in knowing. I,
Yeah.
yeah, I know it through believing.
Okay. What? No.
I
You don't
know
know
it.
it through believing. No. Okay, so let's put it this way. The story that they told you, whatever,
Yeah,
how, or you looked on the internet or however you learned this information, do you believe the information or do you know the information? There's a
yeah.
big difference.
First, I believe the information, but
Okay.
after I believing, then I know it. You know what I mean?
No, you don't
Yeah,
know. You don't listen. You don't know unless you can discover this information is true
yeah,
in any
yeah.
way. And you can't. If you validate the information, then you know. You have to
But
validate it. You have to
yeah,
know by. So you're breaking up.
but
All right.
I know what you're trying to say. But yeah, these
Yeah.
days, like before Osho, no, you know Osho, and Sadhguru, they are telling like you. They are saying if you know, then you don't have to believe. If you believe, then you don't know it. They're saying like that. But
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, Osho and Sadhguru also take like that. But what my point is, there's two types of believing. You know,
No,
one type. Yeah. There are two types
you
of
have.
believing.
Listen, you can believe something is true, right? Like your friend every single day he comes and picks you up and takes you to work. All right. Tomorrow you believe your friend is going to pick you up. That's the way you were trying to say it. But you can have faith that he'll come by tomorrow. Like he may come by, but at the same time, he might be tied up and might not come in because he calls in to work because he's sick or whatever, and he can't
Yeah.
pick you up. But you don't know this. You just know that every time, every day, he's going to pick you up. You're used to this, but this is not the same. Okay, because
But
if you know, then there's no reason why he would not show up. You would have evidence that he will be there. There will be evidence that's going to produce that you're going to say tomorrow. I know he'll be here, and knowing means that there's no room for he might come, he might not. No, you know he's going to be showing up. So it's not trusting in what he's saying. There's information that you have, data that's going to lead you to the fact that he's going to show up at your doorstep. But you don't
but
have that. All you have is his word. His word
that's
is
why
his bond to you.
that's why after believing we will know it. I have an example. I will let you know. So what year you were born?
Oh, I can't release that, but yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, but no, I'm just telling you something. So what year you were born? Are you 1937 or something like that? Not 1937, 1988 or 1989,
Yeah,
whatever
well,
it
just
is.
make up a number. Just
Yeah,
make
yeah,
up a number.
1989. Okay, we will keep it 1989. So how do you know that you were born in 1989?
You wouldn't. There's no way to
How
know
did
that.
you? How did you
How is
know
that
that
so?
I was born?
There's no way to know that. You believe you're born there because there's documents that show that you were born there, but you
Yeah,
don't know it.
yeah,
You weren't
yeah,
able to
yeah,
check that information yourself because you were
yeah,
just a baby and your baby mind wouldn't be able to recognize
yeah,
what
yeah,
year it
yeah,
was.
yeah. But now, when someone asks you, "Oh, do you know what is your birthday?" So how can you say, "Yeah, I know my birthday. I was born in like that." Didn't you say? Won't you say
No,
like
no, no,
that?
no. I believe my birthday. You can correct yourself. You're saying you know, but to correct the statement is I believe my birthday is, 1989. That's what you
But
can
you
say.
don't know your birthday.
No, you can say that's your birthday. You believe it to be so. You can believe your birthday is that day. That's
But
nothing wrong
what
with that.
what you believe your birthday, it is true or lie?
What
Well,
does that
how
have to
can
do?
you that the point is here's the point. How can you know the difference between whether it's a truth or not if you can't verify it? How would you know this?
Yeah. After believing, you can know your birthday. No.
No. You just
Okay.
believe it. It's still a belief. You believe you were born in that day. You can't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
it.
yeah. I can know it because I was born in
No, you can't.
1993. I can know it.
Yeah. Yeah, you believe
No,
it.
can
Let's
I?
put it this way. Let me put it to you this way. If you say that you know it, and I was to show you a document that you were actually born a day earlier, what would that
Yeah,
do to your knowledge right now that you thought you
yeah,
were born?
Yeah.
Well, what's going to happen? Well, you tell me what's going to happen. If I show you a document, you were born actually a day earlier, not in the day you think you were. What's going to happen?
But yeah, it's happening sometimes, but most of the time documents are
No, you're
everything
not
true,
answering me. You're not answering my question. If I
Yeah, I'm
show you a
answering your
document,
question.
if I show you a document that you were not born in the day you thought you were, and you said, I know I'm born, 1989. If you say that, and I know it was, March the 5th or whatever,
Oh,
and I say, no, I have a document right here that shows you were born March the 4th. It's signed
yeah,
by the doctor. And you
yeah,
thought you were born a day after, but you said, I
yeah,
know I'm born March 5th. And I show you a document that shows you were born March 4th. What happens to
yeah,
you saying that you know? Then you could just
yeah,
say, well, I believed that I thought I was born on the March 5th.
yeah. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I
But
know I am.
yeah. But when it happens, truth, if it's a fact,
Dude,
what?
you couldn't verify this information. Even look, let's put it this scenario. Even if I showed you the document, I'm going to make it so you can realize what I'm saying. Even if I show
Yeah,
you the document, the doctor signed it, right? And then there was a witness that saw the doctor sign it or whatever. How would you know that document was not signed incorrectly? What if you were born March 5th
yeah,
and they
you're
thought it was
right.
March 4th? It's a clerical error. So
Yeah, that's why
here's
I'm telling there is
hold on,
truth.
brother. Just listen to me. What I'm saying about your birthday analogy is not going to help here because of the fact that you cannot verify this information. It
Yeah,
can only fall under a belief, which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that, man. Your mom says you were born this day. That's okay. You can believe this, right? There's not anything wrong with that. But it will remain a belief you have because if for some reason the person who says you were born that day made a mistake, you wouldn't be able to verify the mistake.
yeah.
There's no way you can do this.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I was
Okay.
saying to you. Yeah, that's why I was saying there are two types of knowing. There's two types of believing. So that's
No,
what
dude,
I'm
there's
saying.
only knowing and belief. Dude, it's like at the same time, you think you know. This is the issue, right? You think you
No,
know
no.
something. You think
Yeah,
if you can use the word belief and know, you think you know, right? I think I know, but I am only trusting something. At some point, I have to trust. That's not knowing.
yeah. That's why I'm saying there's two types of knowing.
No,
Some knowing
brother,
is
there's
like,
not. No, there's
yeah,
not. So you can listen,
yeah,
dude. No. You have this in your head that you've separated two types of knowing and you think you're correct. You're not. Because when you know
yeah,
something that's followed by information that you can test, you can verify, you can falsify that information, you can know something. There's things that you can know and there's things that you cannot know, which would be a belief. I believe this is how something went. I believe this is true. I don't know it. So you can't know something if you believe it. It's not interchangeable. You either know or you believe.
There is many people in reality who live that example. They believe that their parents are their biological parent. They believe that
Mm-hmm.
birthday is their birthday, but it happened that it's not even their parent or the birthday is their birthday. They just fake the paperwork. They lie to the. It's not a lie. They hide the
Yeah, it's not a
truth.
lie.
Yeah, it's not like they hide the truth. They didn't tell the kid that he was adopted or something like that, and they lived their life believing something which is not correct. So they accepted that their parents are their parents. They accepted it without any evidence. So that's the meaning of belief.
And switched at birth too. Some parents don't know. They did not know that
Yep.
was not their child.
Yep. That's another. There's so many layers to the analogy you brought up that's inconsistent with knowledge that everybody in here understands that's not knowledge. You don't know this. There's no
but
way.
yeah, Rice. I have any questions. So
Okay.
I have one
So let's
question
just
for
make
you.
a distinction. Let's just make a distinction that belief and knowledge are two different things. And so in the realm of, I just want to get us back on track. I know you want to go in a different direction about it, but I have to.
No,
Let's
no,
go right back.
I'm not going to
Let's
different
go.
directions. So I will.
I know, but let me give the audience back the context, right? The context
Yeah.
is we're having a discussion with Pema, and Pema is talking to us whether the topic of the room was this Earth doesn't spin. He was giving evidence because he works on logistics about the Earth in motion. Oh, wait a minute, you're not the guy. You're someone else. I was speaking to the other guy. Sorry, I mixed you up with him. So Pema just wants to know if the Earth is in motion, and go ahead, Pema. Do you have any knowledge that you can tell us that the Earth is in motion?
No, okay. So you want to go back? Then
No,
already.
we've covered the fact that you have a misunderstanding of what belief and knowledge are.
No. I don't. Yeah, well, you have also your point, but I have also my point because I suggest that there's two types of believing and knowing, but you don't
No.
believe. You don't like that my suggestions. That's what we are debating, right?
Well, at the moment right now, you're confused because you think there's two types of knowing and two types of belief. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you
Some
ask him
believing.
to present them and develop a little bit too? Let us
Yeah, I
know
mean, he
what.
can. What are the two types of knowledge? And if the two types of knowledge are one of them's a belief, we're gonna all point it out to you. But go ahead, two types of knowledge. Start with those, and then we'll do two types of belief. Because your analogy of the birthday was a belief, so that didn't work.
Yeah. When I believe my birthday, after believing, then I know that my birthday because of believing.
No.
So yeah,
It
I have
never
some
moves.
question.
It never moves, sir. It never moves into the realm of knowing ever. You
It's
are
okay.
you're claiming knowledge when there is no knowledge. You cannot claim knowledge when there is no knowledge. You do not have knowledge of this. You've been told the only thing you can say you know is someone told you something, but it's not actually knowing, it's believing still. You believe that they're telling you this, but it's not knowing. Knowing would be factual, evidential information that you can test and verify. You cannot say that you know this.
It's okay. It's
As in,
okay.
like, as in, you know it for sure. Like, I know this is true.
Yeah.
You're saying knowledge on top of a belief, and knowledge on top of a belief is just a belief.
Okay.
Using that, it's colloquial, right? When you say knowledge, it's colloquial. It's like, I know that my mom told me I was born on this day and day, but I might not be. That's what you can, like, colloquially, but it's not knowledge as in, like, I know my birthday is this day. See what I'm saying? You're trying to mix it up with the idea that you're interchanging the colloquial term with the actual way that we describe what knowledge is, knowing. So I'm trying to give you a separate understanding, so you don't have to confuse yourself. Because when people talk
I'm
about
not
this and the
confused.
Earth being a globe, when they talk about the Earth being a globe, they get confused. They think they know it's a globe, but it's not knowledge; it's a belief.
No. I'm not confused. I'm not confused. I'm
You are.
saying just logically. No,
Now, so
I'm
am
just
I.
saying logically. So when we
There
know
is
that
no
no
logic. There is no
logic.
logic in saying that you believe what you know. You know what you believe. You know what you believed. So, at the moment when you change that belief by something factual, so you have direct contact with that thing. Like, for example, witnessing yourself being born and being able to realize that and being conscious about that action that you are being born. So yeah, you were a baby, you didn't have any possibility to at that moment and to acknowledge that and to put it in your mind. So the only way to know your birthday is to be present, witnessing yourself being born.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that, and you can't do that. There is no way
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah.
That's
You're
the only
right.
way to be able to know that you were born at that moment. Otherwise, you will just have to believe that. You believe that your mom is your mom. You believe that your birthday is your birthday. That's what I do too. And
Yeah.
Alpha,
You're
I
right.
guess.
We all do that.
Yeah, now we have same thing, same thought. Yeah,
Nice.
I believe. Oh yeah, you and my mind is same. What my mom told me, I believe her. After believing, I know my
Yeah.
birthday.
No,
You
bro.
no.
Yeah, not even that.
No.
Because if she got it wrong, then you don't know that your birthday was that day that she
What?
told you. Because what if she got it? Dude,
What
listen, just listen to me, Pema. If she mistook your birthday for actual the day before,
Yeah.
like I give you the example, that maybe maybe it was the day before, and she told you it was the day after, but she told you this, and you say you know, and she came back to you 25 years later, and she says, "Oh, I made a mistake. Your birthday was actually
Yeah.
a day before."
Okay.
And then you
It's like
say, okay, wait a minute. I thought I knew my birthday was this day. Now I don't know when my birthday. You would say that to her. Now I don't know my
okay.
birthday was that day. So wait a
I
minute.
will.
Wait, time out, Pema. Listen to me.
Okay.
You would say, I know my birthday was that day, but now I don't know what my birthday was. So you would give
Okay.
doubt to her, and she would say, yes, because now I'm correcting you 25 years later, and your birthday was actually a day before. And so let's say you believe that and say, okay, now I'm going to change my mind, and I'm going to say I'm born a day before. And then you changed it. You can say now, I know now my birthday is a day before. Guess what?
Yeah.
Hold on. What if the doctor came by and said, ma'am, you were on heavy medication, so you were out of it, in and out. You didn't know if that day, what day it was. You thought it was a week before. And the doctor corrected her. Then you would say,
Okay.
wait, hold on, Pema. You say, let me change my mind again. I don't know my birthday was when my mom told me. Now I'm going to change it to
Okay.
when the doctor said it was a week earlier. You never
Okay.
know, dude.
Yeah, you have a point. You have a point. I
Yeah, I
agree
know
with
I
you.
do.
But what if my mom was right?
You don't know that. You can
What
never
if my
know, bro. Listen, based on somebody else's word, you can never know. Because your mom could have been on medications that didn't allow her
I'm just a
to
liar.
understand what day it was, or maybe she lied. And there's many reasons, right? But for the fact that you're saying you cannot,
oh my
you cannot
oh
know.
I have same question for you, Av. I have same question for you. Yeah,
What?
see, let me guess. So your parents died. I'm just example. Your parents died long before I go, right? And
Yes.
you raised by some parents, but you never know that always think that this is your real parents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You always think
Yeah.
that they are
Yes.
my real parent, and
That happens.
when
That happens a lot everywhere. That
yeah,
may
yeah,
be
and
happening to
someone asks
somebody in
you,
this room right now.
I'm
do you know
adopted. Swear to God. Swear to God.
this? When
Yeah.
someone asks, do you know your parent? What did you say?
I
Yeah, I
believe
know
this is
him.
my parent.
Yeah, then you know it's your parent, right?
No,
Because an
you don't.
authority
No,
told
listen,
me,
listen.
and I
You don't.
believe
Yes.
them.
Okay,
See,
you're separating. Here's what you're doing. You're separating the fact that you're saying the information given to you. You can say you know it, but as far as the foundation of it being true or
but
not, you don't
but
know that. So you're
yeah,
not
but
using knowledge. Listen, the way we're using knowledge is an established fact with a way to verify and or falsify the information. You're not
you know the
using it in
parents,
that
right?
way.
You know the parents.
What do you mean? Do I know the parent?
When someone asks, "Oh, who is your parent?" You will
If I did or didn't know them, would it change the shape of the earth, though?
No, we're just identifying the fundamentals of his like miscommunicate. He's trying to figure out whether or not he can use the word knowledge and to say that he knows that the earth is a globe based on a belief. He wants to stack a belief on the bottom as a foundation and then use the word knowledge or knowing after that. That's what he's trying to do. His argument right now is trying to build a case for him saying that he knows that the earth is a globe. He wants to use that. And I'm telling him in the case for the earth being a globe, he cannot verify and or falsify the information, which is the type of knowledge you need to have if you're saying you know the earth is a globe. So it's not the kind of knowledge where you say, well, I know that my birthday's in March the 5th, 1989. Right.
So
You don't know that.
you will say, I know that they are my parents.
You listen, dude.
I talked to my
The inform
parents about that
yeah.
this topic, and I wasn't ashamed to tell my family and what my mom was there that I don't know and I can't know if she is really my mom. I just believe it. I can
Yeah.
also add that I believe it so deeply,
Yep.
but I don't know it.
That's
It's
right.
I wasn't present there. She knows. She knows the truth if she is my mom or the doctor
Well,
also and
well,
nurse
well.
who were
Hold on a
present.
minute, Necros. Here's the thing, too. What if you were switched at birth? Would she know that? If you look similar to another child, how would she?
I believe I believe depended to what they told me. I was born in the house, so it was a
Yeah.
traditional birth.
So basically, you
Not in
accept the person that you call your parents as your
Yeah.
parents, but you don't
Sure.
actually know they're 100% unless you're going to do a
Anyway,
DNA
nice
test.
talking. Nice
You can
talking. Let's
hang
see
on,
you
please.
tomorrow.
Hang on, I've been listening. I just want to say a few words. You can tell if the parent is your real parent, blood parent, by checking the DNA blood test. That's one way. But knowledge-wise, when you were born, your presence of mind wasn't switched on yet because you had no education. So you're being born, but you're not aware of that. That awareness is not there for you as the baby
Even with
being born at the time.
even with the DNA test, I can't be sure because I just have to believe that the DNA test is reliable.
Yeah.
We should have strictly
okay,
defined the
okay,
terms that we're
okay,
I
using
have
from
to
the
that's
very
believe that
beginning.
that's
the
true. You can
DNA
release it
test
though.
wasn't switched with some other DNA test, and it happened in reality. Some people divorced because that they found that the father is not the father, but he was the
Yeah.
father. They just switched the test.
Yeah, it's possible, of course, but the test is reliable as long as you follow the chain of custody.
I
Yeah.
just
Well,
have to study DNA tests from scratch to understand it and to be able to say that I
let's put it
know
this
that
way,
the
guys.
DNA
Yeah.
test is reliable.
Yeah, let's put it this way: the guy left, right? But the person left that we were speaking to. When Jin started talking, he said I had to leave, but anyway, he left. But the context of it was he wanted to use the word knowledge and to say that the Earth is a globe in some way. He wanted to use the word knowledge, and I told him the type of knowledge you'd have to have was a type that you could test, verify, and/or falsify. If you don't
Empirical
have this
evidence.
type of knowledge, you don't know that the Earth is a globe. So if he said he knows, he'd have to fall under the category I just outlined, which he'd have to be able to know with data that we could have a method to test and verify this information. Now, there was a lot of like, this or that kind of like, what is knowledge? And
Yeah, he was bending the definition. That's why if we would have just stated like strict definitions of terms, like there wouldn't have been a lot of wiggle room.
well, he just wanted to make it seem like he didn't know what we were saying, but he used the birth analogy, being born, as a way to explain what he's talking about. But it backfired on him because he didn't know he was going to have a conversation with critical thinkers, dude. He thought he was going to come in here and just be like, well, you can say your parents are who they are, even though you can't verify it. That's his point. He wanted to just leave it there.
You think he was like intentionally?
Yeah, he wanted to make it sound like
I get it.
we can use the word
It didn't
knowledge.
come off that way to me. I thought he was just slow.
Yeah. Well, no. If you're trying to use the word knowledge, go ahead.
I felt that he was using the word belief to confirm knowledge, and that's not the way to do that. Plus,
right, opposite
sounds
concept.
like the other we had last week, where believing is quicker. Believing is easier and quicker. You don't have the knowledge; it just believe it, and away you go. Do you remember last week? You have your belief, and that's your knowledge, and you move on.
Yeah, belief is the one word for that sentence that says that you accept something without evidence. So you
That's
want
right.
to say that in one word, you will say believe. That's the meaning of the word, accepting something without evidence.
But that's the only meaning that we accept in this context, though. That's it.
Well, it doesn't need to be anything else, but he was trying to make it sound like you can interchangeably use it within the context of this conversation, which is what he was pointed to, that you can't. Because in the case of like a being born or the Earth being a globe, on one of them, you can know for sure it is what they're telling you it is. You can know this. And it's not like a knowledge of like, oh, they told me information. I know the information.
Right.
It's not knowing the information. It's verifying the veracity of the claim of the information. So that he was using it colloquially and thinking that he can just keep using it and it's not going to work.
I feel you. I got you. I didn't think he was like being like intentionally,
All right.
shifty. I thought he was like really struggling.
No, he wasn't struggling. He was trying to make a point about using the word knowing in the sense of saying that he believes. Kind of like what he was saying with the birth, like I know that I was born, 1989, March 5th.
Right.
And I said, well, you don't know that, dude. Like you can't say that because you say that your birthday was at, I showed him an example.
Right.
Yeah. I felt that guy, there's a culture difference, and he truly believed that his believing was knowing. His believing was knowledge, and you've just corrected him for the first time in his life. It's been put to him that believing is not actually knowing, because you can't. In the analogy he gave from his belief system, he couldn't verify that he was born. You can't do that because you wasn't aware of your birth. So you cannot say you was born on this day. You can't know that. That's impossible. But he doesn't understand that. Well, but perhaps now he will understand that his believing is the wrong mechanism to be using in life. That's what I think is going on here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vintage Bait says, could the Earth be a globe like 1,000,000 times bigger than current model? No. Does anybody? I'll give it to the audience or the 24/7 group. Why can it not be 1,000,000 times bigger than the current model?
Because we've measured this, right? I mean, there's like it's supposed to be a definite, diameter.
Yeah.
Like it's right. So like that. Your calculator. I thought it was like 8 inches a mile.
Hold on, Freddie. I do want 24/7 to respond to this. So if anybody that's been around our group, what would we respond when somebody says, could it be 1,000,000 times bigger than the current model?
All right, update it. 1 billion or 1 trillion. Even
That's
a million, whatever.
That's fine. But why couldn't it be that versus what? Why couldn't it be that? I'll give the answer.
Everything else.
I don't know.
Go ahead, 20.
Everything else would be thrown off. Right? The entire cosmology is based on the assumption that it is the stated size. So if it is bigger, then everything else is fucked up. Right? We can hypothetically give that caveat, I think. But then there are more problems than you think, or than one might have thought originally.
What's the biggest problem for saying that the Earth is way too big?
I think it's the gravitational mechanics. It does throw everything off, and so everything in cosmology doesn't work anymore.
You don't actually have to even bring that into this at all, I don't think.
It's the measurements, isn't it? Not the measurements. We're not measuring this.
What's the first rung of the distance? Isn't the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder? Right? Because if they say, if we're told that the Earth is yay big, one of the first assumptions is Venus is the same size, or something like that. So therefore, Venus would also be whatever 1,000,000 bajillion times bigger. And then there's all the the equations about the mass and the gravitation that go with that, and then the distances, et cetera, et cetera. But
the distance to the sun changes.
You can't go to that. You can't just strawman the idea. He just talked about what if the Earth is 1 billion times bigger, but I don't know if he want to claim the cosmos with that same Earth. So you want to go with that because like with the flat Earth, imagine it. There is a pond on that on the top of that giant sphere, and everything is just above, and the sphere is just that sphere that is hovering there. Who knows how it works? No, you will just have to strawman him to debunk that. I will ask him to validate that, but because if he claimed that it is 1 billion times bigger, that will be a claim. So of dimension and that it is a sphere, so curvature. So water will have to curve
So,
with
all
that.
right, the only reason I said it is because you keep saying you know it's not a globe, but like I don't know if it's not a globe that's just a trillion times bigger.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
know
what
it's
the
not
problem we're having.
3595.
Yeah,
We
hold on,
all
hold on.
know it's not 3595.
Have a
So
curvature.
Yeah, the
Will still
problem we're
have a
having right now,
curvature.
the problem we're having right now is the proposition, right? What are they saying about cosmology? That the Earth is a sphere. There's a lot of what you say is the evidence that they would produce, right? The videos, the pictures, all of that stuff. So to say that it's a billion times bigger or whatever is to say that you're going to make up a different type of cosmology. Now, you can't say one without the other, right? It's married. So if you say that it is, you're going to have to be able to provide some sort of evidence for it. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all we're saying is, where is the evidence?
I just said it could be. Why not?
Right,
Why
right.
could
But
it
if
not be?
if it was, you wouldn't be able to tell, and then it would just be flat anyway. You get it? It's so big that it's flat. Well,
Hello,
that's
sir,
good enough,
everyone.
but what's going on, man?
I'm audible.
Hello?
Like Alpha said, when you claim that the Earth have a specific shape, a billion time bigger sphere, that will be a claim of shape, and you will have to validate that. That's what we are not doing. So we are claiming the description of the surface, the known Earth, known surface that we humans are living on, and that we know, that have been explored, that we are navigating on, and all of that. We are not claiming any shape because we don't know if the Earth is literally and really a giant bigger sphere.
But see,
We
the word
know that.
planet
Who knows? But we are
implies that.
talking about that. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, the word planet itself, that implies a spherical, globular, round planet. Just that word in itself. When you use that word, it is that you're talking about a round sphere.
Nah.
Yeah, look it
I
up, man.
won't
Yeah, so
say
the
that.
the thing that's in
Explain
the
to me, what is a planet? Can you tell me what is a planet? Define the word to me. I don't understand what do you mean by planet, because for me, what I understand by planet is just those stars in the sky that are moving independently to the plot of stars, the rest of stars. So there is stars, there is wandering stars. The one word for wandering stars is planet, coming from the Greek word planos. So what would you define the word planet?
Hello, sir,
Well,
everyone.
the
Good evening.
second definition of planet is a celestial body that orbits the sun, has sufficient blah blah blah, assumes nearly a round shape, blah blah blah. Like it's in the word.
Okay, nice. So celestial body, that's one, meaning that that body have to be in the sky. Celestia is the sky. Celestia is the sky. Terra is the earth. So that's a
Yeah, you can
first claim.
dismiss all those other words except for round. You just focus on
Yeah,
that word.
round and must orbit a star like the sun, for that claim about those planets in the sky, or the Earth if you add the claim that it is a planet too. So that will be three positive claims that you are throwing there. It will be just like begging the question. Validate that the Earth is spherical, validate that the Earth is orbiting the sun, and validate that the Earth is in the sky.
I can't because I don't believe any of that shit. I'm
Yeah,
just
I know.
saying the terms that you're using. You know, like okay, so like we were talking about whether or not Earth is flat or not, and you want to throw in like that we're spinning around. Like those two don't have anything to do with each other necessarily, do they? Like, am I wrong about that? Like your shape doesn't imply any motion that you may or may not have, right?
Yeah, the shape doesn't imply the motion because we have globe earthers that are geocentric. They don't claim any motion on their spherical Earth, but still they claim a spherical Earth. So the thing that is common between those two claims is that sphere. Geocentric or heliocentric doesn't matter.
All right, let's see if there's new people that we can speak to in here. Guys, if you're joining this channel brand new, you can ask some questions. There's an event going on right now called Earth Doesn't Spin. We can talk about the event topic, or you can come in here and challenge yourself on what you think the Earth is and why. So we're trying to see if there's some people that can stir up some good conversations about it. So if you're brand new to the topic, we'd love to hear from you. Yeah, that's how you get involved with this topic, is to engage with us, and we'd like you to. So if you've been in here for a while and you're listening to what we're talking about, we want you to participate. Go ahead. We got a few people that are in here. Does anybody want to come forward and have a conversation? We got Bithray, Flurney, welcome. Fufu's in here. Let's
Or I
see.
just think that you gotta disregard my question. You don't
Miguel's
think
in
it's a
here.
good question?
It's not a good question because the Earth is not just a billion times bigger. It's only a certain size that they propose it to be. Vintage.
I've got a question
So
for the
it's the we're actually talking about the narrative and not what you think cosmology is. How about that? That's what we're talking about. The topic is what it's been proposed to be, not what you say it is or it could be. But go ahead with your question.
Who, me?
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah, I was wondering. You don't believe in gravity, right?
Oh, wait. Before you start off, I'm going to tell you and ask you, what is gravity?
It's a funny way of answering a question, but I'd say it's
Well, I know it's important because it's
curvature
contextual.
of space-time.
Okay, the
I think it's
curvature of
both to an
space-time.
extent.
What
It is
is
mass
both what?
attracting mass, and it's also the curvature of space-time.
That's fine. It doesn't matter how you say what it is. Okay, so what is the effect of gravity?
It's a pseudo force. It pulls things together.
Okay, what do we see that we can say is an observation of gravity?
Things falling down.
Okay, things falling down. What is causing that effect? Things falling down.
You know what I'm going to say.
No, I don't need to know. Just tell me, like, what is causing the thing falling down? Okay, gravity is a cause and effect relationship. So, okay, when you talk about gravity, you always got to parse it out. So when you ask, you guys believe in gravity? Gravity is actually a cause and effect relationship. I don't think you understood that, but now that I'm elucidating that to you, you can realize the implications of saying gravity. So gravity is a cause and effect relationship. So when you say, I see gravity, what you're saying is, I see something fall, like you just said right now, right? That's called the effect of gravity. Now, the cause of gravity, what is causing or giving that thing the propensity to move in that vector?
Fuck, should I know? I think that's quite a
Well, you
silly
should. You should, because you just said it when you first stated what it is.
Hold on. I think that's no physicist knows why gravity does what it does in the same way that we
But
don't
you
know
just
why.
said it. You just said it.
We don't know why the limit of the speed of light is that speed.
Wait a minute. Wait, no, we're not talking about speed of light. So
No,
you
it's-
said
it's-
gravity.
I'm-
You said, and I'll go back to the conversation when we first started, right? Because you asked me what gravity was, and it sounds like You're not giving me the answer
Well,
that
you
you said
haven't yet
before. So
answered.
the answer you
No,
said
you
before
haven't
was
yet answered.
it's the bending and warping of space-time and or Newton's gravitation, right? Which is mass attracting mass. Those are the two answers you gave me. Those, sir, were the cause for the effect, according to you. You said so. Now you're saying you don't know, which is what you said before you did know.
No, hold on. Let me address that. I don't know why it happens. I don't know why gravity does what it does, but it would seem that
What?
I know. Well, I don't know, but the best explanation would seem to be not cause and effect. Newtonian
Okay.
mass
What
attracting
is
mass.
Okay, so now the
he
cause
didn't.
is
He didn't ask you. He didn't ask you why. He asked you what is it, and
No,
then
but
you know
my understanding was he was asking why does this force like the fuck should I know? I don't give a shit
that's not
regardless.
what he asked you. That's not what he asked you.
I asked the question and I feel like this is sort of
Okay.
this has backfired on me. I'm just out of sincere curiosity.
you think? No, but I'm saying the problem is people are asking, well, I see something happening as the effect, right? Something's falling through the medium of air. We all notice this, right? It'd be absurd to say
Why
that
do
that's
they
not what we
fall
witness.
in your
Hold on a
worldview?
second.
That's
Hold
all I
on,
was
hold on a
asking.
second. Hold on a second. So when we all witness this effect, people like to say the word gravity. Well, that's gravity. Well, I see the same effect that you see. So is that gravity too? I'm looking at the same thing. You drop the pencil, it falls to the ground. I saw it. So you're saying gravity. Do I say gravity too? Because I saw what you saw. Okay.
Well,
So
that's
now
I'm
what we
wondering.
both, well, we're diving into it right now so you can understand the reason why I asked the question where you said, I don't know why you're asking me the question. I'm asking you the question because there's a lot of presumptions of what people have when they come into this topic. They think they're asking us, do you guys believe in gravity? And you don't even know why you even asked that question. Now I'm elucidating it for you. I'm breaking it down. So it's a cause and effect relationship where there's a effect that everybody sees and you can quantify it, right? The average rate of fall and that sort of stuff through the whatever medium, doesn't matter. And then you're going to try to figure out what is the cause for the effect? What is causing that effect to do what it does? That's
So
what
I
I'm
would
asking.
say
That's what I'm asking you.
I would say the curvature of space time.
Excellent. So if that is true, how was that scientifically validated?
Do you want the real answer?
Yeah, if you can.
I don't have a fucking clue, brother.
Thank you. Neither does anybody in this room. How about that?
Yeah,
We're
neither
on the
did
same.
Einstein.
We're
Can I
on
just
this.
say,
We're on the same boat with you, bro.
yeah, I'm
Neil
not going
deGrasse
into this
Tyson
trying to
couldn't
win a
define
debate.
gravity
By the
either.
way, I'm
Hold on, Freddie.
fascinated
Let
with
me
these
talk this guy.
conversations. I'm
Well,
just
I'm
trying to
glad. I'm
figure out
glad to
what
hear it.
flat Earth. Yeah,
I'm glad to hear
like
it.
fuck should I know? You know, I don't
I'm
want this
glad
to
to
be
hear it,
like a no, but just
dude.
if you can answer the question, what makes things fall down if you don't believe in gravity?
We
Just out of
don't know that, sir. As you stated, I just finished telling you, we agree with you. Nobody knows.
But am I right in saying that a lot of flat earthers do say density and buoyancy?
Yeah, that's the quantification of the effect. You can quantify the effect, and I just went over that. You can quantify the rate of speed that something drops. You can quantify the object and medium relationship by testing, hey, look at the egg in water. If I put more salt in it, it'll float. If I, put it in fresh water, it'll sink. Oh, I see something happening. That's the effect, sir. You can quantify this with buoyancy and density. Yes, you can do this. Anyone can. But
Buoyancy
what's giving
requires
it? No,
gravity
yeah,
in its
sir,
equation.
let me finish. But what's causing that to move in the way that it does is a law of nature by which nobody can know what's causing it to move in that direction. You can manipulate that with the object and medium. So, dude, don't interrupt, please. Just wait. So you can manipulate that with the object and medium, which is a quantification of the effect. That is not the cause of the effect.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
Okay, so we're in the you and I, sirs. You can wait just a minute. Okay, sirs, just wait, just wait. All right,
Excuse
so
me.
I know that you want to come in, but let me finish because me and the gentleman we're finishing up, and then I'm gonna let you guys come in. So the important dudes, really.
Hello,
So the
brother.
important. All right, if I get that one more time, I'm just gonna look for your name and mute you. How about that? I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. You can just wait just a little bit. All right, so when we talk about this subject, a lot of times people ask us a question, and I get it, right? It's important to know what we're talking
brother.
about. What guy was that? Please, someone tell me.
Are you listening to me? And you
Right. So it's important for us to discuss the fact that we're going to engage with the topic of what it is, right? And for you and me, we're on common ground. I don't think we're disagreeing at this point, not unless you think that we are. We can quantify the effect. I mean, that's easy enough, right? Buoyancy and density explains the quantification of that. You can say, yeah, I've manipulated the medium and the object responds in that medium. Thereby, it moves in a specific direction, up or down.
Yeah. So
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say
You
my
go.
contention with that is, from what I've looked into, it's if it is density and buoyancy, density, it's if it's in a heavier, a brick falling, for
Medium?
example, is
Yep.
it falls because it's in a medium it's heavier than the surrounding medium.
That's correct.
But
Yes.
the medium above it, the air above it, is so slightly less dense than below it. So
Well, I mean, yeah,
why shouldn't the brick fall up?
No, the brick's relationship with the environment. It's not. So it's the brick's relationship with the environment, dude.
But you see what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean, because the air that you're talking about has
a
equilibrium.
less dense equilibrium. Why shouldn't it fall up? Because the sky above it is less dense.
No. Because of the fact that we're dealing with the mediums, right? The mediums and the pressure and medium, all like they're working together. So the pressure right now is greatest at the surface. You know that, right? The air thins out as it goes.
Pressure. What do you think causes pressure?
The container. The container is a cause. Like, so when you have a container and you have you put pressure in it, like air or whatever, what's causing more of that pressure is that that it's being contained by that container.
If all
not all systems, no, yeah, but not all systems are the same. So in this regard, with the Earth, it's a dynamic system. It has an ever-changing, fluctuating system. So it'll have high pressure and low pressure move into and continuously mix in every environment. That's why we have ever-changing weather on the surface. There's always highs and lows mixing in with each other. All right, so
yeah, I'm not denying temperature definitely does have a role to play in the fluctuating temperature.
That's correct.
Pressure, but so for me, I'd say the pressure gradient makes complete sense if there is a force pulling.
Well, if there more like you should say more. But the way you should have worded that was if there was a force. There isn't a force that actually regulates that. Unbeknownst to you, I don't think you've never dove into this topic enough to find out whether or not you can prove what you're saying. I'm telling you, if it was,
yeah, no, you're not wrong. I definitely haven't dove into it. No.
Well, I mean, I'm allowing you to kind of like go down the path of logic until you realize whether you can produce the evidence or not, and I know maybe challenge me or whatever. I don't care. I want you to see whether you can come up with the answer that you're seeking. Perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, okay. So here's my contention. Do you think that high pressure can't exist adjacent to low pressure without a container?
Yes, of course.
These are laws that we understand with gas pressure.
It's just a genuine question.
Yeah, it just hold on. It just depends. Why do I get people interrupting? I don't understand.
I think that
All right.
guy's hot, Mike.
Hey, Mano, can you put yourself on mute, please? All right. So essentially, like, you know, with gas pressure, you're going to have to say that not all systems are the same. Or would you say they are?
No, they have different temperatures, different humidities.
Okay. So there is such a thing as a static system with pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But there's also a dynamic system, which is not the same. So you can't equivocate the two systems to be the same and then make an analogy like you're saying something that's correct. So you'd have to be able to, in context, be able to separate those systems and be able to tell me which one's which. In a static system and a dynamic system, and be able to like differentiate why you would say this is different than that.
Yeah, no, I can explain this, but
Go ahead.
If you wouldn't mind, just answer the question that if the kind of high pressure system exists adjacent to a low pressure system.
If it's contained, yes.
It can.
What?
Fair enough. I mean, no.
Yeah.
So a high pressure. So what's the
Yes,
whole
yes. This can be
issue
tested.
with, a
This can be
vacuum
tested.
adjacent to pressurized
No, that's
atmosphere?
incorrect. That would be the way that I would say it cannot be. But a
Can
low
I
pressure
explain-
enough. Okay, so there's a proposal about the narrative, right? So this is what's in contention according to the way we're discussing, right? In this particular arena, what we discuss is whether or not there's free expansion into a vacuous environment. You understand what that means?
Say it one more time, please.
A free expansion of gas into a vacuous environment.
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that's the narrative, right? That's what we're being told is up there.
Well, it's what we observe. It's not just what we're
No,
being
no,
told.
no, no. Don't put the cart before the horse. That's the narrative though, right?
No, but it literally is we observe it.
Dude, you just relax, dude. I'm gonna get there. But that's the narrative we're being told, yes or no?
Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Go on.
So that is the narrative we're being told. There's a free expansion of gas into a vacuous environment. We can actually have gas expand into the available space if it were so. Now, we do not on the Earth, the paradigm of it being the globe. Why is that not the case? The gas would expand into that vacuous environment. Why doesn't it go out there, just into the void?
Yeah, so just to say, like, by the way, every time I say this, they don't believe me. I looked into flat Earth, and they almost sold me. This was the point. This was my main contention because I thought, literally, how can a vacuum exist next to a pressurized atmosphere? Surely the abundance of the vacuum of space should. But once I realized that it's let's say it's like 100% pressurized at ground level, and then it's 99, 98. That's not the actual numbers, of course, but so it just gets less and less until it's eventually a vacuum. So when they say gas
can give you
pressure
the
seeks
numbers.
equilibrium, it's
I can
no, I'm
give you
sure
the numbers.
can,
Sorry
but
to interrupt.
as
I can give you the numbers if you'd like.
But just
for the audience,
just to finish the point.
Well, but for the audience sake, though, I just want to say, for the audience sake, the pressure on the surface is said to be around 14 psi, and at the top of the ecosystem of the Earth, the ecosystem is said to be at the exosphere, right? Well, excuse me, right at the top part of the thermosphere is said to be 10 to the negative 7 torr. So it's super low pressure up there, right? But beyond that would be the vacuum of space, or so they say. But that is a vacuum, correct? To say that from the surface at 14 pounds per square inch up to the vacuous environment of space. So those are the two high pressure differentials we're dealing with. But continue, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say it just gets less and less until. So you say that gas pressure, and rightly so, it seeks equilibrium. Hence the gradient that is it's seeking equilibrium. There's more of a differential in gas pressure from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom than there is from the top of Mount Everest to space. So the real question flat earthers should be asking is, where's the container between
No,
the top
no.
and the bottom?
Let me stop you there. Hold on. Let me stop you. I got a very important message to bring to you. This is something you've probably never heard of before. Now I'm going to enlighten you, because this is
Try
going to
me.
challenge this is going to be challenging for you. What is the highest level that you could measure pressure or air pressure? Now, I'm going to speak in terms of the atmosphere known on the Earth being a globe. You have the troposphere at the very lowest parts of the atmosphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. What is the highest level of altitude we can measure air pressure?
I don't have a fucking clue.
You need to know, because that information is a gap of knowledge you don't have currently. And if you don't have that currently, you're assuming that those numbers that I just given you about the vacuous state of where the Kármán line is said to be, up the upper parts of the thermosphere, where low Earth orbit is, you're putting that as a given. Most people do. It's not your fault. There's been a challenge to even flat earthers. The argument has always been gas pressure without containment, right? That's where you've heard it. But there's even a bigger one. There's not even any knowledge that we have measured pressure in that specific altitude that the thermosphere is. Unbeknownst to you, you've been arguing this point for quite some time, and it sounds like that's your point to make now. You don't know this. Nobody does, because it's never been measured. Let me give you another big one. Temperature in that environment has never been measured. Now, you can get calculations, you can get inferences, you can get all kinds of a derivative understanding about what that environment is like, but never measured at all. So there is a huge assumption with this argument that there is a specific type of pressure that's up there, 10 to the negative 7, that's never been measured. You nor anyone else in here cannot provide a direct measurement of air pressure in that environment. Bar none, dude. You're going to walk away from here going like, shit, I can't prove that the vacuum exists like I think it does, because nobody can. You could look online, talk to ChatGPT, phone a friend. I don't care. I've challenged many people on this. You will not find an answer of what you think the vacuum is up there. So to make this argument come alive, you'd have to know. Hold on a second, sir. To make this argument come alive, you'd have to know how it's been measured. Measured, not calculated. There's two very big different things there. Not inferred, actually tested. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
So that argument will not proceed.
Productive point. I will admit I'll have to. I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, this shit doesn't really keep me up at night. I guess I'm just bored.
That's fine.
Well,
that's fine. Well, the more interesting point,
conversation, because I am curious about people's worldviews. I'm not.
Well, this is
flat earthers,
bro. I understand this, right? But what I'm saying is, Building 7. Most people have not challenged themselves to find out how they formulate their arguments. So the argument was that, of course, the one that you were coming in here with, or at least proposing, was gas pressure without a container and the way it's proposed. But I'm here to tell you right now that a lot of people don't know this, that they're giving that argument a lot of weight when they say that what the pressure that I told you about, 10 to the negative 7, up at the upper levels of the troposphere, is said to be that as a given. And it's not. There is no measurement of it being what that is.
Unfortunately, I can't take you saying there's no.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. Let me add a little more to it before I conclude. I spoke to a good buddy who's actually a glober. His name is Brendan. He's a meteorologist, right? He comes in here every now and again. We've had a lengthy discussion many times about this, and I've actually wanted to know more about it. But from an academic standpoint, I can guarantee at 2025, it's never been measured. The highest level that you can actually measure in situ, which means in the localized area, is only up into the stratosphere. So right above the troposphere is the stratosphere. From the stratosphere beyond, you cannot measure air pressure. That's it. That's where this argument dies, dude, because there's a lot of assumptions people have to make if the argument is to be alive and is to be had.
Okay.
You
so,
have to tell
right,
me
I
what the
get you.
temperature, how the temperature and the pressure is measured in that environment that they say it is up there.
Yeah, so hear me out.
Otherwise,
Hear me out.
zero argument.
Yeah, so
I mean, we could
what is
hypothetically, but
what is if it's not a vacuum, then what is it?
well,
In your humble
God knows,
opinion?
brother. God knows.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm asking you to speculate. I'm not. You know,
I don't do speculation. Not when it's crucially important for people to understand the position we have right now is one of honesty and integrity. That means that I have to tell you I don't know. I
so
can't
this
proceed forward to tell you, well, you know, if I really think about it, it's a dome and it's got like blue and it's, you know, kind of curvy. I can't do that, bro. Not today, not now.
I just think here's my issue. The heliocentric model is it's fucking ridiculous. Like when I looked at it, the bodies spinning around each other, I looked at that shit and I thought that is ridiculous. A spinning
crazy,
water
huh?
ball, like this spinning fucking basketball with water glued to it, flying through space. But then I looked at the
Sure.
flat Earth model and I thought that seems ridiculous as well. So I'm not.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
I'm
get
sort
what
of
you're saying.
unbiased in the sense, but
Well,
either
let's
way,
put
it's
it
like
this
either
way.
a snow globe or a basketball.
No, wait a minute. Wait. You got us all wrong over here, man. Let's okay, 24/7 the group, this guy's in here. Very smart guys. Nobody in here is going to like you have to first ask us, what do you think cosmology is? What is the earth like? Is it flat earth? Like what does it look like? We're going to straight up tell you, man. That if somebody proposes a snow globe, I'm going to tell you straight up there's no way you can verify that, bro. At all. Pizza disc earth or whatever it is, you know, it doesn't matter. You can't verify this. 24/7 we'll stand behind this. I don't think anybody here is going to be like, "Oh, it's a pizza disc. I guarantee it." No one's going to say that, bro.
I don't know.
Everyone's going to be like,
Obvious has got a pretty. Oh, has he left? Where's
Who?
Obvious at? He's got a pretty pizza-looking profile picture. Like
I know, but it's just an image, dude. It's like it's something to get the conversation started. And you know, our server had that too as well. I think our 24/7, but it's just a picture. It's not like people take too much. They make too much of things, right? Because people like pictures and stuff. But I know Obvious it'd be. He's a very smart guy. That guy. Anyway,
well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
dude, maybe you had a run-in with him and you don't like him. What I don't care. What I'm saying is though,
No,
it's
I
important.
love him. I love all flat earthers, but I disagree. But I just think these conversations are interesting.
Well, yeah, of course they are.
I
People
think
inquiring.
people often take it the wrong way. The reason that flat earthers get a bad name for themselves isn't necessarily what they believe. It's the way they go about it.
It's a presenting of it. Presentation.
Yeah, there's because you're like completely reasonable, and we've had a fruitful conversation. I've learned some stuff
course,
that
of
I'm
course.
gonna have to go back and you've stumped me on some stuff, and I'm gonna have to.
Well, the only thing I'm trying
this
to
shit keeps me up at night,
Yeah.
but I think
Well,
a lot
no,
of flat earthers often
Building
get a
7,
bad
man.
name.
Look, man, we're both living on the same earth together, man. At the end of the day, we both want to know the truth, okay? We both do.
Yeah.
That's what we both seek. We don't care about what narrative is being spun. At least that's what I'm getting from you. We don't care what narrative is being spun. We just want to know what is the truth. Like, let's get to the bottom of this.
So,
and if we can
Yeah.
reason with each other, bro, that at the end of the day is we win. Both of us win.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. My issue is what I started to realize is like, does it really matter? I'm
I'd
not
say
saying
so.
you revolve. To be fair, if it is flat, that would necessitate God, and if God exists, we should probably be thinking about
you
our
could-
actions and morality.
You could take it in that
because-
direction, Building 7, and I don't mind you that you do. You can take it in that direction. A lot of people might not see it in that perspective, which I still.
But my point.
I mean, I'd say I respect it, but you know, to each his own, I guess.
Yeah, my point
In
is,
that regard?
see, what I do like about flat earthers is like I know for a fact we agree. We probably have a similar worldview in the sense that we know the fuckery that's going on, and we have a radical distrust of the government. and
I see that by
let's
your
say-
image, dude, your profile.
Yeah, yeah, you get it, you get it. That's the beauty of it. I don't need to explain it. The Building 7 is like, you know. But
Yeah, they
I
can't.
think
They can fool some of us, but
So
not
you
all
don't,
of
so
us.
you
yeah?
don't watch TV then. So you don't watch TV or the news or anything like that then, right?
just pure fear mongering degeneracy. No, I don't tend to watch that shit.
Oh, you're hip.
I
You're
Yeah.
hip
can't.
to it.
So to
I
someone,
can't
to
actually
someone
enjoy
like,
any
to someone
gaudy
like,
stuff anymore because I realise that it's all just fucking propaganda.
so to someone like you, that, or you know, the mainstream school for your children, or anything like that, you're like, I can see you kind of detesting because you hate when the government lies. And you said, well, what would it matter? Well, to a person such as yourself who hates, you know, governments that lie and do things like that to deceive people, flat Earth matters to you in the sense that, well, every time you turn around, they're trying to force it down your throat. I'd be pissed at that if I was you, if what you were
Yes.
saying was true.
No, if it turned out that they were lying about it, I guess I just
No,
see it
not
as
if
one
it,
more.
not if it turned out, not if it turned out.
Yeah, because
When
they
you
are lying
say
about
you
it.
don't
Yes.
see what difference does it make, so it's like the only you do know what difference it would make
Elijah,
if they were
it's
lying.
one more lie to add to the ever-growing abundance of government
Yeah,
lies.
but that
Yeah, but
matters.
you know what
Here's
difference it would
here's
make
me.
because you said
Just hear me out. Hear me out for a
listen.
sec.
No, I heard you already. That's why I'm speaking now. So my point to your point before, and I can end it with this because I heard what you said. You spoke clearly for yourself, right? So you said it wouldn't make a difference. Well, clearly it would, and you're sitting here trying to debate me about how it would make a difference. Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. Just pointing out. Obviously, it matters to someone such as yourself who cares whether or not the government lies about stuff.
Yeah. So my point is, of course, if it turned out to be flat, as I said, again, this is my opinion. I'm not speaking on behalf of the flat earthers, but it would seem that it's a creation, and it completely goes against the whole narrative that we've been sold. Probably
Oh, big
evolution
time,
would be
dude.
bollocks. That God would be
Big
true,
time.
and so I agree that if it's true, then that shakes up the whole fucking system. My problem is like we've still got to go to work and pay taxes to pedophiles.
Yeah,
Like,
I know,
it's
brother.
like,
But like, truth, I get what that. I get this a lot, bro. It's not just you. I get this a lot. The indifferent perspective, right? It doesn't matter because I put on one pants leg at a time. So it doesn't. It does matter because people make a big deal out of it. Like Elijah was saying, every day you turn around, they're talking about the globe this and globe that. Everybody wants to talk about how it's a globe, and we're just like, dudes, how do they know? So it matters to us. It should matter to you too.
It sort of did matter to me, and then I just thought, who really gives a shit? Like I've started
We
to
do.
focus
We
on
do.
more.
We give a shit, dude.
I get that, but I'm trying to look into like the Federal Reserve and how they print money out of thin air and charge us interest
Well, I mean,
on
follow your own
money
whatever.
that's just an arbitrary. Well, it's not arbitrary, but shit like that is like that's what I'm trying to understand.
You're talking
like,
about what affects your
things-
physical world. Like if it's
Yeah, I
impacting
want
your
tangible-
finances. If it impacts your finances, but okay, and to Elijah's point, because not only are they just pushing it down your throat, but not accepting that narrative means a lot of the other derivative narratives are true, which makes whatever your mind thinks about, it also makes it true in your mind. So your body goes wherever your mind is. Oh, we need to get off this rock. We're gonna die. Let's go colonize Mars. Or your head's in the clouds, bro. Like, so it's a lot of the implications of the Earth being a globe. Motivate the body to do something about it, right? You want to,
I've heard that argument. Me personally, so the argument of like they want you to believe that you're like an insignificant speck on some like fucking spunk bubble flying through an infinite space vacuum. Now, again, like I still have to wake up and pay taxes. To me, that I don't really give a shit. It doesn't have a tangible effect on my life, which is why I try and look into the things that do matter.
We do try to watch the F-bombs while we're here as well. This is the English hub after all. We're trying to watch the language for the listener, so drop the F-bombs. And if you don't really care,
What?
that's
Am I not
fine.
allowed to swear?
Well, because we're trying to keep the place clean English. That's why. Okay, that's why we try not to swear. So can you stop the F-bombs? Thank you. It's offensive.
All right,
Right. Now,
all right,
secondly,
brother. Fucking hell.
if I can just finish now, because you're interrupting me. Secondly, if it is up to you, it's up to you what you want to consider that's important. People in here consider the fact that the shape of the earth, we've been being misled, and what I would like to happen is that situation to stop, because industries have sprouted from this lie, and we need to try and stop that. So I do give a hoot about that. Thank you. I'll stop there. That's all. Just watch the
Yeah,
F
that's fair
bombs.
enough. That's fair enough.
So, Building
I'm
7,
sympathetic. Go on.
the thing about the truth is that there's people in this world that say that they value the truth, whatever it might be, but I don't think that they really mean it, because usually when they figure out what the truth is, and then they actually have to make a decision to either stay in the pattern that they were in by living according to the lie versus living according to the truth. Once they weigh that out, they go, well, it's too costly to live by the truth. Even though it might cost me in this area, it gives me freedom in this area, but I'm not sure that I can make that leap. And so I'm going to stay living in the deception that I've always been in, because it's what I know and it's comfortable and I get by. So if you say that you love the truth, or you're trying to find it, what are you going to do with it when you find it? Are you going to change your behavior? Are you going to change how you live? Because if you realize that the mainstream news is nothing but a bunch of propaganda and you've decided to turn it off, that's great. You learned the truth. It didn't cost you much. In fact, you gained time in your life, instead of, checking on all these talking heads to see what kind of bullshit they're going to feed us today. So now you've gained time. Right.
The truth is, at the end, because he's like, oh, the government's this and that. Guess what? It doesn't really matter until they're in your face telling you, listen, we're going to war, which means you're going to war. But that's not the point we're at. We're at the point where people still, with their mouths and their signatures, make choices, even that they're not thinking about. But here's my point, though. Like, if all you really cared about was the truth, you'd be rich right now. And I'll tell you why. Because if I cared about the truth as much as I claim I did, so would I. Because I would be disciplined. So the reason, yeah, it is. And we've spoke about this before. Now that I remember, and I think, we literally had this conversation already. Listen, it is that cut and dry. Here in America, it's that cut and dry.
So
you don't have
I'm
discipline.
not interested in materialist possessions. So my strive.
So I'm not talking about materialist possessions. I'm talking about
but you said about money.
The freedom to care for your family, live somewhere, eat, do the politics that you want, vote the people in that you want. All of that
I
is
value
included.
things above. The reason I'm on a quest for knowledge is purely just because I'm fascinated with the
But
world.
you're not,
I want
though.
to figure out.
But you're not, though. But you're not.
Oh well, I'm glad that you know more than me what I know about.
Well, you just said one of the most. You just said one of the most deceptively talked about topics, which is this one. Doesn't really matter. You care more about government stuff.
But
that, none of that makes sense. That
for
whole
you
sentence
to
doesn't
try
make
and
sense.
presume what I know better than myself seems a bit like, if you want to know what I believe, surely I'm, take it from the horse's mouth. I'm the best person to elucidate what I believe in. I just think that's a fucking strange thing.
Did I ask you that though? I didn't ask you what you believe in.
No, you're saying you don't believe this. You're presuming what I believe.
No. I don't believe what you said was true. That's not saying that you don't believe what you believe. What are you talking about?
What don't you believe?
First
that
name,
I
last
said was
initial.
true?
Building 7, you came out of your own mouth, man.
That you care about the truth. No, you don't. Because this topic right here is the largestly most deceptively talked about topic. And the first thing you said was, well, when it comes to this, I used to care, but I don't really care anymore.
Yeah.
So
So Elijah, listen, because this is quite important. You're saying I don't care about truth. The avenue I've taken is I've tried to study philosophy and arguments for God, theism. These are, and again, the whole like building 7 shit. Like I'm trying to read a shitload of books to try and figure out what is what's the game plan here. If I'm going to raise a child, I want to know exactly what the fuck's going on. The UK is being fed to the fucking
Well,
dogs,
that's it.
and
See,
I
that's
think
what I
I've
was
got
trying to talk
an
about. That's
idea
what I was
of
trying to talk about. But then you
who's
said,
behind it.
that's what I was trying to talk about. But then you said, you don't care about this monetary. You cut me off
No,
to tell
you
me
said I
that you
don't
don't
care
really
about
care
knowledge,
about
and I was
that you
explaining
don't
just
really
because
care about
I
what
don't
I
give
was
a
trying
shit
to
about
listen.
the
I was
shape of the
talking about
earth.
the school system. I was talking about the school system that you may or may not, have your child involved in. But
Yeah,
again, you
Rockefeller
brushed it aside.
funded education
But
board.
then again,
I
you
get you.
brushed it aside. But then again, you brushed it aside to tell me exactly that you were worried about the same thing that I was telling you. That if you were worried, you'd be worried about this.
No, listen. I said I'm on a quest for knowledge, and you said no, you're not. And I thought, well, that's strange. Like some guy on Discord's telling me what quest I'm on. That's
I didn't say you weren't on a quest for knowledge. You said you were
oh,
on a quest.
I've got to clip this
Well,
now.
okay, is knowledge and truth synonymous? I mean, because you can learn anything you want, but when you say you're here for the quest for truth and you're not interested in this topic in this room, somehow you found yourself in this room in this topic, not giving a fuck. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I need to know. Oh, you don't give a fuck about this. How could you say you care about truth if you don't give a fuck about this? All right, that.
Well, I'm here asking sincere questions, but who knows? Maybe if
Oh, but
someone presents a
the
seductive enough
questions are
argument,
irrelevant to
I'll believe it.
the questions are irrelevant to whether you care or not. You said you didn't, so that's what I
No,
was responding
what I
to.
said was I'm interested in these conversations because, again, like I'm just here because
Yeah,
I'm bored.
but you also
I
said
like
you didn't care.
debate.
You also said you didn't care about the truth of it. So
Yeah,
you
I
also
said it
said that.
doesn't keep me up at night.
You said you didn't care though. So
Yeah, it doesn't keep me up at night. I think there's utility to be had in these conversations,
okay,
but
that's what I'm
is it
saying.
like
So there's no reason to
a be
disagree
all
with
end
me
all?
when I point something out that's flawed. It's like, okay, well, when you say that you're on for a quest of knowledge, but you drop the ball here, but you're asking questions that aren't really relevant to
Yeah,
the
so
point that
if
you
I
can
say
get
I'm on
to
a
a
quest for
conclusion.
knowledge and you say you're not on a quest for knowledge because you don't
So
believe the
why?
earth's flat,
No, that's not what I said. And again, you interrupt me to say things that I didn't say. The bottom line is, if you don't care, you can't convince me that you're on a quest for truth because I don't know
I'm
you.
not trying
Number
to
one.
convince you. Frankly, I
Well,
don't
that's
give
my
a fuck.
point. That's my point. When you say that
I'm
I
just
don't care
chilling,
about
man.
this topic, when you say I don't care about this topic, I just care about the quest for truth. I'm like, well, that's a very dumb, contradictory statement. That's all. That's all
It's
I
not
said. That's
contradictory at
what I
all.
said in the.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I didn't.
you're entitled
Could
to
That's
I
be
all I
say
wrong.
said.
something to him, Elijah?
That's all I said. That is. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're entitled to be wrong.
Building 7, maybe you're on a quest for truth, but you're not on a quest for truth to the same standard that we are on a quest for truth, right? I'll give you here's like a metaphor, right? Say you got some knight that wants to, some fantasy knight that wants to go out and slay evil in the world, right? And he's all willing to go and fight other knights, but then you point him to some dark mountain with some massive evil dragon flying around it, and he say, well, that's also part of the evil. So you said you're on a quest to slay evil, so that's part of it.
Wait,
Well,
what?
no,
I'm
I'm
on a
not on a
quest to
quest.
slay evil.
I don't want to go and slay that dragon, right? Because yeah, it's a monumental task in front of him. It's terrifying, right? So it's just fear, really. So he's just going to stay at the kind of lower level stuff, right? So I don't I'm not going to call you a liar or anything when you say you're on a quest for knowledge / truth. I just don't think you take it as serious as we do.
Yeah, so what I'd say to that is I focus on the things that actually matter. Like if the Earth's a dildo, if it's a fucking oblong rhombus,
It's
frankly, I don't really.
absolutely
So
impossible
I'll let you speak.
that
I'll let you speak.
this would not matter. It's just absolutely
Yeah.
an
So
impossible
I think
notion
it's a
that
futile
this would
pursuit
not
of
matter
trying to
and not
figure out the
affect
shape
the
of the
world
Earth, because
and would not
what we
have
need to be
knock-on
figuring
effects.
out is what is happening within said Earth, and can we do anything to try and fix it?
Yeah, but
You know, like
everything that we see that's going on with this in society, the way people are acting, the way they're kind of bringing their own systems down, they're working against their own interests with the way they think, with who they vote in, with what they allow to keep happening. It's all just a consequence of another thing before it, right? The biggest consequence we have in the world today is people just don't know how to ground themselves. They don't know how to think. They don't know how to trust their own authority in things, if they even give themselves any authority to begin with. And you play that out long enough and you get to where we are today.
All right, I want to just
But it's all
wrap it
rooted
up.
in this stuff, right? So, yeah. On you go,
I just
Evie.
want to wrap it up here with what Avi has said. That's good word. But building 7, at the end of the day, we're just going to go ahead and see if somebody else that does care, we can have a conversation with. There's enough of people that come in here and say, doesn't really matter to me. I don't care. And that's okay. That's how you feel right now. Perhaps later on you will. Who knows?
Yeah,
We don't know that.
I'm not trying to take the
But
spotlight. I'm
let's-
just, yeah.
Let's see if there's anybody else in here that wants to chime in. We have a number of people that are in here, like Miguel. We got Rumi, Rice Bowl, Taco. We got
It's
User
fine,
in
man.
here.
I appreciate the conversation anyway. I'm going to hop into the philosophy.
Thanks, man. All right,
Peace.
so Bithray, if you're there, welcome to the channel. Is anybody else in here that want to have a discussion? The floor is open. You guys can chime in with your questions. Perhaps you want to challenge yourself. The Earth is a globe or not? Moving right along. We get a lot of that, man. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. It's like, well, then, yeah, go to another channel. Perhaps you will care about other things.
When
We get
somebody
that all the
says that
time.
he finds utility in this conversation, it's like, well, what utility are you finding in it? Are we here for your amusement? What's going on? You know, what utility? If you're not going to do anything about it, if you don't care, jeez.
He's got Eli scratching his head. He wants to find out about truth because he knows truth is important, but just not this truth. Nah, this is like, other stuff. Nah, bro,
Yeah.
this ain't other stuff. This is the truth. You said you cared about truth, but it's weird.
I
That
believe,
seems
like,
to
for
be
a lot of people, trips into like discords like this is like a vacation. That's all they're here for. Temporary vacation.
maybe.
Like it is for their amusement, pretty much.
Yeah, they're degossing from the world. They're just like, let me go over here and kind
Yeah.
of argue with somebody just to kind of get it out.
Yeah. I'm gonna go beat up on these dum-dums. Yeah. For sure.
They find out they bite
No.
more than they bite off more than they can chew. All right, so the new people that are in here, do you like to have a discussion? There's a lot of you guys listening, so
Dildo Earth? Anybody?
no,
That'd
we're
be
not
a
gonna go
thing.
that direction. No, we're not gonna.
All right.
What about you? What about you, Freddie?
Freddie reminds me of what's his name? Flatterday. Anybody know who Flatterday is? Latter-day Saints.
I don't think so.
Flat nasty.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah, it's similar kind of.
I don't.
Stick
Have we
around, you'll
spoken to
meet him.
Rumi? Rumi, are you Rummy? Are you me? Somebody said that's the way you say it. How about
Oh.
Taco? Taco,
I
welcome.
think they just listen.
Ty, how you doing? Yeah, Ty. Really trying to get people out on the dance floor, man. Maybe they don't like 80s music.
Who don't like 80s music?
You ain't right if you don't like 80s music.
We're trying to get the tune that somebody wants to come in here. Oh, Taco's typing. Okay, well, thanks for joining us, you know. Invite your friends in here. We're trying to get a conversation going, and perhaps if you have a academic friend, that'd be even better. You got a professor somewhere that you know, PhD? I've been seeing Obvious come back in, 24/7. You were gone a while, right? Weren't you, Obvious?
I was away for a bit, yeah. I've been back, a few months now. Not being
We
so
gotta-
active in VC, but picking that up.
You need an outlet for things that are happening in your area. I've been talking to Jedi. We kind of, I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that we did for Frontline
My
Unfiltered.
place to come and be around sane minds, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Pretty much everybody thinks that they have this idea of what the Earth is or how they can present it, but in reality, they just believe that the Earth is a globe. They don't know.
I don't
It was
believe
kinda weird.
that last guy, Building 7, can't connect the dots and see how it's
Dude, he
all
said he had a
interconnected.
run-in with you, man. He's like, and I was like, oh, Obvious is a pretty smart guy.
His other username is alcoholic. He was on here
Right.
last night. I was
That's how he knows you. Because I told him, I was like,
Yeah, he
dude,
got banned. He got banned
You did
for
something,
exactly
dude.
because he's
Oh, you
using
banned him?
multiple accounts. No, I never banned him, but he got banned yesterday after he never spazzed out or anything. But I forget who just banned him because he was on an alt account or because he was already banned. And then he's back today
You weren't
on a
his
new
favorite
account.
person, I guess.
No,
Right.
he's not that bad. He's not bad at all. He's pretty decent actually. But
Is that the guy
yesterday he
that
was
was
explaining to me in AI how he felt he had been tricked into becoming a flat earther previously.
Oh, jeez.
At some point.
By who?
Based on bad arguments.
Fooled you.
That guy,
What the
Frey,
heck, dude?
Building 7, that guy, he was saying yesterday night. And he was like, I don't want to, it doesn't matter. Don't
Yeah.
need to go into it. But yeah, he did have some
Silly.
some of them older, trashier arguments, as reasons. Of course, when he went through his list, he never mentioned the fucking ground for being any reason, for being a flat earther originally, which is always silly.
Dude. We got Kareem that just jumped in. What's up, Kareem? Welcome to the room. You want to say hi? Just open up your mic. Kind of doing a panel where people can ask questions about the nature of the Earth. So what do you think the Earth is? You think it's a globe in the vacuum of space? Time is it? Probably have to dip here in just a moment.
Like 5 after 1. Central.
Dude, this freaking this head cold or whatever it was I had knocked me the hell out this whole week.
Like sinus infection?
Yeah, something like that, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, those are rough.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Get them pretty often around here. Actually, be congested like most of the time. As soon as they get like 90 miles away from the city, though, totally clears up. Crazy.
Well, I'm out the other side of it, but yeah, it was this whole week. It sucks because you just don't enjoy like food and stuff. It's weird.
Right. It does. It totally impacts your quality of life. 100%. And then if you're
Spoke
taking
to
antibiotics and
vintage
shit
bait.
too.
What you say, obvious?
Saying if we spoke to vintage bait, bomb.
Yeah. Used to go by Amazon before. Said that I spoke to them before. I don't know. I might have. I spoke to a lot of people. You have to kind of remind me of like a specific conversation we had that would, you know, help me remember.
The flat earther test.
What was it?
You literally had to walk me through it because I'm a little
Was
soft.
it the 3 points? The 3 points? Earth curve, Earth spin, and the vacuum of space. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay. That must have
Yeah.
been, shoot, I'm talking about 2 years ago or more.
No.
No,
Maybe 1 year.
1 year. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there another example though of an actual vacuum in nature? Like besides the vacuum of space? I didn't think there was, but
Not the kind that they're proposing. That's up
right.
there.
Like naturally occurring.
So vacuums don't occur in nature. Basically.
Well, I mean, not in the sense of like animals that breathe air and their lungs are like vacuums, but not like out in nature without, living animals.
Well, part of the vacuum is like it's completely empty. Like
Well,
nothing
Yeah, those
going
don't
on.
exist.
Yeah, that's
Right.
not.
A true vacuums do not exist in nature. No, where there's zero
Right.
energy, zero matter. No.
Right. So why do we just think it does in space though?
Well, there's a lot of
That's just
given
part of the
for the people give the
Because it's the
narrative
biggest
its
rollout.
power by assuming that things are there. The assumption I went over with Building 7, the assumption that gas pressure is said to be measured at that altitude, what it said it is, even temperature. These are given with the argument that gas pressure needs a container, because it's like we don't even know the pressure that's up there. We can assume that it's super low,
Josh
but
brought you them receipts yet, AV?
nope, still hasn't. He put it in his bio that the REL device, which is that arm on the ISS, has some way to measure it, but it's not. I looked into the article that he has on his bio. No, it's not. It says not the not the one that the REL, where the REL is, on the other side of the REL.
What's it supposed to measure?
The air pressure in the environment
Oh, okay.
of where the ISS is. Plus, it's in motion. It needs to be stationary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are
Josh,
just
It's only 90 miles up too, right? Or
255.
250.
yeah, okay, yeah. I looked that up. Originally. Forgot.
255.
The ISS, yeah, 250. Claimed.
Sounds made up to me.
Nah.
Yeah. Josh, yeah. Your
Josh is
local
he's.
friendly satellite engineer.
I never
Do
get
what?
tired of like taking his arguments like down every time because he puts them up in his bio, man. Just by doing that, he thinks that that's evidence. Oh, look, it's in my bio. It's like, doesn't matter, bro. That's not. You're not showing how it's been measured by just putting something in your bio, and he doesn't even know too. He's like, well, look at the diagram. Not so much in the text of the PDF. It was a 14-page PDF. Not so much in the text, but it says it shows you in the diagram. I'm like, bro, how do you know that? I was like, you as an engineer, you should be able to tell me the inner workings of that device if it could do that. It functions exactly how you say it allegedly supposed to. I don't know. He doesn't come up with that. If that device existed and you could measure that pressure in that environment, then I think people would have that information readily available on how they do it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if they had it, they would definitely be bragging to everybody that they know the truth, the answer, just to prove the retarded flat earthers wrong, If they had
Well,
it, they would definitely.
I don't know so much for that, but I think more than that, just to give the information, like I don't know what's the word here, continuity. Like it would be exactly how what the device was created for and can do in that environment. We wouldn't have to be appealing to like, oh, well, who said it and where was it and look for it, and then that device isn't the actual one that could measure it, and let's look for another one. Like it's stupid, dude. We have to go on this Easter egg hunt trying to find information out.
Yeah, there's always gonna be, a claim like prepackaged and ready for how they can do anything at all regarding space.
I'm just
The
like
real question is always how did you verify that they're actually doing what they claim to be doing?
One thing I was telling Josh too, I was like, wouldn't it be awesome if we had a documentary that was like an exposed or a tell-all? I'm pretty sure that you guys know about this one that's coming out. It's called The Age of Disclosure. It's coming out on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I'm not sure like what the topic exactly is going to be.
Marco Rubio and
Heard
some
it
of the other
mentioned, yeah.
like political figures that are in the know. They're
Oh,
not
like
aliens.
They're not.
Disclose like
But yeah,
alien disclosure.
yeah, but they're gonna tell you about like that there's alien craft and alien bodies and all kinds of dumb things, dude. And then that they're disclosing that information where it was highly held. Dude, if you listen to the trailer for this thing, you'd be like, man, they could be hiding the globe like in the same manner. Because they're like the secrets that the government wouldn't allow, and of course governments have secrets. Like there's a bunch of people that are advocating for this like boldly because they're disclosing it. Yeah, there's we had to hold some secrets. It's like no shit, dude. So you're admitting it on this alien disclosure thing, but yet how could we not? And a lot of it was like, well, most of the public they don't know, but the government does have these secrets. But talking about the aliens and whatnot. And it's like, okay, so they're admitting they're holding secrets away from the public based on the type of information, like the, space aliens. And yet people are still like, oh, well, of course they would hide secrets about the space aliens. And we didn't know about that. But now that it's being disclosed, now we know about it. It's like, bro, so everything that we've been talking about, the Earth being, a horizontal plane, flat, does it make any sense to you that they could be hiding the globe idea because you can't verify it? What if that's the other thing they're holding back too? Like age of disclosure, my ass, dude. Sorry,
Dude, if you think about that for just like long at all, like they can never fully disclose anything. Guilty of so many fucking crimes, like against everybody on this planet, pretty much. Like all the abductions and the murders and shit. Like
yeah.
If they really have that 0 point energy for almost 100 years, they didn't tell us. Like that's just robbery, epic level.
But it's so bad though, because people come in here like, dudes, I can't believe we're talking about flat Earth in 2025, and they're kind of like chuckling to themselves and like, if they've been not only the age of disclosure with the space aliens, but the chemtrails is another one coming out on Amazon.
Dude,
that's another one
Hitler
coming
shit?
out on Amazon. Huh?
I think Hibbler has a chemtrail documentary. I don't think it's on Amazon,
This is like a I guess you could say mainstream. It's like more of a mainstream type thing, where they were saying, well, the people regarding the conspiracy of chemtrails, they were right. Like you hear like this dramatic kind of like, dude, like it has to come from these guys. It has to come from these guys for you to believe. Like, why? If people have been saying and like this is, and I looked into it. Sure enough, dude.
But they're normalizing it, EV. They're normalizing it,
Bro, listen, dude.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Slowly being injecting it into the public conscience so that it's just like,
there's a computer program.
That's just a thing we live with now.
Guys, this will fuck y'all up. Feel free to fact check this too. There's a computer program that's supposed to like alter eyes in the old photographs to make them look like this guy's now. So you can look back in history and say, no, it's always been this way.
No, The thing that I'm talking
I'm
about
gonna
is
fucking seeing it a photo from the 1800s with crisscross patterns in the sky.
of
Oh, must have been all them blimps at the time, maybe.
course, man. They're trailblazing up in the sky. Well, one thing that I'm gonna tell you is like every time that these topics get brought up, like other ones, it's hard to kind of like talk about them because they don't have a lot of weight behind like any information we could show for like documentations or anything like that. But ever since like
Right.
people have been talking about like weather modification stuff like that, that is an actual real thing, and it's not a tinfoil hat
Fuck yeah.
conspiracy. It's a for real thing. Like a lot of times people are like, "Oh, let's not talk about the tinfoil hatness of it." Like, no, it isn't. They freaking got documents that are saying people. There's companies like I saw the document that showed that over a certain ski resort, I think it was in Nevada or somewhere, and next to Colorado. Like there's certain ski resorts they're modifying the weather up there so they get more snow. They're making it snow more in those regions so that the resort can have,
Dude, we probably haven't
What?
had like real natural weather since the 60s, man. First weather modification patents start off in like
Yeah,
like the
most people say they
1920s.
started in the 80s, bro. Like in the 80s, like it really took off.
No, we've got
before
patents
that,
going
man.
all the way back to the 1920s, if not before that. I got it bookmarked on X, a giant list of them.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, there's like seriously
bring that up,
100
Freddie.
different patents.
I saw a video. I need to hunt it down now again, but it's basically it just goes through every single patent that is even
there's a
remotely
lot.
related to weather, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
these go back to like almost the
Forever.
late 1800s. They started tinkering around with this stuff.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
it used to be though, we would be like, oh, I mean, if we bring this topic up, and especially with critical thinkers are in this chat, it's hard to discuss things when you don't have any evidence to present like people that are going to discuss it. So you could say, hey, they're modifying the weather. They got chemtrails. And somebody asks you, okay, specifically what type of chemicals are they releasing in the air? Which ones? And so let's say, for instance, if you're just one of those that were really hyped about it and didn't know, it would make it look like you're just a conspiratorial tinfoil hat wearing person. You just want to talk about things that are edgy and you don't have any information. But now you can look these things up. And of course, I don't know if it was the Trump administration or not, but there has been documents released to the public based on NOAA and all them guys that have to document or have been documenting people modifying the weather over certain areas. Dude, it was like, I put it in Frontline and Filter, by the way, and I was blown away. I was like, dude, I didn't know they were specifically targeting certain areas and making it rain more, making it snow more, making it like, what?
in Vietnam, man, that's where cloud seeding tech started, I thought. I mean, that's an official story. For flooding the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Vietnam because it was such a vital.
Dude, I've heard of that. Like, there's it rained for quite some time, like consistently. I don't know, but
yeah, it's not hard to make rain. It turns out.
Yeah, but
it's not that hard.
So modification is like not just like producing it from nothing. There's like certain conditions that need to be met in order for you to make more of the thing that you're trying. So it's like,
well, there's already
giving
enough
it more-
moisture out there, right? All you need is a particulate for it to like collect on for it to rain. Sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm saying them.
You know, tons of climate alarmists are going to watch this documentary, right? And I imagine none of them are going to ask the only valid question to be asked. Like, oh, okay, so if you've been modifying the weather, then how much of all this catastrophic weather is because of you?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yep, exactly. So you can't, and then like, and here's the thing, right? There is normal weather and there's modified weather. And to distinguish between those two, that's a difficult situation, right? Because you'd have to have the knowledge of how it was being done in order for you to give the distinction to a critical thinker of how it looks like or what's being done. Because if you're saying, "Oh, that rain right there, that's modification," and if it's, you know what I mean, like it's just weather.
Oh yeah, and then if you go into like, oh, that hurricane totally got steered directly into land, like that sounds even crazier. Totally has happened.
Yeah, dude.
It's like what
But
Katrina
anyway,
did, remember?
they're putting all this stuff out in the public mind now because the
Yeah.
timing's right. The
timing's
majority
right,
of
yeah.
people running around this earth are climate alarmists. They think we're about to fucking die in some way because of the weather. And they're never going to ask that question, and they're going to just normalize it into society, and as they do that, oh well, we had to go about these means and manners, because of the climate.
Yeah. That was crazy. Like one day, Bill Gates was just like, "Oh, turns out we're not all gonna die real soon." I was a bit, and that's not
You got kids now
historic.
that like freak the fuck out on a hot summer day. It's like it's summer.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
yeah. They'll say
summer.
it's the hottest the world has ever been. Like
Yeah.
nonsense, because we've only been like doing that since the '70s, right?
It's like yeah, the temperatures can get up high. They can get kind of uncomfortably high, but don't worry, as long as you're not a
I'd rather
total
it be
spaz that doesn't drink. You drink zero water in the day, and you just stand in full fucking sunlight for the whole day. You're not gonna die.
the
You take
warmer
a
the
few
better,
little
man.
precautions, and you're okay.
I'm way more
And yeah,
concerned about it getting cold.
of course, these types of weather, heat waves, or cold snaps. Of course, like elderly people and all that are more, more susceptible to this stuff. Of course, it's just natural. Always has been. But
It's just
they
crazy.
think,
We are.
yeah.
I think.
As
I
soon
think
as it
though.
gets uncomfortable for the human body, oh shit, Earth must be falling to pieces.
No, I think we're living the age of disclosure. I think was a good name for that movie that they're gonna show about the space alien kind of whatever. It just shows that the time we're in right now. I think this is kind of like that age where, because we have social media and people are fully aware that they can talk to each other from anywhere on this earth. That's, I think, where it's a disadvantage to keep things in like this Cold War secret scenario anymore. It's no use.
I was gonna
Those
say
old
about that
ways.
disclosure one.
It will always be
You're gonna get
useful.
all the.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna just say about the disclosure one. You're gonna get all the Glovers that are gonna lap that documentary up, right? And then they're gonna come straight in here and be like, "Why would they lie?"
Yeah, dude, they're doing it in the comment section of the trailer for that video. They're already doing that. I mean, they're gonna do it even more in the 21st, because that's when it said to be. It's been out on theaters, by the way, like certain viewings of it in certain locations.
Yeah.
But you don't
I
remember
think it
like
was on.
15 years ago, like that guy, what was his name, Alan Greer or something? He had a whole thing called the Disclosure Project. It's like it's nothing new. This,
Yeah, no,
It's
the
a way for them to like. It's just them dangling the carrot endlessly. It's the same
What
with
I-
we're gonna have space colonies. They just repeat that story every few years.
I wanted to propose something obvious, like to the group that we have here. I wanted to propose that maybe at some point we can elect a few of us to actually do a documentary of like these long held secrets to people that we could actually have an open dialogue with certain questions that we want to actually propose to them, and see if there's anything that we can gain from like why things aren't being disclosed. And I'll give you kind of an example of what I'm talking about. There's certain information that's kept from our minds, right? Like, is there any way to know the gas pressure temperature measurement at the altitude where they say the ISS is? That's one. Number two, the black box that we have inside planes. There's an actual information inside of that was not disclosed to like people that want to know if it's actually referencing a horizontal plane or if it's actually using a curved surface. That information inside there could give the answers to those questions, and why they're kept under like doors that are behind like proprietary systems. So it's like we can't access any of this information, and they're saying things like national security, for public and safety.
to
You know,
know.
like so they're not allowing people to know information that really isn't like something that's detrimental to a specific country. It might be detrimental to a company because if they disclose this and another company could copy their the way that they've made that technology, that could be an incentive not to release it. But as far as like,
well, I mean, like,
for the
real, if we were to go through it practically, Avi, like, what possible information could be within a black box that would pose a threat to national security?
well, that's the thing though. Like, if there's any, there's like Yoder was mentioning, like there's a black box within the black box. So there's like a secret behind the so it's like you can know some of the information that's given to you, but that's not the actual thing that's inside the inner part of that black box. So it's like if we knew that information, that would give us the raw data measurements of what was really going on with the airplane flight.
But
so that
remember, the public interpret the black box as it's not this construction intended to keep information secret.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be highly durable to endure a crash event. You know?
Yeah, that was part
exactly.
of it too. That's their interpretation of what a black box is, whereas we, from our perspective, our understanding, know that the idea of a black box is definitely to protect information that, well, would kill the globe, essentially.
Hello.
Exactly.
Jesus is only King, bro. Jesus is
Hello.
only Lord.
Welcome. So we got a few new people jumping into the chat.
Bro, wait.
So-
Who's moderator in here?
No, well, we're not concerned with that, Resha. What we're concerned with is people coming into this room and be able to give us some information about the Earth they believe is a globe.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. It's true.
I believe
you.
it's flat. Yeah.
Jesus is true.
Okay.
Well,
So
that's
if you guys want to participate in the conversation, we're gonna have to do one at a time. So Calamity or Resha's just left. Calamity, would you like to go ahead and tell us how you know it's flat, sir?
No, Earth is flat. If you move it on the ground, you will see that it's only flat. Yeah, you cannot feel the curvature. It's true. It's written in Bible that Earth is flat. So
Oh,
it's true.
fuck. We've spoke to this guy before.
Well, have you? Okay. All right. So
Yeah, he's a bit
what
of
we
a
want to
nut.
do is, if you're able to, sir, be able to tell us how you can test outside in the field if the Earth is indeed flat. How would we make a test?
I don't need to test, bro. I just believe it.
No,
is
we
flat.
don't say that in here. We do not say those words. We would say to somebody, if you're saying the Earth is flat, you can go outside and not only observe that it's flat, but be able to test. If you're not able to test it, then it doesn't hold the validity of you saying that it's flat. Because somebody say, well, I see it flat, but it's just a huge ball. Understand?
There's a test, like a lens, like a telescope that can see farther ships, stuff like that.
The Nikon
Earth is flat.
Okay, so you see ships that are farther? You see ships that are farther, but why would that matter? I want you to explain to me, why would that matter if I see a ship that's far away?
It matters because it proves Earth is flat.
Okay, how?
Because if it was flat, you could see. If it was curved, you couldn't see that ship. It would like go behind that curvature. But since
Okay.
it's like flat, then you can see clearly with a powerful telescope. But
What's the
our eyes
distance
are
that it
not.
should go behind the curve? What is the distance from the observer? Let's say the observer is a 6-foot person. 6 foot.
Mm-hmm. 6 foot?
At what distance away should the ship disappear from the bottom up?
I don't know. I don't know the math. I was bad at higher math. I was bad at physics, so they kicked me out of high school, so I work in
That's
a
fine.
factory. I'm kind of illiterate, but I believe in God and Jesus, and so I believe in flat
Yeah,
Earth
but you
and
can't listen, dude. Listen. You don't have to believe in things if you can test them. that takes it out of the realm of belief and into the realm of knowledge.
Bro, last
That's why
time I
I'm saying
tested,
when you say that the earth is flat, you have to give somebody who you're talking to a way they can test and validate what you're saying to be true or not. And if you can't do this, then you are just a believer in flat earth. We have many of those. Many people who believe the earth is flat, but they can't test and verify it for themselves because they've never done it. So they are a believer in flat earth.
man,
Just
truth
faith.
is harsh, bro. Truth is harsh. You
Well,
know,
the
last
truth
time I
is harsh
tested,
because you haven't tested it. So that it's not true that you know the earth is flat. It's only to you it's just a belief.
you know, last time I tested my girlfriend and found out she was cheating on me. The truth is very much scary, so I don't try to find the truth.
How did a
I
blow up
better,
don't cheat on you?
yeah, so I just better
Dang, dude.
delude myself with,
Well, I
you
mean, that
know,
was an odd
God.
confession from Calamity of what he thinks flat earthers are, that they were bad at science, bad at physics, believe in Jesus and God. Bro,
Yeah, I
all you
heard
did
that
was
too.
tell us what you think flat earthers think without any basis
Listen,
for it, because you're obviously not a flat earther. So
Yep.
when you try
And
to
there's
portray
not a real
yourself that way,
consensus
you're
anyway.
really just revealing your own bias and bigotry. So,
bro,
because there's
now you're,
Muslim flat earthers, there's Buddhist flat earthers, like flat earth was the common thing that everybody thought for millennia after millennia after millennia.
oh man, now you're calling me
Mayans,
bigot,
Native
and those
Americans,
strong words, man.
Aborigines,
You remind me of
Polynesians,
my ex. Oh my God.
All right, so
you
you're either going to be able to bring good
mumble rap.
conversation to the topic, Calamity, or you're just going to put yourself on mute. You can listen. You can sit here and listen, but we're not going to endure much more of your nonsense. How about that?
All right, all right.
All right. What's up, Indio? Saw you pop in here, bro.
What's up?
Nothing much.
You
Special K,
you
shout out to you, bro.
deprogramming? What? What'd you say?
Oh, Special K at the very bottom, the homie.
Oh yeah, what's up, homie? We need a freaking rap for Special K, man.
Yeah, that guy right there, man. I've eaten many tacos with that man.
Sounds weird, but we'll have to talk.
That didn't come off well. The way I thought about it in my head and the way I said it didn't sound right.
Tijuana.
I can't make that better. Let me just leave it
Yeah,
with the way I
it
left.
can't get better.
I'm sorry.
So, what do we got for brain rot in here today?
It was pretty good, man. I guess right before this guy came in, we had a good conversation. Building 7 was here from yesterday. It was a drunken mess, according to Obvious It Be. Then I don't know.
I wasn't drunk. His name was
earlier
just
with-
alcoholic.
Oh, he
Dealt with
wasn't drunk. It was just.
Jason again. Remember Jason?
Yeah, did he come back?
Something. Oh yeah, he came back.
Was he actually trying to engage, or was he now again back on the offensive?
I mean, he was going all right, and then he fell apart.
He got triggered, or yeah, he couldn't remain composed.
Hell no, because it should be so simple.
Ridiculous. I mean, he just fall apart. You know how they fall apart into ridiculousness? That's
Yeah.
what he ended up doing.
Well, because they get frustrated because they think it should be so easy. There's all this proof and evidence. They can't explain it and make it make sense to somebody. They're like, when somebody's like asking real questions. Yeah, they'd have like complete meltdowns sometimes.
There's a new guy that came. There's a new guy
go
that
ahead.
came into 24/7, kind of like hanging out with us, Freddie. The guy who's just speaking right now. I haven't seen him, or no, I don't know him from Adam, but he's been hanging around.
I lurk from time to time.
It's Freddie. What's up, Freddie? So,
What's up?
how long you been involved in this topic?
Oh man,
Newbie,
so
or you old hat?
like when did Eric By first start making videos on YouTube? It was like 2015, something like that.
Yeah, probably back then. 20.
Yeah, I
I
think it
mean,
was
he's
probably back
been
then.
around longer than that, but I think he kind of went public in 2016 or 17 or something.
Eric
Yeah.
freaking Dubé, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
So
you
I thought this is retarded, easily disprovable. Not so much though.
have you seen anything since then?
Any of
I
his
mean, that was like
documentaries?
almost 10 years ago.
I mean, no, I don't think so. Not that I could like name off the top of my head. I don't think so. Not like dedicated documentaries on just the
Well,
topic of
that's what I'm
flat Earth.
asking you. Like, are you involved in this
No, I don't think
topic,
so.
or are you just like a drive-by shooter?
I mean, you could
I'm
How
phrase it how you
involved
want
are
to,
you?
but I'm
you
not
don't expect me
insincere.
to.
No.
Yeah, I understand. I understand, dude. Like, I'm just asking questions. I want to know. Like, I
I
try
get
to
no,
talk to
like
people
I'm not
based
like
upon what
deeply
they
committed.
know. Well, I just try to talk to people. I try to listen to people and talk to them basically. There's no point of talking to somebody at like making references to what would be considered advanced or high level stuff if they don't know that, right? You don't start talking about general relativity to a fifth grader.
Right.
That's
Right.
kind of pointless. So I just wanted to figure out kind of like where you're at on this topic, because we're so far past what Eric Dubay did. It's like it's
Oh,
a
I get it.
it's growing
I
way
just
past that.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I just threw his name out there because that was first
Yeah,
dude I could
yeah.
remember.
You know who he
Um,
reminds me of, Indio? And I've said this before, and there was, I think, says who agreed with me. He reminds me of Latter-day Saints. That's his demeanor, I think.
Yeah,
it's a rad handle, for real.
he was on here earlier too.
Yeah, he's about the same. About the same.
He's stuck in United States is stuck in 2016.
Yeah.
He's in a dude, that's like my
No, I
Braden
could probably
Saturday,
definitely bone
and
up.
he asked the dude, "Do you believe in undersea cables?"
Yeah, totally. And NASA
You
being
see,
like the biggest. Wait,
he's like
is that not true?
he's
Is
right
that
there
totally
with
not true?
Latter-day Saints, bro. He's right there.
Look, we
I'm
don't
gonna take that
debate
as a
Glovers.
compliment.
Just Freddie, we don't debate Glovers anymore. We
Okay.
interrogate them because
Always.
we're at the point where we know that they don't have any
Oh yeah.
information. Nothing. The average person, we're not trying to like. We can prove the Earth is flat, but they can't even give you evidence the Earth is a globe. That's the thing. All they can do is say some other guy. There's some other
Right.
guy. He knows the Earth is a globe. I don't know. They know, and that's
To
where
appeal
we're
to
at
authority.
this point. Where we've scraped away all the bells and whistles, all the propaganda, all the stuff. There ain't nothing left. It's all been laid bare at this point.
Yeah, dude, there was some real globe murderer in here. He's like dismantled a few people that I've personally seen in like the chats and shit, and on voice chats.
Well, you got to
I don't
think the
remember his
Earth
name,
is a
but
globe is a positive claim, dude. Okay, you're gonna say that despite all experiences to the contrary. They need to demonstrate how they actually know that that is true, which obviously they can't
Yep.
do.
oh, that's called Russell's teapot too. The concept that the burden of proof lies on the person making the claim, not on the person to disprove
That's
it.
always been the case. I mean, that goes back to
But
like Aristotle. That's way
sure,
back
I
than
just didn't
that.
know that it had like a fancy name like Occam's razor and shit. Call that
It's just
concept
burden of
Russell's
proof,
teapot.
right? It's called the onus probandi. That's what it means. Burden of
Sounds Roman.
one. Yeah, it's
I love
Latin.
when Glovers try to say, "Oh, it's no longer a positive claim because it's the consensus." It's just like,
Yeah.
get the fuck out of here.
They wish it was.
Onus probandi means the obligation to prove an assertion or allegation that one makes. So the claimant, the person making the claim, has to prove it.
Right.
They have
Like-
a positive claim that isn't obvious, right? If it's obvious, you know what I mean? It's obvious that, like, there's no men that are 50 feet tall. That's obvious. You kind of don't have to prove that. But when you say the Earth is a ball, that's not obvious. So they need to prove it.
It was fun talking to this guy earlier. You should have been here, Indio. It was the guy who wanted to actually use the word knowledge in replacement of belief. and he gave me an example about being
It was
born.
Striker or Pema, right?
Steiker, yeah, Steiker,
Okay.
whatever his name was. No, wait, Pema.
It was one of them
It
two.
was Pema. It was Pema. Pema said that. Well, you could know that you were born, and he used that one, and I know you like that one because that's we always talk
Oh
about that
yeah.
one. He's like, you could know you were born on a certain day, and I gave him an arbitrary date, March 5th, 1989. I was like, think about this, right? You're told you were born that day. You say you know that. That's information they gave you. You know the information, right? But you don't know the veracity of that information being true or not. So you don't have a knowledge of that. So you can't say you know based on being able to verify and validate that information for the veracity of its truthfulness. You can't know that. So you just believe. You weren't there to witness this. You didn't know it. So it was put to him in many ways,
He was
right?
there. He just couldn't read the calendar.
Well, yeah, he wasn't aware of it. So the awareness and the ability to cognitively realize that whatever the passage of time or whatever, to know that that day is whatever day it was, to say that, so you couldn't test and validate that that is exactly what day you were born. Oh, but my mom told me, so I know that is true because she told me. I was like, yeah, but you're saying that you can't validate that information. How are you going to do that, man? You can't you can't test and validate you were born on that day. And he's like, but my mom said I was born. I was like, yeah, so your mom could have been on medication. Maybe she lied to you. Who knows? Whatever
Maybe
reason
he
it
got
was,
swapped at birth, right? Freaking maybe his mom's a kidnapper.
that there is no way that you could validate that information. You're taking it as a truthfulness because you think that's true. But if for some reason she came out and said, no, your birthday was one day before that, then your birthday has changed. And it wasn't true that your birthday was on the day you knew where it was. So knowledge of the information has been tested and verified, and it's not true. So it's not knowledge, just a belief. But it's like a colloquial way of saying, I know that I'm born on whatever day.
Right.
And the whole premise was that he wanted to interchangeably use the word knowledge with saying that he knows that the earth is a globe. That he was greasing the skids, or trying to. Anyway, so that he can have a better foothold and say that he knows, just like he knows his birthday is whatever day, he knows that the earth is a globe. Because he's trying to say, I can believe and know at the same time. I was like, no. Somebody can tell you information, but you're not able to check it. That's the part where you either know or you don't know. Not the part that you know the information. They could tell you dates, and you can know that those dates are something they told you. That's good. They told you some dates. But how do you know that's when you were born, dude? We got back to that.
Dude, it's like reading a book, right? You can know what the book says, but you don't know that the information in the book is actually true.
Yeah.
Right. So they call reading the book. I have knowledge now. Yeah, you have knowledge of the contents of a book. That's the only thing you know. You know that book says something.
Yeah, it's kind of like the real meaning of history and versus like historicity. Like history doesn't mean it's accurate or true at all. Like it's just study of documents. I think that's all it really boils down to. It doesn't have to be
Yeah,
true
that's
or
a whole other
accurate.
rabbit hole. But it's really like the mental gymnastics, right? That
Yeah.
Jason was just we're giving him evidence, and then like the mental gymnastics he has to do to even maintain the position for 3 seconds. That I'm like, so there was a laser test that was 40 kilometers across a lake. And he's like, well, it could be refraction. I'm like, okay, you need so much refraction that it basically have a 70-degree temperature gradient on the surface of the water. And obviously that's not physical, and that doesn't occur in nature. So, that's not going to happen. So what else you got? Could be gravity, could be this, could be that, could be freaking, dude, just inferior, like everything but the kitchen sink. Instead of just going, hey man, That test
Yeah.
result's pretty freaking interesting. You know, that's too simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's way easier to just say you don't know something. It's just really easy to admit that you're unsure of something. Like, I don't know.
Well, when you ask them, hey, you say it's a fracture, what's your justification for that? They don't know. And it's amazing the amount of flat Earth evidence is that the Earth looks flat. It's freaking insane. Or that you can't observe something, and that's the evidence for it not being that thing. Oh, what's your evidence the Earth is spinning? I see the sun move across the sky. Okay. Did you think
Right.
about what you just said? You just said I saw the sun move across the sky. You didn't say you were spinning. Well, I'm moving.
Yeah. How about
What
you
do you see?
guys?
The sun is moving. I mean,
Yeah, what's that final speed that we're all supposed to be hurtling through space at? Like, isn't it
oh, it's freaking
ridiculous? Like
1.6
100.
million miles per second or something,
Oh shit, that's even more ridiculous than I thought.
or per hour, something like that. So, AB, you were going nuts. I mean, not nuts, but dude, you were freaking. You were doing batting practice yesterday.
Hello?
Yeah, he was just teeing up balls, man. He was just teeing up ballers. One would come up,
Yeah.
out of the park. Another one would come up, out of the park.
Yeah. It was fun because like I was allowing them. The thing that I like now is that because these guys they come in here, they
Hold on, I
think that
gotta say this. Listen to this, dude. You weren't in here anymore, but I was like, I go in the live stream, and I'm listening. And I hear you like, go look on Wikipedia. Like, we'll take Wikipedia at this point. Like, we'll take no. You said we'll
dude.
take ChatGPT at this point, dude. I'm like, that was so funny, but it was old, man, because I came in here to freaking tell you that was funny, but you're
I
already
wasn't
gone.
here.
Yeah, because the stream I was listening to, like, it didn't update, so it was like
Oh,
freaking hours
it
before.
was lagging.
Yeah,
But
that was
yeah, I
funny.
told these guys honestly, like most of the ones that are in this server, the English hub, they're just learning English, and you know whatever country that they're from, they're trying to get English learned and then speak it. I think it's hard for them to even conceptualize like how wrong it is. So I'm just like, dude, come up with whatever you want. Like phone a friend, like talk to your professor. I don't care. Call ChatGPT. Do whatever it takes for you right now to get the answer. And it always comes back to like they don't even know how to do that, dude. Like to approach finding out information about the Earth being a globe. They
Dude,
don't know
that's
how to
funny.
do it. They're just
Well, I
totally
mean, how would
like,
you do it? All they can do is go
mm.
debunk flat Earth. That's the only thing they can do is type that. But
Or they
how do
say,
you
yeah,
confirmatory evidence for the globe, right? If you like, say you actually didn't know anything about this topic, like I need confirmatory evidence for the globe, and tried to search for that, you'd have a hard fucking time, man.
that's the thing that they don't know the ways to do it, or even if they were attempting to. But it's they come in with this religious like reverency, you know, like it's just like, oh, it is
Yeah.
a globe, but it's not flat. And then they launch into how it's not flat. So that, I mean, well, you didn't even prove it was a globe, dude. It's just it's hard for these guys. They've been living under the guise of the Earth being a globe for such a long time. They're just accepting it as a norm. That's not their fault, you know. They're being oppressed by this information. And then you
I
get
don't
the ones
blame.
who like Building 7 was like, well, it doesn't matter anyways, you know, like just not flat Earth is not a top of the list of my priorities of looking for. It's like the man's in here curious about what we're saying. And it's like this whole he's indifferent about it. You know how I feel about when people say, I'm just indifferent, it doesn't matter. Like, no, dude, like if you're on the search for truth, it does matter. You're just selecting what you think truth is, and oh, I like that truth over there, and this one, not that one, which is flat Earth. Don't like that one either. You're selecting. It's if truth is what you're after, it would cover a myriad of topics, bro. Everything. That and that and that and that is all truth, all of it. And if you're not seeking it out, then you're not searching for truth. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for what is inconveniencing my life. What is inconveniencing my they're talking about the Federal Reserve and how it's a scam and all. Oh, that impacts my life because I pay taxes. Like, you just want to know about the stuff that directly impacts you, but how do you know this doesn't? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But how does that knowledge though impact
I mean,
his
how
life?
how
Like,
does it
he didn't know
impact you
everything
guys,
about the
right?
Federal Reserve. What,
Apparently, you
dude?
guys have had your eyes open. Like, you guys don't believe in the global, the sphere Earth agenda. I want to hear from you guys, right?
It
How
doesn't
does it affect
exist,
you?
brother. It does not exist.
Why are you asking us
So
to believe in something?
it's a mythos, just like the Greek gods and all that. All that stuff is a mythos. Like, you don't, like, right now, and we're talking about it just right now. You couldn't even tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. Even if I gave you ChatGPT and your professor and academia, and you don't. There's
You
no
didn't really answer
way.
my question.
Well, you don't get the veracity of the importance of the claim that the Earth is a globe. It's so entrenched in your mind.
I
It's almost
wasn't interested
you
in that
got
debate or that claim. I
no.
was
What
just
that's what we're
interested
here
in how
for,
it
sir.
affects you
That's what
day
we're
to
here
day
for.
life.
Yeah,
No,
because
you
listen.
said
Listen. You know why you can't. You know why you can't understand? Because you don't know the
I didn't say
importance
that.
of it. You can't understand. Like, if you look into us, kind of like scratching your head, right? You're like, why do these guys think it's so important? You don't realize how important it is because it's not a part of your important. The things that you register as are important, right? Because a long time ago, when you were a young child, they told you it was a globe. Your teachers or whoever, you've accepted that as a part of your worldview. Now it doesn't matter to you. In your mind, you're like, I don't care. Why are you talking about the Earth as a globe? We learned about that when I was so young, but you didn't. We were told it was a globe, and then right now that you have a critical thinking mind, at least I think you do, you won't be able to tell me how you know it's true, and so you don't understand the implication of you thinking that it's a globe. Then it wouldn't register to you if I said, look, the flat Earth is important, because if you're starting to think that the Earth is a globe, then everything else that motivates you to do things like support climate change or fight for a war that's telling you that you're running out of resources or whatever, then you're not going to get it. But if you understand the fundamental principle of it being a globe and all the things that are following that, then you would understand. But you can't right now because you don't know.
Okay,
It's
sure.
Literally the first thing you think, Silver, when you wake up is, where am I? Everybody does. And now you're like, oh, flat Earth, globe Earth, where I am, that don't matter. When it's usually the first thing you think about when you wake up.
I don't say that I don't care. Like, this guy, he went on to a ramble because he didn't understand what I was asking.
Not ramble.
It was a ramble,
That's
right?
funny.
Like, I was just asking you how it
A rant,
affected your
maybe, not a
personal life.
ramble. Listen, dude, you have to realize, if I ask you if there's any way that you can prove that the Earth is a globe in any way, right? By testing and verifying it, how could you respond to me that you know anything about the Earth being that thing that you've been told your whole life?
You don't get it, bro. You don't get
Yeah,
it.
you could answer that. I mean,
believe in why does it matter? Because you currently believe in something that doesn't exist, dude. That's why it matters.
it's a mythos, bro. And it may trigger you to keep yourself silent because if you continue to speak, it might trigger you to get upset or whatever. But this is the point, sir. If you don't realize the importance of it, then you just continue to believe something that is not true. It's called misinformation. And that's what you currently have. You're misinformed about the Earth. But you're choosing to stay that way, to stay misinformed. It's your choice. Anywho.
I mean, there's an easy answer to that question, right? how would you know? I mean, so if you think that the Earth is round and you know the shape, then the answer is that you've obviously took some kind of measure of it, right? If you had this knowledge of what the diameter was, then you'd be able to calculate a curvature. Able to say that this is so many feet around, and at every so many feet, it will curve this much. Right? Like,
He clammed up.
but that, am I remembering this wrong? It's 8 inches per mile, right? I mean,
mile
supposedly.
squared. 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, we get it, man. It triggers a lot of people. That's why we have this conversation. It's an open forum so that you can challenge yourself and or challenge us with what you might think it is. It creates an interesting dialogue for others to hear.
For sure.
You have any more input? Silver? Hold on, Freddie.
I mean, I don't know what to say really. Like,
Oh,
you
I mean,
guys
let's start.
disagree with like the consensus of the experts in the field. I can't really get into a conversation with all of this stuff because if we go into like, you know, like backing up claims with evidence, I'm not an expert, and even if you guys have studied into it, I wouldn't really be like able to understand myself anyways.
Okay, so currently, right now, would you say it's not wrong for us to say that you just believe that the Earth is a globe?
No, I've been in this VC before. I've had a couple of talks. Yeah, I am what you would call a globe earther.
Right, but you just believe it, right? You don't know it.
Belief is so as in I don't know in a
matter of faith.
For certain.
Yeah, it's accepting the premise of the Earth being a globe without any evidence.
No, it's so this. I mean, so belief is a very funny word in the sense that it's just wherever
I
you
just
take
outlined what it is. It's not funny.
No,
I
it's
just
not,
outlined
because
it. Belief is acceptance without
I'll
evidence.
explain it. Well, that's one
Yeah,
part
we can
of faith, right?
strictly
So if you look
define
up,
it.
can I?
No, yeah, but
Yes,
in this
like
context, we can strictly define it to have one accepted meaning. You know?
okay, sure.
And then we don't have to be.
That's
Then
the
we don't have
faith.
to bend words and
Yeah.
shit. You know?
No, we don't. I'm
Hold on,
not
Freddie.
bending words.
Freddie,
Right?
let
If
him
you look
finish.
up, yeah, like belief has two definitions. One is just stating something as to be true, and the other one, which is saying something as true without evidence, right? Which is faith. I don't take that, like, I don't believe it because it doesn't have evidence, right? If you were to ask me to present the evidence, I would just refer you to the
To an authority.
consensus of the scientific
The
community
consensus.
at
Okay,
large.
let's look at that. What is the consensus pointing to? What specifically?
I mean, in every single major like scientific field, like it's kind of a resounding yes. The world is clearly a sphere.
A resounding
and
yes.
we
What
can-
yes to? Yeah, but yes to what? Silver. What are they saying yes to?
Well, I mean, it's not a question. It's not that a question has been proposed to them, but it's the fact that they all
Okay.
like.
So that whole
recognize
statement that you made
Earth is-
about them saying hold on, the whole statement you made about saying them a resounding yes is untrue because he never made that statement according to you?
I can be more accurate. Like it's like they all
Please do.
like the kind of point I was trying to get across, right? Like you're kind of nitpicking my words. Is the fact that the scientific community as a whole accepts, like the Earth being
You know that.
spherical body.
Oh, so they accept
look
it without
into-
evidence then.
Go ahead,
No,
Suzu.
so they in their own field have different bodies of evidence, making them reach to
Such
their
as?
conclusions.
Such
Well,
as?
that's the thing, right? That's the thing. It's like in each field they'll have their own different things, right? Whether it's like
Give me an example of one.
Okay, I mean, if it's like if it's astronomy, it's like they can like see how like it makes sense to them in the field of astronomy. If it's like geography, they can like make sense of like the Earth's tectonic plates. If it's in the sense of like biology, right, they can make it sense in like terms of the seasons and how like the Earth and the sun, like the Earth being round, as you guys I'm sure like would like change every single aspect of science, right? It's like in every
No.
aspect of science.
Dude,
No,
5
sorry.
minutes ago you were
Everything that
saying
you
it
just
wouldn't
first of
matter. Fuck, dude.
yeah, you just gave me a kind of a laundry list of nothing right then. You gave me different types of fields of study or institutions or whatever.
Yeah,
And then you
exactly.
said they studied their thing and they came up with the conclusion that the earth is
Resounding
a ball
consensus.
somehow, but you didn't actually give me the evidence.
No, I told you from the get-go that I wouldn't have anything to give you. I'm saying, I've said this from the start. Like, it's because of all of these bodies unanimously come to the same conclusions, right? They are people who are experts who have studied the evidence, right? The scientific consensus is based on evidence, right? They
How
don't
do you
just
know what the
make
scientific
conclusions.
No, it
consensus
isn't.
is, Silver?
Well, because that's well.
Yeah.
How
How
are
do
you
you know
asking
what
like
it
me
actually
or like
is?
in general? How does?
How do you?
Yeah,
You're
okay. So
saying they
it depends.
unanimously agree. I know that's nonsense right off the bat. But how do you know what the consensus is? And how would the consensus determine what the truth is?
Sure. So in each, well, it doesn't actually mean it's the truth value, but it's the closest we are to the truth, right? That's what the
How do
scientific
you know
method
that?
is, and the
Since
more
when? Since when did how do you know consensus gets you the closest to the truth?
no, it's not just any consensus, right? So science is a method of getting closer to the truth, and the scientific consensus
No,
is
it's
based
incorrect, bro.
on, huh?
What you just said is incorrect. 'Cause first of all, science, even according to science, doesn't try to prove things. So since they don't try to prove things, they can never actually find out what the truth is. What they try to find out, they try to give the best explanation based upon the available evidence. But the word best is subjective. So best to one person might not be best to the other. They're storytellers, Silver. They're
Okay.
storytellers.
So
And you don't
firstly,
know what the
you said
scientific consensus is.
let me
And even if
please
there
address the
was,
thing you said,
hold
right?
on, Silver, even
You
if there,
said
you don't know
wrong.
what the scientific
You said
consensus
wrong, and
is.
then you debunked a point I never made, right? I never said that science is trying to prove to be to the truth, right?
You
I said
said truth. They
tries to.
said they try to find the truth.
Yeah, no, I mentioned the word truth, and you
Truth and proof
said
are
you
the
took
same
my wait.
thing.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You took my words out of context, and you said they try to prove the truth. I didn't say that, right? I said that
No.
we try to get as close
Truth
to the truth
and
as we can.
proof are synonymous, dude. When
They're
you say
not.
they try to find the truth, they don't try to
They're,
find truth.
no, truth and proof are firstly not synonymous, right?
Yeah,
Like
they are.
that's just not true.
In this
No, they're
context,
not.
Yeah,
we
they
can.
are. Yeah, they are.
I would beg to differ.
Okay, so how would you prove something to be true?
How would you prove something to be true?
Yeah. Can something be
Experts.
true without proof?
Proof is a way for assurance of truth, right? You may not be able to necessarily prove something, but that doesn't mean that its truth value is reduced. But
Doesn't it
a
have to
lack of
bear out in
proof.
reality, friend? Doesn't it have to have
Sorry,
some kind of qualifying? Isn't there a quality to it? There has to be a quality, right?
we're getting into a tautology debate. Look, this is a
No,
tangent. I don't
no,
even know what
it's
you're saying.
not. Yeah, no. If I know something to be true, wouldn't it bear out in reality? Wouldn't I have some proof?
As I said, some things are true. You can have proof. Some things are true. You cannot have proof for them. Like
Give me
we
an
try to get
example of
proof,
that.
and that's
Give
proof
me an
is a
example
way
of
in.
something that is true without evidence or proof. Give me something true without proof of it.
Well, in the scientific world, we wouldn't really like.
You wouldn't
I
call it
I'm
guess it's
asking
science.
you for
logical.
anything.
Let's. So
I guess it would be like logical truths, right? Like, do we like go into like 2 + 2 = 4? Do we take that as truth? And like, it just goes into a whole different philosophical field. I don't know what you're asking me here.
Yeah, if I
the
have 2
first
apples
answer.
and I have another 2 apples, I prove it. Okay? I can count 4 apples now. Great. Can you
Yeah.
give me any instance where something you say is true you don't have evidence for? You have an example of that?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you have something that is true that you don't have proof for, evidence for?
Well, I mean, like I said, there are some like logical truths, right? They don't necessarily have proofs. They're kind of circular in reasoning.
So is this
You're not
conversation?
giving
That
me
didn't
an
answer the
example. Can
question.
you please give me an example, dude? My goodness
Yeah,
gracious, it's
2
like pulling
+
teeth
2
with you.
= 4. I already did give you
Yeah,
an example. Just
No,
because
you
you
didn't.
got
Bro,
that's
into
not
apple.
you could just say you
conceptual.
don't
That's
know.
actual truth with evidence.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I can
that's
get
literally
2
my
apples
point.
and add to another 2 apples, and I have 4 fucking apples. In reality, I have
But
proof of it.
Jesus,
That's
that's
not an
not how you
example of
do.
what I asked for.
I don't think that's how you do a proof, bro. Okay.
You gave an honest answer earlier, right? You said you would just appeal to authority because you don't know, right? Appeal to the
Appeal
experts.
to
There's a
scientific.
resounding
Yeah.
consensus.
So
Okay.
Even though he doesn't
yeah.
know what they
Who
actually
is
the
it?
consent.
Who's an
Hold on.
expert?
Hold
Okay.
on, Freddie. That's what I asked him. I said, how do you even know what the consensus is? He doesn't even know. He can't tell me how he found what the consensus is, or how they found it, or
There's
what
no-
test they
Consensus.
did. It
Scientific
doesn't
consensus
matter.
is
Listen,
formed
brother.
on
It
like
doesn't matter
general, like when
if they
large bodies of
unanimously
science. So let's
agree
say
on
if there's like
something.
a medical, if we're talking about like a
How do you know
medical
what the
consensus, like
consensus is?
you'd see the different organizations of different medical institutions.
I don't know.
What happened to that guy? He just cut off.
Medical.
Yeah.
We're not talking about medical anything in here. Use a different
Yeah, we don't do
example.
medical stuff. So, and that's the worst thing to bring up, dude. Really, because
Wait,
the one of the
did I
leading
just get
causes
muted?
of death are medicine. So just stop, dude. Medical malpractice is
Wait.
like the #1 cause of death.
Third.
Why?
Yeah,
why did I
third,
get
right?
muted?
I thought it was third. Here.
What rule did I take?
Okay, the point is that I don't know why you guys bring up medicine for some evidence of scientific truth. It's literally
No,
the
no,
worst thing to bring up.
okay. I was literally explaining something, but I got caught off. I don't know.
We want to know how you know what the consensus is. Did they take a
Yeah, I
survey?
was explaining that, but I'm afraid I'm going to get muted again.
We want a quantification of the number, as in they took a survey or they did a vote or something.
Or an even easier question is, what consensus? Just name
we're not getting off this.
one.
No.
Okay.
You
I
asking me
want
to
to
answer.
stick to this because Freddie, it's important to point out his flawed reasoning and that his
It's like,
reasoning in the first
who am I
place is
speaking to? Because it
baseless.
just feels like people are just speaking to each other here.
You can feel whatever you want to feel. How did you know? How did you figure out what the scientific consensus is? Is there a paper somewhere I can read where they voted or counted what everybody thinks?
Yeah, sure. So sometimes they will have large bodies of scientific institutions.
Okay,
who might do
show
like
us the
an
vote they
analysis on
took.
that.
Show us the vote they took. Show us the vote they took.
Again, yeah, sure. Look, you be patient first of all. So I said sometimes, right? It depends on the field. It depends on what you're talking about, right?
Astrology.
Okay, show me any fucking scientific
right?
body that took a vote on the shape of the Earth.
They don't take votes. Like this is again, you're like
I know that.
coming off
So you don't know what the
scientifically
scientific
illiterate, right?
consensus
If you
is.
don't
Thanks
know,
for proving my point. You prove
well,
my
no,
point.
that's
You
not
don't
what it
know what it
means.
is.
Like,
You don't know what it
if you let
is
me
because they
answer-
don't know what it
If you
is.
let me answer, if you let me
You
answer.
don't know what it is. Why don't you just admit you don't know what it is?
Okay, I guess that there's no point in talking, right? Because you've already made up your mind. No matter what I say,
You're just assuming. You need
Dude,
to
you haven't proved
validate your claim.
You haven't even
Can
given
you
me one
comprehend
shred
that?
evidence of what the scientific consensus actually is.
Scientific consensus is formed
Whatever you
individually
say it
by
is?
organizations. Like in
How
every
do you know
every
what they
field.
think? I'm asking
Sure,
you, how do you know what they think,
I am
dude?
answering. I'm answering. All right. So
No, you're just saying
scientific
the same stupid
consensus.
shit
All
over and
my
over
days,
again.
okay. Well, it seems to be like jumping over your head though. Like I don't know what the issue is there.
Listen, to determine what a consensus is, you have to take a vote or count the number of
That's
people.
not,
You have to
that's
do
not
a
how the
survey.
scientific consensus works. No, that's not. See, this is exactly the
Okay,
issue, right? They
so
don't do a vote.
no, that is how scientific consensus, because the word consensus is a quantification of a number. Consensus
Correct,
means
but they
that
don't-
there's
do
a
a vote
quorum
on it.
of people that believe the same thing, right?
Yes, exactly. But they don't.
And what is a
vote on
quorum?
it, right?
Is that more than 50%? Can you have less than 50% scientific consensus? Yeah, it's a number, dude. You can try to run away from it. Scientific consensus is a quantification of a number. So when you say unanimous, that means if everyone voted, everyone would vote in the affirmative. And when you say consensus, that means a vast majority, a super majority, would vote in the affirmative. Okay? You're trying to pretend that you have some sort of quantification of what people think when you don't. You don't know what they think, and even if they did think it, even if I grant you, yeah, there's a scientific consensus, what tests have they done? That's what I'm going to ask you next. I'm going to go, hey, these scientists that you're talking about that you're appealing to, when did they test the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, so you can't validate right now that there's a number of how many agreed to say that there's a consensus, is what he was bringing with that first point. Do you have
No,
that
I
numeric
got his
value that we
point.
can know?
Yeah,
10 out of 20,
Again,
like what
you
is
don't
it? 15 out of 20? Like what?
Yeah. So I said this from the start, and obviously, like it's still just not hitting. That there isn't like a vote, there isn't a number, that isn't how scientific consensus. Like, I get it. You found a nice new
Then
word
how
and you
does it
like the
work?
idea.
How do you know
Yeah,
when there
okay.
is a consent?
So look, I'm gonna
Silver,
try
we need
one
to
more time
determine when there
explaining it.
is one versus
Listen,
there isn't
I might.
one. Maybe there's a scientific consensus for flat Earth. How do we know there isn't?
I can try explaining it one more time, and hopefully I won't get interrupted. And maybe then you can repeat back what I said scientific consensus is, and hopefully then there isn't miscommunication, right? Do you want to do that?
We heard what you said 4 times.
No, you
We
didn't,
want to
because
know how
you
you
said
know
it. You said
that
it
one.
twice.
Look,
No,
look,
you both
dude, all you're
assumed that
doing is
there's a vote,
defining it
and then
over
you
and
started
over again,
rambling on
Silver.
about.
Silver, all you're doing is defining it over and over again. How do we know whether one
Then how are you
exists
still
or not?
messing up? How are you still
Okay,
messing up how, like, the definition?
but
If I'm repeating it,
that
why
it's
do you
not the
keep saying
definition
You
that's
what's
the
the vote?
repeating it's
problem.
not going to make it true.
Silver, it's not the definition that's the problem. How do we determine whether one exists or not?
You're questioning that if there is a scientific consensus. Cool.
Well, how do you know if
Sure,
one's
make one of
there?
the stuff triangle.
How do we
Yeah,
know
but
there's not a scientific consensus for flat Earth?
there isn't. You could go look it up.
How do you know?
Because scientific consensus is made by having majority major organizations.
There he
who do
goes,
study.
quantification.
There you go
How
with
do you
the
know there's a
major.
majority?
But
How
then
do you know?
again,
Silver,
there
Silver.
isn't
You're
a
getting.
flat
Hold on,
Earth
Silver, Silver. You're getting
university,
caught up.
there isn't a
Silver.
flat Earth
Yeah,
experimentation.
dude. Just wait,
There isn't
dude.
like that
Wait,
kind
hold
of
on.
independent
You're getting caught
organization.
up.
And how's he validated any of this, Ivo?
Dude, hold on. Hold on. You're getting caught up in you're like doing a big giant like circular logic right now. So in order for you to know there's a consensus of how many agencies or organizations have agreed upon or said this is like true, you have to give us some way to give a standard to that. If you didn't give us a standard, you saying that doesn't give it any validation that there is a consensus. So there needs to be a standard by which we can understand. You have a method to understand there was 5 agencies that agreed and then maybe 2 didn't or whatever, but you're not giving that to us. So how do we know what you're saying is something you validated? There's no validation here. You're just making up things that you're saying, oh, it's the scientific consensus. Yeah, but when there's no standard given to validate it, we don't know how you came up with that. You're just saying it. You're just saying it, Silver. You're wanting to feel good about there being a consensus, so you're saying the words, there was a consensus, and you don't give us a method to verify the veracity of your claim that there is a consensus.
There is, because I said so.
Because it's such a ridiculous question, because there
No, it's not, dude.
Let me finish. Are you gonna let me finish? Can you? There we go. Thank you. All right. So the reason I think this is a very ridiculous question is because within the scientific community, there is a unanimous agreement that the Earth is spherical.
How do you know that? You're just saying you're just making the same claim over again.
Unanimous or consensus? It would be
the claim,
dude.
Like,
it doesn't matter that you say the claim. It doesn't matter that you say the claim.
5 or 7. No, listen, it's not because there are like 5 or 7 agencies. It's literally every single.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
Look around. I can
So-
go.
so
around.
Don't tell me to look around, bro.
So,
Don't tell me to
Silver,
look
did
around.
you go and do the
Prove
survey?
it.
Did you go and check every single scientist out? Excuse me, sir. And you've asked all of them to perform this consensus. You went and asked every single one of them.
He's never talked to a scientist.
Now you understand the stupidity of your claim, Silver. That's the claim you've made. That every single scientist is saying the same thing. So you've gone and asked thousands of people right across the world the same question.
Screaming doesn't make your point anymore.
I'm not screaming at you.
Sounds very familiar to me.
Oh, it's familiar, all right, Freddie.
All, you've confused scientific organization with scientist, right? Again, you've done that one thing. Like, it's not.
You have.
No, you said to have I spoken to any scientist, right? Like, it's not about.
You're the one making the claim, Silver, not me. You're the one claiming that it's scientific consensus. So that means the same question.
Are they part of it?
Well, yeah, but we don't go determining that, right? We don't choose as individuals, as lay people.
Then what is the standard? Then what is the standard? What is the standard? First, tell us what the standard is. What's the standard to evaluate? Well, what's the standard to evaluate that there is a consensus? What's the standard?
Okay, so that's I think it's that the crux of the question is that, right? That scientific consensus it's not standardized in that kind of way where every single thing. All right,
well, how
there is a
do we know?
Oh, yeah, because That's the
If you
beautiful
can't
thing
explain it,
about
just
science.
point
Hold on,
to
Freddie.
it.
Hold
I
on,
mean,
Freddie. We're getting. Hold on.
that is the beautiful thing about science, is right. It's meant to be done like a reproducible scale across the world, right? So
No,
across the
that's not
world,
what
there'll
we're
be
talking about.
different
Hold on,
ways.
Silver. You're getting confused. Hold on. Don't go off into the weeds. I need you to answer the question. What is the standard of evaluation to know that there's a consensus on this topic? What's the standard? How do we know this?
Usually consensus is gauged on, like, I guess, like a major, like if major organizations have done their own kind of stuff and what kind of findings they found, and you compare that with across independent different organizations, like
Okay, have you
across the
done
world,
this?
right?
Have you done this?
With like the Globe Earth?
Yes.
With anything.
No, well, that's been established since
No,
time.
no. Have you done this? No.
Let me
I don't want to hear it's been established. Have you done this?
No, but all I do is I refer to the scientific. I don't do that myself, right? You have to
Okay, so you
understand
don't
that.
know that. Okay, so back to my point. Back to my point. You don't know that there's a consensus, like you so said there was.
No. There is.
Yeah. No, there isn't, because you just said you evaluate those other guys, whatever they say. You don't do it yourself.
No. So okay, so this is okay. Scientific consensus is like it's a self-replicating, self-correcting system in itself, right? So
What?
you will have other
Dude,
scientists.
you're saying that is a lot of words for a guy who's not telling us how you evaluate what consensus is in a way that we could standardize it to say, okay, there's 10 out of 12 of these scientists agree. You're not telling us that. There's nothing there's nothing you're giving us that we know that there's a specific organization that has, or whatever, disagreed with the majority to give a consensus. You haven't given us a standard. You're saying words that don't mean anything.
Okay,
Give us a method of evaluating what you're saying to be true or not. How can we
I've
do
already
this?
addressed this, right? Look, you have an issue that the fact that they aren't standardized, right? Like I've already addressed this, AB. Like I don't know what
No,
you're
you
gonna say.
haven't. You've danced around in circles for the last 15 minutes.
Honestly, I'm giving you the
Like, there
benefit of
isn't
the doubt so that you can produce the evidence on which we can evaluate your veracity of the claim that you're making, that there is a consensus. So we're looking to you right now. Give us something. Give us something that we know that you're saying there's a consensus. At least give us that much. How do we know that you're saying there's a consensus, that you're saying the truth? I don't know that.
So, I mean, okay.
I think
don't-
this
you need to
conversation
think
needs
about
a reset, AV. I don't
No
think it's going to
shit,
go
bro.
anywhere.
Jesus bricked. Bro,
Well, he was
really
about to-
simple. We need
what
to
were you
be able
gonna
to
say?
differentiate between consensus and non-consensus and no opinion. We're trying to figure out how you differentiated those three possibilities into the one that you think exists, i.e. consensus. How did you determine consensus exists, and what method did you use for that evaluation? Yeah, nothing.
Oh,
You
are you
went
asking me
seat
now?
of the pants, bro.
Huh?
He didn't
You made
get.
a seat of the pants evaluation based upon your textbook said, you saw on TV and that shit. You never made any. You didn't review the academic literature. You didn't read the minutes of the fucking conference meetings. You didn't do anything. You just wanted to chant scientific consensus, as if somehow that gets you past your burden of proof. Doesn't matter if there's a consensus. It doesn't matter if there's unanimity. It only takes
If you
one.
look up logical fallacies and if you look up appeal to scientific expertise.
It's your opinion,
Yeah,
Silver.
appeal to
It's your
consensus
opinion
is
that there's a
logical fallacy,
consensus.
buddy.
No. So
It's your
okay,
opinion.
firstly,
Silver,
we may disagree
if
on
there's
the
a
roundup
scientific
and all. Like, I
consensus,
think there is
then
a
there's an
clear
experiment
consensus on
Silver, if there's a scientific consensus, then there's an experiment validating that consensus. Can you provide it?
Yep.
Are you still doing this?
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're not going to contribute, please don't say that we're still doing this. Sorry.
Endlessly talking about the social aspect of things is going to get nowhere. Just provide the scientific experiment validating the consensus.
I
So
haven't looked into
you
it. As I said, I wasn't really planning on getting into like debate. As I
Well,
said,
you
I
alluded
just,
to
Well,
yourself,
if there in your mind is a scientific consensus, right? If we just grant you that, then
no,
there
I
must
agree that
be an
there's probably
experiment
experiments as well. Yeah,
that,
I just
that
said
validates that consensus. Where is it? Because that's what we give a shit about, the evidence, not the blah blah
Again,
blah rabble of the
I
people.
heard you the first time. Like I don't have it on me. I haven't looked into
You
it.
don't have it
well,
on
that's
you. Okay.
Was
so
it in
that's
your
it.
burnt down house?
That's the end. That is the end. You don't have the information to validate the claim that you made that there is a consensus that says that the Earth is a globe. You don't have the information to validate it. Thank you, obvious.
And
We
I
reached
want
the
to
end.
point out something, Silver.
Yeah,
It
no
directly refutes what you said. The scientific is required by science is testable, repeatable, verifiable. Now, I 100% agree with that. It doesn't say testable, verifiable. Check the consensus. Right. So, do you have the testable, verifiable, repeatable tests that show that the Earth is curving on its surface? Because that's the only property of the Earth which would determine 100% one or the other.
Time's up. All right, maybe we can see if there's anybody else that wants to come in. That was pretty good. Mic drop, whatever. He's not gonna have the answer later. He's just gonna look it up probably. Anyways, thank you for participating, Silver. It was good engaging with you for the moment. If anybody else wants to challenge their worldview, you can do so. There's a live event happening, which is Earth Doesn't Spin. If you're in here for that event, and you're brand new to the topic, you can chime in. We want to speak to you. And perhaps you can challenge us, we'll challenge you, and you'll find out whether or not you know what you think you know. Sound fair? Don't be afraid to jump in here, man. Yeah, we get a little kind of motivated to have a robust discussion, but it can't happen if you're just going to sit there on mute. So open up your mic and let's talk about it.
Well, to be fair, Silver came in with trigger words such as, you guys believe the flat Earth, and that triggers me because that's his position. That's his position. I believe the Earth's a globe. It's not our position.
Yeah.
I mean,
Body
we
of
just spent
science.
a long going over knowledge versus belief. It's crazy, dude, that even after that 30 minutes, you come in with that.
I like it. I do like it because it gives good exposition and people to engage in the discussion. They haven't heard how we argue this point, so it kind of. So some people that come in here, are we still discussing this? Really? Like it's all the evolution of the discussion to make sure that we're going somewhere. So a contribution to it would be add something that would be relevant to what we're saying, and it would move the needle on the discussion. So that would make a lot more, sense to do that versus just coming in here and just blurting things out.
Yeah, I said it. I said it before Silver showed up. I said the ones that think the burden of proof disappears because of consensus.
You did
And
say
then
it.
here he
Maybe you
comes.
manifested our reality. Obvious. Was that what happened?
Wow.
This conversation exists now because
earlier, dude.
Exactly.
That's
you put
right.
it out into the ether.
I'm the guy behind the curtain, man.
Yeah. And here comes Silver with the.
I'm bringing in all the globetards for you.
I think Obvious just made a post-diction.
No, that was actually a prediction. You said that before he said that shit. We were talking about knowledge and belief, and obviously B said then in the burden of proof and what it means, and he just came in and said unless consensus, and the dude said the same thing, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And during the discussion, I think he was here. He was here listening to us actually have the discussion about that. That's the most weird part about it, dude.
So, yeah.
Dude, that's like when they were coming in and they were like, is there any scientific proof of a globe? You did that for like 5 hours. A person up in they were in there when they heard the answer and still got the answer wrong.
Yeah. You can't make this stuff up, bro. You cannot make this stuff up.
He's went on deafen, I doubt he's went on deafen so he can go and find that experiment. He's just not going to listen to the rest of the conversation. Not going to pick up anything.
Well, you heard him say it didn't. He started with it doesn't matter. And then he said, well, it would rock science to its foundation. I think I'm going to clip those together. I got to cut that out, man. That's funny.
You can put it all together for a good sound clip.
He argued for 10 minutes that it didn't matter and then let the truth slip out. That's the funny thing.
Yeah,
That-
They've been
that
doing.
shows you
Oh,
that they're
there's a
just
lot of
being
that.
obstinate, donkeys, man. They're just being donkeys.
There's a lot of that today, bro. A lot of that. A lot of that. It doesn't matter to me anyway. And then they're later on, they're like, oh man, it wouldn't matter if it was. It's dumb, bro.
Dude, if they came on TV tomorrow and were like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat," I don't even know who would even announce it. The UN, the United States, whatever consensus. They all consensus governments. The UN voted that the Earth is flat. I mean, you know how many people would just like, I don't know, their freaking brains would melt, dude. You like, you just see heads exploding all around you.
Like the end of that one movie with that spy.
Scanners? Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Scanners.
Hello, friends.
It'd be like the Dave Chappelle
Hello,
with the
friends.
when Dave Chappelle takes off his Nazi hood and he's black underneath, fucking doing the
Oh
crowd.
my god.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we got
Ah.
Osama. We got Osama wants to say hi. Welcome, Osama.
Yes, I see. Hi, how are you doing?
You're doing well, my friend. Welcome to the room. Did you join us for the topic of the room? Earth doesn't spin.
The first time I am enjoy with us here in this room. I don't know what's happened in this event. I want to know and I want to enjoy with you with all people here.
Yeah, we're discussing whether or not people can tell us the nature of the Earth that they live on right now. What it is. What is this Earth you live on?
I don't know actually. This is my first time I
Honest
enjoy in
honest
this.
answer.
I don't think
What?
his English is good enough there, AB. So just
Yeah,
listen, dude.
he's-
Just go on
Yeah, if your English is
don't
not
know
that
very
good
well.
right now, just you can listen. But having a discussion with you would be
yes.
very difficult. So we appreciate you here,
Yes, I
man.
can
Thanks
listen.
for
I hear you. I hear you. I can understand you a little
Okay.
bit.
Oh, that's fine. But if your English is not either intermediate or advanced, I would say just put yourself on mute for now, and you can listen. But try not to contribute because it's going to be hard for somebody who speaks fluently English to you, and you don't understand how to respond. So
Okay.
thank you
Okay.
for
There's
joining us.
people
Though.
that are native English speakers that have no idea about some of the stuff we say. So you have no chance.
Okay. Got some other people jumping in here. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, we're having an event right now. DJ started the event. It's Earth Doesn't Spin. If you're here for the event, then welcome. Just open up your mic and say hello. And then we'll have a discussion with you, perhaps, if you'd like.
Well, I'm sorry. Who was that really loud guy with the accident just a few minutes ago? Who was that?
Which one?
Dude, we're in the English
one
hub
that
server,
I said,
bro.
I think I know, I get it. I said like, oh, I think I recognize that voice, and he answered me back. He's like, "Hey, Freddie, you remember me?" Is that guy?
Oh yes, Freddie, I'm here.
Matrix?
How you going, little fella?
You mean Matrix?
Yeah. What, I can't remember your name, man.
Matrix. I'm telling you.
Oh, sorry. Gotcha.
And
Sounds-
plus, you're chopping up, so your internet's kind of choppy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
It's all right, man. You're choppy.
Dude, Silver's still going at it in text chat saying there is one. There is one, damn it.
He doesn't realize what happened when we were discussing with him. So if you're saying there's a consensus, then we need to be able to evaluate how you came up with that. You can't just say, "Oh, there's a consensus." Oh yeah, how do you know that? Well, there just is. Like
The least he could have said, AV, was, I came to this conclusion because they're all paid to say the same thing.
That's the only time you're going to get a real consensus on anything, pretty much. If you're
I'm
paid
gonna-
to agree.
I'm gonna start trolling on. You're gonna keep saying there's a consensus. I'm gonna tell him, yeah, for a flat Earth. Prove me wrong.
Now, DJ's got a little snippet there from Crichton M, the transcript at Caltech lecture 2003. There is no such thing as consensus science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus, period. That's a pretty cool statement, I must say.
So even scientific consensus says there's no consensus. That's not good.
Oh my god. Yeah.
That's like microwaving instant coffee.
So everybody pretty much agrees that they're not real? The consensus don't exist?
Well, the thing is, the point of science, the scientific method, is to leave that shit behind. It doesn't matter what any human being thinks, what their opinion is, whether they agree, disagree. The results of the experiment are the results of the experiment, and no one gives a goddamn what anybody thinks about them. Right. So when you start appealing to human beings and whether they agree or don't agree, whatever, then you've left science and you're in the realm of sociology. Right. We don't care about that. Right. If I do an experiment, I go to frickin' try to boil water. I can tell somebody exactly how I did it, and they can do it exactly where they live, the same way I did it. And somebody else can do it. And it doesn't matter what anybody's opinion is. They follow the procedure, they follow the method, they'll get the same result. That's what science is. It's not all that other crap.
Anybody else that just joined us right now that would like to open up their mic and have a discussion with us about the topic of the room, which is Earth doesn't spin, or the nature of our Earth? Welcome to the room, guys.
Just to wrap a bow on what I just said, as it applies to this topic, what we want is the people that are saying the Earth is a globe. How did they measure the curvature of the Earth, and how can we go repeat it? What was their method? How did they do it? We want to do it too. But we've come to find out that they didn't do it, that they just believed it.
Yep. We have Davis in here. Davis, welcome to the room. Bombi Dagroot, welcome. Bith Ray, you guys that are joining us. Cont Pachiro, I think everybody knows him as an anti-flat earther, right? Or used to be. Not sure if he's one now. Jesus Christ. We got Laugh Out Loud Wretch. He's an anti-flat earther, right? Wretch. Miguel, welcome Miguel. NFT Wiz is hot micing right now. What's up, NFT Wiz? Nicholas Dare, welcome Nicholas. Are you MI or are you me? How about, let's see, going on the list here. Trey, Zero, Eternal, all new people. You can open up your mic if you can speak English, intermediate or well. We'd love to have a discussion with you.
Mm-hmm.
Who said mm-hmm?
Me. That was me.
Okay, Zero, welcome to the room. We're
Thanks a
having
lot.
a discussion. We're having a discussion about the nature of our Earth. Now, the topic of the room is Earth doesn't spin. Now, is that what brought you into this room, or would you like to talk about whether or not you can provide evidence for the nature of the Earth that you live on right now? Do you want to prove that it's a globe, or
Yeah,
you can't prove
Zero's
it? Or
not
Do,
new.
do,
where you,
do,
Spoke to him
do I really
yesterday.
have... What? Yeah, we spoke
did you
about
say?
aviation yesterday, but that doesn't matter right now. Yeah, so why do I have to put evidence to the Earth, you said?
The nature of our Earth right now. Do you think it's a
The nature
globe?
of our...
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you think
I
it's a
think
globe?
so. Yeah.
Okay. So the evidence put forward from you should be easily proved that the Earth is a globe, not just evidence, but proven. Yes?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What do you have right now that you can give to us that we can look at?
Like, I don't
Or tell
have...
us, not just look at, but tell us.
I don't have any specific thing in my hand that you can speak about the Earth, but yeah. What do you exactly mean with that
Well,
appointment you're giving me?
let's say it this way. If I was to see you on the street, right? I saw you walking, and I say, "Hey, do you know if the Earth is a globe?" What will you tell me?
I will tell you the same thing I said before. You know, you're living on Earth. It's a globe. It's a globe, you know?
Okay. How do we know we live on a globe?
I mean, there's a lot of pictures from the space that proves that the Earth is a globe we live on.
Okay, if I look at one of those pictures, how can I
Yeah.
know that I see outside anything that resembles this picture?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have any proof on that. Like,
All right. Well, it just turns out that I challenged it all the way to where you talked about the photo, but the photo, I can't take it with me and go outside and verify that any of the photo looks like what I see outside.
and why
Right?
does yeah?
Okay,
But
so they're handing you a belief system.
mhm.
They're handing you images and videos and things, but you can't. There's nothing that you see in the physical world that look like these things.
Hello.
What they give you.
guys, I was here before, or I was here yesterday, and I know what you're trying to do. I'm not
What?
stupid.
Getting you to admit the truth that there isn't evidence? What's wrong with that? Is that wrong?
Trying to get people so frustrated that they're gonna fucking blow up.
Wrong.
Like my
Okay.
football.
Why would this even be emotional for you?
Yeah,
So,
this is weird.
so I'm not gonna answer any questions anymore. I'm gonna mute myself.
So Zero,
yeah.
you're getting upset because
Thank you
you
for your
don't
time.
have evidence.
It shouldn't be emotional though, Zero. So you
Evidence
answered
for
your own
what?
question.
Evidence for what? Because I live
You
on
said
Earth? Nah,
The
bro.
shape of the ground.
You're emotional. Why are you emotional?
I'm so emotional. Like
You are.
like,
You said we're trying to get you to blow up. That means you're
don't-
feeling emotions.
So
Why?
Zero,
Yeah.
Zero, just out of curiosity, if I got you to measure your kitchen table, would you be in tears or would you be jumping for joy or would you just have some kind of breakdown? You grab a tape measure, you measure your kitchen table. Are you going to get emotional?
that will never happen. So that's a question I will never answer you. It will never happen.
Oh.
I don't even know you.
So why are you getting emotional over us asking you for evidence when you wouldn't
I'm
when you're
just telling
measuring
the
your
truth
table?
to everybody in this call
Hello.
and in this thingamajiggy.
Yeah, dude, why do you even
guys is
care
trying-
if somebody okay, why would you even care then? If somebody's in a call, Discord
Yeah.
call, talking
Mhm.
about a topic that has
Yeah.
nothing to do with you at all. It doesn't include you. At
Ah.
what point would you include yourself
If I
and
remember
then
correctly,
tell the other people that
there was
they
a
did
guy
that?
that's
They included you, not you including you, and the only reason for including you was to cause some kind of emotional distress inside your
I'm so
own personal.
emotional, man. You actually exposed me,
It
man.
doesn't make any sense what you're saying, dude. No one here
Yeah.
included you, but you.
No,
you
you
made the
exposed
choice to
yourself.
click the channel.
You exposed yourself when you said, "Hey, you're trying to get people riled up."
So how long
That
have you
means
been in this VC? You have been here for 95 hours, and you try to talk shit about me?
I've been here for
Dude,
95
relax, bro.
I don't think you have to talk any shit anymore, okay?
Take it easy. Take it easy,
You
my
know?
friend.
I'm completely easy, you know?
Who are you talking
Take your
to?
take your shoes off and your socks and go put them on some grass outside, brother.
In this VC for 95 hours.
Yes.
This dude is completely
I've been on
emotionally
social
dysregulated.
media for 95 hours.
Dude, your
Yes.
mic is inside of
Who are
your
you talking
mouth,
about?
brother. What?
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Who are
It's
you
just
talking to,
that
Zero?
timer is
Who's
not
been here
related
for
to
95
anyone
hours?
But yeah,
there,
I'm just
Zero.
telling you right now that you should maybe consider to do something else because
That
that's
95
How many
hours.
hours? How many hours you got?
would call
Zero.
for
How many hours you
95
got on
and 25
Microsoft Flight Simulator?
25 yeah,
How
and
many hours you got on it?
Dude.
got on what?
How many hours?
Got
How
on
many
what?
hours you got on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Oh God.
So I got
Go on,
about
go on.
Yes, fucking.
Post the time
like,
plays from your
in
Steam
both Sims,
profile. Go on.
in both Sims, I think I got like about
You did on
5,000 hours
Sims?
overall.
You played
But you
the
know,
Sims?
I
5,000 hours.
actually
There you go.
use that in the
Enough
real
flight
world.
hours to get
And
a
I'm not
taxi
going to rag
pilot
on you for
license,
having
Zero.
5,000 hours. You're doing
Hey,
something you enjoy, right? So
I
why are
used
you
to be.
attempting to rag on us?
Are you
But that's
enjoying to like to rage bait people in here for 95 hours?
We're not
Rage
rage
bait. Why would
baiting, right?
anybody be emotional
You
about
came
this
in with
topic?
emotions.
Yeah, you have said a lot about emotions. I understand that.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. You just said rage bait. That means emotion. Rage is an emotion, right? Yeah,
Yeah. But
Why would you be emotional
He's a
about this
bit of a
topic?
troll, honestly. He's here
I'm
for
So
the
Zero,
lore,
yeah.
so
answer
yeah.
this.
Wow.
Why did you play Microsoft Simulator for 5,000 hours when you could have got a real commercial pilot's license with 5,000 hours flight time?
I don't really have 1 million crowns in my bank account to pay my instructor and the academy to my education for the flight school.
Well, maybe you could.
So no,
Let's get
I'm not
3,000
that
hours
rich.
with
Okay,
pilot's
I'm
license.
only
You could
21
spend
years old.
3,000 hours working.
Listen
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, you don't want to go there, bro. Okay.
Don't
So
want to
let's
go
get
where?
back to topic. You don't want to go there in the stupid personal insults, dude. So let's get back on topic.
You can say whatever you want to say. I
just
really
did.
don't care.
Yeah, you do.
So
That's why you're emotional.
your name is Indio007. So
Yeah, that's right. So you're emotional.
Respect, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I am being respectful. You're emotional. I don't know. AB was just trying to tell you the truth. Not. Can you tell me one thing AB said that was factually incorrect?
Honestly, he's probably correct of all of that shit he said to me. I've
Why
never
is
said.
it shit?
Can you
So
tell
telling
me
the truth is
AB
shit?
actually fucking said?
Probably not.
He probably spoke about evidence about the Earth is a globe we live on. I can't exactly remember because I was.
And that's what sent you into this
'Cause you're
emotional
emotional?
spiral.
You were talking about a photo.
You guys,
had a photo.
you
No, you had a photo that was shown about the Earth, and I asked you, how do you know that this is of the Earth? What do you have to compare it to outside? Obviously, it's a photo of the Earth that you live on, right?
Okay.
And if that's true, you're gonna take that photo, go outside. You have nothing to compare it to. Doesn't look like anything you've ever seen. How do you know it's the Earth?
I don't know, man. You exposed me. But yeah, do we live on a flat Earth then? If it's not a globe we live on, what is it?
A flat topological plane. Yeah, giggling is not a refutation, brother.
Why are you laughing, Zero? Have you got some kind of measurement that disproves what Indio just said?
Let me ask Zero, let me ask you a question. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would
Yeah.
you have figured it out on your own?
I really don't care about if the Earth
now you
was
don't care.
flat or a globe, or it was formed like my finger with Jiggy. I couldn't give a fuck.
Oh God, you're
Okay.
coping, bro. Really simple. Why can't you answer that simple question? The answer is no. You wouldn't have figured it out. So us being flat earthers, and you're like giggling that we think the Earth is flat. All we've done is reject the stories that have been told to the contrary. We didn't go and do anything different. We just said, hey, those stories you're saying, those stories can't possibly be true because they make certain predictions and statements about nature. But when we go out in nature, we can't find them. Okay. So that's how the scientific method is applied. It's a systematic study of the natural world. And all claims or hypothesis needs to be tested in nature. So we go out into nature and we go, hey, this curvature that they say should be there, is it there? No, it's not. This spin that's supposed to be there, is it there? No, it's not. So these things that they say exist don't actually exist in reality. They exist as a concept.
Yeah.
They exist on TV, but they don't exist out in nature.
Yeah. Agree.
Just like your 5,000 flight hours
Agreed.
don't exist in nature.
So I'm gonna say something to you right now.
Go ahead.
The hours I have been flown in my simulator, like I have learned how to fly the wheeled aircraft. So if I was a pilot, I could easily.
But you've never flown a real aircraft to compare to.
That's true, but
So how do you know you can do it? How do you know the flight sim isn't just bullshit?
because we do
downdrafts,
real
they got
procedures.
microbursts in the flight sim.
We got the MCDU. We got the FSU, the flight
So
control
they got
unit.
microburst weather in the flight sim.
You probably don't know what that is, but because you,
You know what a
didn't play
microburst
my
is?
game.
Dude, are
Microburst?
you
No.
listening?
What is it?
So it's a weather condition. So do they have that in the flight sim?
Yeah, we have weather conditions.
Okay, so a microburst is a like 100 mile per hour downdraft that will cause your plane to drop in altitude thousands of feet very rapidly. So do they have that in your flight sim?
Yes.
No, they don't. Of course they don't. So you don't know if you can fly in the real world, dude.
What the? Why are you saying no? When I'm
Because the
saying yes.
weather, because they don't have the weather of the real world in your flight sim.
Yes, we have real life
Yeah,
weather.
we have rain. You have freaking fog. You have snow.
I can prove
What
it
do
to
you
you,
think?
so that's not a problem for me.
You
So
got
yeah,
flying into
Indy.
a jet stream of 1,000-mile-an-hour headwind. You got that?
Oh, Indy,
Of course not,
you have a
dude.
good time. You have a great time.
It's like a
Yeah,
dude
you're like one
working
of these
as like a
freaking
farm
Reddit
Debating is
dudes
not
simulator.
that
working,
play
unfortunately.
Modern Warfare and
Debating
went
is
over
not
to Ukraine and
working.
got turned into fucking
Debate
Swiss
is
cheese.
not working.
Yeah,
It's
'cause
not
you're an
bite.
idiot.
Yeah, dude, can you imagine
I'm an
someone
idiot.
saying
My
they
bad.
worked like
I thought you
5
said the
years
debate's not
as a
working.
I'm
farm simulator?
such an idiot. That's why I'm falling for debate.
It's not a
It's
bait,
not
dude. You
bite.
think about
You are,
this.
We're
You
pointing
just
out
you are
your
said
lack of evidence
you
for
are
the shape
so
of the
weird in
ground.
here. Like, holy shit, man, guys, come on. How old are you
This is how
again?
you know that
We're
he's
weird.
losing
Zero,
his
nobody
sword.
gives a
You
fuck
think you're
about
a
your
pilot
bullshit,
because you
man.
play a video game. I'm a pimp because I play Grand Theft Auto.
And there it is.
Oh shit! Don't crush my dreams, Indio.
Yeah, it's like, come on, dude. It's like some guy who plays like Power Washer Simulator or Farm Simulator, and suddenly try to say like, "Oh, what's your job? I'm a farmer." You're like, "Oh, really? What do you farm?"
Oh yeah.
You're like, dude, come on.
Doesn't
The
really
fight.
works that way.
That's what you sounded like yesterday. You kept reiterating, "Oh, I'm not an actual pilot," but every time he spoke about anything to do with piloting, he was using "we do this, we do that, we've got this for us."
Yeah, how many
It's like,
passengers he
you mean
delivered to
fucking
different
we? You're in your fucking
airports.
bedroom on your simulator setup, bro.
2D cows. 2D cows. You're gonna go from 2D cows to 3D cows. Good luck with it, bro.
It's like, yeah, the one time he said like how many passengers he delivered or something like that, and I'm like, dude, like there ain't no people on your plane. What the hell are you talking about?
It's not even a fucking big deal. I mean, like, people that spend a lot of time in the flight simulators are really knowledgeable about planes and how they operate and operating them. It's a genuine thing. If you just had a bit more humility about him, we wouldn't take the piss out of him with it. There's tons of people that spend thousands of hours in the sims before they actually go get their actual piloting license.
Yeah, but the Sims are a little bit different. It's not just a video game. They'll have training scenarios built into the simulator, like react to certain emergency contingencies or to go through different procedures. The train simulator is not just sit down and what high score did you
The
get?
commercially available sims are pretty advanced at this point. They've got them. They're not like the big setup they've got at the actual airline companies training their pilots. The whole articulated thing and all that, but it's pretty close. As far as what's available in the software at this point. So, but again, he's clowned himself, so we're not going to take him serious on that point.
I mean, just think about it. It's very difficult to say that he believes in cause and effect, he believes in science, and then blame you for his own emotional state that only he has control of. If I was in control of his emotional state, I'd be, don't be triggered. I'd snap my fingers, be emotionally regulated. And he would do it because I would be in control of it. But since I don't have control, He's going to do exactly what he wants to do, and there's nothing I can do to change or manipulate that. I mean, just arbitrary. He said, "Oh, this event's been going on for 90 hours." That alone, just 2 digits, caused him to freak out. Just the number of hours next to a voice call. If that alone can cause some emotional reaction, I mean, at that point, she's it, dude.
I mean, I think it's telling on what he, where that came out of, what AV was saying when he was like, "I know what you're trying to do."
Yeah.
So Zeus, or Zero, we're gonna unmute you. Can you try to get it together? The topic is flat Earth, not your flying skills.
Which are Zero?
What's up? I'm back,
So Zero.
I guess. What's up, man?
We're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. Is that what you think we're trying to do here?
No, not at all.
Okay. So why would we try to trigger you? Or anybody, for that matter. Let's say you were just
You don't gonna
right-wing.
what? You don't gonna
Let's
try
just
to trigger me.
pretend it wasn't you when we're talking about somebody else. It wasn't your emotions. It was everybody else's emotions you were caring for. Why are we trying to trigger
exactly.
people again?
I don't think you do.
You said that.
If
That's how all this started. Now you're backpedaling.
so, I have said you try to trigger people to be frustrated, or what do you try to say to me?
Yeah, rage bait. You said we're rage baiting. In what
Yeah.
way are we rage baiting?
I can't remember I've said that before.
Can
Like,
you is it just like a knee-jerk thing you just happen to say when you can't actually deal with the topic?
mm,
Can you say
I think
what
you have
David said
misunderstood
specifically
something.
that
Like,
made you rage?
I've never said that before. So,
Well, I mean, why?
yeah.
Like, why would you think we're rage baiting? I don't get it.
You are not rage baiting. What do you mean?
Well, this is interesting because we have this recorded, right? And so we have you on record saying that you know what we're trying to do and we are trying to rage bait people. Those are accusations from your mouth towards us. And now you're going to pretend like you didn't say that at all.
Can I say that? Can I see that? Or listen to that recording you have?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll get it for you. And then when I play it back for you, you're going to be banned permanently. You understand that, right?
I'm for that.
If you're going to make me go through all of this and you're going to
really don't
pretend
hope
like
you're
you don't
gonna
remember
ban
saying
me.
those things.
I really don't
Huh?
hope you will ban me. I want to be in here, like, to talk with you guys, you know?
Well then.
I will then be honest, because if you're going to make me go through the work of proving to you what you said that you're now denying that happened maybe 5 minutes ago, you know.
You don't have to do it. If you don't want
That's
to
why
do
we
it, you
live
can just say
stream this,
no.
dude. We live stream this. So
Not live
because
stream
you
that.
got globe, because this is what we call globe
Are you
news.
serious? Have you are you
Yes, it's
actually
live
serious?
stream. Yes.
Don't you
live
see
streaming.
YouTube Live up the top of the freaking VC, dude?
With
Being live
2
streamed.
big red circles. Like holy, one says live with a big
fucking
red
auto went
circle.
over his head there.
Like this guy, like imagine you're going to a pilot, like you're like, hey pilot, do you know what live with a big red circle means? And the guy's like just drools. Would you get on that plane?
So can you say again?
I wasn't talking to you.
I was not
obviously.
listening. Was you talking to me?
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking to you, so you don't need to worry about it.
Okay.
YouTube bot with a big red circle. Another YouTube bot, 24/7 live exclamation point, big red circle. And dude has no fucking clue what that means.
I was actually not noticed that before until now.
They always seem to know what the fuck it means when it's on some NASA footage, right? On the ISS or something. Oh shit,
Right.
this is definitely live.
Okay, so you're ready to be honest now that we got you recorded. It's been live streamed and recorded. The words come out of your mouth. You can keep lying.
keep lying about what exactly?
Yeah, this is his game, so he can just go away as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, playing dumb. Just be
Yeah.
dumb.
It is my
someplace else.
game playing
No
dumb.
loss.
So please tell me right now, have I said you are wage baiting people?
Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. Is there someone else we can speak to in here?
I am Spartacus. Like another 19 minutes is going to flip over to 96 minutes and he'll just pop a fuse. Like every hour that goes by just like has a kitten.
He thinks he's too intelligent to speak to us seriously. You can hear it. His credentials for that belief is his 5k hours in flight sim. He's good evidence, though, you know? Like, I don't think he couldn't become a proper pilot. And it just goes to show that you don't need much brains to be a pilot, even.
Yeah, they're selling a fantasy. That's what video games are. They're an escapism, a fantasy. If you really wanted to be a pilot and really thought about it, I mean, like the same thing, like some guys say, I'm a war hero on Call of Duty. You're like, what? Really, dude? Do you think that? So you think because you've played Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, that you've got a Call of Duty in you? Like, holy crap. Like, dude couldn't make it through basic training Shark Week. I mean, like, get off the cattle car and like lay out your duffel bag, and this guy would like shit his pants.
I wouldn't say it's equivalent, though. Call of Duty's just... It's not a simulator, it's arcadey.
Or surgical simulator. Yeah, straight up. There's a surgical simulator with it. Now it's got the CPR DLC, which is like some sort of co-op replayability. You'd be like, dude walks in, I'm a surgeon. Really? Wow. Well, I've got 9,000 hours on Surgeon Simulator and Surgeon Simulator 2. Yeah.
Got
That's
9,000
not-
hours playing Operation board game.
Yeah, Operation board game.
When the big buzzer goes off, the patient is definitely dead. He wants unmuted. Somebody wants to unmute.
I wouldn't even waste a click. You all here are rage baiting me. Okay, so why are you here? I want to talk to you guys. So you want people to rage bait you? Well, no. I think rage baiting is evil. Okay, but you just said the only thing we're doing here is rage baiting you. Rage baiting is like something wrong with it, and you want to talk to us. and you hold all those things in the air at the same time. I mean, dude, that's cognitus, man. That's deep-seated cognitive dissonance.
But just projection. You know, he's in here rage baiting us.
Yeah, it's
You
quite
know,
the
if
opposite. This is
you start
heretics
speaking to him
laser.
about if you start
Oh, go
speaking
ahead.
to him about planes, he'll sharpen up real quick and he'll give you all the fucking details and he'll go on and on, man. Tell you how he knows this, how he knows that, right? But as soon as you take it off of planes, like, okay, now the globe and the rotation and the curvature and how that interacts with, you know, flight dynamics, how it should, how it doesn't, yada yada. That's when he goes into the stupid mode, you know? So he's more than capable of having a serious conversation. Just refuses to regarding the actual globe.
Well, shit. I guess unmute him then.
I talked to him about planes. You can put the theory to the test, though, Crit, if you want. Unmute him, ask him about the artificial horizon instrumentation on a plane. He'll explain it to you in detail. Then
Yeah,
ask
I
him
asked
how
him
it
one.
relates to the physics, the geometry of the Earth, right? And then how any of that geometry is proven.
Yeah, I asked him one question about aircraft. I said, "Who the first flight? Who were the first two people to fly a powered aircraft, an airplane?" He had no clue. I'm like, "So, dude, your whole thing is planes, and you
Well, he
have
didn't.
no idea. He didn't even know where it had, what year. You know, was it Two
Didn't even say
Brothers?
the Wright brothers.
Yeah, I didn't even say anything. I go like, what state, what country did it happen in? Didn't know that. What year about did this happen? This guy's like super autistic about aircraft. I mean, like, holy crap, dude. Like, why don't you go just okay, if you think you're being rage baited, people are here fucking with you, just go learn about airplanes. You have enough, there's enough content there to keep you busy for the rest of your life. You wouldn't need anything here. You just go read about plane number one and different ideas they came up with and how things are perfected over time. I mean, just turbo engines, or just pick one thing, you know, just one, like the skin of aircraft, how that's changed over the years. I mean,
I know what you're
there's
trying to
enough.
do, Crit.
What's that?
I know what you're trying to do.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to trigger them.
Yeah, yeah. Encouraging him to go ahead and just research things that interest him. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's rage bait.
Yeah, telling him to just like, hey, take some time, and you know, that's what I tell people all the time. Why is this topic important? Because we document the downfall of humanity. And when you're not doing that, find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. And this guy's like, "You're trying to get me to do something." Okay, don't then. It's shit. It's just advice. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do.
Were you triggering some Globers right now, or what?
Yeah, that's the Zero here. Came in and said, "I know what you're trying to do. You guys are trying to rage bait people, and we're trying to figure out if he has any evidence for that." And then he pretended like he didn't say that. So I think.
And then pretended like it wasn't being live streamed because he didn't know it was being live streamed. Then when he figured out it was being live streamed, then he's like, "Oh, that's so pathetic. Oh, you guys live stream. What a joke." You're like, "Yeah, we live stream for this specific reason. Globnesia. You'll say something and then they'll instantly forget. They just said that."
Mm-hmm. What's up, Cyclone? How you doing, man?
What's up, boys? Yeah, all good. How's it going?
Pretty good.
It's going pretty well, man.
Conversations have been okay.
Good, good. Any good Globers in right now? Good Globe believers? Who believes in the Globe the most here? Any takers?
Hey, Cyclone, would you like to speak with Zero?
Zero. I feel like I've spoken to a Zero before, but sure. Maybe he's a different guy.
Yeah, he's certified simulator pilot with 5,000 hours.
Whoa. 5,000 hours over a stimulated flat Earth. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little paranoid that you might be rage baiting, but you're the least rage bait person I know. So
Yeah, I'm not looking to rage bait. Unless observable reality makes you rage, then I can't really help you. Yeah, I'll speak to Zero
But
for a little bit.
I'm kind of curious to see how you'll converse with him because I know you've got significantly more patience than most of us in here.
Well, we'll see. Even my patience has a limit. As long as he's respectful, though.
Well, if you're up to the challenge, you can always unmute him.
Oh, is he muted? Alright, yeah, let me have a look.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, guys? I'm back, I suppose.
How's it going, Zero?
It's going great, man. Apart from I was muted for a certain time, but yeah, we back. We are back.
That's okay. If getting
Yeah.
muted on Discord's the worst thing that happens to you today, you're doing all right.
Yeah. Not really, but you know, it's okay.
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Can you say again?
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I don't know. Like I was just went home for my work, my job, and I had like not anything to do.
Okay. Have you ever looked into Flat Earth before? Do you know what it's about?
Yeah, I was here yesterday. So yeah, I know what I know what you were talking about.
Was yesterday the first time you'd spoken about it, or have you been into the topic for a while?
I think it was yesterday. The first time I was here. Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh wow. Okay, so you're totally new to the conversation then.
I am indeed.
What did you hear? What did you come to understand about our position from your conversation yesterday? If you could summarize what you learned.
I learned a lot yesterday. Yeah. We spoke about like the Earth, you know, if I had any evidence on the Earth was a globe and not flat and stuff like that. Like cannot really remember exactly what we were speaking about.
And how convinced are you that the Earth is a globe?
I'm pretty convinced. You know, you guys are smart people in here, and I want to give you all the respect I can put into my words right now. So yeah, you gotta have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you heard our position that there's no detectable, measurable curvature of the Earth? You heard that?
I've never heard that before, but yeah, if you say so.
Well, that's like the crux of the whole argument for us, really. I mean, you can talk all day about gravity and satellites and space and all this stuff, but if there's no curvature of the surface, then none of that flies, and that seems to be the case as far as can be observed and measured. No curvature commensurate to this 39, 59-mile radius ball that there would have to be for it to be a globe. So, I mean, if that's not the case, I would ask you who you think has actually measured and detected the curvature of the Earth. Do you know of anyone?
No, unfortunately not. But I have another question. Okay. Is there any reason why I'm the only one that speaks in here and make the the conversation continuing? Like,
oh no, there's loads of people that speak
I
in
have
here.
not seen anybody apart from me that has unmuted
Think about this.
the microphone.
Okay, well, think about this. Maybe in the day or two that you've been here, you haven't seen that. But this room, this channel, which is on YouTube, has been going for like 7-8 years. We've probably got over 30,000-40,000 hours of live streamed conversation with thousands of different people. So I assure you, my friend, you are not the only person having this conversation. Maybe in the times that you've been here, it's been quiet, but we do this 24/7, 365 days a year. We've spoken to thousands of people, all coming in new to this or not new to it. So yeah, we speak to loads of people. So don't worry about that. But I see people mute themselves because we like to have a good discussion, 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, whatever, like small numbers so that people can hear it. You go into the other channels, like 15 people screaming at the same time. You can't tell what the hell's going on. We ask that people stay muted if they're not speaking here so that, the conversation is enjoyable.
And uninterrupted and good manners. That's what it's all about. And we wait our turn to interject or make a comment or give advice. This is what we do here. So that's what it's all about. We don't want audio chaos. Thank you.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And it's pretty simple. I mean, I know it sounds like a lot, sounds pretty crazy. The Earth is flat, but really, if you just boil it down to is there curvature or is there not, that one question answers the whole topic. Because if there's no curvature, then it cannot be a ball, can it?
It cannot. It's not a globe.
Geometrically impossible for it to be a ball if there's no curvature. And that's the case.
It is
I mean,
the case.
you've never seen anyone measure a curved lake, have you?
No, probably not.
No,
Not in my lifetime.
You understand that bodies of water, regardless of the size, are just level, flat.
Okay.
So it's pretty simple stuff, really. Also, the ground isn't moving or flying around at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum. None of that's happening. So,
yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty simple stuff, really.
Yeah, pretty simple.
Yeah, what you see is what you get. Because have you noticed that in reality, you experience the surface you live on to be essentially flat and motionless? Like if you go to the beach, look at the horizon. That horizon's just a horizontal flat line.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess you haven't experienced the ground moving around, spinning about. 1,000 miles an hour?
No, I have not experienced that before.
So there you go. As far as you're concerned, the only thing you do know about the Earth is that it's flat and motionless.
Mm-hmm. It is flat. We live on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. No
Yeah,
objections. There you
welcome.
go.
But
Sounds pretty easy, guys.
I have a
You know all the
question
stuff about.
about. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, when the Earth is flat, and you know, the Earth has to spin around, so we can live our lives on the Earth.
What are you
Like, is
talking
that
about?
correct?
The Earth has to
Is that
spin
correct?
around so you can live your life? No. What are you talking about? I just told you. Remember, you go outside, the ground isn't spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? The ground needs to spin to live our lives. No. The ground is motionless,
Because
like
it's about
you've always
the
experienced,
time.
right?
If the Earth was just standing in one position every time, we could not sleep.
All right, hold
And
on.
then we
What are you talking about? If the Earth was in one position, we wouldn't.
Why is your
What are you
colleague
talking about, bro?
laughing? Why is your
Because
colleague
you're saying
laughing?
some absurd shit. You're saying some
I think
absurd
you have
shit. What are you
exploded
talking
our.
about? If the Earth wasn't spinning, we wouldn't sleep. Is that what you just said? See how ridiculous
Yeah, you're
even
gonna make
is?
me look like a fool right now. I know that.
No, the globe belief is gonna make you sound like a fool because that's a requirement. You literally have to act like a fool to claim that the Earth is a spinning ball. You have
But
to
can I ask
say,
you a question one more time?
I'd like to know why you think if the Earth wasn't spinning, you wouldn't be able to sleep, but okay.
Okay.
Do you feel like when you go to sleep at night, it's the comforting axial rotation of 1,000 mile an hour ground that helps you get to sleep or something?
So the brain and the human has learned to sleep when it's dark outside, and when it's dark in a room. Oh,
Come on, keep going.
and when it's dark outside,
It's dark outside, okay.
the brain is start to think like, oh, I have to sleep right now. I've been
All
doing
right.
work all the day.
Okay, so what about it being dark outside makes you think that the ground is spinning?
Can you say that one more time?
Well, what about it being dark outside makes you think that the ground is spinning?
I've never said the ground is spinning. That would be pretty impossible. I said the Earth is spinning around. There's
Well,
time
that would be the
zones
ground,
in
wouldn't it?
every country we live in.
Well, that would be the ground, right? The ground outside that you live on. That's the Earth that you're claiming is spinning around, right?
Yeah, it's spinning around.
Yeah, so you're saying that the reason you sleep at night is because the ground is spinning around, and you know the ground is
I've never
spinning
said that.
around.
You try to put words in my mouth.
That's what you just said.
Why is your colleague going crazy right now?
Well, that's what
Oh
you just
man,
said.
you're just funny.
You just said if the Earth wasn't spinning, we wouldn't be able to sleep. Was what you said. And now you're getting
That's
to
what
the
we call
idea
time
that
zones. That's what
it
we call
has to
time
be
zones.
dark. It has to be dark in order for
It
you to
don't
sleep.
have to be, but
that's
that's just a
you
thing
like.
we
You like
do
it
as
to be
human
dark.
beings.
Yes, I get it. So you're somehow linking it being dark with the ground spinning.
Right.
Are you never okay? Can I ask you about something? Are you when you know, like it's evening right now. We're getting
Right.
closer to we're gonna hit our bed in a minute because we
Now,
have
is
to
that because
sleep.
the ground is spinning?
No.
No, exactly right. So what does the
I'm
ground
so
spinning have to do with it being dark and you going to sleep?
Sir, I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
That if the Earth wasn't spinning at all, the time was just standing by. You know, the
Time is
time was
just
not
standing
go
by.
any
No, you need to think
the
about what
time
you're
will not go
actually
any
saying.
further. You know, and
So
then
what
we
I
will
think
not
you're
be able
trying
to
to say,
sleep. At
Zero.
least maybe somebody could,
I get it,
but you
Zero.
know,
What I think's confusing you
yeah.
is that you're just talking about day and night,
I'm talking about day
right?
and night. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So why do we have day and night? Is what you're getting at?
Because we have time zones.
No.
Oh my
No.
god.
It's not okay.
We
Okay,
have
why?
it's due to the presence of the sun and the light emitted from the sun where you are,
And you
isn't
know
it?
what?
So if
And
you
you
can
know
see
what?
the sun, if you can
Can I?
see the sun, then it's daytime for you. And when you don't see the sun, it would be nighttime for you. Yes?
Yeah, that's why the Earth is spinning.
Right, right. So this is where you're getting confused. And it's understandable because this is what you've been taught. This is what we've all been taught. We've all been taught that the sun is appearing to move because the ground is spinning. That's what you're actually thinking. Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Is it possible that the sun is appearing to move because the sun is moving?
So, you are actually telling me that the sun is moving.
Well, that's what the observation is telling us. Is it
Okay.
not?
Do we have any? Yeah.
Zero,
Well,
don't you see the
is
sun
that not what
rise
you're
in the east
observing? Isn't that what you're
and set in the
observing,
west?
Zero? Hold on, you pick this up, says who. I'll be back in a few.
Well, yeah, don't you notice that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west?
Yeah, I have noticed that. Why?
Okay, so you notice that the sun moves.
Yeah, it moves, but your
Yeah.
what should I call him? Your colleague, your friend, is try to, you know, to try me think of, is the sun really spinning around? Have
No, he didn't
everybody
say that.
in my childhood tried to lie to me? You know, I don't
No, they
think.
didn't try to lie to you. Nobody said that. I don't know why you're bringing that up. Do you think there's a conspiracy? Are you a conspiracy theorist? Your nervous laughter is my favorite, by the way. That's how I
I'm not
know we're having
nervous
a
at
pretty
all. I'm
large
not
effect on
nervous.
you. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
nervous
nervous.
laughter for sure. Because you don't know what to say. You laugh instead of saying what you ought to say. But you know, you're getting wrecked, and so you giggle as a compensation for that. It's
Are you
hilarious to
going
me.
so
I hope
crazy
you
on
keep
me right now?
laughing the whole time. I hope you keep laughing the whole time. So, anyways, you notice that the sun moves. Yes.
Yeah, it moves. Yeah, correct.
Right.
Up and
Okay.
down.
And you also said earlier that the sun, you don't notice that the Earth is moving at all.
No, I'm not
Oh dear.
doing that right now. I
Heavy
cannot see
realization.
any thingamajiggy that's turning around, spinning around
But
right now.
do you see how they've tricked you a little bit there? They've told you that the reason you see the sun moving is actually because the ground is moving, but they didn't give you any evidence for that. And now you're
Okay.
confused, and you think the
Yeah,
reason you go to
I'm not
sleep.
confused at all.
Well, yeah, you are, because you think the reason you sleep is because the ground is moving. When the ground isn't moving, as you know.
Because you live on the ground,
So,
and
so
it's not moving.
what you are exactly telling me is that are you not going to bed? Like, are you never sleeping? Have you
Well, the ground
ever
is
slept in your
never
life
spinning.
before?
The
Have you
ground's never
been
spinning.
what?
The ground's never spinning. You understand
Okay.
that?
Yeah, I understand that the ground is the Earth is not spinning. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what you're left
Yeah.
with is the
Yeah.
sun moving. So the reason you can sleep at night is because you live on a flat, stationary Earth. That's cool, isn't it?
He's giggling still. It's funny.
That's okay. Nervous giggling can be part of the process.
Okay. What should I be
Yeah.
nervous for? For what exactly?
Well, your
Well,
worldview is dying, and you don't
your
know how to
belief
cope with
that
it.
Yeah, your belief that you go to sleep at night because the ground is spinning is debunked. Like you're realizing that you've never actually had any evidence for those beliefs. You were just told the story. Right? For example, what evidence did they give you that the ground is spinning? They didn't give you any, did they?
I don't think at all. No evidence.
There you go.
Unfortunately.
There you go.
No evidence at all.
Yeah. So there you go. It's pretty easy for you to figure out what's actually going on, which is that obviously the sun's moving.
Yeah, I guess we learn something new every day.
Well, you'll learn a lot if you come and listen to the conversations here, certainly more than you learned at school.
Yeah.
Since they didn't actually tell you anything about how the Earth's a ball. They just told you it was.
Mm.
So that's all right.
So
That was the same for
I
most
guess you don't
people.
believe of the folk calls pendule. Have you read
pendulum?
about that before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Tell
what
me
does
all
that
about
prove?
it. What's this you've got for me now? A fancy pendulum is going to prove to you you live on a giant spinning ball? Tell me all about it.
I will not explain that because I'm not kind of that guy.
That's all right. It would only be a waste of your time anyway because, you know.
So, but I
swinging a
think
pendulum
it's
isn't going to tell you you live on a spinning ball.
my teacher told me in my time I was in school that it proves that the Earth is spinning a lot.
How does it prove that?
Well, once you start swinging the pendulum, then the Earth moves underneath it, and when it stops, Earth stops.
Yeah, right. Because you're going to have to swing the pendulum, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cause of the pendulum swinging would be you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
The
I don't
good
know. Maybe
science isn't up
you
to
are
us.
correct on that because I'm gonna have a little conversation with my teacher. I think because
Yeah, just ask him. Just ask him who's ever measured curvature of the Earth, motion of the Earth, who can demonstrate a ball of gas existing in a vacuum. Your teacher will have no idea. He's just paid to teach you these things that he was paid. He was taught by someone who was paid to teach him, and so on and so forth, until eventually they all just appeal back to NASA and say, "Well, NASA showed us images and some video, so that's it." So yeah, there you go. Crazy, huh?
Don't be
This whole
too
thing.
upset
that's
with your
pretty
teacher.
crazy. Like it's mind blowing as fuck. I like it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like it.
yeah. It kind of is. You'll be all right though.
Yeah.
You'll still
So
be able to sleep even though the ground isn't spinning. Don't even worry, Zero.
wow, I didn't know that. Like
Yeah. Well, soon you'll realize I didn't need the ground to be imaginarily spinning for me to sleep. What was I thinking all these years? I've been a fool. But that's all right.
So, yeah.
Don't be too mad at your teacher. It's not that he was lying to you. It's just that he didn't care about you at all. He was just doing a job that the state paid him to do. They said teach the kids this, so he did, and he took the money. So don't be mad at your teacher.
Yeah, everyone's got to eat.
Is that pretty hard to say? Like what is thing I didn't really say anything to you that was against EU in any point at all in this conversation?
I didn't say anything against you either. I was talking about your teacher. You're going to have to pay attention. Zero.
You just said
Yeah,
to
he's
me
saying
that
don't be mad at your teacher. It's not your teacher's
my
fault.
former teacher like didn't give a fuck about me.
He didn't. He doesn't. That's not, did you get a call from him in this week at all? Does he care about it? Or was he just taking money and making sure that this year's
Because
students
he
get
has
the next grade?
you know.
Well, no, he might have cared about you, but the fact is, when it comes to the globe Earth, he's just telling you what he believes based on what he was taught. He's never measured curve or seen a globe. None of them have. No one has. They just all eventually say, well, NASA told us. Don't they?
Okay, but I want to say something to you. The thing is, my former teacher was actually, how are we saying this? He worked
Don't
for
start doing
NASA.
some bullshit.
He
Don't
worked for
start doing
NASA.
some bullshit now. Nah, don't start doing
Right.
some bullshit now, Zero. Don't start trolling now just because we've educated you, okay? We're not in the
I'm
mood for
not
that.
trolling you. I'm actually telling the truth right now.
Yes, you're not trolling us, but you're attempting to,
He
and
had
in
a
the
former
process,
job with
you're
NASA.
trolling yourself. In the process, you're trolling yourself. So we're not going to entertain that. Just
He was
if you don't have
monitoring
any
the
sensible questions
satellites
or points to make,
in the
Zero, you
space.
can just sit and think about what you've been told. Just sit and think about it, right?
Can you please let me finish? Like you interrupted me.
Well, no, if you're just going to talk nonsense about how your teacher worked for NASA,
No, he
like, doesn't
was
waste our time.
he like
Yeah, your teacher
okay, if you
worked at
don't
NASA
believe
and then
it, you
decided he was
if
going
you
to go
don't
and
believe it, you
teach
don't
like
believe it.
primary
That's
school.
okay. That's
Yeah,
completely
no,
fine.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So don't waste your time.
Okay.
That's
But it
okay,
really
Zero. You
sounds
can give me his name. It's okay. Can you give me his name? I'll look him up.
okay.
Am I going to let yourself be caught in the lie? Amazing.
It is a few years ago now.
Oh, it's a few
Yeah,
years. Can't
you know
remember
his
my
name.
teacher's name. Let me just Google the NASA directory so I can pick a name.
Yeah,
Come on,
quick, hurry up.
why even dig your hole deeper, Zero? Why do this to yourself?
you have our contacts, you know. You were saying at
Why do
least
this
you
to
have
yourself?
contacts in NASA. So
Yeah, most of the people that are employed by NASA, that they have public record that they work there. So all I need from you is his name, what school he went to that he taught you about Foucault's pendulum, and then I'll just start doing some Googling and see if I can figure out public record. So what was his name again? That's what I
Come
thought.
on, Zero. You need to be a quicker
I
liar
can't
than this.
remember.
I
was
can't
getting
remember.
it was a time when I was very young. I remember
Yes. So
correctly.
what
Didn't
was
you
that
say
like
you're
primary?
21?
How old? Hold on a sec. How
I am
old were you,
21 years
Zero?
old, yeah. So it at least
How
8
old?
years ago I was in my public school.
Public school. What's that? Like high school, primary school?
Primary school, yeah, you're gonna say that?
Primary school. So this guy used to work for NASA and then just decided he was going to be a primary school teacher, did he? Come on, Zero. Could
Yeah.
you? I don't know if you think we're
Because
as
he had
stupid as
another
maybe your
dream, you
friends
know?
or something, people that you know.
What?
I don't really understand what you're trying to do here.
I'm
Stop
just telling
embarrassing
about
yourself.
my
Let's have an
teacher.
honest
What are you
conversation.
talking about?
Let's have an honest
I'm just
conversation.
okay, but now you are backing down. It's not
What are you
me.
talking about? The guy who works at
You don't
NASA
want to
isn't
talk
going
about
to
this anymore. You
become
don't want to
what,
talk about
like
this anymore.
a primary school teacher in Norway or wherever the hell you're from?
No, I'm not from Norway. So, yeah.
So
But that's another
so
conversation to
who
talk
from?
about.
Listen, dude, we don't care about your embarrassing lie. We understand you told a lie. Just concede and move on. We can say that you were joking to save you some more embarrassment.
Can I ask you? Okay, you're talking about lies. Okay. Do we have any evidence about that the Earth isn't spinning? You know, you have many contacts in NASA.
Yeah.
Saying at
Okay.
least. So can you give me any evidence at all about
Yeah,
the
no
Earth
one's
is
ever
not
measured
spinning
it
around?
spinning. Yeah, no one's ever measured any spin. How's that?
More nervous laughter.
I
What's
fucking
that?
love
Is
you
that
guys,
a
man.
response? Is that a rebuttal?
We have been talking for 1 hour and I don't know 10 minutes, and it has been
And
a
what
great time.
measurements of spin and what measurements of
And now
spin
you
have you
now,
used in that time?
but you
What
know,
measurements for the globe have you
sir,
used?
sir.
So what
As
in all
some
that
of you
time?
guys said
In
to
all
me
that
before,
time, what
this
evidence have you
conversation has been
presented?
recorded on YouTube.
Yes. So you'll
So
be able to
yes,
listen
you
back
have said
and
that the Earth
understand that in all
isn't
that
spinning.
time, the Earth is not spinning, correct? And you'll realize that in all this time, you haven't presented any evidence that it is spinning. Remember?
Yeah, I have. That's correct.
Yeah, you haven't presented any evidence for that.
I haven't. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So what are you laughing about?
I'm laughing about the thing
You
is
having no evidence
that
for
you
your
have
claim?
said. You just said to me that I've never said that the Earth isn't spinning.
No, I
You
didn't.
just said
The
it.
Earth isn't spinning.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, the Earth is not spinning, dude. Remember? That's what made you spiral to begin with.
Fucking like
Yeah.
this is. I have
Does
never.
this guy not know what's going on?
No, he doesn't. Well, we have to teach him. He's 21 years old. He barely knows anything. There's something called the burden of proof, and the person who makes the positive claim carries the burden of proof. So if you were saying positively that the Earth is definitely spinning, then you would have the burden of proof to show that, to prove that. We're saying we don't experience any spin. We don't have any evidence of measurements of any spin. So what do we need to prove? It's you must prove. Or somebody who believes that they're on a spinning Earth and that's how they need to be able to sleep at night, that would be your burden.
But you already conceded, Zero, that you don't have any evidence for that, right?
Nah, you got me. Oh
so
no.
there we go. Welcome to Flat Earth. What a time to be alive.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
He hates it, right? That and he's so nervous.
Okay.
He giggles.
Nervous about what? Like
maybe the lack
We're just
of evidence
watching you
have.
implode. Yeah, we're watching you implode.
Yeah.
You realize you can't prove any of the things that your teacher taught you that worked at NASA. You don't have any evidence for any of it. You're just realizing it, and it makes you laugh and giggle.
You work for NASA. What do you mean?
What about the Foucault pendulum?
What about it?
The most common way to prove Earth's rotation.
Okay, how does it do that?
So basically, it's a long and heavy pendulum. It is suspended in a high roof above a circular area.
Yeah, we know what it is. We know what it is.
Okay, yeah,
Just explain the principles of it.
Okay. Okay. So basically, hold on.
Have you actually?
Hey, another giggler.
No, sorry. English is not my first language. I'm trying to think of the words. I'm sorry. Okay, so it works kind of like a gyroscope.
Good luck. Good luck.
We can use the let's go based on the geographical, like using the latitude of its location. We can use that same point to calculate, for example, how long it is. Okay, so to sum up, to make it more simple. Way that it
are you
moves.
reading off of something right now?
What?
Are you reading off of something right now?
No, I'm trying to remember. So
Okay,
basically,
all right.
the way that
Sorry,
it moves, we can use that in maths, in formulas that prove and.
What's the formula?
If I remember, 2 pi. It was 2 pi radii square root of. Oh, gravity. Okay, it's 2 pi square root of the the length of the pendulum divided by gravity.
Okay, what's gravity?
Gravity is the acceleration that that the Earth puts on us.
Oh, so you're just taking an average rate of fall. So that would be little g, not big G.
Yeah, little g, little g.
Little
It's
g.
not the
Okay.
It's not the
And so
gravitational
what does that, how does this formula help us understand anything about the Earth moving?
We can use, even without considering that the Earth moves, by taking this acceleration, let's call it gravity. Okay, let's change gravity to acceleration because that's what it is. By taking this, well, the acceleration, the base of the pendulum, we can report and okay, it's not report. How do you say it in English? See, I'm terribly sorry if I'm not being consistent with what I'm saying. I'm trying to make up the words.
Pendulums swing back and forth.
It's confusing.
Yeah. Foucault pendulum swings back and forth, and there is
Yeah,
a
exactly.
claimed precession because of the Earth spinning out from underneath the pendulum, and it's supposed to process at 15 degrees an hour. This is a roundabout way, essentially affirming the consequent, to prove or to insinuate that the Earth is spinning out from underneath the pendulum. The problem with that is that if the Earth is spinning out from underneath the pendulum, then the Earth would be spinning out from underneath everything not attached. And it does not do that. So why in this one situation does that happen when it does not happen anywhere else on Earth?
We can prove this
And
at
why
a
in some
smaller.
situations... Sorry, go ahead.
No, we can prove this at a smaller cause experiment. If we put a small base moving below with a pendulum, that where it's stuck, it's on the base that's moving, but the cord and well, the pendulum itself is free moving. We can check the same exact movement.
Yeah, but Jaiko, your problem is you don't know. Well, I mean, what's the cause of this pendulum swinging? You swing it. Someone has to start it, right? It's not like they're just leaving it hanging there and it just starts swinging because
No,
the Earth is
correct. I'm
spinning.
saying that the base where it is underneath is spinning.
Right. So there's no way
We
for
start the
you
spinning.
or any observer to say that that pendulum is moving in the way that it is because the ground is spinning. That would be begging the question. You don't even know that the ground is spinning to begin with.
Okay, fair.
Right. So that's pendulum out the way. That'd be begging the question. So.
Okay, I'm just using this like to correlate. Okay, this happens this way without using any, without going, oh, we went to space, without using any of that. I'm just
Which you can't verify, so that would be
my point of view
sense.
is that if we can prove this at a smaller, if we can prove it at a smaller scale project, and the only
No, you don't
other
need to do all
way that
that.
we
You don't
see
need
it
to do
is
all that. Listen, it's easier than that. It's easier than that. All you need to do is prove that a body of water, say a lake or a shoreline, is curving down and away from you at around 8 inches per mile squared, because that would match what the globe is claiming. That's all you need to do. To prove the curve, anyway. To prove that the Earth is a ball. That's the first thing you need to do. Do you understand that? Do you understand the curvature claim?
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So how can we, as members of the public, verify that this claim of a curved surface, in order for it to be a ball, is true? What can we do?
Oh, the least you can do is just believe and move on.
No. We don't want to just believe and move on. That's what we're exactly pushing back against. We're saying we want proof. We want verification. We need to know that it's true. We're not interested in a religious belief. So, are you saying that there is no way that we can verify it?
Okay, I would say that there has to be a way to verify if it doesn't or if it does spin. There has to be a way.
Well, I want to know first, before you say spin, because when you're talking about spinning, you're talking about a ball spinning. but we don't even know that it is a ball yet.
I mean, well, what
Like,
I'm
we need
saying is
to.
that okay, okay, I would say that is you're correct. I agree with you. First, we need to know what it is on itself before discussing if it's
Right,
spinning or
right,
not.
right.
Okay,
So
yeah,
we
I
need to
completely
verify
agree
this
with you.
claim of curvature. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can we do that? Has it been done? Can we do it?
I mean, being done, I believe it is.
Great.
What was
Who did it?
what was the name of the experiment? Weren't was it on a Reddit sub where two guys they made a documentary about it and
You guys
everything?
on Reddit.
No, I'm thinking it originated on Reddit. I
It
didn't
can't
read
have
this on Reddit.
originated on Reddit. NASA were supposed to have been flying off to the moon in the 1960s. They must have known before Reddit.
No, what I'm saying is a group of flat earthers wanted to prove that the Earth was flat. So they made an
No, but you're
experiment.
trying to prove that the Earth was a ball.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
And it wouldn't have been flat earthers, right? Surely it would be NASA or the government somewhere or MIT or something like this. Wouldn't it? It can't be flat earthers proving the globe and no one else. Because then how did NASA figure out that it was a globe for the 1960s Apollo missions and everything else? That doesn't make any sense at all. What's happened here is they released a mockumentary, some propaganda on Netflix, like 5-6 years ago or whatever, and all the globe believers have just seen this like 5-minute clip that's edited to make you think this flat Earth guy measured the curve when he didn't.
okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Hmm. Let me think.
Are we talking Jaren and this flashlight?
We're talking lack of any surface curvature and therefore lack of any globe.
Lit.
Because
Okay.
Jaiko's figuring out that is step one of claiming that you live on a ball. A ball.
Yeah, man, just reject large institutions. They're all lying to you. Only trust your own first-person observations.
No, Josh. You need to reject all observable, measurable, practically used reality in favor of government space cartoons. That's what you need to do, obviously.
Yeah, damn straight. Yeah, if I can't experience it myself, it doesn't exist.
No. It's if you can't experience it, it must exist because the government said so, right? That's the logic.
Oh
It's
yeah,
in some
pretty much.
ethereal governmental Narnia realm.
Yep. So these large institutions must be lying to you.
Well,
That's what they're
it's
professing.
either the Earth is lying or the US military and government is lying. And yeah, they've got quite a
Oh
good
no,
track
not
record
just
of
the
that.
U.S. All of the global governments
No,
are
they all
lying.
go through that. No. You think Zimbabwe's going about claiming that they've been to the moon and doing all that? Don't kid yourself.
Zimbabwe does have a space agency, and they are represented at the Nations sub-agency for space policy. So
Yeah, they're not
every
claiming
single
that they've
member of the
sent
UN is a
Johnny.
member
They're
of
not
that
claiming
agency.
that they've sent Johnny 5 to Mars and that they've went and played golf on the moon or any of these Narnia children's fairy tales, are they?
No, but they do operate small space systems that orbit
Oh,
using
really?
Keplerian motion around the globe. Yeah.
Oh,
Zimbabwe
around the
launched
globe. Oh well, no.
satellites
You caught
within
yourself
the last
again
decade.
there, though. You said globe. That would require curvature of the surface, though.
That would require the institutions to be lying, correct?
That would require the lakes to be bending at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Remember, which they're not
That
doing.
would require assuming Cartesian coordinates, and that constant radius is not level in spherical coordinates.
No, it would be requiring around 8 inches per mile squared of a lake bending down and away from you.
Yeah, in Cartesian coordinates. If you assume
Which
spherical
doesn't exist.
coordinates, you can
Which
have
doesn't
level
exist.
and curve at the same time.
Which doesn't exist, right? There is no lake curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
All lakes curve at 8 inches per mile squared.
All right, perfect. Just post the measurements.
Oh, so we'd have to do measurements without a medium, correct?
Well, presumably they've already been measured, since you're saying that this is definitely a ball, and we can go and teach all the kids that it's a ball that's been measured. So where's those lake measurements?
Oh, they're everywhere. But the light used
Okay, let's see it.
take those measurements is traveling through a medium that alters the perception from the observer.
Interesting. Well, let's see one of these measurements of an 8 inches per mile squared curving lake in the chat.
Oh yeah, I mean, have you seen a picture from
Just one, Josh,
from orbit
just one.
for any of this?
Josh, he's asking you to post it.
Oh, I can't touch the side chat while driving. I apologize. I get yelled at for doing
You can
that.
just go on mute because we were having a conversation with somebody else. So you can just go ahead and mute up. It should be safe.
Yeah, Josh already knows there's no curving lake.
Go beat on someone who doesn't know what's going on.
Come on, Josh. Yeah, Josh, you don't know what's going on. Well, actually, you do. You know the lakes aren't curving, so don't
I know
be
the lakes
silly.
are curving.
Yeah, they're exactly. Anyway, Jaiko, you had a look yet? You found any measurements for that curve?
I was looking at what Josh was saying about the wakey thingy, and I found the rainy lake experiment.
No, the lakes are curving.
Okay, why don't you tell us about that? What was measured?
Hello?
Oh, sorry, I forgot I pushed to talk. Yeah, I just sent the article. I haven't read it. I haven't read everything, but I mean, it's there.
What's there?
The article in chat.
A measurement?
Yes.
All right, what was measured?
I've said I'm still reading the article.
Well, excuse me. Why would you say that everything is there, but you haven't read it?
Because I'm still reading it.
So how would you know that everything is there if you haven't read it?
I'm trying to find what I can. When I say everything is there, I mean everything I'm reading right now, trying to make a counter argument, is there. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that.
So the counter argument would be what? Good grief today. You guys say something. We asked you to go ahead and elaborate or support or whatever, and you go quiet. What is going on?
Mate, if you can give me the time to make a proper
Yeah,
argument.
you go ahead. Read up what Walter Bislin has said while he already begs the question, and then we'll talk about the begging the question fallacy within the papers that you're reading. Go ahead. Take all the time you need.
No.
Good evening.
What I miss? Oh man, what happened to Josh?
All right, where did we get to there?
He came in full sophist mode AI.
Oh.
Yeah, what happened? I had to dip off there for a sec.
Oh, I was just asking our friend from earlier if, since he had read the material, he said everything was there. I said, okay, what is everything? How does it pertain to this? He says, no, I'm still reading it. So he's still reading about the Rainy Lakes experiment or whatever the hell you call it. And he's going to come back with a rebuttal.
Okay, very good. Yes, you guys should be reading. That's good. That's a good start. All right. Anyone else then? Who else we got?
Apologize for the outburst. Got to keep you all on your toes.
Sorry,
You
Josh.
guys
We understand
have a
that
good day.
some
So,
people find it difficult to control themselves on this topic. It's understandable.
No. I gotta sprinkle some seasoning in every once in a while. I don't want you all to think I'm completely complacent in these spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's all right. We're
you
just
are
waiting
in
for those
terms of evidence.
candy
So.
late. You know, it's not a big deal.
I was gonna
Let's
say
see.
evidence is in the profile. Happy for you all to go dig if you'd like.
Measurements of curved lakes in your profile, Josh. Come on, stop it.
Oh no. I can go add that, but it's whenever I get a request, I go find the source and throw it in the notes section of my profile.
Well,
it
you've certainly
evidence or
not
just
thrown any
a
measurements of Earth curve
claim?
in the profile, and that's basically all we've asked for. Sorry, AI.
I mean, yeah, you can see the uncut rocket footage there. It shows a curvature before
Yeah,
stage
no, we don't
separation.
want the government space cartoons. We want publicly verifiable measurements of this globe, not cartoons from the government.
So
Those
does
will
a
not
rocket
work.
automatically make it government from your point of view?
It
So if
doesn't
I,
make it Earth curvature.
well, no, but I'm saying like if I attach a camera to a rocket that goes high enough up to see Earth curvature, then does that automatically make it
You don't
government?
have the Earth curvature. First, you need to get the Earth curvature. Because when you say, hey, look, here's my rocket seeing Earth curvature, I'm just going to say, okay, well, if that's definitely Earth curvature, why can it not be measured on the ground from point to point? And you don't have an
You're
answer.
talking, okay. Yeah, but I mean, you can't see it on the
Let's have
ground
more
from point to point.
sophistry. Yeah,
No,
there's
you
no
just can't.
detection of any
That's why.
curvature
That's
point
why
to point.
you gotta take a step back and look at it from a
Yeah, you just
a
have to
larger
take a
scale.
step back and rely on the government space cartoons. That's what we're saying.
That's
That's the
oh
point.
lordy, we're back at the beginning of the conversation. If is the ability to take a step back automatically make it government?
No. It's the inability to detect any surface curvature in reality that stops you getting to the government space cartoons, Josh. And I know you know this.
I understand.
I
No,
really
I
wish you'd
understand, but
stop
I'm
being so
saying
hard-headed about it.
no. But if I'm a commercial entity, if I'm a non-government entity, and I have a rocket that's able to go up high enough to take images, and they come back and show you Earth curvature, does that automatically make them government space cartoons?
And that's not the point. If you're going up and you're seeing curvature, then it would make no sense that when measured on the ground, there is no curvature.
Agreed. Yes, it would make no
Agreed. Right.
sense.
So in reality, no one's measuring any curvature on the ground. So when they're purporting that they're showing images of a curvature from above, those can't be true.
So you're saying that from a human perspective, at a human scale, you are omnipotent to the context of your existence.
No, I've been very
There's no
clear.
other perspective that could elucidate other
No, Josh.
context, other
Josh,
scale.
how much curvature is claimed under the globe model over say 20 miles?
67 feet.
No, that's
No,
10.
what
So
is
you
that?
weren't paying
4?
attention.
That's 10. Oh, geez. Okay, I apologize. I don't use your parabolic
That's fine, but that's fine.
parametric function.
At least you know the 10 mile. Okay, so who's measured that over 10 miles then?
Well, it assumes Cartesian coordinates, which is not what we see in reality.
All right, so no one's measured that.
Correct, because that's not
All
what
right,
exists.
so there you go. Yeah, so see, when no one's measured that, and then you go and tell me, oh, hey, look, we went into the sky and we saw it. No, you didn't, because then it would be measurable. You just said it can't. You said it's never been measured.
Yeah, because drop assumes Cartesian, right? If you said 20 miles and you gave me an arc length or an angular rotation, yeah, then you could use a gyro.
Yeah,
You could
no, Josh.
go do that.
If you claim that we're living in the same world as an organization that can launch a robot onto Mars and faff around for a few years, hundreds of thousands of miles away, then you should be able to measure 60 feet of drop over 10 miles.
You can't measure 60 feet of drop because by using the word drop, you're assuming Cartesian, which isn't true.
Dude,
So that's not true. I apologize.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? See, this is
Drop
your
assumes
sophistry coming
Cartesian
in.
coordinates. No. Drop
No, no,
assumes
no, no, no,
Cartesian
no. The
coordinates.
drop refers to the curvature, Josh. Is there no curvature?
No, curves drop in Cartesian coordinates. Curves do not drop in spherical coordinates. There is no drop
No,
if you're on a globe.
the surface isn't curving down and away from you.
From your initial plane, if you draw a tangent plane from where you're standing right now, and you assume Cartesian coordinates, as in
No
walk
Cartesian
directly
coordinates,
straight.
Josh. A curved
Yes.
surface commensurate to a sphere. You're standing on the top of a ball, yes, in your little imagination land. Yes?
What coordinate is the drop in?
Josh, you're standing on a ball, yes?
Yes. What direction
Yes,
is
so
the
then the
drop in?
surface would be curving down and away from you, wouldn't it?
Okay, let's carry this forward.
Yes.
What
Okay,
direction is the
at
drop?
10 miles,
Let's
then
say we
that
go
down and away from you is supposed to amount to around 60 feet, yes?
what direction is the 10
Yes,
miles
Josh?
in?
Yes,
Can we
Josh?
assign some variable? Can we assign some
No,
variable to the
you can
direction
just
forward?
stop playing dumb, Josh.
I'm not playing dumb.
It's
You're
funny.
playing
You like
dumb.
to play
Answer the
very
goddamn question.
intelligent most of the time, but then when it comes to you considering what geometric curvature is of a sphere, you all of a sudden play very dumb.
No, not
Why is
dumb at
that?
all.
Why is
No,
that,
because
Josh?
oh Lord, I'm
Yeah,
standing on
Josh,
top of the
remember,
ball,
so you
right?
just agreed. So the curvature of a ball would be that the surface is dropping down and away from you over a distance to be the curve of a ball that you're standing on.
What
Over 10
direction is that
miles, so
drop?
you agreed that. And then you agreed that over 10 miles, that drop would be equating to around 66 feet.
67 feet. Yeah, 66 and
Yeah,
2/3.
okay, finally. So why is that not detected in reality?
Because that assumption assumes a flat plane. That drop assumes a
That's
flat
not an
plane.
answer, Josh. That's not an answer, Josh. You're saying in reality, the surface curves down and away at a total of around 67 feet over 10 miles, but that's not detected in reality. We're asking why, if you're saying that is reality, is it not detected in reality? And you're giving us a non-answer.
Because reality is in spherical coordinates, not Cartesian. You're
That's a
asserting
non-answer.
Cartesian.
That's a non-answer. Josh, your belief in this globe has a physical necessity, a requirement of this 67 feet of drop over 10 miles due to curvature. You can't deny that. You're denying the globe to
That's
begin
not
with,
true.
or you're denying that the globe exists in its lack of measurement. This is what you're doing.
Okay.
And Josh, don't say it's not true. You just
What
agreed it.
direction is the drop in? What direction is the drop in? If I'm standing on a
Well-
ball on top of a table and I take one step forward, right, or I walk 10 miles directly forward, parallel to the table, and I want to measure how far should be between me and the surface of the ball, what direction am I, is it towards the table?
Josh, this
Right?
is no problem, brother. It's obviously a vertical drop. No one's going to contest that here. But if you're
Vertical.
going to say
Okay.
that this is spherical, if you're going to say this is spherical coordinates, then you'd be begging the question. And so we need to get the original measurements of the Earth curvature and how they were attained for you to start begging the question.
No. Josh has already conceded there is no measurement of this globe fantasy. That's why I don't understand why he's continuing like this. He's already conceded.
Oh Lord, because y'all don't take into account the medium that the light transfers through.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Our argument
Yes,
isn't
it
about
does.
the medium that light is traveling through. Our argument is there's no Earth curvature, and you've just agreed.
Your
Never been
argument is that there's no observations of Earth curvature from a
No.
human scale. And
I
at a
didn't say
human
just observation. I said
interesting.
detection. I said detection.
Okay,
No
there's no
measurement.
detection. How do we? Is it possible to take the medium out of it? Is there an experiment where we can
Out of what
completely
detection?
remove the effects of the medium?
Out of what detection?
I don't know. You pick. You
Yeah,
just
there
said
is
there's
no
no detection.
detection. There's no example of a detection to take the medium out
Okay.
of. Yeah. So
No,
there's
you
no
just said
globe to
what? So
even.
you look
There's
around
no
and see that
globe for
it's
you to
flat.
even
Do you
posit.
see that
There's
there's no
no
medium?
globe. There's no globe to even posit as a possibility. You've got
That's not
no
true.
reference. You've got no reference in reality for anything that tells
That's
you
not
you
true.
live on a globe. It is true.
Yeah, you go up and look at it.
Yeah, you've never done that.
Because once
No
again, the
one
first thing
has
it said
ever
was
done that, Josh. No
yeah,
one has
you're
ever seen a globe Earth except on
disagree.
TV.
No,
Okay,
because
Josh.
you're
Well,
requiring the
listen,
government to lie
I
to
don't
you.
care
That
about
is your
your belief,
assertion.
Josh. I don't care
No,
about your belief, Josh.
your belief is the
You've
government's
never
lying to
seen
you.
it. You've never seen it. You've just agreed no one's ever measured it. So yeah, you
Seen
don't
it.
even have a globe to
Not with my
posit.
own eyes. Not with my own eyes, but we have
Yeah,
153
you've seen
satellites
it
on
on a
orbit right now.
screen. Yeah, we've seen Bigfoot and Santa Claus on a screen.
Okay.
That doesn't
So
matter.
you're positing that these organizations are lying to you. That is your requirement for the Earth to be flat.
I don't care. I don't care about any of that. I care about the fact that there is no curvature of the surface. There's no
And I'm
observation of it. There's no
at the
measurement of
surface.
it.
Agreed.
There's no detection
Agreed.
of it.
Agreed.
In
So if you
reality,
wanted
no, in reality, there is none.
at the surface, you just said at the surface there is no detection or observation of it. So if you really wanted to
There's no
figure out what the
detection or
hell's going on
observation of
here,
it
wouldn't
anywhere
you
that
want
can be
to?
verified.
That can be verified. There can be verified, but you throw out the
No,
evidence
no,
by
it
saying
can't
that
be
these
verified.
institutions are lying to you.
No, no, it can't
Yes.
be verified.
Yes. You can build an antenna. You can build an antenna. You
Oh,
can
you can build
track
an
these
antenna. You
spacecraft
can
going over
listen to
that
the
are taking the
curvature.
images.
Amazing.
You can
Nah,
no,
Josh,
you can
you
downlink
don't need
direct
to do any
imagery.
of that. You don't need to do any of that. Just measure the 67 feet of curvature over a 10-mile lake. Why couldn't
You
you just do
can't
that?
because you can't
Well, you
throw out the
can,
medium. We've already
because
talked
it
about
doesn't
this.
exist. Because it doesn't exist.
How do you know?
Because it's not measured.
Okay, then my assertion is that you can't measure it from the
Yeah,
surface.
yours would be a
How do you
baseless
prove that wrong?
assertion. Yours would be a
How do you prove
baseless
that wrong?
assertion. I don't need to. I can point out that your assertion is baseless,
Okay.
based on no evidence, based on no measurement, and therefore can be dismissed.
No, you're
Yes,
disregarding every
you don't get to
single
just make a
asset that we
claim.
have in
You don't
orbit.
get to just make a claim and then say,
Right
well,
back
it
at
doesn't
you.
matter that we can't provide any measurement or observation of it.
We
I
can
can just
provide
say that
measurements. You're the
we
one who
can't.
throws them out. Yes, we do
No, you
provide
haven't got
measurements.
any.
You're the one who
You
throws
just
them
said,
out.
Josh, that you can't measure the 67 feet.
From the surface. I'm saying we provide measurements from altitude.
You can't measure it from anywhere.
Let's disagree. That is not true.
No, you can disagree all you want. It is true. You've got no curvature.
Oh Lord, man, you
Yeah,
have to.
break
You
your
have to.
norms. That's what you'll have to do.
reasoning.
Yeah, you've got absolutely
Go
nothing,
ahead,
Josh.
Yoder. Yeah,
You've
go
literally
ahead,
not
Yoder.
even got a
We're going in
reason
circles
to
here. I
speculate on a
appreciate your
globe.
insight.
No, I was just asking. I'd like you to convince us that you can establish these measurements like you say you can without circular reasoning.
Well, yeah, you go build an antenna that is able to build a ground station that is able to downlink information from assets moving around the northern and southern hemisphere at a constant angular momentum.
Hemisphere, so circular reasoning again.
To begin with, Josh.
No, moving around. Okay, moving around the surface.
Moving around the coordinate reference system.
Oh Lord,
Josh, you're getting wrecked, dude.
So-
Just go ahead and bow out. Like this is fun. Getting wrecked.
That's fine. I stand to get wrecked.
All
a
you're
few
saying
times.
is to
It's
go
all
and
good.
tap into a data stream that's providing data that's depicting a certain thing. You can't verify where this data is coming from.
Yes, you can. You can get ranging data from the clock on the asset, and you can observe the relative motion by the data stream moving across the sky. If you just want to throw out all of RF
use
propagation,
the same data to
sure.
verify the integrity of the data. That's what you're saying.
No, you use ground-based
Yeah,
observations.
pseudo-ranging can be applied to any coordinate reference system, Josh, even flat ones.
Yeah, you can do all this
Yeah,
Star Wars stuff, but you can't
but
measure
constant
67 feet
altitude
over
can't
10
occur.
miles.
Constant
Stupid.
altitude can't occur
You can use
on
the
a flat
same
plane.
pseudo-ranging. You can use the same pseudo-ranging and apply it to a lunar datum.
Sure. But that
Right, so it
combined
doesn't
with the
prove
constant
anything without invoking circularity.
No, that's one data point that you use. It's the range plus the relative velocity, to your point.
Yeah, how
the
do
rate
you
at which it
get
moves
the
across
relative
the sky.
velocity?
Guys, I really don't think we need
taking.
to entertain another hour of Josh and his space fantasies when he's already conceded that
Yeah,
there's
throw
no
me out, dude.
detectable surface curvature. I'm not throwing you out, dude, but you've already conceded there's no surface curvature. So what? We're going to talk about your
Yeah, no shit.
imagination for another hour or two? No thanks.
No,
I just want to ask Josh
we're
one
gonna
thing.
figure out why you throw out all of the institutions that claim that they have access to a different point
No,
of
we
view.
just want verifiable evidence. Okay, we're not
Yeah,
denying anything. We want you to
the
present a positive
institutions,
claim.
the institutions
Yes,
that are
the
performing sci-fi
the telemetry data from
of
the
sending
ISS is
robots
public.
millions of miles away like little Johnny Fives, but they can't measure 67 feet of surface curvature over 10 miles. Cool story,
Yes.
Josh. Cool
Okay,
story.
cool.
Josh, you said that curvature is not detectable from the surface by any means, right?
From a human perspective, no.
Okay,
You just need an
It's not
alien
detectable with
perspective,
so
dude.
you put that other
With your
guy
5
onto the Rainy Lake experiment, right? Walter
I did
Bislin.
not.
You know, no, you didn't.
I did
Are you
not.
aware of Walter
No.
Bislin?
Yeah,
I have
I'm
no
still
idea.
here. I was waiting for you
Hold
to
on,
finish.
wait a second. So Josh, yeah, are you throwing out all of Walter Bislin's stuff as well then?
I have no idea what you're referring to.
No idea.
Yeah, right.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm open and honest.
absolutely
I do not
anything
lie in this
any
room.
glober has done, right? Fucking McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. I'm sure you're aware of some anti-flat earther out there, right? They've done observations.
no,
They claim to have done measurements, whatever. Are you throwing all that shit out too? They have all
I
completely
followed the
wasted their
final
time.
experiment. I was gonna say I
Yeah,
haven't done a ton of
not
long
equivalent. That's not
long range
equivalent.
observations.
That's something in the sky. We're talking about global observations as well when they went to attempt to detect curvature. Are you throwing all that
I was
out
gonna
too?
say, to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything terrestrial long distance observations that convinces me that the Earth is curved. No,
Right, yeah, right. So all the boats over the horizon, all
definitively,
that
that
shit,
can't
that's
be
all
thrown out
gone.
with
That's
refraction.
all gone, right? That's all fucking
At
gone.
least
You will never make that argument again, right?
from
Yeah, I really
from
hope
my
you're
perspective.
internalizing that.
No. From my perspective, I don't fight in the terrestrial arena at all because I don't think either side knows enough about
Right. So anytime a glober comes in here and says
detected medium.
there's a boat going away, it's obstructed, that's evidence of curvature, that's horseshit, right? In your mind.
I'm not
And
saying
you
it's
will tell
horseshit.
them
I'm not
that.
saying it's proof either. I would say that I wouldn't rely on
Why
that.
is it not horseshit? You already conceded that you cannot detect it from a terrestrial position.
Definitively detected. I'm just saying I can't reject the
Oh,
null
no, it's
hypothesis.
definitively. Okay, right.
Well,
right.
no.
How close can you get to definitive?
Oh,
Let's add
Lord.
more
I'm talking about
qualifiers,
this.
Josh.
Sorry, what?
Add more qualifiers. It's great.
What? I'm just saying it's data that I see as noise because you can't definitively say it's a globe or flat based off of it. I'm
Josh,
not
isn't it
saying it's
amazing?
horseshit. I'm
Like,
not
why are they
saying it's
teaching
accurate.
everyone so confidently that the Earth is a globe, but at the same time, you've realized there's no way to actually confirm that we live on a globe for any person on Earth?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
Well, I'm saying, isn't it amazing that they're teaching everyone and all the kids at school so confidently that we all know that we live on a globe, and yet at the same time, you, who is ostensibly at the higher levels of a profession which deals directly with this question, are admitting that no human being on Earth could actually confirm that he lives on a globe.
I'm saying it's just noise. I'm just
That doesn't answer anything I just said, but okay.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm ceding that point
So
because I
Josh,
think that it's
what was
noise.
the
So they're just
what
teaching the
was the
kids
moment in
noise
history
at
where we
school.
definitively knew
No,
we lived
because
on a globe then? What was the moment in history?
you go
And
up
what
and
was the
take a
method?
picture. At
And
least
what
from
was the method?
my
Because
point of
of
my
course Aristophanes doesn't count. That's a load of shit.
yeah.
Alberuni
I
Yeah,
doesn't
so
do
understand.
shit. Right?
Aristophanes is
Everything up.
assuming parallel sun
When did
rays
we
and not a
actually
local sun.
definitively know? What did it take?
I'll go 1942. Some of the high altitude V2 imagery that was returned. Like I'll go with if I had to shoot from the hip where I think humanity figured it out definitively, you can posit like Aristophanes that there's not a local sun, it's parallel parallel sun rays, relative to the Earth, right, etc. But I'm saying, at least from my point of view, if I'm saying that you have to go up and look, I'd go with the World War II V2 camera observations.
I'd love to see your basis of research in that, because I've looked into that too.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's me shooting from the hip. I haven't actually. I've seen the images. I haven't gone into like where they were launched from, et cetera, to fully flesh it out. But if you're asking me when I think we figured it out definitively based off of my criteria for what is definitive and throwing out ground-based observations because we don't know enough about how the medium interacts with light to make any claims either one way or the other. Yeah, that's what my answer would be.
So why are they making claims to everyone, adult and child alike, that they can tell the Earth is a ball because they're seeing boats disappear bottom up and the sunset? If what you just said is the case, that's a contradiction.
I'm assuming that most folks that are not in this conversation can. Oh, Jesus, was that a creaking chair? Or did someone just rip ass? Jesus, goddamn, what'd you eat? No. I think from a simplified point of view, like folks that go into this conversation blind, right? We were talking about elementary school teachers at this point that have no exposure to quote unquote flat Earth, assume that is true, right? Whereas
But that's
folks
not.
that
But
have
they're
knocked
not.
on the
Those
door a little bit more.
elementary school teachers are not the ones coming up with the curriculum. This is the curriculum that they're given by the government to teach to people. And the government's supposed to be the one in the position to know all this. They're the only ones who apparently have the capability and the technology to take
They're
technology
not
and
the
people
only
to a
ones.
position where they can
What
actually
about the
see
V2?
a globe.
Yeah, that's not
And
true.
yes,
You just
no, that
mentioned the
is
V2,
true.
Josh. Don't backpedal.
No, I was
Yeah,
referring to what he was
above a
saying, not what
certain
you were saying.
altitude, it's all military purview above a certain altitude, so don't give me that shit.
Not anymore. I mean, these are purely commercial plays at this point that have access to it, and that's why I come in here professing.
No,
That's
no,
the only
no,
that's the
no.
only reason I'm in
Launch
here.
facilities.
No.
How many of those launch facilities don't have a clearance, a facility clearance?
Are we talking about proprietary? Are we talking about IP? Are we talking about there's different
No,
types
an
of clearances?
FCL, a facility clearance with the facility security officer, KMP, and a cage code, and all that other jazz.
Yeah, Kennedy does not have that. Kennedy Space Center does not have that. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station does. They're right next to each other, but the launch
Sure, Kennedy
complexes
doesn't?
that are no. You don't have to be. You have to be a. There's ITAR restrictions, but you can tour most of the facility, almost all of it, as not even a U.S. citizen. Commercial. Yeah, I was gonna say commercial launches from Kennedy Space Center don't have an FCL. I know that for certain.
Kennedy Space Center, what, being a government facility?
Yeah, civil, not military.
Yeah, then they wouldn't need an FCL because we're talking about the NISPOM for private industry here. Try to follow along. You mentioned private industry is completely open, and you just invoked a government facility.
Is. There's no commercial launch facilities. There are commercial launchers, right? I mean, the commercial, Brownsville, Texas. That is.
Government. There's no launches without government permission. Just stop, dude.
Oh, George. Yeah, and all of those
embarrassing.
license applications are public. You can just pull those, right?
Yeah, that's
right.
great. And
There's no secrecy there.
But that's not the point. The point is there's a gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper's the government. You're pretending it's not there.
Oh Lord, it's not a gatekeeper. It's somebody who signs your permission slip.
Gatekeeper. Then why do you need permission? Why do you need to ask permission if it's not the gatekeeper? What happens if I build a rocket in my
because of
backyard?
the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the launching administration takes on liability for any assets launched from its territory. So it doesn't even, you have to, basically the government has to make sure you're not putting a bomb up or weapons of mass destruction.
Well, where's the
right?
Native
It's not saying
program? Why don't the Native Americans make a space launch site? Then they don't have to worry about any of that shit. They didn't sign those treaties. They're not bound to them, right? They don't have to listen to the FCC or the FAA or anybody. Let's just fucking launch from Navajo Nation.
No, it's still sovereign territory of the United States. The U.S. would still be liable.
Oh, there you go. Shot yourself in the foot.
Right. So yeah, it's
Fucking
all
love play. You
government
don't have a foot
military
anymore.
purview then.
Dude, come on, Josh. You're playing games like
I'm
edge,
not
like this isn't
lying.
private.
Jesus,
Yeah,
how
you're
the
just
instant
lying
that
to yourself,
I like
Josh.
actually engage, y'all think I'm playing
Just lying to
games. I
yourself.
don't lie.
You're playing games
You may not
pretending
be
that
lying.
these are government controlled freaking activities, dude. They are.
Yeah,
No,
you're
Yeah,
just
you
it's
don't
lying to
understand
government
the
yourself,
spectrum.
Josh.
authorized, not
We get it.
controlled.
We get it. You're just
It's
lying to
government
That's
yourself.
authorized.
not a
You
difference.
don't
That's what I
understand
mean
the
by
system, Josh.
games, dude. That's a game. It's a
Oh
word game.
Lord, it's not a word game.
It's government
Jeez,
authorized, not controlled. What if they don't authorize it?
then they have to have
Are
a
they
reason for
obligated
not
to
authorizing it.
authorize
They're
it?
not.
Are they
No,
Oh
obligated to
they're
yeah,
obligated
authorize
to
it?
tell you why you're
they're gonna
not, and that's
explain to
public.
you, Josh, why
They
they're
au-
saying no. Come on.
And what's your recourse if they don't do it? Nothing.
Does he say
Okay,
these
but
things, Yoder? Hold on, Josh. Is he saying these things because he doesn't have the clearance and so he's just assuming, Yoder? Is
No,
that what
he's
you think?
saying
He's
these
why
things
he's
No,
because
no,
contradicting?
he's
no.
already
He's
conceded that there's
just a
no
little
way
green.
to
He's a little
detect.
green behind the ears when it comes to how all of this works and
Okay.
inside the Beltway. That's all.
Because I don't
green
detect
behind
that
the ear.
he's.
I
Hold
ran.
on, I don't detect that Josh is actually like maliciously trying to like skirt any like truth of what he's saying. I think it's like maybe like as you stated, it's probably he's not aware of it. So he's
I
like basically
ran
trying.
He's
regulatory
aware of it.
affairs.
He's
He's
a little
railing. I'd rather
weasel. I've
listen
told
to
him 20
Cyclone than the
times.
other guy.
Oh Jesus,
Listen,
I
among
ran
my
regulatory
many
affairs for
jobs
a
that I
space
had,
company.
Josh, I was an ITAR compliance officer amongst my many jobs I've had in Washington. So it's not
Export
like you can
compliance is
say
not the same as
ITAR and like
licensing. Right?
Yeah,
Right.
Josh
We
is
have an
just
ITAR
posing.
guy and
Much
we
more
have a
fireworks
regulatory
than
guy.
that,
There's
Josh.
two separate jobs.
yeah, and I was a regulatory guy too. I also used to
Okay. So
serve as an FSO for
facility
I
security
won't say
officer.
anymore.
Okay. Okay. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
I
like
was
that
C-suite.
is not that's not, putting in
Yeah, I
filings
was
with
the
the
most highly
FAA.
cleared person in my company. Okay.
Okay.
It's all
But I'm
right. Josh
saying
is just
it's not
coping after
regulatory
his
affairs.
admission that there's no curvature. That's
Oh
all
Lord.
that's going on.
Jesus.
Who were you talking to,
Ay,
Cyclone?
ay, ay.
Who were you talking to before Josh,
He
decided
left.
to?
I think Josh
Okay,
accomplished his
guys.
goal.
Good job, Josh. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Mission accomplished. Y'all can't beat up on somebody who can barely speak English.
No, that wasn't.
Beat up
No,
on
you just jumped
somebody.
in just so he didn't hear anymore, dude. You're basically a government censor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're just
me.
throwing your
A government
body in the
censor.
gear, Josh. And in the
Well, I
process,
mean,
you had to concede.
No solipsation for y'all today. Sorry. I'm here to make sure that doesn't occur.
That's ironic. That's ironic. You're here just to
Golly.
confirm to all the new people listening that there's no way for them ever to detect any of the curvature that's required for a globe. Well done.
Oh, just go build an antenna.
Just go
You
to
can do
Google and
this
type
yourself.
in Girth Blob and you'll
Oh
see all the
Lord.
cartoons. That's all you need to do.
Oh Lordy.
It's
Why
kind
didn't
of
they?
funny that you did say that we're solipsists because people
I was
rely
being
on information
sarcastic
coming.
if that didn't I was gonna say. I was
Yeah,
being
but
sarcastic. That was not serious.
Josh, yeah, I don't know if you seem to like fail to remember that people that are in here, they kind of rely on people such as yourself to kind of know whether or
Correct.
not they can tell. So they're
That's
leaning
hilarious.
on your
So,
expertise per se. I mean, they're
yeah,
waiting to
Josh,
hear. They're
Josh
waiting to
thinks
hear
he's
this
some
information.
Captain Save-A-Ho Globe Saver hero guy, and all he's actually doing is being an authoritative voice that confirms what we're saying, which is that there's no detectable curvature. No human being on Earth has ever detected or measured any curvature on Earth in reality. So it's quite ironic, Josh, that you see yourself as saving them when in fact you're throwing them to the wolves worse than we are.
Oh Lord, I was being sarcastic. Y'all you just end up walking
You
people
don't say you're
through,
being sarcastic, Josh. You've just embarrassingly faffed around trying to claim that the Earth's definitely a ball, whilst at the same time saying there's no way for any human being on Earth to ever validate that it's a ball like they claim.
Oh, hold on, friend. Including all of Geodesy. You just threw Geodesy under the bus. Good job.
Yeah, that's true.
That's interesting, actually. There's many things. There's many evidence. Like when he interrupted, he did like a multiple cascading effect of different things he was taking down, which is one of the other things on top of Geodesy that AI mentioned. I was talking to Yoder about like the clearance level that he has, and he's speaking from like it sounds like he's not aware of certain things, but he's confidently speaking about the things that he does know. So it's not. I didn't detect that he was doing it out of like malicious intent. He just doesn't know like what there's more gates that are not open to him.
Nah, because all that stuff that he's doing when he's talking about that is simply him trying to deflect from what I'm holding him to, which is the physical geometric curvature that must exist in order for any of the shit he's saying to be true. He just deflects off of it. And then when we say, okay, well, who's actually measured it? If we don't let him just run away to some space fantasy story, he concedes no one ever has. But then he says, that's okay. We don't need to. We can't
So
ever
what you're
measure
saying is that
anything
all
on
these
the ground.
institutions are lying.
Yeah,
So let me
yeah.
help you out.
Let
me help you out,
like
guys.
that.
Real quick. So he said is we can't trust the tests on the surface because either side doesn't understand the medium fully. But I can trust when I get high and look back. Wouldn't the same thing that nobody understands the medium fully be applied to any observation, regardless of how high you are?
It would be even worse. It would be even worse.
There is no medium.
Yeah, what?
What?
Again, so Josh, you just
the
talked
atmosphere,
some shit.
asymptotically.
There is no medium.
There isn't.
Hey, listen, Josh, let me help you out with some logic here. In order to see the surface of the Earth, you must look through the atmosphere. The answer is yes, period. Even if you're far away from the Earth, looking back at it, you'd be looking through the atmosphere. So this idea that there's no medium is self-evidently false. So you're just wrong.
No, you look at the edges of the atmosphere on both sides, right? Like it's what happens when you put a spectrometer up to Mars, right? You can see CO2 on either side of it.
Spectrometer up to Mars. Jesus Christ, Josh.
Why are you saying that, Josh?
Land for 1 minute.
Josh, spectrometers use on emitted light when the source is emitting light. You talking about reflectant spectroscopy?
Yeah.
This guy.
Hey, guess what I just found?
You
Guess
even
what I
know
just
what
found?
you're talking about at all? Do you just come in here try to bullshit people?
Yes, he does.
Obviously.
Okay. So Cyclone, you missed Cyclone's whole point that he was making with that person, is that he can't verify it himself. He has to rely on somebody else, namely the government. You disputed that, but ultimately the government does gatekeep who gets to see that point of view you think it exists. They are the ultimate authority that sets that line. And I'm sure if our Cyclone protagonist who he was talking to was some type of undesirable, he ain't going to space.
Of course not.
Think they're letting Charles Manson jump in a fucking rocket? Come on, man. I mean, I'm trying to be reasonable, man, but
you can buy a ride.
Unreasonable.
Josh knows this. He's just doing his bullshit. I don't know why.
You can be a flat earther and still work in the satellite industry. You just have to be crystal clear what the globe is, what the coordinate reference system is. You can still use it.
Yeah, I think part of it thinks maybe, I don't know, I'm speaking for him, but maybe he has to abandon the way that he views it now versus, looking at it as the spherical coordinate system as for what it just stands for. He's thinking he's going to have to like stop doing all of those things.
Satellites do not work as they are designed in any other coordinate system besides spherical.
Well, that's the thing.
They just don't. I've yet to see any propulsion tech that would keep them in the motion that we observe from the ground.
You don't have any dynamic readouts, any telemetry, any of the dynamics, any of the physics involved in any of this equipment to make that evaluation. So
yeah, and I
we have internal avionics. So, oh Lord.
Well, I told you this 4 days ago, Josh, and you just freaking quit. Okay, you have kinematics. You don't have dynamics.
Oh, that was I was going to a Magic the Gathering pre-release, so I was literally walking in, so I had to hop off. I apologize for ducking out at that point.
Sorry, Josh. Needless to say, you've got literally none of the things you need for Earth to be a big swinging ball. So, no worries.
I don't lie in these rooms. I really don't appreciate the sarcasm that I'm lying to your face. I do not lie in these rooms.
You're not lying. Listen, there are flat earthers in DC who are highly cleared in your industry right now, Josh. You just don't know them yet.
Josh, you can't
I've
lie
already
to us.
explained that to
Don't
you,
worry
Josh.
about that.
Hold on, Josh. If I can indulge, sorry to break it to both of you morons. That's right, both Josh and whoever Flat Earther was just speaking. I just proved the Earth was concave. So you guys can keep talking. I'm going to post my evidence. 100% proof. So go ahead and keep talking while I upload my evidence.
Yeah,
March
don't
didn't
worry
hear
about
with
the
you.
sarcasm or
I'm
our
open and
feelings here.
honest. I do not lie in these rooms. I have zero reason to lie in these rooms.
Yeah, Josh,
So
I'm
if I
not
say
saying
that I
you're
had to
even
drop out,
lying, Josh.
wait. If I say I had to drop out because I had stuff going on, and somebody says, "Sure, Josh," like, dude,
All
there's
right,
no
well, I don't
reason
care
for
about
that
that.
at
I'm not
all.
saying that. You have to go sometimes. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
damn
not the
fucking
issue.
straight I
That's
do.
not what we're
Get off
concerned
my back.
about. That's not what we're concerned about. And honestly, Josh, there's nothing really that you can say that's gonna rile up any of us because we already know the situation as it pertains to Earth having no curvature and therefore not being a globe. And you've just
Sure.
agreed with it here tonight anyway. So
Okay.
don't worry about it.
Agree with you. That's yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, from your point of view, that makes sense. But there's other points of view. But you have to posit that those are lies.
Well, there's imagination. Yeah, you can have imagination if you want. That's fine.
No, we're not
But
pausing that. See, you just lied right there.
yeah,
Yep.
he's a little snaky, Josh. I mean, it's a little snaky. Come on.
Wait, Indio, how did I lie, honestly? Like,
When
I'm
you said
interested.
we have to say their lies, when did we say that?
Well, I'm telling you, there's other
misunderstand. You
perspectives.
just said things like they get a spectrograph of Mars and they know it's carbon dioxide. Okay, that's bullshit. You're misinformed.
So
It
other
would be reflecting
perspectives of
spectroscopy because because carbon dioxide does not emit light, so you wouldn't be able to get its spectrum. Has to be the source of the light because what are you capturing? Right? You use the Bohr model of the atom and the orbitals, then it's emitting a certain frequency. That's how you tell what it is. Well, it would have to be reflectance. So you're wrong. So when we say you're wrong, we're saying you're lying? No, you're wrong, Josh.
Okay, that's fine. I can be wrong, but I'm telling you everything that I say is
Yeah,
honestly
you
from
are
my
wrong,
perspective.
Josh. That's fine. And it's fine, yeah, from your belief, you believe in the globe. We get it. We don't care. We're not interested in the belief. That's why we're asking for verification and measurement. You're saying it can't be done. Fine. You can't evidence the globe. We agree.
From a human perspective on the surface.
From a
Correct.
human perspective. That's a pretty redundant thing to say, Josh, since literally that's the only thing we can deal with. Are we going to deal with the cow's perspective? The kangaroo's perspective? Whose fucking
Camera's
perspective are we going to be
perspective,
dealing with here?
thermometer's perspective. I'm saying from your own
So
five
who's
senses.
reading the thermometer?
this
Who's
is
doing any of that?
Let's ask
Jesus
Josh.
Christ.
When was the globe confirmed then?
We already talked about this. I was saying that I
never
for
talked
at least
about it with you.
Oh, sorry. Like 20 minutes ago
It
we
was
talked about
it
it.
was an
But I'm saying
American
that
bald eagle. It was an
Was
American
it with
bald
a
eagle.
camera? Did Apollo
yes.
confirm? So who was it? Was it who took
German
the first?
V2s during World War II.
How is that? That doesn't. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Wait a minute. This is perfect.
The V2
Indio.
picture
What
that
about
shows a
the
flat
V2s?
horizon. That one?
Photograph?
Yeah, I'll have to dig
I
into
just
it. But if
posted.
somebody was
Yeah,
asked, like,
brother.
based on
I just posted my photograph. Okay, in the chat there. It's an actual photograph. Printed from a film, from a plane, and it shows a concave horizon. So I
Yeah,
just proved the Earth is concave. I rest my case. You're a loser.
lit. You're taking a picture through a medium as well as the glass on the plane. Good job.
Oh, but V2s aren't taking a picture through a medium? Holy
cartoon.
crap, dude.
At least he's taking a picture.
Josh, you just boned yourself, dude. Like, wow.
Whoa. Everybody needs to bone themselves every once in a while. Come on.
All right, Josh, put
Yeah, I
yourself
know.
on mute.
Fun
That's
little
enough.
joke, just kind of, deflect from the fact that V2 for you is evidence while looking through a camera lens and probably the visor, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say
Or the
I'm
window.
shooting from the hip on that one. I haven't dug into it.
Yeah. Right. And that was your confirmed proof that you haven't looked into.
Just shooting from the hip, guys. Teach
Just
all the
shooting from the hip.
children. Just teach all the children around the world that this is true. Just shooting from the hip.
Damn, I got to see this repository of clips y'all have on me. It's
Oh,
fucking
dang,
hilarious.
brother, I messed up. Guys, I messed up. I'm sorry. I publicly apologize to the community. I'm flipping through the images here because I got multiple prints of different shots. And some of the horizons are curved down and some of the horizons are curved up. So I have to retract my claim that it's concave Earth because I have contradictory information from the same altitude.
No, just ignore that one. Just ignore those ones, and you're fine. That's how you
That's
do
what
it.
Josh
You're
does.
telling me I can just burn? I
Yep.
can just burn these ones, and then that one will be
Just
true.
pick the ones
That's
you
what
like,
Josh
dude.
does.
That's how you do it, isn't it, Josh? You just pick the ones you like. Just pick the results that make you feel warm and fuzzy inside.
That's exactly what y'all do every day in here. That's hilarious.
Oh no,
Josh.
it's not.
Oh, really?
You use the V2
Ironic.
rocket, bro, and it's showing concave and convex. So you're doing the thing that you're. Come on, bro. I
Yeah,
mean, come
remember,
on.
Josh, you agreed with us that there's no curvature to be measured or detected. That's not our preference. That's just a hard fact about reality.
No,
You
I'm
can
throwing
believe.
out long distance
Not
observations
likely.
because I don't think folks know enough about the medium. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying from a debate point of view, it's impossible to prove it to this audience or to the quote unquote globe Earth audience using long
But you
distance
expect
observations.
us just to accept unverifiable claims from the government and various institutions that no one can actually verify what they're claiming.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm happy to walk you through how to build an antenna yourself to start get your own data and confirm that these space systems are operating in the way that they're claimed to operate.
No, I don't need an antenna. Remember, we just need the curved lake, which you said is impossible.
I'm not saying you don't.
The-
I mean, I'm not saying you don't need that.
Josh,
I'm
the way
saying that you
the way that
can
those systems,
confirm
the
it,
way
use
that those
that.
systems work, the way that those systems work. Do you think that's what's in contention? How they operate? Oh, I can show you all of that. Like, why do we need to know that? How they operate?
Because it doesn't work in a flat Earth.
Why not? Doesn't work on a flat Earth. Come on, Josh.
Because things
It's
accelerate
Josh,
towards the
Josh,
ground at
Josh, just
9.81 meters per second
reality
square.
couldn't work on a
Hello,
flat Earth, guys. The
Mother-
observable, measurable, practically used reality could not work on a flat Earth, even though that's exactly
Correct.
what we're talking about.
Correct.
You're confused, Josh. You must be thinking that we're describing some depiction of a
Hi,
model
how are
of
you, brother?
reality that isn't detected, when in reality, we're talking about that reality that is observed and experienced. So to say that that couldn't work with what we're saying is...
It's me.
It just doesn't even make any sense, because that's what we're talking about. That is
Yeah,
flat
that's
Earth.
why I'm saying you can't observe it. You can't observe it from a human perspective. That's yes.
Yeah,
You
can
hit the nail
observe,
right on the head.
you do directly observe a flat, motionless Earth, Josh, already, by default.
Correct.
Wait.
And
Yes,
and the
that's
way
what we're
that space
talking
systems
about.
work is in direct contention with that.
So when you
which
say
means that
detections
you're
that
not
wouldn't work
omnipotent.
on that observable reality, it's incoherent. Doesn't make any sense.
You're right. It
That's what we're
doesn't.
talking
Therefore,
about.
Are
one
you
of them must
contending
be
that we
wrong.
can measure the Earth to be a globe with an antenna?
I'm contending that you can confirm that space objects are operating in the way that they are claimed to using an antenna.
How? Can you tell us how to do that?
You can do range data plus velocity data and corroborate those
data.
measurements. Yes. So
What
how
does the
far away the
range
object
data
is
look
from
like?
you?
How are we doing that?
The time between the clock and the clock
pinging
on
it?
the satellite and the clock. No, you receive the time of the packets
The clock on
from
the satellite.
correct.
How are we syncing clocks, buddy?
You're not syncing clocks.
What do you mean we're not syncing clocks?
I'm
How we
saying
know
you're
how
using
long
the
it took without a ping, right?
Oh lordy. I'm saying you get the data down at time X, and the packet is labeled with time X minus some amount of time.
Yeah, then
then
you
that
compare it to measure the time. You need the time on your end, right? So how are you syncing clocks?
And latency is not a factor here.
That's the whole point. Latency is the factor. Latency is the whole way that you get the distance. But so we can double click on that if
Leaves
you'd
there at
like. But
12.
saying
It leaves there at freaking high noon, and then you get it at freaking 1 millisecond freaking later. How do you know it was noon on your clock when it was noon on their clock?
I mean, we can get into Sagnac if you want. You don't need to
No, I'm
do
not
that.
talking about
We're
Sagnac.
not
Like, how did you sync clocks in the first place? We're not anywhere near Sagnac yet.
because
You can't
exactly
even tell
because
me
the thing
how they
had to
did the
come
most
from
basic
somewhere.
part.
Oh Lord.
The
Hey,
most
Okay.
basic
he
part
said.
is syncing the clock, dude. Otherwise, there is no measurement.
Hey, brother,
He's
brother,
Yes,
I got
because
real
you're
world
the one who
experiment. I
designed the
got a real
clock.
world, dude. I got a real world practical application of this. So in the military, we have a radio system that's coded on a revolving frequency that requires you to be on time. And the current code sets that's going to be revolving are on a device called the ANCD, which you have to plug into your radio before the mission. And then everyone has to sync their clock to the same time at the same time. Okay? If you don't do that, you cannot listen to the other person on the radio. All you will hear is gobbledygook. Okay? So the key component in all of that system is that everyone who's the end user syncs to the appropriate time. How hard is that to comprehend, brother?
Can we do that with a satellite?
If it's your own, correct? Yes.
Indio, you're gonna make him go under.
Trip, bro.
What?
Let me
Yeah,
ask you
No,
this
come on,
that's
question,
guys. There
Josh.
must
Josh,
be
if somebody
someone.
takes
that's how
if somebody
encryption
takes
works.
the time coding device out of your building, are you authorized to kill them?
No.
Oh, that's
It's just
weird.
it's an encryption key. It's the same thing that you do for all of your proprietary information that's encrypted.
All right, let's just take a quick moment to double check because we've got how many people in this chat now? 41 people.
41.
There must be another space fantasist that wants to ask a question. We can get back to you
Yeah,
if
it's all
not,
good,
Josh.
y'all.
But let's at the
No,
moment just see
don't
if
worry
there's
about it,
anyone
y'all.
else.
I got home about 10 minutes ago from my commute, so I'm gonna head in and get some dinner. But no,
All right, you
appreciate
enjoy
y'all
your dinner,
again.
buddy.
It's
you,
fun. It's
man.
fun to mix it up every once in a while.
Hope you
Actually.
walk into a shitty diaper.
Good stuff, Josh. All right,
No.
you enjoy
hopefully
your
not.
dinner. You enjoy your dinner.
Hey, Josh, how is your answers any different from some guy who just plays Kerbal Space Program on the weekend?
Probably not much. Not gonna lie.
Exactly. You know why? Because just like the NASA guy said, and also the leader said, that the people in the actual doing of the job cannot tell the difference between a real mission and a simulation.
Yeah, unless you're actually there.
Wow.
At least he's not as bad as the flight simulator pilot guy. That was pretty funny earlier.
Damn. I heard.
No.
When I
Go ahead. I'm gonna.
no,
I'm gonna duck
you're
out,
about to
but,
leave,
no,
man. You might as well just
yeah,
say what your
appreciate y'all.
parting words were.
No. I agree. I can point you towards resources that are like publicly available. But I will concede that because a lot of this a lot of space tech has sort of separated from government. It's not NASA launching shit anymore or NASA operating and stuff. It's these commercial companies. The issue you run into is less of like national security, yada
Cool
yada,
story, bro.
government clearances. It's more of proprietary, like intellectual property stuff. So I'll take the action item to what was the ask?
How come no
Somebody
one's going
was
rogue yet?
the
That's what I
lake.
want to know.
The ask would be that we need some actual empirical, verifiable evidence for any of these wild fantasy claims about the ground being
Yeah,
a
we'll
spinning
find some
ball in a
nonprofits.
vacuum.
Yeah, we'll find some
That'd be
folks that
great.
are doing stuff without commercial incentive or motivation that are
Just
also not
establish the
governments.
basis of your claims, right, as being true.
It could literally be the dog
In the book.
catcher. If he goes and measures some curvature, that's fine. We don't need.
Okay.
Lasagna's getting cold, man.
Hey,
Well, that's
hey,
the
hey.
basis. That's the basis of his claim.
I'm having locks tonight, man. We're doing
Alright.
bagels. All right, much love, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Peace. Okay. Floor is open. New people. Who's got a question? Any comments? Questions about what you've just heard? Let's hear it.
So this is something just to mull about. What does the government do if one of these commercial entities go rogue and they just like, oh, we're not going to use it for that. We're just going to hover over all the military bases and take pictures and sell them to the Russians. Then what do they do?
Talk about who's holding them accountable? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like once they get to space, right? They don't. Whose jurisdiction are they in then?
And like maritime
We do
law
what
up
we
there.
want up here, right, bro? We just do what we want. Like you can't stop
No man's
us.
land, brother. Well, that's what they say the Karman line is. That, you know, space between, like that little gap. It's really just like there's nobody that's laid claim to that, so you can technically put something in there and not be responsible. You fly it over a country.
Yeah, you just freaking launch a satellite the next Patriot and be like, fuck, dude, I'm starting my own country in space.
Oh, there is that already. Asgard. Look it up. There's about 1 million people that are joining up on that.
Is this space based?
Yeah,
country?
there's yeah, exactly. You want me to pull it up?
You know what?
Yeah, let me
I got
pull
some
it up.
space news too, man. You know what, dude? We used to do on Friday the Dr. Science show. Remember, we used to do space news. That was awesome. I loved space news.
Zany space news is what we call it. Here, I'm gonna drop
I
something.
got one. I got another one. You go. You get yours, and I'll get mine. I'll show you yours if you show me mine.
Look, I'm gonna post it, but
episode would be doing the zany space news and having Josh defend each story.
now whether you
I
believe
like
this or not,
Dude, I do.
whether you
No, brothers, please stop. We've been trying to do a show like that in the vein of Hannity and Combs. If any of you remember Hannity and Combs, it was one conservative and one ultra liberal. They were both co-hosts, and they would present the news, and the other guy would zing the other guy back. Oh man, what if Josh is our Combs? Oh, all right, go ahead.
that could work.
Yeah,
that could work. I'm about to post this link. Now you don't have to take my no flat earther made this up, so you're gonna look at what's in here, and then you give me your judgment of what this is. There it is. Now, Indio just said this, but there's an actual space nation. It's called Asgardia. And, you know, we can tell Josh if he's really concerned with all of this, he can join this nation. They have their own flag. They have their own motto. There's this like alma mater, I think, or what alma mater. There's a song that they sing that, you know, like their flag song. So, I don't know, man. You guys make up your own mind on
passport.
The population of Asgardia is 1,124,241 people. Build the future through democracy and innovations, no matter where you are. Asgardians, they have their leader. I think their president is, as a matter of fact.
They have a currency.
Let me see.
The solar.
I don't know how far they've got. I'm just
of Asgardia.
All right. The head of the nation is Dr. Igor Ashubele, whatever. Let's see here.
Is that like an Indian name?
Perhaps.
I'm not being part of that country.
Let me see if I can show this video.
Go live in the Fishies belt.
What is Asgardia? Asgardia, the first space nation, a unique international community of forward-looking people, a digital state with its own transparent economy focused on scientific progress on Earth and in space. I put in there a video from the Asgardian Executive Congress. So, look at this. Democracy. Be part of the first digital democracy in the world. Make the space nation better. Inclusivity. We don't care about your gender, race, or faith. We care about you. Freedom. Express yourself. We value your freedom to be you. Asgardia 1 satellite. Send part of your life to space today and remain in history forever. A community, it tells you how many people there are, Asgardians. Exploration, pave the road to living in space with like-minded Asgardians and help build a better future for humanity. Like, I am not kidding about this. This is real stuff.
Yeah, what if you don't live in space, though?
Well, they don't live in space. This is here on Earth right now. They're establishing their nation on Earth, and when the time comes, they're going to have residency in I guess a type of space station. Is my understanding of it.
You gotta pay
More
taxes.
globe-based fantasy escapism.
Yeah, look,
Yeah, you gotta pay triple taxes, bro.
Let me just post some for you guys so you can see what the identification looks like. Yeah, I don't know if you're wondering that, but I'll put in the text.
Bro, this looks like a cult or some shit, man. Troy.
Nah. What, space cult? What do you mean? Is there such a thing as a space cult? What would that even look
it's
like?
an offshoot. It's an offshoot of the globe cult.
What would that even look like? Look at that resident identification card. That's legit, bro. Legit.
Don't Scientologists think that at some point there's like a spaceship coming and take all of their souls to Titan, whatever?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's another globe cult.
Here's this. A few snippets, I think. We can probably get the
Do you have
juices
anyone
flowing.
in the chat that's a globe believer, like a real life one? Do we have any real globe believers in?
How was he the head of the nation when they said it was a democracy? Did they vote him in there?
Like he's a founder, if I'm not mistaken. They have a roadmap. That is cool. Kind of like space lore. Look at this.
Dude, I should make my own competing nation, and then go to war against that nation.
You gotta do like flat Earth here or something, and then gotta get your members up. Go to war with
There
them.
was this old Star Trek episode where the Star Trek dudes, they landed on this world, and they were involved in this war, and then it was like this nation and this nation were fighting. They were saying all these casualties. Oh, we launched a rocket, and we killed 1 million people in the city. And then they launched a rocket, and they killed 250,000 people that were having a party on the beach. And it went on like this. And then, Kirk, was trying to be like, why are you guys fighting? This is so crazy. And it turns out towards the end of the show that they weren't actually launching any weapons. The war was a simulation in a computer. But whenever you made a move that actually succeeded, you had to actually kill your citizens commensurate with the casualties that were in the simulation. Crazy times.
Damn, I didn't know Star Trek was that hardcore.
Yeah, dude, the people, the citizens would willingly come to the vaporization chamber to be eradicated. And the reason why they did it is because they were convinced that if we do this war in a virtual world, and that we just actually perform the casualties in these vaporization chambers, it's more humane than actual war. And it's more peaceful.
Yeah, I could see Globers being convinced of that. Willingly vaporizing themselves for some government story. Doesn't sound too far-fetched.
Yeah, so imagine like the most broke nation in the history of the earth. And they're still alive today. They literally have nothing. All of a sudden they say, hey, we launched a ICBM at your nation and we killed 3 million of your people. Well, how'd you guys get an ICBM? Hey, that's a secret. You better have 3 million of your people line up in the vaporization chamber. Like, wait a minute, I don't trust that you really have a nuke. Dude, these are virtual nukes anyway. Just have your people line up and be killed, okay? We win, you lose.
Well, they unlocked it on a RNG box.
Yeah, they got it in a loot box.
Like a weapon case. Yeah, a loot box. That's where they got it.
Yeah, so you're finally starting to get it, brother. Space programs to emerging nations are loot boxes.
I would like to interview that guy.
Oh, guys,
Maybe
watch
he
those
even
clips
has
I
a
put
good
in
skin
there.
and shit, right?
Well, speaking of skin, if you watch that clip that I put in there in the chat, says that one of the most disgusting things about space, and it's a foot doctor talking about a clip of a girl pretending she's in space and then her feet are gross. And what the foot doctor was saying, well, if you're floating in space for months upon months, you'll lose the callousnesses off your feet and your feet will become baby smooth again. And so you have to shed your calluses, and they would just be floating around. Let's just say the ISS, for example, clogging up all of the filter machines, being a danger to the health of the people. And then she showed an image of a whole bunch of people allegedly on the ISS showing their feet, but they had socks on. And then she said, this is why you never see them with their socks off. Isn't it weird how she phrased it that way? You never see them with their socks off.
That's why, because the calluses will float off into the machinery and clog it.
Maybe it's because their feet aren't losing their calluses. And if they had their feet off, you'd notice that the claim that this lady made, that what would be happening, should be happening, isn't happening.
Shit. That's some big brain stuff.
They're getting pretty desperate for cool space facts, aren't they?
You like that stuff? Obvious?
What was that, Ivy?
First human born in space. You see that snippet I put in that image? Asgardia wants to have a first human born in space.
All right.
Our key significant goal is facilitating the first human childbirth in space, a crucial step on our path to immortality as a species.
Ooh. Little Freudian slip there, brother. Immortality.
Yeah, how would being born in space make you closer to immortality? God, the globe religion is so effed up.
Well,
That's
to be
why they don't
fair,
wanna
it
lose
said
faith,
as a
dude.
species. As a species, you said, right?
Yeah, it's incoherent.
So that's
as
not
the rest of the lore.
it's not immortality for an individual.
Correct, but a lot of people who are, in this like space religion, they don't think that they're going to live forever, right? But they think that the progenation of humankind, or passing their genes into the future, is living forever, because they don't believe in any afterlife. So they believe that all afterlife is after their life within this world. So if their kids survive via progenation with their little evolution religion, like, what was it, Dawkins, who said that the human body is essentially just a machine for a gene, and the selfish gene is really what's doing everything, and it could care less whether you had a human body or an ape body or this body. It just wants to progenate into the future. So like, these people are delusional, brother. They think that if they can have a generation of a child, 17 generations removed, that ends up living on Mars, that somehow that makes their life more meaningful in the present moment, which is stupid.
Yeah, it's a fantasy escapism as usual.
But isn't there like just a different sort of like philosophy about life that you can have?
Fantasy. No, it's a fantasy.
Huh.
Philosophy would have
like
to be
religion is
rooted
too.
in
So
reality.
I mean,
Which stays
isn't
law.
any sort of life when you're thinking about going to heaven or whatever, isn't it also just a fantasy in that? In a way.
I'm not talking about going to heaven. I'm just talking about reality versus fantasy, which is where everyone seems to be lost. We're talking about reality here. We will talk about what's experienced, what's observed, what's measured, even just what's logical based on natural law. Whereas all this globe stuff is complete fantasy make-believe. It doesn't reference reality at any point. In fact, it
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I understand
reality.
that, but it's like if you have children. I mean, I don't have children. I don't want to, but isn't that some like in a philosophical sense, I guess, that your children are where you live on, right? Like your children are you, in a sense, living on in a way?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, and even if it was,
I mean,
like,
a couple of people I know that
in reality.
I had a portion of my toe removed, and then they kept it alive in a cryogenic chamber, and so now I can live forever. I mean, get real, dude.
It's a different thing, though.
Not really. Genetic
the whole
material.
space thing is just, it's just
No, it's not.
fantasy
It's not. What
escapism.
are what? It's like a philosophical question about what are you, right? What is you? You know?
Holy cow! Now you jumped to something else. We were talking about people having children and somehow believing
Yes.
that makes them live forever, which is untrue.
Well,
No,
we're kind
but
of off
like
the point
you are
anyway,
if you have a child, you like raise it up and you impart some portion of yourself, which is not
Yeah, and they're still
genetical.
not me. They're not me.
Yes,
So it's stupid.
I understand that. Yeah, I mean.
All right, hold on, Rusty. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. So, Cyclone, you're coming in really low, and people are just talking straight through you.
Okay. Yes, my headphones. Well, that's fine. I was just going to say that all this is just kind of irrelevant to the topic at hand, which we were kind of on point before: reality versus fantasy, globe versus flat Earth. Let's try and keep it to that, because whether or not we're having children, whether or not they're living through us, is kind of non sequitur. I mean, we've got loads of people in. Someone must have a good
This is
question.
Rusty's shtick, though, Cyclone.
Yeah, I kind of get it. I kind of get that he's going to talk about anything except the topic, which is why I'm opening up the room, hopefully, to any new people who have salient questions on the room topic. I don't know if anyone's got an eye on the chat, wants to give some shout outs to some new people, say hello, welcome new people. Tell us what you know. Ask a question. Unless it's just Rusty, in which case, Rusty, you're going to have to try and prove the globe. No takers? Wow. 2025 is hitting the globe hard.
Context. And no,
Is that someone trying to get in?
I think it was a hot mic.
No, that was my brain sizzling trying to convert standard time into CST into military to corroborate a text message to a video link to establish a truth of a statement that someone made a claim against our server.
How dare they? Okay.
They said they were banned for disagreeing with an argument. So unless they,
people always say that. That's never true.
Yeah, exactly. And so unless they agree with our point, they get banned. It's like whatever, dude. Nice try, have a cry.
Yeah, we actually have to
it's a
fight
flat
tooth and
earther
nail
from
for
the,
them.
it's a flat earther from the past. Got butthurt over something, and he was allowed to speak about it. Then I ended up getting banned, and then he blamed it on forcing him to accept the argument or something. So I'm trying to validate his claim, since all these suckers are too lazy to validate their own claims.
Let's see.
They waste so much fucking time going over old history instead of just being like, yeah, probably wasn't good attitude on both sides. But I'm ready to, turn a new page. Can I come back in, please?
Yeah, so like it's one thing if somebody's saying you're not allowed to make this argument versus hey, you're not allowed to make this argument without being critiqued. Those are two different worlds, right?
Well, I got rid of 2 people yesterday because they were just being nonsense, really. Kind of what Rusty was going into there, and not progressing the combo, but they, of course, went away with the interpretation that they got booted because they disagreed with us.
Oh man, yeah,
Is
bro.
that
I
what
got
happened?
Rusty. I got Rusty so good the other day. It was hilarious. No, sorry, that wasn't Rusty. I apologize, Rusty. It was Alcoholic.
He was back in here
Oh
today.
man.
That's what?
Under building 7. That was his name now.
I'll show you, bro. I'll show you what happened, Rusty. It was hilarious. So he said if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon, which is stupid. So then we pressed him into be like, well, of course there would be a horizon. And then he's like, well, it would look different. And then we're like, well, what would it look like? And he's like, well, it would look like all blurry. Like, where the horizon is transitioning into the sky from the water. If you're looking out over the water, would be blurry. Right. So I told him, okay, go ahead and draw that. He couldn't do it because he doesn't have art skills. So, I let him simmer for a day, and then I said, okay, bro, I'll do it for you. And during that convo, he was presenting some evidence, supposedly, of, things in the distance not being able to be seen. Maybe like an image of a building cut off or something like that. And so I was just making the artwork for him about the horizon.
You're talking about who now?
This guy is
Not
called
me.
Alcoholic. No, dude.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
Because you said my name. Sorry.
I know, but we said it like we. All right, moving on. So I'll post it in here, the image I made for him to help him out because he was having a hard time. So here's the first image I made for him. Okay, it's in the chat. And I was like, how about that? Is that what the flat Earth horizon would look like? He's like, no, that's not blurry enough. So then I zoomed in more. I didn't do anything. All I did was just zoom in. So I zoomed in more. And then I got that right there. And he's like, okay, that's blurry enough. Yeah, that's what the horizon would look like if the Earth was flat, right? So I said, okay, so now I'll post the image that horizon came from. There it is. So he basically agreed that what he was looking at was the horizon on a flat Earth, even though it was from his image that he tried to post as proof that the Earth was a globe. So he got played like a sucker. Now, you notice how in my screenshot, I included the screenshot of the live stream, which shows the time and the day that it was aired. So if you want to listen to him getting wrecked, you can.
Yeah, I love that argument. If the Earth was flat, the horizon wouldn't be flat. Interesting.
No, of course, because if the Earth was actually flat, it'd be completely and entirely presenting itself as a globe in all possible ways.
If the flat Earth we observe was actually flat, it wouldn't look flat. Great logic.
The way you would know it was flat for sure is because it would look like a globe all the time.
Yeah, that must be it.
And we would know that we're definitely stationary because we'd be directly experiencing motion.
Yeah.
Wanted to ask
Every
Josh.
day is an opposite day.
I wanted to get Josh to answer to that horizon thing because he was basically saying like when you get high, the horizon curves. But I was going to ask him like, well, you know, how high do you have to be? Because if the horizon is the edge of a ball, and if you're standing at the apex of the arc of the edge of the ball to where there's a tangent line to the intersection of the curve, that would be at the same distance 360 degrees around you. But it'd also be at the same drop angle 360 degrees around you. So if it's all the same information, no matter which way you're looking and no matter which portion of the field of view you're looking at that it occupies, then how is there any differential information to render a curve in the final image? Then I would tell him, you know that there's some globe earthers that claim that if the earth was flat, the horizon would be curved. That it doesn't matter the shape of the earth, the horizon would always be curved. Because, you know, it's a distance. It's either going to be the limitation of your view or it's going to be the limitation of the object in your view. Either way, it's a limit that's an equal distance 360 degrees around you.
Hi, guys.
Right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother. Daniel, what's up?
What's up?
What's up? What brings you to the flat Earth room, Danny?
Where are you from?
Scotland.
Over Lawrence.
So what brings you to the flat Earth channel?
Your name
Do you know that
is
the
Overlord.
Overlord? No, that's another guy. But he's here too. He can speak.
Okay.
Do you know that the Earth is not a spinning ball, Daniel? Yes? No? You can hear you breathing, Daniel.
What?
I said, do you know that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
Sorry, my English no is very good.
Okay. Earth, not globe.
You speak Spanish?
I don't know.
Okay. Where are you from?
Oh, Jesus. Doesn't matter, Daniel.
Do you speak Portuguese or just Spanish?
Yeah. I speak.
Okay, so if you're able to speak Portuguese, there's a lot of flat earthers from Brazil. Like I mean, a huge it's a crazy amount, and I'm sure you can find their Discord server or find them on social media or something like that. So if you feel it's mostly a language barrier for you, there's a ridiculous amount of Portuguese speakers who know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, this is an English-speaking channel, Daniel, so we can converse in basic English, but...
You on your YouTube?
English. Yeah, we're on YouTube. Yep. There's links in the YouTube bot 24/7 live up in this VC. Or just Google 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube.
La Tierra no es un globo.
Sí.
Tengo uno español.
Sí.
Habla, hermano. ¿Cómo estás?
See? I'm sorry,
It's
that was the only
plana.
thing I translated right now on the Google chat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, not a globe.
Tierra no es un globo.
Tierra es plana. All right, well, someone else can try with this guy if they like. I'm going to dip off, but good to hear you guys. Keep it cooking.
See you later, Cyclone.
Later, mate. Hope you're well,
Later,
Jedi.
man.
Peace, bros.
Does anybody address the topic of the event? It's kind of like
Is there an event? I only jumped in about 5 minutes ago, mate.
Earth doesn't spin is the event.
Oh. No, no one's addressed that as far as I know.
Well, I could to a degree. Is it like it's about what is it now? That the Earth is not spinning. That's the claim, right?
Yes.
So I
That's the
can
evidence.
only claim something which I heard from some professionals that might be a little bit outside of the like mainstream shit. I know how to say it because English is not my first language, but there's one piece of evidence that I could point to that might not be about the Earth spinning, but it might be evidence pointing towards that. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, like, I work with like in my field of expertise in where I work at, it's about like scales, like you're weighing things, right? You step on a scale, you weigh yourself, or anything. You know what a scale is, right?
Yeah, we know
Right.
what weight is, mate. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So there is a like the scale thing is like regulated, so you have to have a like an experienced person come to your place where you have your scales if you work in like industrial stuff, right? So they are calibrated. So like a scale has to be calibrated by a professional, right? And they came to my place and I asked them about how it works when they go to different like latitudes, right? Like if they go further south, they actually have to take that into account because the like weights that they have, like they have to calibrate it based on like the latitude or like
Yeah.
wait,
Well,
was it longitude?
well, that's the old. That's the new news. Let me give you that's the old news. Let me give you the new news. That lore has since been updated by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says because the Earth has a bulge, the bulge and the more mass that's under the bulge exactly cancels out the centripetal force that would throw you off the Earth. So it just ends up being the same anyway. So yeah,
I mean, that's not what the guys told me because they still have like They have like
Well,
zones
if
that
there's more land, right? So there's supposed to be a bulge at the equator that's 11 miles high, so it's 11 miles more Earth, right? So that's
Yeah,
going to have more
it's like
pull, right?
20.
So hold on, Rusty. So the claim is that something will weigh less at the equator than the poles because of this Earth is spinning, right? And it's throwing you off. Okay. But now they're saying, well, that's not actually the case because there would be more mass there, and that mass compensates for the centrifugal force and would all equal out.
That's not what
That's the new shit.
the person was saying to me.
Well, he's full of it, dude. They'd be doing fucking gold arbitrage.
I mean, they are calibrating the scales, so they are
Yeah.
equivalent
Every time
to
you
a
turn on a
more northern
digital
hemisphere.
scale, it has to be calibrated every time.
Yeah, but why would that be when you go further south? Like,
You
I
can
know that
walk
Neil deGrasse Tyson
into
has
the other.
said that we have a bulge at the equator,
You can walk
but
into
it
the other
doesn't
room
matter
and it
in
has
that
to be
many.
recalibrated. Every time you turn it off, when you turn it on, it has to be recalibrated.
Yeah, but
Has
when
to
you
be
go
zeroed
further
every time
south,
you turn it
there's
on.
like a yeah, but if you go further south towards the equator, there's a measurable difference.
Yeah, you're saying that, but that's
Based
not
on
true,
something.
dude. That's not true.
Okay.
Somebody told you that because somebody believed that, but it's not true. Want me to show you it's
Yeah.
not true? Okay, I'll show you extra data taken
I
by
mean, I
scientists.
asked I asked a guy that was at our place
Well, I'll show you
calibrating
data.
the shit, and
So this
he
won't be word of mouth hearsay.
specifically
This will be
said,
data that people took with scientific scales, the measurements performed by scientists, okay?
I mean, he was an expert in his field, so I would take his word for it
So what?
to a degree.
What, sorting out scales? There was an old woman who used to do that where I worked. He had to recalibrate the scales every single week because of, standard weights and measures and so on. You can't be selling more or less of something and charging somebody a different price. So, yeah, just because somebody can press a few buttons on a scale doesn't mean they're some kind of expert in why the Earth does the shit that it does. They've just got a job of work, mate.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like kind of weird that depending on if you're
I'm just
further
gonna say it
or
again. It's not true, dude. What you're about to say is not true. You just believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I heard it. I asked him.
You heard it.
He's wrong,
Sorry.
dude. What will you say? He's
Okay,
wrong.
okay. Well, maybe he was
So this
wrong,
would be
I
the
guess.
test, buddy. This
So
would be the test. You'd be at 45 degrees latitude, and then you'd take your scale, you'd weigh something, and then you'd go to the equator, and without zeroing it, you would weigh it again, and then measure some difference.
Shut the fuck up! Earth is not flat; it's round. Retard.
Okay, have a temper tantrum. That's awesome. Anyway,
that's on me.
So this is what you'd have to do. But here's the problem: when you're in transit, when you've left 45 latitude and traveling to the equator, your scale is going to lose accuracy. So you have to zero it when you get to where you're getting, which negates the entire thing.
No, yeah, but the fact that you have to zero it
because of transit.
That's a yeah, but because it like you want your scale to be at like at regular, you want to be at 0, right? And if you
0.
travel to the south, there's like a difference in the weight that it's gonna say.
No, there isn't.
Right? Okay, well, I guess.
Yeah, Rusty, what you're looking at here is what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But we're even better than that. Inyo can show you quite the opposite.
Yeah, yeah. Give me 1 sec. I just got one more graphic. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you, dude. Because like they did this as an experiment. A bunch of so current scientific scale companies took scales and sent them all over the world to a bunch of scientific facilities, and they did this test, dude. So there's the graph. Well, hold on. There it is. If you look in the side chat, you see the measurement graph, the predicted change of weight based upon latitude versus what was actually measured. It's just a freaking sawtooth nonsense. But I was trying to tell you, the new hotness is saying that the mass of the Earth cancels out the centripetal force or centrifugal force because gravity's going to be stronger at the equator, but the rotation is going to counteract that gravity. So, but it all evens out. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he's been telling this story that you told for 20 years, and he's been wrong the whole time. He admitted being wrong the entire time.
I mean, how are you going to invoke like centripetal force if you don't believe in it? Kind of weird, isn't it?
This is called an internal critique of the globe claim. I can probe an idea internally to check it for consistency and accuracy without adopting it.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Just like you can
So,
say
like,
on a flat Earth, X would happen, right? That's an internal critique.
Mhm. That's right. Yeah, I was just like the thing that I was putting forward is just a real life experience I had asking a professional in his field about the difference in weight based on your like on a
Well, I mean,
way
now you
where
should know
like
something about professionals in their field, that they're full of shit just like everybody else.
They're professionals in a field that doesn't exist.
no, it is a field that exists. It was just that maybe I asked him something that wasn't true in the flat Earth sense. Yes.
No, it's just his preconceived idea and probably something that he got told by somebody else when he was training to do his job or at university, because, you know, we all live on a sphere. Interesting fact about living on a sphere, apparently, if you move locations, scales work differently. What is heavy here is not so heavy over there, blah, blah, blah. Yet this is just what, at best, now an old wives' tale. It's not true, dude. It's just one of these things that people have picked up over time because, you know, we live on a sphere and these stories exist. And what they go to work, you ask a question, he pops up and goes, well, did you know that when we change location because we're on a ball that spins, blah, blah, blah. It's just storytelling, mate. It's an old wives' tale. Now the story's changed. That's what Indio's pointing out. Different story now.
Well, it's
Yeah, I was just
it's
presenting
retroactive.
but
It's like in the fiction world, they call this retconning or retroactive continuity, where they update their story in the present to make excuses for things that have occurred since they last made their claims or story points. But look, most of the claims from Globers about any of this stuff is from an idealized model. You know, for example, a famous one is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City. They say that the towers are 1 5/8 inches apart at the top than the bottom in order to account for the curve of the Earth. That's a claim that was aired on television on a TV show called Modern Marvels. Yet, there's no evidence that they even are 1 5/8 inches out at the top, let alone that it was engineered to be so, and let alone that it needed to be so in any manner. All as they did was they took a idealized model of curvature of the Earth and just said if two objects were this far apart and the direction of down was a radial to the center of a circle, then this is how much they would be if all of those other things I just said were true. And then people just believe it. And then people will come and say, oh, did you know they have to take into account the curve of the Earth when they make bridges? Like, get real, dude. Pure fantasy. Listen, friend, it's not even possible to construct a bridge made out of the materials that they made the Verrazano Narrows Bridge out of to be intentionally 1 5/8 inches out at the top. It's not even physically possible.
How could they even check it?
Exactly. The
But then
building
when they did check it,
methodology.
they checked it in the winter and then checked it in the summer, they're gonna get different measurement.
Yeah, dude. The yeah, like the deck that the cars drive on that bridge elevates and declines the distance from the ground, like 11 feet throughout the year. 11 feet. So if you're driving it at the peak of the expansion, you're 11 feet higher. Sorry, 11 feet. Yeah, 11 feet
Lower.
higher.
Lower.
Oh, because it's suspension, so it's contracting. So you're being pulled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, whatever. You drive at one time of the year, you're 11 feet higher, and then the other time of the year, you're 11 feet lower. Yet they want you to believe that they engineered this thing to be 1 5/8 inches out at the top versus the bottom with cement and steel, right? And me and T-Dub looked it up. I can't remember the exact distance of the spans, but the concrete's accuracy is like 1 3/4 inches over a span, which was like, in the tens of feet versus hundreds of feet that the towers are.
Well, you gotta finish their argument, right? Their argument is the bridge would have fell down if they didn't do this.
Oh, yeah,
If
yeah.
they didn't make that
Everyone would
tolerance,
die.
then the bridge would not work.
Well, when they were taking the engineering measurements of that bridge, they could only take it at nighttime when the temperature was even. They couldn't take them during the daytime.
They have this whole thing in building structures, like you just said. You have to do different things at different times, but you even have to build it at different times. The holes on the stuff don't even line up. You have to wait for the material to match temperature so that the holes line up.
Man, that
Then you can put
explains a lot,
the
bro.
bolts in.
Well, because I would only see them doing like lining up because they do a lot of construction near here, ironworks, right? So I'd see them using the come along in the crane to put the steel girders together, but I'd only see them do it like into the morning, like between like 6 in the morning and 11 in the morning, and then they would stop and the crane would be doing something else all day. They wouldn't be actually assembling the metal anymore. Right, assembling the steel. Like putting the bolts in, they wouldn't be doing any of that. They'd be like putting the decking, the floor decking and all that. And that's how they kind of worked every day, where they would do putting the steel girders up, the uprights, all that stuff. And then in the afternoon, they would do like the composite decking, all the other shit that went along with it. I just thought that was because, I don't know, their scheduling.
Yeah, there's even a wrench specifically designed for a lot of these dudes called the spud wrench. And it has a wrench on one side, and on the other end it has a tapered end that they literally stab through the holes to try to get them to line up. And now, if you know anything about bolting things together, you're going to have play, right? It's not going to be a perfect match over the entire span of all of these things you're putting together. The little millimeters or micrometers off are going to add up over the distance. But these guys want you to believe that if they didn't engineer this bridge 1 5/8 inches out and then And then even engineering it is one thing, let alone employing the engineering, because anybody who's ever actually built anything understands that you almost rarely go exactly to the engineering plans. So they expect you to believe they engineered it intentionally, and that the people who built the thing were able to actually manufacture the thing 100% accurate to the plans, and that if they didn't do it with 100% inch and 5/8 accuracy, the bridge would fall down and everyone would die because the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's laughable how dumb these people are.
What?
Oh,
You think
Russ,
people
you're not
actually believe
aware?
that?
No, they come
People
in
don't
here and
believe that, no.
argue it. They come in here and argue it against us that this proves the Earth is a globe, dude. So yeah, they believe it.
That a bridge exists because the Earth is a globe? No, I don't believe that.
No,
Well, maybe, I
that
guess. Yeah, there's a bunch of. I'm not
No,
claiming
that the
that.
bridge has to be. Listen, the claim is that the bridge has to be engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth that results in the towers being splayed out at the top an inch and 5/8 versus the bottom, because otherwise the bridge wouldn't work correctly. That's their claim. And this is how I know the Earth is a globe, because nobody on the bridge died and the bridge didn't fall down.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that. I know that. I know that reasoning. I don't think it's true
Yeah,
though.
pretty stupid. Yeah,
I
no,
think
no,
it's
it's not only is it not true, it's stupid.
Yeah. I don't think they have to take that into account. That the Earth is a globe. They don't have to take that into account.
Yeah, just the weight of the steel cables to form the towers.
And they jumped to the conclusion that, well, let's imagine the towers are tipped away from each other. That would just be normal, tilting them away so that some of the downward force is, instead of pulling it laterally, it's going more down. Right. Into the what do you call it? Footing. Too long didn't read version is the more upright the tower is, the more lateral stress will be placed across the tower, across that span. If you tilt them back, then the ropes hang, and that initial part is going along, like more parallel to the tower itself.
Yeah, guess how much lateral inward deflection of the tower top was during when they fully loaded the towers.
Oh, dude, I
This
bet
is
you
the
it's like
same thing as
2 feet.
is the reciprocal zenith argument. Only Globers using that argument say they need like 30 to 70 miles to measure the divergence. But here you got bridge guys who can do it over the span of a mile.
Yeah, with frickin' tape measures, man.
Yeah, they had to build the towers 36 inches taller than normal because the weight of the bridge shrank them, and the lateral inward deflection was 18 to 20 inches.
Yikes. Yikes.
So this 41 millimeters or whatever they accounted for the curve, completely destroyed by this 18 to 20 inches.
Glover
Now, so
response
wouldn't
is,
you
you flat earthers deny everything.
I gotta wouldn't you want the towers of that bridge to be kinda standing straight up? So you would put the stress of the cables, like, equally on each side so that they wouldn't be separated at the top at all when you're an engineer. Like you wouldn't want them to like lean to one side,
Depends.
or basically apart from each other.
Well, it
Right?
depends on the bridge. It depends on the bridge. So some bridges, the towers are canted away from each other on purpose for the way that they're doing the load. So it just all depends on how it's designed. We used to have a guy that hung out with us who was a civil engineer, and he actually built bridges. And he would come in here all the time when everybody was talking about the bridges, and he would say, dude, I build bridges and can cant them, and this is the type of bridge, and this is how much we have to cant it for the distribution of the load and the flexion and all these other different things to take into account. And the idea that we have to take the Earth curve into account is retarded. Literally impossible.
I think that too, as a glober. I think there's no point in using bridges as a
Yeah, because it's
proof.
like it's one of those
doesn't matter.
things that, check it out, bro. It's like it's one of those things that if you think the Earth is a globe and you try to include it, it's going to be irrelevant because the actual building of the bridge, it's going to be, whether you include it or don't include it, it's not going to matter at all. It's almost like it doesn't exist. Actually, it's exactly like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But Overlord, don't pilots have to account for the pitch of an aircraft when they go from New York to Paris?
No, they have to account for it when they fly over the towers of the Verrazano Narrow Bridge as they leave JFK. If they don't, then they'll run into the second tower. Oh, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
Didn't it
Too
happen
soon?
though?
Sorry.
It's called the Brian's turbulence criterion.
You know what? One of the first major, really popularized bridge catastrophes where the bridge failed had to do with? Anybody? Super world famous suspension bridge.
The one that was swinging in the wind there.
Yep. Aerodynamics.
It's resonant destruction, actually. Taconic, caused by aerodynamic sway. It was the Tacoma Bridge, right? Tacoma?
Tacoma Narrows?
Yeah, Tacoma
Maybe.
Narrows.
It sounds familiar.
Tacoma Narrows Bridge, yeah. Famously collapsed 1940 due to aerodynamic forces from wind. The galloping Gertie for its up and down motion. Caused the bridge to oscillate in a twisting motion that became more extreme until the structure failed. The video of it is pretty freaking cool, though. You have to admit.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, like how much that it almost looks fake.
Don't it?
And
It's like a miniature almost.
the wind load wasn't that bad. It was only 42 miles an hour.
Is that the video where it's twisting left and right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Here, I'll give you some 40 here of propaganda. So you can watch it.
So you mean to tell me it wouldn't survive the sonic blast of a nuclear bomb detonation? Shit.
Hey, just looking at that bridge, though, I mean, it looks, that screenshot there, if you just disregard the fact that part of the bridge is missing and just look at the left side, it looks pretty strong. It's like, yeah, man, that's strong. There's no way it's coming down.
Maybe it's because the Earth turned flat at that moment.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, are you saying that what actually happened was a globe earther and a flat earther were arguing, and a globe earther was constantly appealing to a change in the radius of the Earth, so the Earth was
Yeah.
actually growing and shrinking underneath the bridge, which caused the stress?
Possibly. It's one possibility, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's what the globers believe. They believe that the horizon is a physical location known as the curve of the Earth, blocking things in the distance. But then all of a sudden it's in front of the thing. And then all of a sudden it's behind the thing. And then all of a sudden it's 10 times too far. So it's like, in their worldview, the Earth is literally changing sizes.
It could also be that the straw man that you're constructing has just punched away the support of that bridge. Perhaps.
What straw man would that be?
The shit that you just said.
Oh, wait a minute. So what you're trying to say is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of a giant ball? Okay, good point. You're right. It's not.
Yeah, it depends on the perspective. I don't know. Who said anything else?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Do you mean if you move around the horizon changes, or you can stay in the same place and the horizon changes?
Now the horizon is the horizon is a perspective thing. Like it's
So
not a
that
physical
means that
place.
the clown car of endless people that come in here, especially this week, which has been a hot topic, of ships going over the horizon, that's cap, right? That's just nonsense.
What? How does that relate?
Yeah, because the horizon, if it's physical, then it blocks boats. But
It's
if it's
not.
just optical, then it's just an optical effect. It's not physical blocking of boats.
No. I think you
What cuts the boat in
misunderstand.
half? The horizon?
No, he doesn't
Yes.
misunderstand.
Okay, now
There is
that
a
thing is it
physical
physical or optical?
thing.
It
Yeah, the horizon is based on your observation. Like wherever you are, you have a
yeah, that's
horizon.
why I
Right?
clarified that
It's
before
as
you
far
tried to
as you
run
can
away with
see.
yeah, that's why I started with, does it change when you even though you're in the same place? But
If
he
you're in the
didn't.
same place, well,
Yeah, if I just
it
like I
can
go to the
change,
beach
but
and I just stand there for a week, dude. Will the horizon move around?
it can, yes, but
Okay, so it's not
generally
geometric.
not.
Generally? How do you know what happens in the general case?
What's the cause of the horizon?
Well, I mean,
Just to be clear.
You just said perspective, but the perspective's
Yeah,
geometric.
yeah,
I mean,
that's what he's saying. It sounds like he doesn't want to say that.
No, there is a geometrical horizon, but
Oh, okay. There it is right at the end.
Yeah.
We
How do we
thought
find
when
that?
you said the
have a different.
we thought, sorry to be clear, Rusty, we thought you said the cause of the horizon was just and only perspective, as in angular resolution, loss of distance of the surface you're looking across. Right? We thought that that's what you said the cause of the horizon was. You seem to be what? Perspective, the way that we
That's
see the world, a
the
bit ambiguous.
Yeah, I mean, the distance that you can see is based on, well, of course, physical facts, but
Like what?
it's about what?
Yeah, what physical facts?
Well, the most prominent one is the geometric shape of the Earth.
The most prominent one.
Really?
Yeah. Then you have
So the
stuff like
overarching factor in the
refraction. You have
horizon is
the
the
weather.
curvature of the Earth.
That's the most prominent one. Yes.
When you mean
The
prominent
one that you
one,
said
you mean
didn't
like
exist.
yeah.
Because you said it was perspective instead.
Yes. I mean, it depends on where you stand. How far the
6 foot off
horizon's
the
away from
surface
you,
of
isn't
the
it?
beach. 6 foot off the surface of water at the beach. Like Indio pointed out, if he was to stand there for a week, what's the cause of the horizon and does it change?
Depending on the air between you and the horizon, yes.
Okay,
But
so weather conditions, the air, that's going to cause a factor as into how far you can perceive distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else? So we've got one. What's number two? When we are looking using an optic.
An optic.
Yeah, we've got the air that we're looking through. Is there anything
Yes.
else? I'm using the words optic to hopefully remind you that obviously we are looking. Is there anything else we should take into account when we are looking through the air at the Earth?
Yeah, the temperature of the Earth,
Okay,
of the air,
okay, yeah.
of the air. Yeah.
Yeah,
Density.
I mean, you said the word earlier.
The height of
Height,
where
no, the
you.
height stays the same, but okay, we'll take into account
That's
the
the same.
height. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You said perspective earlier. Do you
Temperature
wanna,
of the ground too, right?
yeah. You said perspective earlier. Do you not want to mention that again? And what do you mean by perspective when you say it?
That's the perspective that you have when you look at the ground based on your, like, when you say like that you are 6 feet above the ground, you're looking about the sea. In that case, like I'm just looking at the picture or a GIF at this chat right now, and yeah, basically. So what else?
Okay, I'll give you a
I
hint.
said
Do
it's
things get smaller in the
your
distance? I'll give you a hint. Do things get smaller in the distance when you look at them get further away?
Yep.
Yeah, what causes that?
Perspective.
Okay, so that's what you mean when you say perspective, things getting smaller in the distance till eventually you can't see them anymore. Right? So
Not
when we ask you
totally.
what causes the horizon, do you think this angular resolution loss with distance should be applied to making an observation with an optic? Because
No.
that's going to play a factor into how far you can resolve the surface you are looking across at distance.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that things only get smaller.
And I know,
As I'm
but
looking
we're
into
trying to
this.
clarify
I
what
mean,
the
if
cause
I
of the horizon is.
okay.
So far, you've said the air and temperature, the height. I'm asking
Okay.
you if
So
we should take into account some mathematics that suggests how far things appear to get smaller with distance.
all right, yeah. Things get smaller equally based on distance. All right.
Okay. So if we're
That's
looking across a surface, the Earth, is there going to be a limitation to how far an optic can resolve that surface until it's unable to resolve that surface? Looking horizontally.
optic?
Yeah, your eyes.
My eyes, yes.
Yeah, cool. So do you think that's what would also cause the horizon?
Probably, yes.
Probably. Okay. Probably optics have got something to do with it.
Yeah.
You don't sound so sure.
No, I mean if I look out into the horizon, of course I
Which is
can't see
caused by
like a very
what?
small thing. By
Which is caused
distance.
by what?
By the distance that I'm looking at things.
Okay, so far you said the obvious factor was the curvature of the Earth. We've mentioned the air, the temperature. We've probably been speaking about, how we see the world and angular resolution loss with distance. Okay. Now, where's the curvature in this?
Well, that starts when I can not see that things only get smaller, but that things start to appear.
Things get smaller. No, we talk about the horizon.
Yes, but things get
Yes.
smaller from the bottom up. That's when things kind of start to get weird. Because
Do things
normally,
disappear
when
from the
you
bottom up before they get to the horizon? After the horizon? What's the horizon?
that's
Is that optical?
at the horizon, yes.
At the horizon. Do all things
Yeah.
disappear from the bottom up at the horizon? That's not true.
I have never seen anything that I could clearly see, like from if they, of course, like disappear beyond a table or whatever. Right? I can like, of course, like there's an obscure obstruction between me and the thing that I'm observing, but when I look far away, like I have like you know these like windmills that like generate power.
Mm-hmm.
What I call, like I can see them. They're pretty far away, but I can only see like the top of the windmills.
I get you.
Spinning above the horizon, right?
Yeah, they appear to have sunk, right?
And I
Beyond the
know there's like
horizon.
there's like not a mountain between us because I'm actually living like at a highest point in my area that I live in. So I can actually I can just see the blades basically go over the horizon.
Yeah, I get you. They appear to have sunk beyond the horizon. Now, when we go back to your list of things that can cause stuff, atmosphere, the air that we look through, the meteorological conditions, the density and the temperature, and do you think there's anything that within that spectrum of stuff that can be categorized or classified as sinking? Can cause an object to appear to have sunk with relation to the horizon at distance?
Yeah, I mean the air is of course possible to make it see again, like to make something appear as
we're talking about disappear. You said it appears to have sunk. It is sinking. Is there anything in the categorization of atmospheric refraction that talks about sinking?
in the case of the like windmills
Object
that
in
I was
relation to
talking
the
about.
horizon.
Then if it's sinking, it would have to be always be that way.
No, if the meteorological conditions change, that's not true. If the cause
but
of the
like
apparent sinking,
would have to be
Rusty,
it would have to be like the
well, what I'm trying to get you to is you mentioned earlier the weather conditions, the temperature and stuff, because that can cause light to deviate when we were talking about the horizon earlier. If we're talking about things like atmospheric causances, like refraction, then there is a category of refraction called sinking that is categorized this way because objects in the distance in relation to the horizon appear to sink. Now, the cause of this isn't any physical obstruction. The cause of this is the meteorological conditions. So there's no physical obstruction between us, the observer, and the object in question, the wind turbines. The meteorological conditions appear to make it look to us like it's sinking.
Okay, so the meteorological conditions basically say that we live on a globe Earth, but they don't actually do that because we live on a flat Earth.
That's when we look at the categorization of atmospheric refraction, like sinking, like looming, towering or stooping, inferior and superior mirages, they have definitions. Within those definitions, there is a clear line of sight between you, the observer, and the object in question. The reason why it fits into one of these categories, why it looks like it's sinking, why it looks like it's towering, taller at the top, is because of the meteorological conditions. Within the definition, there's no earth curve in the way, there's a clear line of sight. The reason why these categories exist is to explain these phenomena. The explanation of these phenomena are the meteorological conditions. Again, there's a clear line of sight between you and the wind turbines. The meteorological conditions will probably fit the category of the causation of sinking because you're describing it to me. It fits that category.
posted a couple of citations for you in the side chat.
Still not.
The images above that are not examples of that. I was posting that in response to him saying that beyond the point of the horizon, right, the object should appear to become obstructed from bottom up. I'm thinking, well, what's going on here then? But yeah, that's going back, not to take his back to that, but to support what you're saying. There's your citation.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Do you want me to read it out, or do you want to read it yourself?
No, I see the picture, but it's still.
No, ignore the pictures.
How-
They're not to do with that citation. They're a different phenomenon.
Well, my
read
picture
that
is
Yeah,
something to do with
but
windmills,
it's
so I'd like to
still
talk about these for a
something.
second.
Oh,
So
never mind.
this is a picture that's on Wikipedia showing "quote unquote" the curve of the Earth. This windmill farm. This is the Thornton Wind Farm. It's off of Belgium. Okay. Now, at first glance, you think, "Hey, those things are going over the curve of the Earth," but on closer inspection, if you look at this, you'll notice that the windmill, the two blades all the way to the left, that there's a problem. That the one that's farther appears higher than the one that's closer. Now, how is that possible?
What? What?
So the windmill, so the inset with the arrows, those are the two windmills all the way on the left.
Yeah.
Okay, this is zoomed in, so there's two arrows. The windmill that's closer appears lower than the one that's farther away. But that's not how perspective works. The farther away one should appear lower than the closer one. It tells you that
I don't know
this
the
whole thing is
location
an
that
optical effect.
these.
Well, it just tells you that this is caused by some meteorological optical effect. It can't possibly be the curve of the Earth. In fact, if you look really closely at the image, you can see almost a line that's right on the horizon. Never mind like almost like this blur line. Do you see that? Like right above the horizon. It's like a little, I don't know what you call it. It's like a little whitish, like discolored almost.
Oh, you think it's like photoshopped?
Well, I mean,
Fake?
Glober photoshopped it with a fucking very old camera. This has been on Wikipedia since like 2011. All I'm saying, we get presented this photograph as Earth-proof windmills over the horizon, but then if you go closer, that can't possibly be that. And I've seen lots of other windmill photos where the windmill blades are going into an inferior mirage and all sorts of stuff. Fact of the matter is that dividing line of the Earth and the sky is not the geometry of the Earth, and can't be, because it's never at the
Liar.
location it's supposed to be.
Well, okay. Few.
Well, I mean, I challenge you in any other globe earther, period. Show me a single horizon distance measurement that matches the globe. A single one. Now remember, then listen carefully what I said. Horizon distance measurement that matches the globe. Where the horizon is predicted by the globe Earth math to be a certain distance away based upon the elevation of the observer, and it's actually there and not someplace else.
That's kind of impossible, but
Yeah,
liars.
because it's not geometric, because the horizon is not geometric. It's easy to calculate where it should be, but it's never there. It's always somewhere else.
That's not the reason, though.
Well, I mean, you can't claim a geometric horizon doesn't exist if you can't see it ever.
Yeah, it literally doesn't exist.
Perhaps
Also know
I'll
from
be right back.
infrared. Oh, okay.
You see the horizon?
to the people that have been, railing on the horizon all week and ships over the horizon to come in here and listen to this guy.
Yeah,
Yo,
and
these
he
dudes
wanted
win.
he wanted an example where he can see an object past the horizon and see it in full view. Well, I gave him two.
Wait, do y'all see the GIF I posted on the side chat?
Check it out.
That keylogger.
You never seen a girl before, dude?
Do you see a horizon? Yeah.
No.
Do you see the curvature over there?
I would if they got up.
You like it? Huh?
Not impressed. Go kill Skanky. I mean, I'd hit it. Don't get me wrong.
Leaf, are you a pimp?
Huh?
Are you a pimp?
You can ask your wife about that.
Oh. Pimping ain't easy, man.
You starting with that again, Leaf?
So what else is new, guys?
Oh, I wanted to ask you, did you catch Shiva Part Duh?
No, there's a part duh. Oh no.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either.
Oh crap.
Uninterested.
It's so bad. I mean, I think it's worth doing just to get it on record at least, but there could be entertainment value here.
I mean, McToon's involved, so you automatically that's like minus 10 charisma points.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, he promoted Eratosthenes as his glow proof, so I guess he's going with the classics. Shout out to
I think he
Obvious
went with
Sippy.
sun, so azimuth and elevation angles as his gold proof.
Oh, of the sun, both of those angles together.
Yeah, the azimuth and elevation, right? So you can just like look out your window and use McToon's globe Earth model to see where the sun is supposed to be. Because McToon thinks he's gonna just grab something off the shelf and use it, and like if you're gonna use a globe Earth model of the sun, you're gonna have to invent it.
Yep. But that'll work great until the moon gets in front of the way on the horizon. That doesn't even work on a globe, right? Like, you pointed this out. You can go to SunCalc on the equinox in Tula base and down in McMurdo or somewhere similar latitude, right? And the sun is rising to the north in Tula and a little bit to the south in McMurdo.
Yeah. And then if you go north, it's going in the other directions. It's like 86 degrees or something.
Yeah,
so
it's freaking wall-eyed. Like,
wall-eyed.
How do you? How do you stand at the equator and face east and point at the sun at the same time if it's coming from two different diverging angles or
Is that why
converging
they call
angles?
it a wall-eyed? Because it looks at both walls at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. It's like that meme from Con Air, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what mathematical hypothesis is McToon going to put up? Is he going to do the equation of time? Is he going to compare the
I don't know
mean
what he's
solar
gonna-
time with the actual?
He said something to me today, like Kevin said he was going to bring a flat Earth model and didn't, or no, he didn't say it to me. He was just making this general post. But he said something to me, and I was like, dude, don't you remember like freaking 4 months ago when you were talking about like Antarctica, and I told you you didn't have a globe model? Yeah, he's pretending like none of that happened. So I reposted it. So now he sees it again, and he'll ghost that thread too. I'll just have him keep ghosting threads of me telling him that time and date don't use the any globe model. Like, I mean, I don't know why they just don't fucking get that shit.
Right.
They
Right.
think
I mean,
like
you can
the
apply it to
observer's on
any
top of a
coordinate.
globe. It's like, no, they don't care what you're on. Like, they just don't. It doesn't matter because it's inside the celestial sphere. Doesn't matter where you are.
Right. Yeah, you're always at the point of origin.
They're never going to concede to that.
Yeah, and the only other thing you need to find is where are you relative to the celestial equator. And once you have those two, where's the celestial equator above the horizon? What's the angle? And that's
Yeah,
it.
shit.
Then that's all you need to do and get the time and date, right? And now you know where the sun is.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
It's going to be somewhere on the ecliptic. And that's going to intersect on the first point of Aries. And you only need to take a 23.5 degree thing off of that ecliptic, and you can plot a path. It doesn't matter where
That's
you
it.
are. You don't have to be on a globe. You don't have to be anywhere. Who's saying hello? What are people in here with badass mics, dude?
Sounded like
Albino, bro. Fucking long time.
People have said, and like Dave Weiss and others, that the North Pole and the South Pole, wherever those are, that's where all the magic is. And I just keep coming back to where the equator is. Where the hell is the equator? Like, there's so much play, so much loosey goosey bullshit happening, you could say, between the tropics, that I think if there's anything going on, that there's a lot of mystery wherever that is, a lot of unaccounted for mystery.
Yeah, and they're pretty much the hardest places to map, right? Because you're just like overgrown freaking jungle. No matter where you
Right.
go, like no matter what land the so-called equator crosses, it's just overgrown jungle. Good luck surveying that.
Right.
Imagine surveying through a rainforest. You can't even do the astronomical piece of it, right? Because you can't see the sky because you're underneath a canopy of trees.
Right, unless you're in Africa. I think between the tropics, there's just a shit ton of islands. So there's a lot of water. I keep coming back to how the spherical coordinate reference system, by its nature, by its use and utility, cannot project onto a flat world without distortion. So, that being the case, since we measure Earth flat, we know that those coordinates will not add up over distance unless there are other kinds of corrections introduced. What are those corrections? And what are the consequences of them? Are they guiding people? Are they guiding things, ships and planes, into gentle curves that they themselves do not pick up with their instrumentation? Does it all match the sky?
I don't care.
Well,
you know what I think they're doing? The same thing they did back in the freaking 1400s. I think they have freaking radio beacons, and they're using basically a modern version of a Portland chart and taking headings into a direction.
Right.
And that's all they're doing.
So, yeah, I got you. Rum lines.
Yeah, you know the old Portland charts that will show like a location, right? And you got radiating lines out, and they just
right.
connect you from one place to another. Like, hey, if I freaking just point my boat southeast from here, I'm gonna smack into freaking Cairo, right? You know what I mean? As long as I maintain
Right.
that heading, I know where I go.
Right.
Especially in an airplane. You know what I mean? The horizon's like 200 miles away. You only got to get like within 200 miles Like, that's pretty you know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
how far
No,
away
it's
can
true.
you see New York City from?
Yeah, from up there,
Yeah,
hundreds of miles.
exactly.
Right.
How lost do you have to be not to be able to find New York City just by pointing your plane in the general direction?
Right, follow a coast. No, you're right.
I mean, even from
I
Europe, right? Like, you could just see, like, "Okay, what's my heading supposed to be from London?" As long as you maintain that heading, like, within a degree, you'll probably freaking hit New York.
Right, but the Globies say that they don't do that. That oh, we follow great circle routes, and I'm like, oh, do you really understand how complicated that would be, even if Earth were a globe? Because you're
Yeah,
not following
crisscrossing
one
air
heading.
traffic.
Yeah, but you're not just following one heading, right? You may be on a globe following one direction, but your heading is going to be constantly changing. It's going to be changing at different azimuthal and azimuthal rates depending on which direction you're pointed relative to north and south, like the degree away from north south you're going from the meridians.
Yeah, because 'cause you're, like, rotating too.
Well, yeah, there's that.
No, like, you're as you're going over the curve, the relative to, like, where you the direction you started, because 'cause you're kinda, like, you're rotating in, like, two axes, so you end up
So you
kinda
got that.
like you said, your heading gets rotated too. This is where the same thing with the, reduction of the horizontal direction surveying, when they take the vertical plane and they tilt it, that rotates
Hmm.
the azimuth.
Right. Right. So you're pointed in one direction and the coordinate reference system is yawing.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Right. So calculating that out requires a constant rate of change. You're going to be using calculus. So it'd be much easier and more practical if people would follow like lines of latitude that aren't great circle routes. Then they could maintain headings, but then they're not going the most efficient route, right?
Said to
Assuming
go to
east-west.
who said that's even a consideration? Quite honestly.
Yeah.
No airline exists that isn't government subsidized. Were you in here at that time when I said that and the
Yeah.
dude was like, "Not the
Yeah, man.
Qatari Airlines."
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
And then you Googled
Like,
it right in front of him.
yeah, and it was like 100% government subsidized. It's like not even a private company.
Yeah.
It's
Thanks,
private
oil
profits.
exports. Shoot.
Private profits. Public capital costs.
Yeah, like when Matthew Learns comes in, right? And he says, well, all the stars move 15 degrees per hour. And I'm like, oh, really? In your field of view? Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, it's kinda whack that Matthew Learns even resorts to parroting sometimes.
I know. I know. Like, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude and I'm facing, like, I don't know, east at nighttime, the stars to my right are going to be displacing more in the sky than the stars to my left.
Oh, I'm gonna unmute Jen. He's muted. Yeah, I got you, Jen.
You know, particularly as the stars rise up from the horizon. Same with the sun. The sun is going to be moving slowly in the morning and then hauling ass directly overhead and then slowing down again as it sets from anywhere north or south of underneath the celestial equator any time of year. It's going to be variable. Now, the 15 degrees per hour comes from the reference frame where the globe imagines himself in outer space and sees the Earth spin at 15 degrees per hour, and then reasons, well, because it's spinning 15 degrees per hour, all the stars in the sky from that vantage point move 15 degrees per hour. No, the only ones that supposedly do that would be the ones that are on the celestial equator, the declination of 0 in the sky, and you're directly underneath them, and they rise in the east and go over your head and set in the west. And if you hold out your arm and you can trace it by pointing at the star in the sky, your arm will move at 15 degrees per hour. This will not happen if you point north from the celestial equator at a star. Your arm will not move 15 degrees per hour as you trace where like circumpolar stars are in the sky from underneath the equator, right? So when Matthew Learn says that they all move at 15 degrees per hour for everyone everywhere in the earth at all times, he's just parroting this stuff that we hear all the time from globies. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the sky works. I've had the same discussion with Mez. You know, like if you are at 45 degrees north latitude at nighttime and you look west and you look directly 90 degrees west. So you got like Polaris like in front of you and 45 degrees up in the sky, and you rotate your body 90 degrees to the left and you're looking due west. Any star that's above the horizon by any amount of degrees is going to be due south.
Is this essentially because they're traveling smaller circles in your field of view?
Precise. Well, that's part of it, yeah, because you're at 45 degrees north latitude. Your latitude, if you look west, is going to eventually curve to the right because it's not a great circle route. So the stars that you see way off in the distance, right?
That's right, dude.
Right?
They're concentric. They're ever shrinking concentric circles.
Correct. Correct. So I'm like, Mez, how do you calculate that? Is that going to be 69 degrees? You know, are you going to experience a 69 to 1 rule as you move closer to that star? Hell the fuck no. That's some complicated math, isn't it? I had this realization when I was working CellNav out with a fucking spreadsheet and a 2023 edition of the Nautical Almanac, trying to calculate distances and stuff and do triangulations of points in the sky over cities at various times. And I'm like, holy shit, this is way more complicated than even Prototad makes it out to be. His fixes are easy compared to what could be practically done.
Well, I mean, I'll just refer back to the celestial navigation that the video that's in the main server where he goes through how to do celestial navigation as in actually do it. They're not trying to do the shit that these guys talk about. They're not trying to like just go towards a point. They try to like the way he was describing it is they try to sail straight and take a bunch of measurements of stars to get that straight lines relative to position to the stars, right? You just basically like make a line on the chart.
Right.
And then you're like doing a different type of triangulation. You're doing a triangulation over the surface of the earth, not just like finding the GP. They're finding like a bunch of GPs.
Correct. That's one of the methods you can do that with the sun, called the sun run sun method. You can do it with the stars. And then there's like the Hilaire method, the Mark St. Hilaire method, where you can do that with two, and you're basically taking two stars on opposite ends of the sky from each other, and you get like 6 of them, and you do an asterisk to get your position. It's almost like how the Polynesians did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty freaking nifty.
Yeah, it is. They try to make it so easy because the sky is complicated, folks, and it doesn't even behave like a sphere. Like they simplify it to a sphere, and it's still as complicated as I described earlier.
I'm just about to try and say that. I'm wondering how scuffed our actual true understanding of the sky is, you know, from all potential locations on Earth, you know.
I mean, this is the way I do it. I'd be like,
well-populated areas, but
This is
Sound
this is the
good.
way I'd do it if I was like reinventing this shit from scratch. I'd be look at the nautical almanac, say I want to go to Cuba like Christopher Columbus. Well, he was trying to go to India. I'm going to go where he didn't know he was going. So I'm going to go to Cuba. I'm going to estimate how long it's going to take me to travel there. Right? Say 10 days. Oh, okay, what stars are going to be over that in 10 days? And I would try to sail in such a way as I would meet the star. The star would be a fucking zenith at those
At that
10
time.
days, right?
Right on.
And
Yep.
like, boom, here I am. And look up, there's a star. And then hopefully that star's over fucking Cuba. Hopefully I'm not a
Yeah,
day
that's
late,
exactly
because then
right.
I get screwed. But you could just start
You
over even if you were a day late, right? You could just start from scratch.
You'd have to plan ahead. Exactly. You have your waypoints, and that's exactly what waypoints were. You have to be at a certain position at a certain point of time to get your fix and confirm that you're on track because you
Yeah.
planned this out ahead of time.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay, on day 5, this star, Arcturus, should be like azimuth this, freaking elevation angle that, right? And if it's there, then I know
Right.
I'm in the right location, and you can figure out how much you deviated from your track, right?
Hmm.
And you can try to get into that position that you missed. And you basically just
Right.
zigzag. I think this is what they did. They admit they do this. They just basically zigzag across the ocean.
Hmm. Yeah, as long as they're not zigzagging backwards, they're heading the right direction.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's a lot sloppier than they make it out to be than some of these guys, and yeah, I mean,
Oh,
it's a
they
lot
act like
harder
you
to
just
do
point
it
the
on the
ship in a
fly than to plan
direction.
ahead.
Yeah,
Huh?
they act like you just point a ship and they like, oh fuck, dude, on the globe, it's a great circle. I just point northeast and freaking hit the gas and just fucking
Right.
go in a straight line, and I just smash into where I want to go. You wish it was that simple.
Right.
The
If
great
you're
circle is the corniest. No, go ahead.
back
Sorry.
to it is corny. Back to that example, right? Like let's say I'm still at 45 degrees north latitude and I'm still facing west, due west. If I find a star that's to the east azimuth, like 45 degrees from there, then that's eventually going to be in the south direction too. It's going to bring,
Yeah.
you know, it's curving. So all of these directions that you're heading on are actually going to be curving on the coordinate reference system.
Could we actually say, I was mentioning this earlier, but straight line travel is a myth?
Yeah.
Yes. It's a bad myth.
Because that's been what the topic in a couple of days has been brought up. You know, why don't you just travel in a straight line? And I'm like, well, who's doing that? Because I don't think that you understand navigation if that's what you think is happening. And I
Listen,
think it's the
the only straight lines you can actually travel are along the meridians. Period. Potentially. Potentially. According to the coordinate system. Anything else you can't freaking do it. Not without having constantly updated headings to maintain a straight direction. And even then, you're going to be curving downward. And what frustrates me is when flat earthers accept the 60-1 or 69-1 rule. I'm like, oh really? What happens when you do 69-1 and you go 360 degrees in a great circle route in any direction you go? What object are you actually mapping out? You're mapping out a ball, the surface of a ball. Flat earther. I mean, so no, when we measure flat distances from A to B, we're debunking the map distances on a spherical coordinate reference system. Full stop. We're debunking their distance and their potential, therefore their true location and true orientation with respect to each other. Those are the consequences of measuring the Earth flat. They're big. Big consequences. So what's happening is you know, the true distances between point A and B are going to be less and less verifiable the farther they get. And the error that creeps in is going to increase too, but you won't be able to quantify the error unless you have a way to maintain measurements that aren't using the spherical coordinate system. You're going to have to do external validation. You're going to have to use planar surveys to see just how far off your spherical coordinate reference systems are going to be. But the problem is the whole fucking world thinks that GPS and spherical coordinate reference systems are the gold standard. So any planar surveys you cough up, they're going to say those are going to be off and those are going to be wrong. But it's the exact opposite that's true. Isn't that nuts?
Or yeah. I mean, so. I mean, you got it. Like, just in my mind, I contrast between what the average run of the mill Gober thinks is going on versus what is actually going on, and they're so far apart from each other. Just like it's not even close. You're not even in playing the same game. You're just like, what about a great circle route? If I go in a straight line, I'll end up back in the same place. Like, just what buffoonery that is. And then celestial navigation is like, obviously it's complicated because it's killed a lot of people for failure to actually do it correctly. So it is what it is. So you got any goblins in here?
I can Invalder wants to speak, maybe.
That's what Antonio Subarats used to call them all the time. And his live streams, his videos are still an untapped resource for many of us.
Dude, I wish we could distill that shit into like a secret sauce. He's done so much research and things. He always live streamed it, so it's so disorganized. But it's like, I'm not saying for each presentation, whatever segment he did, that was organized and very understandable. But like, there was no rhyme or reason to how he did streams, and he didn't really title them. So it's like, ugh. You know what I mean? How you even like suck all the data out of there that he gathered?
I just realized I think I could do this with Gemini Ultra. I think I can have it summarize the topics of each stream because those streams are going to be transcribed.
Yeah, I mean,
I need to do this. I'm going to try it later.
hey, bro, did you just fucking jet like that? What the fuck?
No, I'm here for a minute, but I do have to go.
He just wants to play with his toy.
Did I miss any good conversations?
Depends on how nerdy you are.
Like, can you think of any that you could replay?
We can just have a new one.
Hey man, Dio, you gotta post more on X.
Why?
I
I
just
mean,
love
I
to
mean, like,
see
it's
your
hard
posts.
because there's just so many freaking trolls on there. It's just hard to.
To
Literally, the
repost
way I
them.
use X now is I'm like, okay, 10 minutes and that's it. And that's 10 minutes. No matter what's happening, I freaking leave it. Because those dudes will just suck you into that crap. They're just like on the freaking toilet all day on freaking X. Replying like, you're replying 3 seconds later, they're saying something. And they just pretend shit that happened didn't happen.
Who else is like-minded thinkers that I can follow?
On X?
Or yeah, whatever.
Just look at the people I follow.
Oh yeah.
Kenbo Sheepdog. I mean, I wouldn't. X really isn't the greatest place for
You're
flat Earth shit.
because you're following 1,000 people, so
Well, it's really not the greatest place for flat Earth like evidence. You know, you're in our main server, right?
yeah.
Okay, then that's the best place for flat Earth stuff. You know about the podcast?
Yeah, but like, we post different stuff sometimes. People from the flat
I'm
Earth.
trying to figure out what you're interested in, man. So we also, dude's got a on the level Majin. He made a clip channel where some of this stuff is clipped. It ranged from like 45 minutes to 3 hours. That's actually the stream or whatever. So there's that. But like Smack and Globies around, I mean, on X, it's more they won't. They're all about saving face. You're never gonna get them to even admit anything. McToon is the worst, dude. I wouldn't say the worst, but he's pretty bad. He talks a bunch of shit and then he ghosts, and then just NPC resets and say the same thing he freaking ghosted on. Every interaction I've had with McToon, him saying something, me being wrong about it, and me then presenting the evidence, then he ghosts and pretends that shit never happened.
Did Rayleigh, are you there? Did he have any conversations today? Rayleigh? I remember he explained to me once his profile picture, like the distance of what we can see, right?
Oh, the Rayleigh criterion?
Yeah.
It's based upon wave interference. So if you have 2 points of light, right, and you bring them closer together, eventually their light will overlap. The same way like car's headlights in the distance. If it's far enough away, you'll only see one light until it gets close enough, and then you'll see the lights separate. When that happens is pretty much stipulated by the Rayleigh criterion. That's the theoretical best case scenario, but in practice, it's nowhere near that.
We got people in the side chat.
Other planets. What is with other planets, dude? What do you mean other planets? Other than what?
He said, "Do you guys believe in gravity?"
I love when they use the word believe for that. They don't even know they're even saying that. Do you believe in gravity?
You know.
Did I believe it? Is it a belief?
Do you accept without any evidence gravity? Okay.
Negative.
God, they always take such issue that so few people are speaking at any one time.
Have you guys been active